My Mom and I. Please, real story animated. Make my story animated. Hi, I'm Tiffany, and I'm almost 17, and I'm fun to be with, like adventures, and in my melancholic nature, I love taking risks. But I don't tolerate it when I'm underrated or intimidated. I love my parents, honestly. The open secret remains that their incompatibility is nothing good to write home about. And that's what kills my joy most times. Dad has always complained about Mom's infidelity in their marriage. The last straw that broke the camel's back was on one fateful day I was right in my room while I believed that Mom had already gone to bed. And for all we know, Dad was gone for a business trip in Australia, and we expected his arrival in 2 days' time. Suddenly, I began to hear a manly voice in Mom's room. Could Dad have come back by this time? Oh no! I called Dad's line, and his autoresponder responded that he was in a meeting. That means Dad isn't in town. Then who is this man that I'm hearing his voice in Mom's room? Then, in my suspense mood, I drew nearer to Mom's door to hear this voice better, and lo, it was the black bug guy I normally see Mom drop off whenever she came to pick me up from school. Oh, really? I guess she decided to bring this big guy, Mr. Frank, home tonight, because the dad isn't at home. I can hear the romantic voices and actions, unlike Dad, who isn't perfectly romantic. I started peeping through the door handle. I could not believe my eyes. As cool as the evening was, Mom's body was so inviting to Mr. Frank that he couldn't hold his emotions anymore. And then he made a move towards her. Suddenly, they were already floating on the cloud, gazing into each other's eyes. Frank gently pulls her so close to his daring heart, hoping they do not part ways even for a second. As Mom wrapped in his arms, imagining them taking a journey into time together, breathing passionate words of love into his ears. Like a bolt from the blues, his fingertips stroke softly throughout her hair with such divine affection and care. Frank's body, creating heat of passion, building within, emitting vibes that erupt deep down her gentle soul, and wrap her in his arms, imagining eternity. As he felt the smoothness of her skin, his mind fantasized as their bodies interlocked in the sea of emotions, creating much energy and passion, heating up deep down their souls. The response was too real for Mom to believe this is happening to him. I can see that from Mom's body language. She softly said to him, "Frankie, come and be lost within me forever. I feel myself being a part of you from the onset. That I dragged you into the car has been all about Frank inside my mind, and the seconds fleet into minutes, minutes ticking into hours, and the hours clicking into eternity. It's just a fantasy with such a wonderful design as we both float downstream to where we could be." He kissed her so passionately, holding out dreams of daring chances as I feel like flying on angel's wings with you. Frank whispered to her succulent ears, just as the cool morning breeze gathers where shadows will be at sunrise. He held her hands with lips locked in unison until they stroll into the path of scented bliss, till the dream ends in the terrestrial sky before the cock crows. Oh my goodness, I realize that I've actually been stooping all night in front of Mom's door, following every bit of their moves. I was lucky enough. It was a Saturday morning, and I dozed back to my room because my sleep was actually deprived of me by the 2 lovebirds. With the look of things, Mom seems to feel very much safe and cared for with Mr. Frank. Then I began to understand what the bone of contention may be in my parents' soured relationship. Mom really needed a man to care for her and treat her like a queen she is, and not business conference today, business meeting tomorrow. That fateful Saturday morning, I was woken up by the shouts and voices of grievances and anger. And I heard my dad's voice very clear, roaring like a lion, just as usual whenever he is scolding at Mom. I was getting confused more this time. Did I mistake Dad for Mr. Frank? Just as usual, I crept out of my room. This time, Mom's room was not locked. It was wide open. No, it can't be. I have never seen Mom and Dad in such atmosphere of emotions and bond before. When I came close to her room, I saw him. It was Dad. I greeted both, and of course, I didn't expect them to respond to my greetings anyway. They continued in exchanging words. Then I knew there is a fire on the mountain because Dad came back with an early morning flight. He said on getting to Australia, the meeting was held in a jiffy, and he had to make his way back to the state. Then I heard Mom screaming, "Go, go, go!" I'm tired and fed up with all these. It's over between us. That was how Mom and Dad got separated. Then, according to the law, I live with my mom till date believing that someday a miracle will happen and both of them will come together again. However, I love my parents. I just needed more. More care, more attention, more love, and more togetherness. Sincerely, when I see other kids together with their parents go on vacations, shopping, sports, and all that, I feel jealous. During my 16th birthday, I wished I could get all I wanted in my parents. The atmosphere was smiling at me as I blow out the candlesticks, standing in front of a gigantic cake with my both parents standing beside me. One on the left and one on the right, and then they both handed over something wrapped in a gift bag. What could it be? I thought aloud. Wow, it's a phone! I mean, 2 different lovely phones. What a birthday! Then the music was rolled, and I danced and danced in my Cinderella pink gown. Unfortunately, it was a dream. How I wish this is not a mere dream, but a reality. But I believe in dreams becoming reality. I believe it will come to pass one day. Oh yes, it is my birthday. How I wish it would be celebrated in a grand style. It is funny because when I turned 16, my mom promised to buy me a phone. I kept reminding her about that until one day a strange event that I couldn't understand. Something happened after turning me around a couple of times, and for my 16th birthday, my dad wanted to buy me a phone, but my mom never wanted to see me with him or allow him to do anything for me. Note that my mom is this type of independent woman. She insisted that she wants to buy it for me, and I was happy because finally I'm going to have my own phone. On my birthday, Mom did not throw any party around for me. All I got was an early morning pat on my back and whispering, "Happy birthday, my little angel. I promise I'm going to get your phone today." Wow! That sounds interesting, and trust me, I kept reminding her that day. "Mom, my phone!" On that day, I waited till evening. The waiting was too long. My mom keeps saying a bit later, but suddenly she asked me to dress up, of which I did, although she was acting as someone who was waiting for somebody until finally she got the call from a colleague which she was waiting for, and we head to shopping. I enjoy driving with Mom, so we went in her car. We passed the store where we should stop and buy the phone. "Mom, that's the shop," I said in excitement. Rather, she apologized that she needed to visit her colleague at the castle. As a child, there are things I don't debate with Mom. We arrive at the colleague's house, and it was a big house. I loved it. He had 3 cars and 2 dogs. Mom knows that I like dogs, so she said to me, "Tiffany, you play with the dogs, and I will get back pretty quick." "Yes, Mom," I responded. I started playing with Japs and Jade. As I was engrossed in the fun, after some time another man with a big black car entered the house, and then comes another one, and after 5 minutes, another one. I was wondering what is going on. My mom came to meet this colleague, and here are 3 more visitors in there, and I'm not seeing my mom coming out. So I decided to go inside, and upon approach, no one was in the living room. It was silence except the weird noise coming from far away, and it sounded like someone is clapping. One door was opened in one of the rooms, but all of the rooms were dark or less lighted, and I came closer and called Mom. No one answered, and then I came even closer, and the clapping sound started increasing. Clap, 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 and sometimes even faster, clap, clap, clap. And then I heard someone saying, "Yeah," and again, clap, clap, clap. And then I heard the voice of Mom saying, "Yeah, yeah, ah, you are good." Then she increased the speed of the exclamation. "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah! Oh, thank you, yeah, yeah, and finally, yes! Let's do it, I thought. This is a fight, or what's going on? At this moment, I called loudly, "Mom, are you okay?" Everything stopped, and they all get out saying, "Yes, let's do it. Congratulations." But then I asked Mom, what was that clapping noise? And all that she said was, I pitched them an idea for a startup business, and yes, they agreed to fund the project. But then one thing that got me thinking was the physical appearance of the 3 men. They were sweating profusely, looking like men that just engaged on a physical combat, sapped of all their energy with this post-ejaculation, their minds numbed down, tired, and walking slowly, gulping down some drink. Immediately we went to the store, but while we were going, I asked her what were those weird noises, and she said it was nothing serious. They were all excited. And yes, I know she was excited because when she got out from that room, she was a bit reddish in her face somehow, and her voice was cracky, because she really shouted so much. My mom also told me not to discuss what happened with anyone for any reason. I knew she was warning me about this because of my dad. He calls me every 2 days to know what's happening around Mom, and she also told me that this need to be kept secret forever. Forever? Why is she holding this event so tight? For me, I see no big deal in it. Oh, but I will adhere to her instructions. With my sense of curiosity, I also asked her, why are all her colleagues men? There is no other female amongst them except you. She responded that they couldn't make it that day, but would come in the next meeting. I'm glad that finally my mom is happy, and she's going to make her dream come true. And I've got a new phone. But what was weird is that my mom never started that business, and now we are almost 1 year from there. This also means that my phone is 1 year old, too. But I hope she will buy me a new one when I turn 17 next week. What do you guys think? What should I do so my mom will buy me a new phone? Please, like this video if you think it was not a business consultation. And leave a comment if you think it was something else going on.
How I milked my neighbor's goat in 10 minutes. Hi guys, I am KH Low, and if you ever met anyone crazier than I consider myself fun to be with it. You can actually get crazy with me. I would take up adventures simply because it was just an adventure. For reasons which I can't properly understand, I have always had a level of curiosity you don't get to see in most people you meet on a daily. Some say curiosity killed the cat. Well, for KH Low, curiously was her life wire. The very thing that kept her going. My curiosity always gave me something new to focus on and a direction in which I could channel my energy. I would swim through land or walk on water just to find answers about certain things that puzzled me, and trust me, I always had questions. My head seems to always question the reason why things were the way they were. The cause and effect of certain actions taken. This has made me learn by experience 1,000 ways things don't work. For instance, one time while I was just 3 years old, I got surprised when I closely observed that a newly wedded couple that was our next-door neighbor. I could tell her stomach of the wife was increasingly getting bigger than Mummy's own. This gave me quite a great bit of concern because Mummy was older than her and by default should have the bigger stomach. While I was still trying to put pieces together, I discovered that the size was no more as big as it was, but she now carried a child smaller than myself. I couldn't help it anymore, and so I walked up to Mummy, who seemed rather happy this woman was beating her to the belly race. "Mummy, from where did she get the baby?" I inquired. "She got it from within her," Mummy said. "Who put it within her?" I further asked. "Well, she has always had it within her, she just decided to bring it out now," Mummy replied, cleverly avoiding details that were not fit for a 5-year-old. I wasn't satisfied, and it was no new knowledge that I won't leave until my curiosity had been satisfied and my questions answered. How did she bring it out? Does she still have any more left in her? While Mummy was still figuring out a way of escape, I gave the final blow. "Can you bring out a baby for me now?" At this point, a dad who was amused and thrilled altogether by the uncommon intelligence displayed by me just like other times burst out laughing as he picked me up from the ground. "Yes, when Mummy is ready, she will bring out one," he said while passing her a naughty glance. Though my curiosity was still not satisfied yet, I had the promise of a baby which I eagerly now looked forward to, and so I let the sleeping dog lie. Children have a knack for imitating what they see others do. Well, KH Lowe was not your regular kid. If I wasn't imitating what I had seen, I was initiating what I had imagined. This lesson my parents learned very early, and so while great caution was taken when doing certain things while I was around, they equally paid close attention when I was on my own because I was always up to something. Fast forward to a year later and I had my 4th birthday party being celebrated. It was usually fun, and this time was no different. The colorful event had neighbors, friends, and well-wishers come over. While they sang the traditional happy birthday song, my eyes were fixed on the 4 lit candles which I was expected to blow out. And as you will rightly guess, I had questions. One of the reasons you would want to avoid my questions is because I usually paid attention to details others might pass on as insignificant. I won't say that I have a photographic memory, but I clearly remember that during last year's birthday celebration, I had just 3 wax candles to blow out. But now they were 4. One thing I find fascinating is the fact that I was never allowed to eat them. What in the world were candles doing on a cake when you are not allowed to eat them? Did they make the cake sweeter? Why were they now 4? I could have gone on a quest to get answers from Mummy and Daddy almost immediately. But it was my birthday party and they were all over the place, and I won't get the attention I needed. If I was going to get answers, I would have to find them myself, and so I began to hatch a plan. The taste of the pudding has got to be in the eating, so if you ever come around and get served something nice with candles in it, the whole credit shouldn't be given to Mum because your baby girl equally paid the cooking pot a visit. Standing in front of the mirror, I had never been more proud and excited. The holidays were over and today was resumption day. Mum and Dad would finally heave temporal sighs of relief as I'll be away from home for a few hours. I was already 16 and from all indications, I got wilder and more inquisitive with age. Mom had finally fulfilled the promise of bringing out a baby 2 times over. Keeping up with my siblings was not really going to be a difficult task. No, they already dealt with KH Lowe. Unlike me, my 2 siblings were just regular kids who were only intrigued by things they saw but lost interest immediately they saw something else. Yea, they were easily distracted, but it was going to be easy keeping them on a leash. I was quite popular in school. I don't really know how I do it, but it just seemed real easy making my presence felt. One way or another, KH Lowe would always happen. I had no issues making friends. If you could get crazy, then we could be besties. Teachers knew me for me. Quite a few had noted that they were always glad when rounding up a lesson. I asked questions that kept them on their toes. Don't get me wrong, even though my questions could seem and sound naughty, they didn't stem from a motive to cause mischief but from a desire to learn. If I have already painted the picture of a girl who always came out of every adventure decked in glory, then please accept my apology. Curiosity, like most things, has got its pros and cons, and for a girl who was always on the go, I got into some kind of trouble every now and then. Most times, they were life-threatening, and other times, they just simply created foes. I have had to be rescued from a fire incident started by me. A friend had to be rushed to the emergency room, all because she joined me in an expedition that didn't really come out as planned. In a church, at a party, in school, and everywhere KH Low has been. I have had an unfair share of being criticized more than celebrated. Whenever KH Low happened, it was really easy to see me as a kid without a proper home upbringing who was sore on the skin of everyone, especially her parents, but if I pull off a stunt that ends well. My parents were considered fortunate to have me in the family. We have had visitors come to our home at odd times. Some came to plead with my parents to keep me far from their children, others came to issue warnings to me right in front of my parents. Well, it never really bothered me the least bit. I always try to be KH Low, and there are times it's synonymous with danger and destruction or glory and fame. So when next you seem to envy me, just remember that there are always two sides to a coin. Like every other student, I did have certain subjects that easily appealed to me. One of which was biology. Each topic just gave me so many avenues for adventure. So now you can understand my excitement when the first teacher to step into the class was the biology teacher. She immediately had my attention when she announced that we were going to study the reproductive system of animals. No sooner had she said so did I find myself walking the part of a pleasurable memory lane. It all started at the end of last semester when our final topic was the human reproductive system and reproduction. I had listened with rapt attention as she explained the steps involved taken before reproduction can occur. This was really a bad time to become KH Low, but it was too late. I'm always KH Low. I then realized I was just like Mom and the neighbor. I equally had babies in me. Now it wouldn't hurt to bring out one, would it? Of course, now I know that it takes two to tango. I needed someone willing to tango. The holidays were around the corner and I didn't know if I could utilize it. A 3-day visit to Granny was all the opportunity I would get. It was actually a tradition for us to pay Granny a visit every end of the year. There we had our Thanksgiving as a family. We got to know some cousins who we'll never think about once we left. Grandma was not Granny in every sense of the word. She was a 75-year-old woman who still had the strength of a 50-year-old, and had always been an ardent advocate of morality and discipline. Arrangements were made when she turned 65 to get someone to assist her. But she vehemently opposed it. She hated to think of herself as being so vulnerable she would need a helper. A blow from arthritis at age 70 had her reconsidering her stance. This was when Dave was introduced into the scene. A grumpy 12-year-old who just sat around waiting for instructions. Not much is known about Dave's past except that he was the 5th child of a woman who had 6 children for different men. His mom lived a promiscuous life, and she took in for several men who either denied being responsible for the pregnancy or abandoned her to raise the kids alone, as some of them were already married with kids. This further led her into prostitution as a means of livelihood. She learned by experience that being a single mom barely had any advantage, as she was now plagued with a level of poverty so intense that the kids were neglected. When it became apparent that the income she generated through her trade was not going to be enough for her and the kids, she decided to initiate those old enough into one vice or the other. For the 2 girls who just became teens, she would often send them to spend the night with various men, and they would return with the proceeds by daybreak. They were quickly exposed to the lifestyle of sex and drugs. The boys were not spared either. Once they were old enough to run, she sent them out to the streets to go pickpocketing. The home quickly became an abode for criminals. While Dave turned 3 years, his mom sexually contracted a deadly disease and passed away. Now being orphaned at an early age, he was sent into the orphanage home pending when foster parents were willing to adopt him. Although the kind of lifestyle Dave experienced in his home was not really present at the orphanage was no kinder to him. The matrons placed over the children always diverted the funds and foodstuffs donated by well-meaning individuals and firms, and this caused the children to be malnourished and neglected to a great extent. The kids soon got used to the lifestyle of survival of the fittest. Bullying was a constant feature in the house, and it was no news when you heard that a kid had run away from the home. If brought back to the orphanage, the kid was made to face severe punishments just to make sure he never repeated the act. Dave ran away twice. The first time was when he was 7 years of age, and the second time was when he was about clocking 12 in 3 days. It was while my dad was at the orphanage making inquiries about the adoption process that he saw Dave being led back into the home. The look on the faces of other children suggested that Dave was in for a treatment he knew too well. There was just something about the whole scene that Daddy could relate to. Upon further inquiry about Dave, he saw so much of himself in Dave that he decided that he, Dave, fit the profile of the individual Grandma needed around. Of course, Dave would need to have some work done on him, but Dad was convinced Grandma was well suited to handle Dave. After all, she did a good job on him years back. And Dave was really no different. He was just going through the same things Dad experienced years ago. My dad was the first of 3 children, all from the same couple. He was the product of pure love between 2 couples. Unlike Dave, he knew his father and had the temporal privilege of enjoying a father's love. He was full of life until his father lost his life in a ghastly motor accident. At the age of 6, he had become fatherless. His mom tried all she could to fill up the space created by her husband. She took up multiple jobs and even turned down a couple of suitors who had proposed marriage because she felt that they might not totally love her kids. The demands of her jobs occasionally made her unavoidably absent from the life of her kids, and this began to affect them negatively. Dad soon becomes an object of ridicule in class. He was not spared the torments of bullies, and this further caused a decline in his grade. He gradually became a recluse, cutting off from the rest of the world when he still had a lot to offer. The kid who was once full of energy and positivity now battled with low self-esteem. He saw himself amounting to nothing and thought that he would die soon. A thought that he saw as a relief since it would put an end to his misery. Grandma often came home late at night and was always too tired to check up on how the day went for the kids. So it took a while before she noticed the mess she had made. She immediately began making adjustments by cutting down her work hours, visiting the kids in school twice a week, and spending more time with them at home. As soon as Dad started getting the reassurance of his mother's love, he began standing up to the bullies in school because he knew his mom would show up to his defense as she once did when she confronted a bully who regularly picked up on Dad. She reported the matter to the school authorities and the boy was suspended for a while. As time went by, Grandma rebuilt his confidence and self-esteem. She made him always seek something positive in any negative circumstance. Thanks to Grandma's resilience, Dad turned out great, and he knew she could do the same for Dave. Making our way to the front porch of Granny's house, we were greeted by the now 17-year-old Dave who, although was far from being a fine gentleman, was now so full of life. It was no surprise. Grandma's recipe had worked just as Mom and Dad said it would. It always worked. It worked on Dad and it helped shape him into a man very conscious of how limited time is. Although Dave was so eager to please everyone, it was the night before we left that I paid attention to him. I was actually keeping him at arm's length because there was really nothing about him that appealed to me. The house was finally crowned as uncles came with their families. This time you're alone, we had 5 babies added to the family. The rooms were filled up and the kids were made to share the same room with Dave. Deep into the night, you could hear the little babies crying in the other room, and while it kept me from falling asleep, everyone else had dozed off, or so I thought. The babies reminded me of the reproduction lessons we had had and my desire to explore. While I tried taking my mind off it, Dave sleepily crossed his hand over me, laying it on my belly. I made to brush his hand aside, but that became my undoing as it grazed the tip of my breasts. That sent a sweet tingling sensation running down my body, and I had to now move my body in a rhythmic fashion to ensure a repetition of body contact. Before long, I felt something rock hard poking and rubbing me. In no time I found myself guiding his hands down a warm, moist, and slippery path which felt so good. I then wondered why my teacher skipped the part where you find yourself on the moon. A shout from Grandma was what it took to end a journey that had barely begun. She had fallen down while making her way to the restroom. We were all surrounding her in no time, and she had to be rushed to the clinic where she was admitted for the night, and Mom and Dave had to stay with her. By morning, she was declared all right but advised to rest a lot. Dad picked up Mom, Grandma, and Dave from the clinic before taking us back home. I was really frustrated as I had some unfinished business. Standing on the porch and waving goodbye as Daddy drove off was Dave, who I was certain couldn't wait for the next Thanksgiving. I may not have completed this expedition, but it gave me a renewed passion to seize the opportunity when next it came. Wherever it came, back to the classroom, the lesson was delivered as expected. We specifically learned about the reproduction of a goat and how it breastfed its kid. The whole class was almost thrown into a frenzy at some point when the teacher mentioned that a kid wasn't the only one who took goat milk. Humans equally did. You could literally see the look of disgust on our faces. It was very difficult putting the pieces together. If we took the same milk the goats did, can we be called goats? Why don't we have the same horn they had? Why don't we walk on all fours just as they did? Why don't we bleat the same way they did? Can we eat the grass they ate and still stay healthy? The teacher very well knew that he had some questions to answer, but he wanted to keep us anticipating the next class, so he decided not to take questions today. I've never had the patience to wait for an answer. You either give it to me now or I get it now. I wasn't going to let this pass, and you could bet on it. I needed to know if I belonged to the family of goats. Immediately I got home, I headed straight for my laptop. It was one of the tools which aided me in fact findings. I started surfing the web looking for goats and answers. After a few minutes, it became clear. Humans actually consume goat milk, but it passed through processes that made it safe for us. Wow, I was glad I wasn't a goat. Curiosity further led me into watching how this goat milk was obtained. I watched the milking process. It looked very easy, and I knew that I could do it. I knew I would do it. This time, I won't need a partner. I only need a goat. For the very first time in a long time, I almost believed I had run out of ideas. How was I going to lay my hands on a goat? Every possible means seemed to have its own hurdle. I couldn't visit the zoo just to milk a goat. I couldn't suddenly ask Mom and Dad to get me a goat as a pet. We already had 3 dogs which regularly made messes I had to clean up while fuming with rage. They would definitely know that I was up to something, and I am not keen on bringing them in on my next point of gender. The only option remaining on my list happened to be Mrs. Coker, a neighbor whom I disliked. I may be overreacting, but she always seemed more creepy and less friendly to me. Her constant smiles wouldn't make me budge on my stance. She was a 40-year-old divorcee with a daughter my age, and rather than remarry, chose to surround herself with various kinds of animals for pets. Well, I doubt she had suitors who wanted to marry her. She looked like a goat and weighed like a cow, and although she didn't have suitors, she had cows. Goats, horses, dogs, chickens, and kittens. Her home was like a mini zoo, but if I ever get to milk a goat, it was going to be hers. There were stories of her past that we were not sure were false. Rumor had it that most of the women in her family didn't have stable homes. Her grandmother was a divorcee, and so was her mum. She grew up in a home that was filled with abuse. She had watched as mother always got in an argument with her father, who ended up beating her most of the time. Her dad soon began bringing other ladies into the house just because he claimed that his wife, who nags a lot, has refused to get intimate with him since they last had an argument. It was said that rather than try to make up with her husband, her mum now decided to return the favor by equally bringing men into the home just to have sex with them. She often paid these men, who were sometimes younger than her. Her husband decided to get a divorce from her when he once walked in on her making love with a man, and they were both naked. Mrs. Coker had seen all this, and it had quite an impact on her. She saw marriage as a thing to be dreaded. She made up her mind never to get married, but at the age of 25, she saw herself in the home of a widower who had proposed to marry her after she got raped and impregnated. Not wanting to face life alone with a child by her side, she reluctantly accepted, but things didn't work out as she thought. The widower was a man who refused to bring anything to the table. He just exploited Mrs. Coker. It was when he beat her up for refusing to give him the money she didn't have that she knew that she would be better off alone with her daughter. She divorced him and decided to start rearing animals as a means of dealing with the loneliness she felt. Mrs. Coker became a farmer who randomly shared her proceeds with the neighbors on weekends. She didn't have any mouth to feed except her daughter Meg, and so, you would often see them hand in gloves, going to families to distribute eggs, milk, or some dairy produce. She was loved by all except me, and whenever I was greeted by their smiles, I returned them with a scripted grin. Parents would sometimes drop off their children with them, and they took no small delight in teaching them practical agriculture. This was the part I wanted. Practical agriculture. Practically milking a goat, but if I was going to be a student, I would need to like the teachers, or at least pretend to. Her daughter took after her in looks and size, and eventually surpassed her mom. She looked like a goat, weighed like a cow, ate like a horse, and drank like a camel. In fact, it seemed as though anything she did was done in excess. An attitude that I found really offensive. In class, she ate in excess, laughed in excess, played in excess, and fought in excess. The only thing she never had in excess was good grades. You could say she failed in excess. At one time, she seized every opportunity to get close to me, but she wasn't the kind of friend I wanted. I love people who are crazy, not stupid. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and it was clear that I had to now extend a hand of friendship if I was ever going to get near the goats. Without wasting time, I started executing my plan the next day in school. It wasn't difficult finding an opportunity as I knew she always never did her assignments at home. She had to copy it from someone else in school. I was going to save her today. I gave her my book which she hastily took, and that began our friendship. While she saw me as an escape route to better grades, I saw her as the path that leads to the goats. This sudden relationship progressed at a very quick pace and she soon started coming over to our house so we could do the assignments which we were given in school. As you would rightly guess, I did the assignments, and just copied them. Before long, she became a regular visitor at our home, and although my mom and dad were very much surprised as everyone else was, they were not against the friendship as it meant we received more agricultural produce. You could call me a manipulator, but I was getting close to my goal. And besides, our relationship was mutually beneficial to everyone involved. I was helping her get good grades, and it was only fair she helped me get some good milk. Did I really like her personality? No, I didn't. Was she ever going to be more than access to milking the goats? I don't know. What happens to the relationship after I get the milk? I don't know. Time will tell. When I got to that bridge, then I would figure out how to cross it. Meg didn't show up in class on a Thursday and word soon got out that she had taken ill. On getting home, I informed my parents about it together. We all went to visit her. It turned out that she had caught a cold but it wasn't so serious. The doctor advised that she took out time to rest, and this meant that she had to stay away from the animals. We weren't the only ones who came visiting, but as her friend, I quickly made myself feel at home. The animals were yet to be fed that evening and I readily offered to help Mrs. Coker feed them. My parents left without me as I was still tending to the animals while Mrs. Coker received the visitors and tended to Meg. When it was time to leave, Mrs. Coker was very grateful that I came around as she was already too busy to tend to the animals. I told her it was no big deal. I was just being there for a friend. I promised to come by every day to check up on Meg and help feed the animals. My parents were really impressed with the attitude I displayed, and they commended me for it. I eagerly anticipated my arrival at the Coker farm residence. I was greeted by the ever-smiling farm owner, who couldn't hide her excitement at my arrival. I went to check up on Meg, who was observing a bed rest just as the doctor advised. I needed to bring her up to speed on what has been going on in school before I'll feed the animals. While I was discussing with Meg, her mom interrupted us, saying that she had to go down to the pharmacy to pick up the drugs the doctor prescribed for Meg. Immediately she left, I rounded up my session with Meg and headed straight for the animals. I quickly attended to the other animals but saved the goat for last. Upon finishing with the other animals, I realized that I had a few minutes before Mrs. Coker arrived and put a stop to my escapade. This was the moment I had been waiting for and I wasn't going to wait any longer. I quickly rushed over to the section where the goats were kept, and without much thought, I descended on the first goat I could lay my hands on. It seemed harder than I thought as I found it difficult to get the goat to release some milk. I was doing exactly what I had seen in the video which I watched, or so I thought. I finally reached a milestone in the 10th minute when the goat released a gluey substance. But my joy was short-lived after I examined the substance and it didn't look like the milk I had seen. Then I froze when I discovered that I was in a hurry that I forgot to check the gender of the goat. Oh my God, this was a male goat. I was mad. Have I come all this way for nothing? Did I unwillingly enter into a relationship with the Cokers all for nothing? Did I tend to the sick and had all her assignments done all for nothing? What was I going to do? Do I immediately start all over again? I knew it was not possible because Mrs. Coker was probably on her way back. I had ruined my opportunity to milk a goat, and I didn't know when next it was going to come. I didn't know when next Meg would fall ill, and her mom would leave her in my care to go and get drugs. Another thought seemed better. What if I just opened up to Mrs. Coker that I would love to milk a goat, that way? I would not have to be looking over my shoulders, or hoping that someone gets ill. Hey guys, what will you do if you were me? Would you continue with the friendship that you never really wanted? I would love to know your thoughts about it.
Thanksgiving Day. Hi, I'm Juliet. Today is Thanksgiving Day, but everybody is moody. We are all seated around the dining table, with no one taking the initiative to eat. Mr. Givenchy, the father of the twins, was asked to give us a top, but he instead went out to receive a mysterious call. Fred's head was on the dining table. Jake was not even seated in the dining. He was watching a drama series in the living room. The twins, Mya and Mia, were in disagreement for the first that I knew about. Nobody seems to be in the Thanksgiving mood. My parents, the Bradley, tried to lighten up the atmosphere, but no one seemed interested, especially when my dad started with his weird jokes. My mom was forced to ask him to keep shut. I was starving from the day's work, but I could not eat as well. I'm scared of the people would say. I work at the grocery store some miles away from home. I am trying to raise some money to help my parents since I will be going to college soon. I drop by at the grocery store every working day to take the afternoon shift. My boss, Mr. Durant, is a lovely old man. He is old enough to be my grandfather, but he owns a store. I don't think he is selling for profit. So far, so good. I have been an honest girl, and Mr. Durant had been a loyal boss. You're a good girl, he said a few months ago. He told me about how his previous employees had stolen his goods and money. That justified why he was reluctant when I came with my application letter. He was blunt. I don't need another employee, he said. I was persuasive because I needed the job, and too. After all, Mr. Durant needed help. I never knew he had diabetes until my second month into the job when I saw him jabbing himself with insulin at the thigh. I got the job at his place because I always rewrite the same application letter and drop it in his mailbox every day. He must have been tired of tearing papers. I should have considered other options, but I knew older adults are the nicest, and they don't like sacking young girls like myself. After a while, I saw a message from Mr. Durant, and he wanted me to come for an interview tomorrow afternoon. I branched at his place after school the following day, and there was no interview per se. Mr. Durant just took me around the store, and he told me where I could find the goods and showed me the restroom and other stuff. The store was quite more extensive than I thought. After introducing me to the store, he gave me a t-shirt. With Durant's Need Store written on it, he gave me an employee's badge with my name already inscribed. Welcome to Durant's place, he said and shook my hands. Everything was faster than I had thought. I was happy I got myself the job. I needed it so much, and now I was sure finances might not be a limiting factor when my admission came. I thanked Mr. Durant. He asked me to call him Joe now. Thank you, Mr. Durant, I replied. He smiled and said, well done. He gave me some laid-down rules. There were no rules, to be candid. He just wanted to make it as official as possible. Some of what he said was that nothing must miss unless they're stolen. I should show up as early as possible and leave by 9 p.m. I was okay with everything he said. Mr. Durant doesn't have to leave the store, and his home is just behind the store. There is this door at the end of the store. I had never entered his place, and I have no reason to because Mr. Durant spends almost the whole day in the store. He only goes into the bath and changes his clothes. After working with Mr. Durant for a month, he awarded me the Employee of the Month. Who else will he give it to? I am the only one that works there. After awarding me, he let me know that I was the only person he had presented with the award. He had never awarded any other person, not once. My diligence convinced him. I was proud of myself. After working at Mr. Durant's, I found out that it wasn't as easy as I had believed it to be. A sales rep in a store at the center of the town is as busy as a bank in the city. I got tired after every day. I wonder how Mr. Durant had been coping. Even with the stress, I have been punctual to date. I gave it all my best because I didn't want to lose the job, and more so, I received tips from the customer. Some made mention that I am pretty faster in responding to them compared with Mr. Durant. You can't blame the older man, and it is normal for him to be slow at that age. I was the best help Mr. Durant could get. From then, he had been rewarding me with the award to date. It is not a big deal, and I had a cartoon full of the awards at home. There is no place to hang them anymore in my room. I am tired of the award now, and I had already lost count. He cooked for himself and me most of the time. I don't take supper at home anymore because I would have eaten at Mr. Durant's until this night, the night of Thanksgiving. Mr. Durant had traveled to his son's place the day before and left me in charge since we were now on holiday. I was reluctant to go home because something had happened, and home wasn't as fun as it was when my mom's younger sister, her husband, and the twins had come to spend the holiday with us. Jake and Fred, my younger brothers, were not the best hosts. Mr. Durant's store is the perfect excuse for me not to go home until late in the night. Once I got home, I said my greetings and straight to my room. That had been the norm until this night.
I am regretting coming home already, and I should have gone to Hope's place.
Hope is my one and only friend. Her place is just 3 houses away from Durrant's Neat store. She visited the store often, even before I became Mr. Durrant's employee. Now that I work there, it gives her more reason to come. She does come to help me with sales and keep my company at the same time. The effort potentiates my productivity. For more reason, Mr. Durrant is fond of me. I usually go to her place to do my assignment and science project before heading home. But that wasn't the case tonight. I just wanted to go home and eat. I was so hungry. I would have gotten myself a box of cereals and milk if not for the mom said, "Today, we eat together like a big family." My dad is not a fan of association, but I don't know what my mom had fed him that night. He was so optimistic about eating together. I knew for sure, and this dinner was to solve the taboo the family just found out. I wasn't aware of what had happened, and I wanted to eat. Is that hard to ask for? Jake, who was the youngest, is the weird one in the house. I don't understand how he pretended nothing was happening in the house. He wasn't interested in the family dinner, and nobody could convince him into it, not even Dad. Sometimes, I love to be like him, but I am not just capable of doing such things, maybe because I am feminine. That night, I was holding the fork but couldn't touch my pie since Mr. Givenchy had found himself a reason to leave us at the table. I need something to make me leave the table. I was not involved in the mess, and I still wonder why my stomach had to suffer for it. I looked at Jake, whose head was still on the table. The boy would love to disappear. At the same time, I was in the kitchen with Mum when I went to get myself a box of cereals before she stopped me. She told me that Jake had not left him since morning. I was sorry for him because he was my younger brother. I tried advising him about his attitude with women in the past, but he always says he knows what he is doing. Now, he understands he doesn't know anything, and he has no idea. My pity for him soon changed to anger because he is the reason why I can't eat this night, and can't leave the table in my room and do something else before I sleep off. Thanksgiving night soon became a confusing night at our place. Thanksgiving night in my house is not the day to give thanks. I had longed for this night, and this is the only day I get to eat pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin pie, and it is my favorite. I had made plans with Mum on how the pie must look. Pie looks like I had planned with Mum, but I might not eat it. Mrs. Givenchy, my mum's sister, is absent-minded. For sure, she's seated, but you can quickly tell she's not with us. It is embarrassing for her. She had lost her face, her daughters had embarrassed her, and Mr. Givenchy is not understanding. Why did this have to happen? It concerns me, but right now, I want to fill my stomach. This is a fundamental cause for the family, but I can think of the pumpkin pie that I can't eat in front of me. Mia and MY were the most confused individuals in the room. They had lost their face. The two are sitting at my two sides, but I am avoiding looking at their face. I feel uncomfortable. They are my longed-for cousins, and now we have met, but we can't enjoy the time. I know we might not see again. Mr. Givenchy will do everything to stop them from coming. They won't want to come even if they are permitted to do so. This family is messed up already. Jake and I are the two with no compromised personalities among the family members. Jake is not concerned about the whole event, but I want to eat. My dad was cracking some stupid jokes before my mum shut him up. Now, he just placed his head in his palm. My dad is not the quiet one, but now he is as quiet as the graveyard. No one made a noise. Our dinner had not been this silent until today. I didn't know what had happened, and Mum didn't say much. But Jake hinted to me about the uproar while I was busy working at Durrant's place. How I wish he didn't update me. I would have lackadaisically eaten the meal. Before anyone could stop me from eating, I would have gulped a few slices. But now my hunger is mixed with emotions. Jake was not emotional at all, and the guy was enjoying his time. He has always been the bad boy of the house, but today it is his time to prove that there is a worse. How I wish I should just stay in the store, sleep there perhaps. While at the dining table, my mind went back to the event at the store earlier today. A customer came to buy a couple of goods. He took some extra stuff and tucked them in his jacket's pocket. He got to the counter and placed all the goods in the cart on the table. I gave him the price for the goods, then I asked him for the rest. "Your money is $60, sir. Will you be paying for the rest of the goods?" I asked, "Which other goods are you talking about?" He laughed in return. I replied calmly, "The ones in your jacket's pocket. I can help you get them out if you don't mind, and I will love it if you respect yourself, sir," I said, calmly proud of myself. The people in the queue had started looking at the man with a funny face. "Oh, He said I had almost forgotten, he said as he brought out the stuff. The people in the queue applauded my sharpness. Little did they know that there were CCTVs at every store corner. I grinned at their ignorance. Mr. Durant will be proud of me for that. More than that, I am proud of myself. Juliet. A voice snapped me out from the only thing I had enjoyed since I had gotten home. Why are you smiling? Mrs. Givenchy asked. Who is the boy? She asked again. Which boy? I responded, quite shocked with the questions. The boy you're thinking of that is making you smile, she replied. You are old enough to have a boyfriend, so don't be ashamed, she continued. So, your two daughters are also old enough to screw one guy. I said to myself, that would have been a very nasty thing to say, and my mom won't be pleased with that. I responded to her views by just smiling. She smiled back. Just a call from Hope or Mr. Durant will be appreciated at this point in time. I don't know how to cook a lie. My mom knows I don't have any science projects to do since I had finished them 2 weeks ago. I should have gone camping. I didn't go because Hope said it would be boring. She said the last year's camp she attended was nothing to write home about. It was a total waste of her time. I should have gone anyways because Mr. Durant said he did not mind giving me the 2 weeks off, but considering Hope's experience, I changed my mind. Now, I am stuck in a Thanksgiving drama, and I am forced to play a significant role. While I was lost in my thought, Mr. Givenchy had finally returned from receiving his call. That was my boss, he said. To be precise, our company is planning to have a branch somewhere in Africa, Nigeria. And I will be heading the project, he rejoined. That was a piece of good news, but it wasn't enough to clear the cloud at the dining table. My dad congratulates him and wishes him the best of luck, and I do so myself. His wife pecked him. Leah, MYA, and Fred can't even say a thing. It was apparent the twins are happy for their dad's achievement but could not say a thing because of their current position on things, while my little brother still has his head on the table. I haven't seen his face since I got home. He has been in that position forever. Is he crying, or he is just ashamed? Pumpkin pie is not really his thing. That is, there are a few bowls of noodles on the table. He can't eat them anymore, too, because they would have been cold. Oh, that reminds me what time it is. I raised my head up to check the wall clock hanging on the wall towards the living room. I can't believe my eyes, it is just 10 minutes to 10. So, I have been at this table for just 20 minutes. It looked like 3 hours to me already. Why is the time so slow? How can I get myself away from the mess I am finding myself in? I looked at Jake. He seems to be enjoying himself. His eyes are glued to the TV, and sometimes he presses his phone. I would have loved to press my phone now, too, only that Mom said, no phone at the dining. I sighed. Everybody looked in my direction, but no one said a thing. It is normal to sigh at this moment. That has been the most common means of communication since I got back from work. The only person found laughing is Jake, and no one can tell him to stop. Not even Dad. He is on a league of his own. He had been the different one among us since he was little. He has no regard for Fred and me until recently. He fought a lot at school and does not care about the principal reports of him. He loves to be alone. You can't enter his rooms unless you get his knocking code right, not even Dad. Mom is the only one left out of that criterion. He loves his privacy. He feels like he does not really fit in with the family, and that everyone does not really like him. I will look like that if you're always the subject at every family meeting. He is used to being left alone, and today, no one can force him to join the awkward family moment. I never wished to be in his shoes for once, but today I would have appreciated it. The pumpkin pie is cold, the bowl of noodles is cold, and Mr. Givenchy is still yet to say his remark on Thanksgiving Day. Fred is still yet to raise his head, and my mom and her sister are ready to clear the table. No Thanksgiving right on Thanksgiving night, I said to myself. I should have bought a few burritos before heading home. I didn't because I am saving for college. No, here I am, no food nor happiness on a Thanksgiving night because my aunt, her husband, and the twins came visiting. This is the worst Thanksgiving ever, and all blame to the twins and Fred. I am not involved in this mess, and I don't want to. I don't even know how it started, although Fred hinted to me about the progress. I warned him, but he neglected my warning because he wanted to satisfy his urge. Urge satisfied, mess showed up. What a night, isn't it? Hope had said she would call me. I am here expecting her call, but maybe the girl is enjoying herself, or the babe had slept off. The girl can sleep a lot. When we were in elementary school, we were asked to say our hobby, I remembered saying mine was playing video games. I am no more a fan of video games. But my friend said her hobby is sleeping. Every other kid laughed at her. She was really ashamed of herself. But before the day ended, my friend still slept in class. That is my hope for you. Ah still enjoys sleeping to date. Maybe that is why I am her only friend. We both don't have the luxury of time to share. We are a perfect fit for each other. She sleeps a lot, I work a lot. I helped my mom and her sister clean up. Since no one was eating and really cared about the food, I took some slices. And I headed straight to my room, leaving my mom and her sister to wash the dishes. With what happened, I expected my mom and her sister to resolve it with a big argument, but it seems nothing can come in between the two sisters. Good for them, unlike my siblings, a small toy can be a good reason for them to exchange blows. My dad and Mr. Givenchy are outside talking like a man to man. I am in my room upstairs, looking at them below. I was checking on them to avoid all kinds of havoc. If their men's talk turns to punch exchange, I can quickly call upon their wives to resolve it. Now, I have all the time for myself. I have the piece of pumpkin pie I had been craving, and I can now chat with my phone. I opened my phone, and I saw 2 messages from Hope. What? I didn't notice the notification sound. Oh, my phone is still silent. It is late already, and I can't go out anymore. I enjoyed the pumpkin pie. I need to get myself a cup of fruit juice. I went downstairs to the kitchen. I got myself the juice. Mom and her sister are still enjoying each other's company. Fred is now in the living room with his phone. I guessed he is working on his video blog. Jake is still busy with the drama series that will end in less than an hour. Mia and MYA are reading a book. Everyone seems to be minding their business. Jake saw me and came close to me. He sipped part of the juice and followed me to my room. This is funny, Jake has never entered my room, and neither had I entered him since his 10th birthday. It has been 5 years since then, and now he wanted to enter my room. Of course, he's always welcome. He's my little brother. We entered the room, and he asked me, "Are you interested in knowing what happened?" He asked, "Haven't you told me already?" I responded, "You really need to know some parts," he said as if he was about to tell me a mystery about the ancient world. This is what had caused the moody Thanksgiving celebration at the dining table earlier this night. Fred is just 17, though, although he is just 11 months younger than me. We are kind of close, but not one of us is close with Jake, who does things differently. Fred opened up quickly to me until when puberty started setting in, we got ashamed of sharing some physiological changes with one another. I got closer to Mom since she is of the same gender as me while he found comfort in the arms of Dad. I started experiencing puberty changes before he did. We first noticed my sudden increase in the breast. Before I didn't mind wearing panties with Fred around, then I stopped. I told my mom that it is normal for me to experience such change. She said I am becoming a woman. I don't want to become a woman, I usually tell myself then. Then a few weeks after, Menard showed up. Then, I needed to start using the pad and the likes. Fred was in my room when he had his first wet dreams. Had he been fantasizing about me? That increased our distance. We soon saw those changes as usual, and we reunited. Fred respected my privacy, but he didn't care about his. To date, he is the only person that opens his door. You don't have to knock before entering. He is a simple boy, to be honest. As Fred grew, his urge increased. He started experimenting with different things. He started clearing his web history for no reason in particular. I wanted to ask him about that, but I later found out that he had been doing the guy's thing. That wasn't enough, he started getting laid. Although he hasn't brought any girl home yet, I noticed his game with other girls since we are in the same class. And Hope once told me that Fred had approached her, but she declined because of our friendship. Hope has been a good friend. She is the most decent girl in the class. I am not as decent as I look, but I draw lines. I believe Fred has had enough of the schoolgirls. He is still a cool-headed boy. I think that is what the girls fall for. Nobody really shares his stories at school. All he has done are in secret. Sometimes, he told me about some of his fish. Fred started venturing into online sexing and sex chatting. He met several ladies, younger or older, that are not interested in a serious relationship like him. They just want to get laid until their classmates expect a relationship. While on his course The Web Dating, he met a girl with 2 personalities. He told me about the strange girl that can be naughty today and calm tomorrow. I told him to step out of that relationship, that the lady might be playing with his feelings. Do I look like I have any feelings? He would ask, "That's true, you can be getting laid every week with your feelings attached." He just satisfied his unsatisfiable urge. He told me that what really attached him to that lady was that she looked like my doppelganger. I checked for myself and realized the lady looked like me. He traveled to meet the lady, and he got laid, mission completed. But this time, he wanted to get more. That was when it became real. This time the lady wasn't talking naughty as the first time, and he didn't really enjoy it. He told me everything. I could say that the lady might not be in the mood since I am not experienced. This morning, my mom told us that his sister and her family would be coming to celebrate Thanksgiving with us. I had seen the sister but had never seen her husband and the twins. We were all anticipating the coming of our cousins. I left for Mr. Durant's store for the day's job while my brothers helped arrange the house for the comfort of our guests. I closed the store by 9:09 p.m. sharp and took a taxi home rather than trekking as I am used to. I got home. My mom was moody yet preparing for the feast. The house was unnecessarily quiet. Then, Jake just me that the girl Fred had been meeting recently is twins and they are our cousins. How can this be resolved? How did they find out? Do you know how?
Hi guys, I am Tracy. Please, make my story animated. How freelancing and working online has been pissing me off. Hi guys, I am Tracy, and I recently got into freelancing after losing my freedom. I was born into a family of 4 which were made up of my father, my mother, my brother, and me. My parents were very wealthy people who co-founded a tech company, Zenit. The company was worth an estimated amount of $300 billion and was comfortably seated as number 5 in the top 10 global tech companies. It was said that Rome was not built in a day, and neither was their company. My parents made it mandatory that every staff who worked for them in the company or at home was well acquainted with that fact. Zenit was born out of hard work, self-denial, and persistence, and they were not going to let people who lacked these qualities ruin the company. My dad had a background you would not envy. He never knew his parents because he was left at the doorstep of the orphanage home by an unknown lady. Life seemed unfair to him as the orphanage was no place to raise a proper child. However, fortune smiled on him when at the age of 2, he was adopted by the Freemans. Mr. and Mrs. Freeman had been married for 8 years without a child. They went through every medical procedure available at the time, and it was during one of those procedures that it was discovered that Mr. Freeman was sterile, and his wife, who had suffered from fibroid in the past, now had a damaged womb. The news came as a rude shock to this young couple, but they soon picked themselves up and decided to face life with every ounce of positivity. This led them to the adoption home, where they were soon enchanted by this cute little boy whom no one knew much about. All legal requirements were met, and this 2-year-old boy was taken home. A celebration was made to receive my dad, and people came to congratulate the Freemans. My dad was renamed Trevor by the Freemans, who loved him in no small way. Although the Freemans were not wealthy, they lived a comfortable life, and taking care of my dad was never a problem. Life treated my dad very fine until tragedy struck the Freeman family 3 days to his 18th birthday. The Freemans were returning from a picnic when they were robbed at gunpoint. The robbers equally made away with their life, and my dad, who was with them, sustained 2 gunshots to the chest. Luckily, he survived but had now become orphaned once again. My dad, who was now 18 years of age, couldn't go back to the orphanage, and so he began life as an independent adult. The Freemans left only enough to see him through high school, and so he had to take up several odd jobs in college just to make ends meet. It was while he worked as a cleaner in a restaurant that he met Patricia, the woman who would be his future wife. Patricia was a young, industrious woman who was getting set for college. She had parents who could fund the bills, but she wanted to gain financial independence from her parents, so she resorted to taking several jobs to generate money. She was a worker in the same restaurant as Dad, but Dad had been employed before she came seeking employment. Dad was assigned to teach them how to handle certain equipment, but it turned out she was no learner, as she had already worked 3 jobs before then. It was during this time that learned that my dad was already in the college which she was preparing to attend. This further drew them together, and they soon found themselves falling for each other. Dad was the first to make the move. He was thrilled by the fact that Mom, who had parents who could foot her college bills, still chose to work. She was different from other ladies. One time when she was cleaning the storage room, she tripped over a bucket and was headed straight for the floor. But Daddy's timely intervention saved the day. He had caught her before she could hit the floor, and while she was still searching for the words to say thank you, he quickly rewarded himself with a kiss. The kiss was all the trigger she needed, as she immediately pulled him close and started reaching for his buttons. She cared less if someone walked. Dad had lit a flame in her which needed to be put out. This was the birth of something that would last for a lifetime. Their relationship blossomed. Mummy often supported Dad with the little savings she made. While she was a freshman in college, Dad was a year ahead of her. But it was not an issue. Although they lived apart, she would sometimes spend the weekend at his place, so he could assist her with some school work. They inspired each other, but I think Mom inspired him more. She was always thinking ahead. It was in Dad's final year, after the school failed at the implementation of digitized courses, that she suggested they start up a technological firm that would offer both hardware and software solutions to individuals and firms. Although this idea had great potential, they both knew it required the kind of capital that they didn't have, but were determined to try. All the same, so while Dad graduated and sought funds, a Mom who was now in her finals drafted up the structure of the organization. Upon Mom's graduation, Daddy proposed, and 6 months later they were married on a very simple occasion. Having made their union official, they resolved all the more to make sure that they succeeded. This made them take the decision not to have children until certain things were put in place. For a company that was just in its infancy and lacked a physical location, they found it very difficult getting clients even though the competition was very little. They made and distributed business cards that only drained the little capital at hand. They tendered business proposals that were meant to create partnerships with several institutions, only to be turned down over and over again. Their breakthrough finally came when a friend of her dad who ran a private college institution needed some supplies and installation. This marked a turning point in their career, and they have consistently worked at the development of the firm. 3 years after their first major business deal, Mom and Dad decided it was time to make babies, and upon their first trial, they had twins. My brother and I, that was all the kids they were willing to have. My brother took after my parents. He always sought independence from infancy. He would rarely allow anything done for him even though we had staff at home who were there to attend to our needs. This greatly pleased my parents. They saw his attitude as a statement that he didn't take their efforts for granted. My mom saw much of her in him. She knew this boy could survive even without his parents' wealth and influence. I, on the other hand, gave them great concern. I was the direct opposite of my brother, and who it was that I had taken after, they couldn't tell. My parents were both hard workers who never allowed their wealth to negatively affect the way they related with people. So they couldn't understand whose gene flowed in me. I was the definition of laziness. Over time, I had perfected the art of laziness that if you didn't want something done, just give it to me. I enjoyed the privileges I had. I was bossy to the staff around, and I loved doing my thing in my own time, which I never had because I was busy doing nothing. If I had my way, I would compel someone to spoon-feed me, bathe, and clothe me. The only relief my parents had was the knowledge that I wasn't too lazy to breathe. Yeah, it was that bad. Unlike my brother, I always exhausted my monthly allowance before the week ran out. My grades were not so bad. At least they were not the worst in class, but neither were they as good as that of my brother who always came top of the class. At 16, we were both in our final year in high school, and our parents were throwing a party to celebrate the company's 20th anniversary. Several renowned people in the society would be there. Top politicians were among the special guests of honor. It was a week before the party that our parents informed my brother and me that we would be given the opportunity to each present a 20-minute speech before everyone present. This speech would feature which career path we had chosen, and how it would directly or indirectly influence the growth of the company. They, however, failed to inform us that the audience would be allowed to ask us questions based on what we had said. It was a day I didn't look forward to, but I knew that I wasn't ready to have my monthly allowance denied me because I let my parents down. The day finally arrived. As expected, it was colorful and everything was put in place to ensure that the event went according to plan. As expected, the high and mighty were there. The anniversary was being aired live, and so everyone was expected to be their best. Things moved smoothly until it was time for the children of the founders of the company to make their speech. We had to submit our written speeches 15 minutes before we were called up to make them so that they could be duplicated and distributed to the guests. My brother was up first. He said he had long decided to take a career path in software programming, so that way, he could work in the company, become directly involved in writing software programs which the company could sell to generate funds. As expected, there was applause from the crowd, and a guest asked what inspired him to take a path in line with the family business. We all listened as he said that he got passionate about the family business over time as he saw how dedicated my parents were towards the growth of the company. This inspired him to take steps that would prolong the legacy of the family long after my parents were gone. This response further evoked applause from the crowd. You could see my parents swelling with pride. It was now my turn to impress everyone, especially my parents. My brother had made them proud so many times, and I was prepared to make this my first. And the world who were watching would see just how great the kids of the great tech company were. I started my speech by telling them that the company which they had gathered to celebrate was not just founded as a means out of poverty, but its primary aim has always been to make humanity better, bring us closer, and then make life easier. Zenit was founded to bring a digital solution to the digital problems, both hardware and software which existed then and still does now. I made them understand that money was just a byproduct of the solution, and that's why Zenit had made so much of it even though it was never the chief aim. I further stated that my choice of career did not stem from the desire to amass wealth, but it came from the philosophy of my parents' company, which was to bring solution in every legitimate means possible to every aspect where humanity greatly suffered, which was why I would be going into politics. And although it had no direct relation to the family business, I was going to help defend the interest of citizens, thereby creating a legacy which had its roots in my parents' legacy. And whenever I am spoken of, people will agree that I was the personified legacy of my parents in the government. I marveled at the things I said, but my parents were more stunned. This was a part of me that they had never seen, thought about, or dreamt of. They didn't seem to mind the fact that I had just told the world that I wasn't going to be directly involved in their business. What mattered to them was the fact that I was going to use my life for something meaningful and productive. I never saw coming what happened next. A standing ovation from everyone almost led to my collapse. I never knew I could say what I had just said. This was my moment of glory, and I was going to bask in it. After the applause had died down, the wife of a serving senator asked a question. She wanted to know why a freelancing company was thanking me for patronizing them and hoped to do business with me again. I felt stupid. I was stupid. I had employed the services of a freelancer to help me prepare a script, and when it was delivered to me through my email, I just printed it out. I had about a week to go through it, but I was too lazy to do so, otherwise I would have noticed the message of gratitude at the bottom right of the paper. I bowed my head in shame as I walked off the platform and made straight for my room. I had embarrassed my family in front of the whole world. How my parents handled the rest of the night I could not tell, but I know that the party ended rather quickly, and on a sad note too. The next day, newspaper headlines and television channels made matters worse. It was a field day for journalists, who were paid by rival companies to spread the news that the daughter of the giant tech firm called Zenit was a scam. My parents' company temporarily lost investors at a fast pace. The company's board of trustees was made up of 6 shareholders. My dad, my mom, Mr. Jack, Mr. Kent, Mr. Roberts, and Mr. McCarthy. My dad had 20% shares, my mom had 20%, and the rest of the board members each had 15% shares. Mr. Jack had been a shareholder in the company for over a decade. He was in my dad's class back in school, and they both graduated the same year. He initially ventured into the same line of business when he saw how the company was making rapid progress. His startup company did well at the initial phase because he had the means to raise the capital needed at its inception and few human connections, which gave him little influence. However, my parents' company had already established its own presence in the market, and it soon became very clear to Mr. Jack that his company lacked what it took to make it. While realizing that his company was on the verge of collapse, he then decided to approach my parents for a merger. My parents accepted the merger, but it only got him a 15% stake in the company. That way, his clients became that of the company, and it further led to the growth of the company. He became disturbed when investors began pulling out in droves. Mr. Kent was a multi-millionaire who initially made most of his wealth from agriculture. Agriculture was his life. He was deeply committed to farming that he saw marriage as a distraction. Although he wasn't married, he had a son from a harlot, and he raised him on the farm in the hopes that he would take over someday. He had various ranches scattered all over the country. He was strategic about his business, and he only made friendships that greatly favored his business. He became a shareholder in Zenit 5 years ago, so he could use the income generated to further invest in his agricultural business. As you would guess, he found the thought of losing investors a hard pill to swallow. Mr. Roberts was fondly called Rob, and as it suggests, he was a robber. Mr. Roberts was a gambler who owned a popular casino that was situated in almost every state in the country. Sought opportunities in everything. He offered help only when saw an opportunity to exploit. He never put his money where there was no chance of multiple returns. He has been a shareholder with the company for 5 years simply because he saw it as good business. As a gambler, he knew it was time to pull out when the company started losing investors. As for Mr. Mackenzie, he had been with the company for over 15 years. He was not just a shareholder, but he was a staff at the company who genuinely wanted the success of the company. He was one person my parents always appreciated having around because of his sincerity and integrity. He had a real estate company he co-founded with his wife, but he left her to manage it while he worked for my parents at Zenit. He was the only one who was concerned not just for the money and investors who were leaving, but for my parents' legacy too. It was his concern for the company that made him call the attention of my parents to the fact that the other investors were thinking of selling their shares to the chairman of the company's rival, Mr. Pablo. Mr. Pablo founded a rival company called Apex. He was a man who was known to delve into every kind of business that brought in money, and it didn't matter how. Rumors had it that his tech company called Apex was only an umbrella that covered his dirty line of businesses that gave him the major part of his wealth. He was rumored to be into drugs, human trafficking, and every kind of illicit business you could think of. He always found a way to evade the law. He was a 3-time divorcee who was repeatedly accused of domestic violence. He had children that he couldn't account for. His hatred for my family and our company began 5 years ago when a client whom he had supplied inferior products to had he taken to court, and the client ended up seeking my dad's services. Mr. Pablo claimed that my dad was responsible for everything, and ever since he constantly sought ways to get back at us. He finally got his opportunity when I messed up, and he tried buying the shares of the major stakeholders of my father's company. So that way, he could take over our company. When my parents learned that Mr. Rob had already sold his share to Mr. Pablo, my dad quickly bought that of Mr. Kent, while my mom bought that of Mr. Jack. This quickly aborted the plan of Mr. Pablo, who would have to wait till when next I opened another window of opportunity. It was 3 weeks later, after my dad had sued the journalists who had spread the lies about my parents trying to use their kids to manipulate people into investing in the company, that they confessed to being paid by no other than the Apex chairman, Mr. Pablo. My dad wasted no time in taking him to court, and it was then all the terrible deeds he had been involved in began coming to light. Families and individuals who couldn't get justice in the past against Mr. Pablo were now coming forth to testify against him with heartbreaking evidence. There was no escaping from Mr. Pablo this time around. The judge ruled against him. He was sentenced to life in prison and made to forfeit all his assets to the government, who will use them to compensate his victims. The court equally ruled that the shares he had bought in our company will be forfeited to the company, who would then distribute it to its shareholders. There was a buzz in the whole country. The next day, newspapers carried the headlines, "The Apex Predator is gone." They labeled my family as the heroes of society, who helped the voiceless masses get justice. Some said that it was the window of opportunity that I created that led to the downfall of Mr. Pablo. This caused investors to rush back in, and they were so much that the company had to turn down hundreds of them. In the space of 2 months, the company witnesses a 300% growth. It was clear I had almost ruined their legacy. They ignored me for the period when they were trying to clear my mess while thinking about the kind of punishment I deserved. I knew an apology would do no good, as I had apologized too many times without making a change, so I patiently waited for the inevitable. My punishment came in a way I never expected. I had the staff assigned to me all withdrawn from me permanently. My allowance was off. I had to eat whatever was on the menu for that day. To crown it all, I had to take up a freelancing job in writing. The very thing I had used to embarrass the family. I was made to undergo a 2-month writing course, so I could be taught what I needed to know about writing articles, scripts, speeches, and whatever it was that I would be writing. 2 months went rather fast, and I was now ushered into a world of excruciating torture and pain. Yes, work for me was torture and pain. Since it was a freelancing job, I was made to work from home. That way, I was constantly monitored. There was just no escaping it. I could only spend the money I earned. No sooner had I begun before I discovered how difficult freelancing was, especially when you were working remotely. I had a hard time getting hired even though I joined multiple freelancing platforms. In every platform I joined, there were already professionals who had years of experience and a very attractive portfolio, so clients would always choose them over one who was a novice and just starting. It took me about 3 months before I was eventually contacted by a prospective client who backed out after stating that I lacked the needed experience to handle his project. The next prospective client, who almost awarded me his contract, became skeptical after she checked my profile and discovered that I was the infamous daughter of the owners of Zenit. It was frustrating. Really, really frustrating. I got lucky when a 14-year-old student contacted me. He wanted me to write a 10,000-word essay on a topic that I was needed to research before I could write it. I was ecstatic. I knew I had hit a gold mine. A 10,000-word essay was going to pay me just enough money to enjoy a bit of luxury. It had been almost 6 months since I last spent money the way I wanted, but after this gig, I knew things would temporarily get better. He needed it in about a week, and even though I never saw the possibility of having it ready in 2 weeks, I wasn't going to watch this money pass me by. So I told him I could have it ready then. I got mad when he told me that he was only able to pay $10. $10? What in the world would I do with $10? When I was still on a monthly allowance, I had usually spent $200 in a day. And yet it wasn't even enough. How can I now spend 7 days working just for $10? I quickly ended the conversation. I was now very frustrated. It had been a while since I last spent money on myself. I couldn't go to my brother for help as he was already forbidden from giving me money or helping me out with my work. Out of desperation, I quickly accepted an offer of $30 from a client who wanted a 20,000-word essay on global warming. He needed it in 4 days and demanded that I sent him the progress at the end of each day. I had always hated routine, but for the sake of $30, I had to keep up. I never liked being bossed around. No, I was used to giving orders. This new development was one that I wasn't going to get used to anytime soon. It took me an additional 3-day period to complete the project, but on the 7th day, I discovered that he had already requested that the platform call off the contract, which was in escrow, due to my inability to meet up on the 4th day. I had just wasted 7 days of my time, and I could not take it anymore. By my own estimation, I had suffered enough. I knew that the only way out of this was if my parents lifted the ban. My family had regained the love, respect, and admiration of the masses because the apex predator was now behind bars where he would be spending the rest of his life. And I had a part in that. I thought it was only fitting that my parents restored my lost glory. I made up my mind to speak to them about it for the first time since I began serving punishment. I hadn't bothered pleading with them when they dished out my punishment, because I knew I had messed up, and felt guilty about it. But all I felt now was frustration and more frustration, so I decided to speak to plead with my parents. I walked up to them immediately after they got back from work. I had barely begun stating my frustration when the tears rose from within me. Although you could barely hear what I was saying as my words were now mixed with tears. My mom and daddy perfectly understood the situation. But to my amazement, they just stood there smiling. They didn't show any sign of sympathy. It seemed as though they enjoyed my misery. Well, I guess they would because I had caused misery too. I was only getting served with what I deserved. When I discovered that I had not allowed them to say something yet, I quit talking but continued sobbing. By now, I had already created a scene, and the whole staff in the house just watched and enjoyed the drama. I knew that they would be glad to see me cry. After all, I had made life almost unbearable for them all. Each one of them had a tale of woe that I had scripted. Finally, my dad said that there were various reasons for their decision, and the very first was to make me understand that in life, actions would always have consequences. The ban placed on me was to make me finally appreciate those around me who helped me in one way or the other. It would finally cause me to value money, and watch how I spend it since I would only have what I had worked for. Finally, the ban would make me rise beyond laziness, and get things done for myself. It was at this point that he then said that the ban would remain in force. No more monthly allowance for me till I got into college, and no staff will be reassigned to me even after I got out of college. I fell to the ground, crying as they both walked past me. Hey guys, what would you do if you were me? What would you do when you realize that you have lost your privileges because of laziness? What steps do you think I should take to change the minds of my parents?
I am male, 18, but I love my math teacher. She is 42. Hi, I'm Danny. I am not a popular guy in school until recently. Do not think of me as a loner. No, I am not. I have friends, Jeff, Phil, and Bill. They are the best. The 4 of us had attending school at the bottom of our preference list until some new teachers were posted to our school to replace the retired ones. That was the time I had a change of view about the school. Do not get ahead of yourself. Academics was not the reason for my sudden change of mind. Before I tell you about what made me love schooling, it is good to be familiar with my background. I thought I had been living a normal life, Even to date, not so much had changed. Some people would say I got worse with my weird taste of a woman. I don't care. All I know is that love is in the eyes of the beholder. My full name is Daniel Dawson. I am the second child out of 4 children of Dawson's family. My father is a pilot. He barely comes home. I wonder how he has the time to be with Mum to make us. Even in the festive period, he is either in Italy, Brazil, or one of his weird islands. It is a norm for this family to celebrate Christmas and Thanksgiving without our father. Mum usually defends by saying, he is trying his best, and he is doing all this for the family. How am I supposed to understand that? But I was fine with it anyway. I had only seen my dad physically not more than 20 times, thanks to technology. He now speaks with us regularly, either individually or as a family. I remembered when I got my first opportunity with the school basketball team. I shared my achievement with the family, and luckily for me, Dad got to know. He promised he would be available. I was all optimistic even though I didn't trust him. To be candid, I have never trusted him. How will I trust the person I barely know? On the day of the match, I was aligned with the first team. I looked around for my father. He was nowhere to be found. I was disappointed, even though I was certain he won't come. My mom and my siblings were there to cheer me up. Thank God he didn't even show up. I was awful to the extent that my coach had to sub me off in the first quarter, and he never gave me any chance to prove myself again. There goes my hope of becoming a professional basketball player. We lost the match 102-67. I guessed I wasn't the only bad player on the team. My mom is on another level. She was a nurse before she resigned. Only Dave was aware of that. It was immediately after she gave birth to me that she resigned from the health department. She now has her toys store. It sounds like a masculine job, but my mom is doing great with this. She told us that she resigned from her job and began the toys selling business because she wanted to be there for us since our father is all busy. That is true. We met everything to her. We stayed at her place after school, and we all go home as a family when she is done for the day's work. That had been the norm until we all got to high school. Everyone with his or her own business. We only leave home together but don't come back home as a family. Everyone has now developed their interests. Things are now done individually instead of as a family. My mother tried to return the family to the good old days, but it wasn't that easy. We now have something to care about. Howbeit, we still eat dinner together as a family. That is where we share our stories. We know about ourselves at the dining. My 2 little sisters are the taciturn ones, while Dave is so boisterous and expressive. For me, I am just another member of the family. My favorite member of the family is still my mother. I love to open up to her privately. She understands me best compared to anyone else. My elder brother, Dave, is the perfect example of an elderly figure. He is very accommodating and understanding. Unlike the other 3 of us, he understands Dad better. He even develops likeness for some of Dad's hobbies. He loves visiting new places just like Dad, but had vowed not to become a pilot. To him, that is the riskiest job ever, and to add to that, it won't be the best available job for a family man. Dave wants to become a pharmaceutical sales rep because of his love for visiting new places. He is currently studying pharmacy at the university. He is a very bright student. He was the best graduating student in his set. He is also the valedictorian, and he gave a wonderful speech. I was so proud of him that day. He is not good at sport, none of us are, but he is my #1 fan even though I suck at basketball. He has no interest in sport, but he has never missed any of my games. He is playing his newly found role as a father very well. Besides academics and visiting new places, he is also fond of card tricks. My dad was fond of that too. Both of them spent more time doing card tricks. I don't know much about card tricks, but my dad is very good. So is Dave. Dad taught Dave how to go about card tricks and gave Dave his cards, but Dave is now on another level in card tricks. While at high school, he had competed at many levels and he had medals to prove for that. He was the regional and national champion before leaving the school. Our school does not only suck at basketball, it sucks in every game. But the only medals we had won from chess and card tricks were all won by Dave. Before leaving high school, he was a name to reckon with. Who doesn't know David Dawson? Most people expected me to fit into his shoes when he left high school for college, but soon knew they were thinking highly of me. I am nothing close to him. Even with the wide difference between us, Dave is very proud of his little brother, and I am proud of him too. He means a lot to the family. I had pharmacy as a strenuous course, yet Dave still had time to check on us and share festive moments with us. He is such a darling. Mom would be proud of that kind of son coming out of her vagina. I am proud of being the next. My dad had supported his dreams without asking questions. Dave was the luck of the family. Danielle is my immediate younger sister while Dora is the last. Those two are best of friends. They do things together. Funny enough, they don't share their feelings with either of our parents. Unlike Dave and I, we shared our feelings with Dad and Mum respectfully. Those two share their feelings. I am not proud to be called their elder brothers, because I don't know anything about the two of them. Danielle is in a relationship with one of my friends, Phil. I didn't buy this idea. I almost fought with Phil, but I later got to understand that Danielle liked him. Coming between them will do more bad than good. I quit getting between them and focused on helping them nurture a good relationship. I told Phil that if he breaks my sister's heart, I will break his head instead. Scary, isn't it? I didn't mean it. I was just buffing you now, right? So far so good. The two are doing well in their relationship. I wanted to know more of what was going in between them, but Danielle was not pleased with that action and she is ready to take me up on that. Naturally, Danielle is not a vocal person, but in this matter, she threw tantrums and caused some unnecessary scenes. I quickly calmed myself and never interfered in their matter. Dora, on the other hand, is almost like Danielle, but she has an interest in shipwrecks. Dad once asked her what she will like to become. She was not afraid to say, she will like to be a diver. She meant that. She has also been traveling to islands and some other places to see shipwrecks. She had once watched documentaries on shipwrecks for a whole day. She took all her meals in the room that day. No one dares to distract her. She has a do not knock post on her door. I won't lie, and Dora is the most respected individual in the house. You can't just afford to trespass. She had some collections in her room. She had been keeping her weird collections since she was 6. Mum was not fine with how things are going with her. Mother wanted her to be more sociable. But Dora is not interested in people. She is more interested in her dirt than in people. The only person that understands her is Danielle. Danielle is a good listener. She is not good with talking, unlike Dave. She barely fights with other people because you don't even know what she is thinking. By so doing, Dora sees comfort in her. I am the most confused person in the family. Everyone seems to have one or two things that interest them except me. To make matters worse, I have selected the wrong people as friends. We don't have any plan for our lives. We do things as we are moved based on impulses, except for Phil, the businessman. I was the only one to make the basketball team once. The other 3 can't even throw the ball. They were sent out of training on their first trial. In terms of academics, I wasn't the best either. Dave was a genius, while I am just one of those boys in class trying very hard not to repeat a year. My grades aren't too bad, but nothing compared to Dave. Most people compared with my brother, but even with me trying, I am still not an inch close to him. After several trials, I got confused and I started making mistakes. I made wrong decisions. Chose the wrong friends, and it got late to make those corrections. Even though I am much better than my friends, I still love their company. Jeff is more like the head of the gang. He gives directives on what we are to do as a team. All his ideas are about crafting things and building stuff. We are not the party kind of person, but we are very useful in starting one. We have never hosted any party, but we are good at designing and setting up one. Jeff is the ringleader because his mother is an event planner. He sometimes goes to work with his mom to help her. My friends and I are weird to others, but when we went camping with the school, we are most respected. Due to our creativity and wide imagination, we make camping interesting. Hunting for games is my favorite event in camps. Jeff, Phil, and Bill have their weirdness. Phil is the business mogul in the gang. As a teenager, he has his own company. He is involved in recycling plastic waste. This was his grandfather's business before he died. He took over from him and had made it more prosperous compared to his grandfather's achievement. Phil was the black sheep of the family until he discovered his part. Phil is my best friend. We have been friends since preschool. Phil and his family are our neighbors. He is the last child of the family and by far the difference. Every person in their family is in the law firm. But Phil hates the white and black gown. He had been trying his best to be unique and different from other members of his family, and he is successful. Phil even employed Jeff, Bill, and I into his business as part-time workers. What else can a friend do for you? He even pays us handsomely. Such a nice guy. Since I had stopped going to Mum's toy store to help her, I have been going to his place to earn myself some cash. He is now having intimate affairs with Danielle. I didn't like it at first, but as an elder brother, I want the best for my little sister. And more so, Danielle doesn't buy the idea of me muddling in her matters since she doesn't interfere with mine. Bill is like a mind suggestion. He is a politician. He had been involved in so many protests in the past, but the one that he did that gained him national recognition was when he protested against the mayor for his lackadaisical attitude towards the School Child Act. He was optimistic about free lunch for all pupils and students at school. He had written letters, but they were not attended to. He booked an appointment with Mr. President and poured out his mind to him. Mr. President respected his opinion and asked the mayor to put it in place. I was proud of him. He was given a national award for it. Unlike the rest of us, he is in love with history and books. On average, he reads nothing less than 4 books in a month. But the sad part is that they are not of academic importance. Most of the books he reads are usually about politics and history. His favorite subject is history. It all began on one fateful afternoon when there was an announcement for all the students to come to the hall. We all get out of our various classes. The hallway was filled up. We could barely walk. All of us were trying to get ahead of ourselves. There was pushing here and there. Jeff whispered into my ears. He had been using the opportunity to pinch people and hit the backside of the ladies. No one caught him. He made me see him hit a lady's buttocks. The lady looked back, looked around, but since she didn't notice anything, faced her front. We laughed. I joined him in doing the same thing. I was almost caught, but this time I gave a straight face as if nothing happened. We eventually got to the hall. Mr. Howard, the principal, started speaking to us. He introduced us to a few of our teachers who will be retiring. He spoke so highly of them. My friends and I were not paying attention. We were even playing stone, paper, and scissors. Mr. Albertson, the old geography teacher, was awarded as the longest-serving teacher in the school history. It is common within the school premises that some of the teachers were once his student. The school choir was allowed to perform. They made a great show. There was a round of applause among the audience. They also sang the school anthem in another lyric. It was a great performance. It caught my attention. As they were rounding up, we saw Mr. Howard showing some strange faces on the way to the podium. Before he started to talk this time, he cleared his throat first. "These are your new teachers," he said. "They had been transferred here from other schools in the town to replace the retiring ones," he rejoined. "Starting from the nearest person to me is Mr. Smith from Onward High, Mr. Johnson from Whitney High School, Mrs. Williams from Maryland High School, and Ms. Brown from Cartersville High." From that moment till the end of the program, my eyes were set on the stage, but I wasn't listening anymore. My eyes were set on Ms. Brown. She was the perfect lady that met all I had hoped so in a lady. No other lady had caught my attention in this manner before her. I looked at her and noticed every detail. She had a sculpted figure which was twine thin. Her waist was tapered and she had a burnished complexion. A pair of arched eyebrows looked down on sweeping eyelashes. Her delicate ears framed a button nose. A set of dazzling angel white teeth gleamed as she blew gently on her carmine red fingernails. It was a pleasure to see her flowing, moon-shadow black hair. Her enticing, constellation blue eyes gazed at me over her puffy, heart-shaped lips. She felt her lips taste strawberry sweet when even without kissing her. She had a bouncy personality and a sugary voice, which I adored. Not content to be just another drone, she wore a vibrant dress. "She's the one. She is the one. She is the one built by God to satisfy me." I kept saying those words to myself. "Hey bro, are you not going home?" That was Bill. The whole place was almost empty, yet I didn't notice. Ms. Brown and the other new teachers had left the stage. Mr. Howard is nowhere to be found. How come I was still seeing Ms. Brown on the stage? I should have left school for Phil's backyard recycling factory, but I didn't. I left school for a home in a hurry. The first time in a long time, I got home with a smile on my face. It was obvious that I was happy. Danielle and Dora asked me who the lucky girl was. "No one," I replied. At the dinner, Mum just smiled at me. When everyone had gone to sleep, I overheard my mum talking to Dave on the phone. "I think he has gotten himself a girl." She was speaking to the other person on the line, whom I assume must be Dave. I lied on my bed. Then there came the next night. I don't know how I got to the countryside, but it was fine since Ms. Brown was there too. The moon's delicate light had just turned the world aflame with silver when I saw her. She had a comely figure which was stem thin. Her curvilinear waist didn't surprise me as much as the saffron tint to her complexion. She must be a native, I thought to myself. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows inclined slightly as she saw me staring at her. I yelped at being caught. Her languid eyelashes of velvet black blinked once slowly as if to invite me over. When I came closer, I noticed her scrolled ears and her elegant nose. She nuzzled me with her nose and I couldn't believe it. It was the custom for her people, I reckoned. It was love at first light. Her luminous, heavenly white teeth flashed as she pawed at me with her film star nails. Her hair was a glorious tumble of starbeam gold, and her virility brown eyes set my heart a thump. Her oxbow lips positively drooled with goodness. Oh, those sugar candy sweet lips, her elegant personality, all mesmerized me. She may not have had a saccharine voice or retro clothes, but what do you expect when two Labrador pups meet in a dog pound? Danny, Danny, Danny. A voice from behind keeps calling my name. The voice sounds familiar, but I am enjoying the figure of Ms. Brown in front of me. Then, I felt a cloth leaving my body. I opened my eyes. It was a dream. Oh my gosh, are you not going to school? My mom asked after she succeeded in waking me from sleep. Get yourself cleaned up, get dressed, and your food is in the kitchen, she said as she left my room. I was about to stand up from bed when I noticed that my shirt was wet. Oh no, what the hell just happened? I yelled. I had released, and by the look, this can never be a one-time release. Probably thrice or 4 times. It was much and noticeable. The bedsheet is sucked already. I can't leave it like this. I stood up from the bed, took away the blanket and bedspread, replaced them with a new one, run to the bathroom to wash up. I spent most of my time brushing my teeth for no reason. I groomed my hair. This time I changed the style. I get dressed in a well-ironed cloth and a shoe to match, sprayed me and go for my food, then left the house. Normally, I would wait for Bill to knock at our door, then join him as we go to school. But today, things were not the same, not even me. Even though I left home without Bill, I still got to school late. Little did I know that he didn't wait for me after knocking at the door several times. Or did he? From the school entrance and through the hallway I was the center of attraction. Everyone was gazing at me. I noticed but pretended I didn't. I found my way to my locker to get some of my things, then came Laura. Not the most beautiful girl in class, but most people say she is. To me, Elle is far cuter than her. I think it is about how yourself. Exactly what I was doing that day. Hi handsome, said Laura. I looked at her as if I had an interest in her. But the truth is I don't, not at all. Laura, what's up? I asked. There is a party at Luke's place this Friday. If you don't mind, we can go together, she requested of me. Oh, Luke's party. Why won't I want to tag along, but I have this thing I want to do. I won't be able to come. I'm sorry, I said, as sorry as possible. She sighed. I noticed she was trying to be calm as possible. Okay, what about going to watch a movie with me on Saturday? Then we might spice things up later in the day. He asked of me again. Oh, that too, it is just that. You'll be having something important to do too. She finished my sentence. Exactly, I said scornfully. She hissed and left me there standing. I didn't care about her anyways. I just wanted to see Ms. Brown, that's all. My friends noticed the change and came to me. I would have asked if today is your birthday. But I know you're born in May and this is November. So what is your problem? Asked Jeff. Nothing, I responded. I know you've tried to be cute, but I wasn't expecting you to be this good looking, said Bill. Calm down guys, nothing is up. I just felt like dressing nice today. I retaliated. It is Kike, I have been paying you too much. I will have to reduce your pay by 20%. Phil rejoined. You must be kidding me, I rejoined. So I can't dress well again. That's the problem, Bill interrupted. Are you going to see the mayor? Let me help you out. It was tough talking with those guys. They were determined to stress me out. We moved after a long chat that sounds like a police investigation with me. We got to our class and everyone sat on their seat. I was the center of attention in the classroom. I felt like Dave for the first time. I have never felt that kind of attention before until now. I was sitting gently while the whole class wasn't settled. Our class teacher, Mr. Alexis, came into the class with Ms. Brown to introduce her as our new math teacher. Here she is, I said to myself. I knew it was wrong fantasizing about my teacher, but I can't just help it. My eye was set in her breast. I imagined her being naked, then I concentrated on her nipples. I could figure it out with her dress on. I tried to look at her hips. I guess she noticed me looking at her, but I don't think she minded. After the introduction, Ms. Brown ran a quick test on us. We submitted and she took the sheets to her office. After a few minutes, she called for me. I got nervous. I did the test very well. Or did I impress her too much? I got to her office. I greeted her and she asked me to have my seat. I sat down and gave my test result. I scored 8 out of 10. What do you think? She asked. I need to buckle up, I replied, knowing for sure that wasn't the right answer. You did well, she said. Then she continued, do you know how old I am? 28, I presumed. No, you're wrong, she said. How old are you? I'm 18, I responded promptly. Okay, you're now legal, isn't it? Yes, Ma, I responded, swallowing my spit. I'm 42 years and I was caught looking at me at the class in an unacceptable manner. That is bad of you. Do you find me attractive? She asked. I couldn't say yes. I turned my head repeatedly. She stood up from her chair and sat on the table very close to me. She looked directly into my eyes and said, "It is not a bad thing if you like me." I looked at her face and nodded my head. She undid a few of her buttons and bent close to me. I could see her big babies. Things are getting tense and I have started getting an erection. No, this is bad. Do you feel like touching them? She kissed me on the lips and whispered to my ears, "Keep it a secret." She went back to her seat, sat down, and asked me to leave. What just happened? I could not believe what just happened in there. I left, but my mind was not settled. Is this what I think it is? I am attracted to my math teacher. Is she also interested in me, or was she just playing with my emotions? Anyways, I will love to squeeze those babies on her chest and penetrate her. Oh, I am thinking that loud.
How Anita did the unthinkable even while she was still in love with her fiancé. Cheating is as old as humans. Some partners take it lightly while others go the extra mile to pay their cheating partners. This story talks about how two partners who loved themselves from the beginning eventually became strangers. The fiancé was doing his own thing while the fiancée was also doing her own thing. They were living under the same roof, but they had a different ideology. Sit back, relax and enjoy this story. I met Chris when I traveled to London for holiday. It was the norm in my family then to always go on holiday towards the end of every year. In 2017, my dad decided that we should travel to London because my mom and I have not been to London before. Our holiday to London coincided with the time the London Derby was about to be played. We arrived in London on Thursday and the London Derby was to be played on Sunday. The city of London was very lively in anticipation of the London Derby between Chelsea Football Club and Arsenal Football Club. I asked my dad if that is how the streets of London are every time the London Derby was around the corner. My dad said there are many teams in London like Chelsea Football Club, Arsenal Football Club, Tottenham Football Club, and West Ham Football Club. He said these teams are all in the first tier of English football, which means they play each other regularly. He said there are other London teams in the second tier of English football too. He said none of the London derbies comes close to Arsenal versus Chelsea. He said the street will still witness more activities on Saturday and Sunday. The background of the teams that I heard from my dad made me fall in love with the city and the teams. I told my dad to book a ticket for all of us to watch the London Derby. I said I didn't want to miss any of the actions in the stadium because if the city is as lively as we saw, then the stadium will be more than what we were witnessing on the streets of London. My dad promised to book the ticket for the whole family when we settle in our hotel. We lodged into the Prime Hotel. My dad paid for 7 days because our holiday was supposed to last for 7 days. As soon as we settled down, I reminded my dad about the tickets. My dad asked me why I was eager to watch the match because he doesn't know me as a lover of football. I told him I wasn't much interested in the football itself, I am more interested in what will happen at the stadium. As soon as my dad booked the ticket, I went to my room while I left him and my mom in their room. I was very tired because of the long journey from the United States to London. While I lied on my bed, I could still hear the noise of the fans outside the hotel. I watched them through my window before I finally retired to my bed. I woke up the next day intending to tour the whole city. I went to my dad's room and I told him that he has to take me to major places around the city of London. My dad agreed to take me around the city of London. He said we should take our breakfast first. He said after taking our breakfast, we can rest a little bit before going out. I went back to my room to take my bath. After taking my bath, I joined my mom and dad in their room where we had breakfast. After breakfast, my dad called a taxi that would take us around the city of London. My dad bargained with the taxi man and he agreed to drive us for the whole day at the rate of $300. Emirates Stadium, which is the venue of the London Derby, was the first place we visited. We were taken through various buildings in the stadium. We were taken to the dressing room of the players, the training pitch, the volleyball pitch, and the trophy cabinet. We left the Emirates Stadium and moved to Stamford Bridge, which is the stadium of Chelsea Football Club. We were taken through the stadium's building including the training pitch, the volleyball pitch, the track, and field stadium, and the trophy cabinet. Fortunately, the Chelsea Football Club players were having their final training session before the London Derby. So we stood there and watched them. After the training, we took pictures with some of the players and the coach. We left the Stamford Bridge Stadium and moved to the Tower of London. The Tower of London is one of the world's most famous buildings. We went through all the rooms in the building. From the Tower of London, we moved to the Emirate Airline cable car. The Emirate Airline cable car provides a stunning view of the city departing every 30 seconds from the Greenwich Peninsula and the Royal Docks. From the Emirate Airline cable, we moved to the London Transport Museum. The London Transport Museum hosts an exhibition connecting transport with the social and cultural history of London. We saw more than 80 vehicles spanning 200 years of London's history, including a Red Route Master bus and the world's first underground steam train. We ended our tour at the Warner Bros. Studio. At the Warner Bros. Studio, we saw first-hand sets, costumes, and props used in the Harry Potter films. We were taken into some of the film locations, including the Great Hall, Dumbledore's office, and Hagrid's hut. After taking a tour of the Warner Bros. Studio, we entered into our taxi and headed back to our hotel. We arrived at our hotel at exactly 9:15 p.m. My dad paid the taxi driver and we went into our hotel room. Days passed by and we continued to enjoy our stay in London. On Saturday, which was a day before the showdown, Chelsea Football Club supporters and Arsenal Football Club supporters held a rally at different points in London. Chelsea supporters held their rally in front of Stamford Bridge while Arsenal fans held their own in front of Emirates Stadium. We joined Chelsea's rally because our hotel was closer to Stamford Bridge than Emirates Stadium. The D-Day arrived. The match was scheduled to hold at 2 p.m. but my dad told me that we have to prepare to leave the hotel by 10 or 11 a.m. because of the crowd that will be in front of the stadium. As soon as I heard that from my dad, I rushed to my room to take my bath while my dad entered his bathroom too. My mom went to the kitchen to prepare a light breakfast. By the time my dad and I finished taking our bath, breakfast was ready. My mom had already eaten her breakfast. She left breakfast on the table while she went to the bathroom to take her bath. By the time my mom finished taking her bath, my dad and I had finished eating breakfast. While we were taking our breakfast, my dad had already called the taxi driver that took us on tour. The taxi driver arrived at 10:25. He called my dad that he was already in front of our hotel. We left our room and joined him. On our way to the stadium, we met different people with different costumes on the road. Arsenal fans had red costumes while Chelsea fans had blue costumes. We arrived at the Emirates Stadium at exactly 11:15 a.m. A journey that was not more than 20 minutes became 45 minutes because of the number of people on the road. When we arrived at the Emirates Stadium, we joined a queue of more than 200 people. The attendants were checking everybody's ticket with a computer because they wanted to prevent forgery. After about an hour and 30 minutes, it got to our turn. My dad presented his ticket, my mom's ticket, and my ticket to the attendant for checking. It took the attendant more than 10 minutes to confirm our ticket. We gained access to the stadium at exactly 1 p.m. When we entered the stadium, we began another round of searches. Because of the population of fans in the stadium, it was difficult to find a seat. 10 minutes into our search, we finally got a seat close to a man. But we had a problem because the seats we got were 2 and we were 3. I raised my head a little bit and I saw a seat close to a guy. My mom and dad sat on the 2 seats while I went to the vacant seat that was close to the guy. The atmosphere in the stadium was electrifying. I was enjoying every bit of it. The atmosphere of the stadium is what I wanted to see and I was enjoying it. At exactly 3 p.m., the players came out for the warm-up. They were received by huge applause from fans of both teams. While I was shouting and cheering both teams, I noticed that the guy that was sitting close to me was looking at me. Every time our eyes met, he would look another way as if he was not looking at me. I was just smiling because I understood him perfectly. At exactly 3:20 a.m., the players returned to the dressing to fully prepare for the match. When the players walked back into the dressing room, the atmosphere of the stadium became a little bit relaxed. The noise from both fans went down a little bit. The guy that was sitting close to me felt that was the opportunity he needed to have a conversation with me. He finally summoned the courage to talk to me. He looked at me and said he has been enjoying how I have been cheering both teams. He asked me which of the teams that am I a fan of. I told him that I am not a fan of any of the team. He looked very surprised when he heard that. I told him that I am not even a football lover. I told him I had just come to the city with my family to have some fun. I told him that it was the mood of the city that drove me to the stadium. I told him how everywhere in the city was in a carnival mood when I arrived in London. I said it was the mood of the city that made me ask my dad what was happening, and he told me that was how the city usually comes to life when it's time for the London Derby. You could see the surprise on his face when I was talking. He asked for my name and I told him that my name is Anita. He told me that his name is Joseph. He asked me where I came from and I told him that I came all the from the United States with my family to have fun. Joseph smiled when I told him that I came from the United States. I saw the smile on his face which prompted me to ask why he was smiling. He said he is also from the United States. I asked him which state does is he from and he said he lives in Alabama. I smiled also. I told him my family and I live in Georgia. I told him my family and I visit Alabama frequently because we have a family friend there. Joseph asked me when I will be returning to the United States. I told him that our holiday is supposed to last for 7 days and we have spent 4 days already. I said it means we will be going back to the United States in the next 3 days. Joseph said he came to London for a project and the project will last for 14 days. He said he will be returning to the United States after the completion of the project. While Joseph and I were having a conversation, the players began to walk onto the pitch. At that point, Joseph and I could not hear each other because the stadium has erupted. The noise was too much for us to hear ourselves. Joseph told me that we should enjoy the football because once the match begins, the noise will be louder than what we are hearing. 5 minutes after the players walked onto the pitch, the match began. Chelsea Football Club had the better possession in the 5 minutes. They looked threatening in front of the goal, but the Arsenal defense was resolute. 20 minutes into the match, Chelsea Football Club took the lead through Eden Hazard. The Chelsea Supporters Club took over the pitch. You could hear their noise loudly even though Arsenal Football Club was the home team. 45 minutes after, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half. While the players were walking down the tunnel, a lot of spectators also left their seats to get some refreshment. Joseph and I continued our conversation because the noise reduced drastically. Joseph sarcastically told me that we have only 15 minutes to talk because the players will back on the pitch after 15 minutes. Joseph said what we can talk about in 15 minutes. I told him that we cannot have any meaningful discussion in 15 minutes. He asked me for my cell phone number and I gave him to him. He asked me if we could see before I travel back to the United States. I told him I do not think it will be possible because, after the match, my parent and I will head back to our hotel. I said we can only be talking on the phone. I said if he returns to the United States after his project, we will have time to talk to each other. 15 minutes after the players left the pitch, they returned to the pitch for the second half. 12 minutes into the second half, Arsenal Football Club equalized through Theo Walcott. The home fans got their voice back. 84 minutes into the match, Arsenal got the winning through Theo Walcott again. The home fans were in a jubilant mood. The away stand became silent as they started sensing defeat. At exactly 95 minutes, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match. Arsenal Football Club players and coaches came to the fans to celebrate with them. While the celebration was going on, Joseph told me he was leaving. He said he has something important to attend to. My father also decided that we have had enough fun. He said we should return to our hotel to rest. He said the taxi driver was already waiting for us outside. Exiting the stadium was not easy because of the crowd. After about 10 minutes of finding our way, we were able to exit the stadium and join our taxi. Getting to our hotel was also not easy because there were a lot of cars on the road. After about 1.5 hours on the road, we arrived at our hotel. We were all tired, so we all went into our rooms. The next morning we were in our rooms throughout the day. We didn't go out like we used to. We spent the rest of our holidays most in our hotel room. A day before our departure day, I did some laundry with my mom. We packed our entire luggage and prepared for our departure the next day. My dad woke me up at exactly 5 a.m. on Sunday because he didn't want us to miss our flight. We all took our baths and headed to the airport in our usual taxi. We got to Georgia at exactly 2 p.m. By 3 p.m., we were in our house. When we got home, Joseph was the first person I called. I told him that we just landed in the United States. Joseph was very happy for me. He said he will also be in the United States in a few days. He said he can't wait to meet me when he lands in the United States. I graduated from high school a few weeks before we traveled to London. I have been at home ever since I graduated because the admission into college was not out. I approached my father that night and I told him I want to learn how to play volleyball. I told him rather than sitting at home doing nothing, engaging myself in volleyball will be better. My father accepted and he told me that he will take me to a volleyball center for registration the next day. My father woke me very early the next day because he wanted to take me to the volleyball center on his way to work. I took my bath very quickly and I joined him in the car. We got to the volleyball center around 7 a.m. We met a lot of volleyball players who came for training. We were directed to the office of the management for official registration. After registration, I was given all the kits I need for training. I joined other ladies on the pitchy while my dad drove to his office. The training ended at 11 a.m. After the training, the coach addressed all players. He introduced me to all of them. He said he wants me to put a lot of effort into becoming a fantastic volleyball player. After the address, I left the center and headed home. As soon as I got home, I took my bath and I went straight into the kitchen because I was very hungry. Every morning, I joined my father in his car to the center. The population of players kept increasing every day, which gave room for competition. A few weeks into my training, I started getting a lot of recognition. After training on Friday, we were told that we have a volleyball match against Titan Queens on Sunday. The coach said we should all listen to the names of that have been selected for the match. When the coach mentioned my name, I was very happy. When I got home, I told my mom that she has to come and watch. I called my dad on phone and I told him too. They all agreed to come and watch me play volleyball. I was the first person to wake up on Sunday. We were told to come for early morning training before the match. I went to my parents' door to inform them of my movement. I told them that the match was slated for 11 a.m., therefore, they should wait till 10:30 a.m. before leaving the house. I waved them goodbye and I left. When I got to the center, the coach and some players were already there. We did our training before we headed to the team hotel to rest. At exactly 10 a.m., we left the team hotel and returned to the center. The opposing team arrived around that time too, so we had a familiarity walk with them. At exactly 10:45, we went back into the dressing room to change into our jerseys. 5 minutes after, we were told to walk onto the pitch by the referee. As I was walking onto the court, I saw my mom and my dad in the stand. We won the match by a wide margin. I played the best game of my life. At the end of the match, I was voted for as the best player. My parents were very happy with my performance. I took pictures with them, my coach, my teammates, and the players from the opposing team. On our way home, my dad could not contain his joy. He said he was happy with how proud I made him. He said I should take my volleyball training seriously. He said I should not hesitate to come to him if I need anything that will enhance my volleyball training. When we got home, my dad told my mom to prepare a very delicious meal for dinner. He said he wants her to prepare a meal that we will all enjoy. He ordered expensive wines from the local mall near us. Our house was in a carnival mood that day. We ate to our satisfaction. We took some of the food to our neighbors. I went to bed that night feeling like a queen. Not even my graduation from high school got me this emotional. I called Joseph and informed him of how I made everybody in my home proud today. Joseph was very happy too. He said he will be in the United States the next Sunday. He said what I did calls for celebration and we will celebrate it together. 7 days after, Joseph was back in the United States. I was the first person he called when he arrived. He told me how stressful his journey was and how tiring his project was. After talking about his trip and his project, Joseph said he will like us to meet on Tuesday. He said he would have chosen Monday, but he needs a lot of rest. I obliged his request. Around 7 p.m. on Monday, I called Joseph to ask him where we were going to meet and the time we are to meet. He said we should meet at his house by noon. I had the intention of skipping my volleyball practice before I called him, but his response changed my mind. If we were to meet by noon, then I can go to my volleyball training before going to see him. I woke up at exactly 6 a.m. on Tuesday. I joined my father in his car. He dropped me at my training center while he drove to work. Normally, our training usually ends by 11 a.m., but I told my coach that I have an important thing to attend to. Therefore, I have to live by 10 a.m. I left training at 10:00 a.m. and I got home by 10:30 a.m. I took my bath and I came to the kitchen to eat my breakfast. After taking my breakfast, I called Joseph and I told him I was on my way. I left the house at 11 a.m. I was fortunate to get a taxi in front of our house. The taxi dropped me in front of Joseph's house around 11:50 a.m. When the taxi dropped me, I called Joseph and I told him to come and pick me in front of his house. A few seconds later, Joseph came out and we both entered his house. Joseph's apartment was very nice. He had the latest electronics in his house. I told him that I like what I saw. I said that is how a house should be. Joseph was just smiling at me. He asked me what he should offer me. I told him that I ate before I left my house, because I didn't want him to have a feeling that I don't want to take anything in his house. I told him to give me a bottle of wine. He went to the fridge and brought the bottle of wine. He dropped the wine in front of me and sat close to me on the couch. I was wondering why he sat very close to me. Joseph said he has not been himself since the first day he saw me at the Emirates Stadium. He said since then, he has been thinking of sitting close to me again like he is doing presently. Joseph said he loves me and he wants to spend the rest of his life with me. He didn't give me a chance to talk. Before I could say anything, Joseph's hands were already in my cloth and his lips were on my lips. He was kissing me with his lips while he was using his hand to caress every part of my body. He was touching me where I wanted to be touched. I kept moaning as his hands were going through all my body. When he noticed that I could not take him anymore, he carried me to his bed and we continued from where we stopped. We had great sex which lasted for more than 2 hours. After the sex, both of us entered the bathroom to freshen up. After taking my bath, I entered the kitchen to cook what we were going to eat because we were all hungry. In 30 minutes, the food was ready. We ate together. The kissing continued while we were eating. but I told Joseph that we cannot have sex again that day. I left Joseph's house at around 5 p.m. I got home feeling excited because it has been a long time since I had sex. The last time I had sex was when I was in high school. The sex I had then cannot be compared to what Joseph gave me. It was the best sex I have ever had. Days went by and our relationship became stronger. We began to do a lot of things together. I go to his house regularly and he comes to our house regularly too. Everybody in the neighborhood began to see us together frequently. Those we were hiding our relationship for when we started now know that something is happening between the both of us. 6 months into our relationship, Joseph invited me to the cinema. He said he wants me to watch the new movie released by Van Damme. When we got to the cinema, we met a lot of people who came to watch the movie. The movie was making waves, so everybody was trooping to the cinema to watch the movie. When we finally got our ticket, I was about to enter the hall when Joseph held my hand tightly. The next thing I saw was that Joseph was on the ground with his 2 knees. I was still wondering what Joseph was trying to do until I saw a ring in his hand. Joseph proposed to me in front of the crowd. I was speechless because everybody in the cinema was looking at us. I became shy and I didn't know what to say. I summoned the courage to say yes to his proposal. After the proposal, we went into the hall to watch the movie. After watching the movie, I rushed home to show my mom the ring Joseph gave me. My mom could not believe it. She was so happy for me. She prayed for me and encouraged me to do the right things. 1 month after Joseph proposed to me, I thought it was right for me to move to his apartment and start staying with him since we will be getting married soon. I told my parents about it and they agreed. I called Joseph and told him about it and he agreed too. Since everybody was in support of what I wanted to do, I felt it was right for me to do it. I finally moved into Joseph's apartment and we started living like couples. We did almost everything together. The love we had for each other became stronger than it was before. A few weeks after I moved in with Joseph, I started noticing strange behaviors from him. He started doing things that he did not used to do before. He started coming home late. Sometimes he won't even come home at all. He started ignoring my calls when he is at work and he doesn't eat when he gets home. One day, he came back from work looking very tired. I confronted him with all the questions I have wanted to ask him. He listened to all my questions but he didn't give any tangible answer. After that, he told me he is going on an official trip to Spain. He said he will be there for 2 weeks. At that point, I knew that Joseph has started seeing someone else. I started blaming myself for moving in with him. I thought we could have been better if we weren't staying together. If I had stayed back, I wouldn't know if he is cheating or not. At least, my mind will be at rest. On the day of the official trip he claimed he was going, I overheard him talking to a lady on the phone. I didn't hear what he told her but I knew he was talking to a lady. At that point, I decided to take revenge. I had a neighbor who has been eyeing me since I came to the house. He always compliments my dressing. Anytime we meet, he does not forget to tell me how beautiful I am. From the way he talks to me when we meet, I knew that he loves me. I was determined to take revenge on what Joseph was doing to me. On the day he was traveling, I followed him to the airport and made sure he boarded his flight before I left the airport. When I returned home, I went straight to my neighbor's room. I told him that my husband has traveled, so I need someone I could talk to. I said I didn't want to stay in the room alone because it was boring. He went to his fridge and brought me a drink. He was about to return to where he was sitting when I draw him back. I didn't allow him to say anything. I started kissing him roughly. You could see it was what he was craving for with the way he was moaning. He walked me to his bed and we continued until we were all exhausted. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do or please let me have your thoughts on this.
How I celebrated 2020 and what I'm willing to do in 2021. Hi guys, I am Tess. I am the last of a family of 5 children. The girls were 3, and the boys were 2. I was the 3rd girl and the last child, and I must confess it had its advantages. I had the protection and favor of my elder siblings while growing up. If I was denied anything by either of them, I just had to go the next, and even I was still denied. I knew that I would get it before going to the 5 of them. On one rare occasion, it seemed as though they all ganged up on me as I was surprised when they all turned me down. Well, I always had a backup plan, Mummy or Daddy. It was really incredible being the major object to favor. During my childhood days, I was not given much chores as the others. I had the luxury of sitting in front of the television with a bowl of popcorn, while others cleaned the house, and if I was asked to assist during my time out, I simply cried my eyes out until either Mummy or Daddy intervened by asking that I be left alone. I was not being spoilt. I was simply enjoying what every child who has siblings older than her should enjoy. It was as I advanced to my teenage years that I discovered that everything with an advantage equally has a disadvantage. I was sent on errands around the house at odd times by everyone. I was called to bring this, take this, pick this, get this, wash this, and every other annoying message which seemed to be available each time I wanted to have some fun. My strategy of crying and making noises just to alert Mummy and Daddy that it was time to come to my rescue seemed to now work very well against me, as they only ended up getting mad at me for my disobeying my elders who did things for me when I couldn't do them myself. They made me understand that I was now grown up and needed to assume a level of responsibility around the house just as everyone else did. It was during those times I greatly wished that I was still the baby Tess that everyone wanted to pamper. The one-time center of attention for a favor now turned to the object used in getting little things done. Nevertheless, I would never trade my siblings for another. It was nice to have people that are ahead of me because it gave me an opportunity to learn from their mistakes and experiences. They always seemed to have opinions on every experience I was going through, and most times they would tell me how certain things were likely going to play out. My both parents were huge, and so we all looked bigger than our ages. At 20 years of age, my eldest sister, Nellie, could easily be mistaken for Daddy's wife. She even behaved like a mummy, assistant mummy. She always looked out for the welfare of the rest of us. She wanted everything done in order, just as Mummy would. She was neat, and would always frown at anyone who dropped a waste anywhere, or anyone who moved past something that was out of place. She was articulate and precise. In the absence of Mom, she assumed the responsibility of dishing out chores and making sure that each one of us does thorough work. She always tried as much as possible to avoid mistakes, and she got so hard on herself when she did. Nellie was good at studying people, and often used her head rather than her heart. She was not always moved by emotions and sentiments. She was the toughest of us all, and she always demanded respect from the rest of us. This was where she often had issues with Richard. Richard was the second child and first boy. He was 2 years younger than Nellie, but you would think he was married. At 22, Richard looked so mature that if you visited our house when Dad was away, you would think that he was the man of the house, even though he never acted so. He loved his space and hated being bossed around, something Nellie often did. This was no wonder they always had issues that we had all gotten used to. Richard was a fine young man who was heavily built. He had no issues getting the attention of ladies. On several occasions, Richard had been approached by women who were far older than him. There was one time he was even approached by a married lady who was twice his age, and all she just wanted was sex. He, however, how best not to set a bad example for the younger ones who were behind him, so he often had his escapades with ladies outside the home. Patty was next in line. She was 2 years younger than Richard. She easily got along with people and had a great distaste for arguments. If you ever got into an argument with Patty over something that was rightfully hers, she was likely going to let it go. She always loved a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Patty was emotional and naive, and one could easily take advantage of her. It was no new thing to see Patty crying over a guy. She never did seem to learn her lesson though, as the next guy who shows her a little bit of affection was sure to win her heart. 2 years after Patty was born, my parents welcomed Tim into the family. Tim was a good friend to keep, but a very bad for to have. He could love as easily as he could hate. Tim always saw the good in everybody, until he was shown their bad side. He was the kind of person who wouldn't judge another based on rumors. Tim had no issues trusting you. But when you betrayed his trust, one thing was certain: you had found a foe for life. It took about 3 years before I was introduced into the family tree, and that was because my parents never really planned for me. I came anyhow. Though I wasn't planned for, I was welcomed. My parents, however, took measures to ensure I had no one behind me. We were a typical family, just like everyone else. We had the regular fights and misunderstandings which children in other homes had. However, one thing which was clear to outsiders was that they were not permitted to mess with either of us. An assault on one of us was an assault on all of us, and you could be sure that we would always react as a group. One time when Patty was 7 years old, she was constantly picked on by a bully in her class. He constantly took a part of her lunch. Patty was not suited for a fight, so she constantly let him have his way. This bully threatened to severely deal with her if she reported to anyone. She suffered quietly, not because she was afraid of what would become of her when she told her elder siblings, but she knew what awaited the bully once Nellie and Richard, who were 9 and 11 years then, get to know. Her fears soon came to pass when the news of her maltreatment got to Nellie through a friend of Patty's. Nellie wasn't going to wait around to confirm it the rumor was true. She immediately marched down to the playground and saw crying as the bully was about to leave with part of her lunch. Like a hungry lioness who just found a defenseless lamb, Nellie pounced on him with all of her aggression and might. The bully couldn't tell what had hit him, but it hit him really hard. Patty and the few kids around stood watching. Nellie couldn't be stopped, and most of the kids didn't even want her to, because they have been victims of this notorious bully. Some kids ran to call any teacher in sight, while others ran to call Richard to come. and stop Nellie. Richard was in class when he was told that Nellie was fighting at the playground. Richard quickly rushed to the playground, and rather than stop Nellie, who was beating up the bully, he immediately joined her to inflict more pain. The teachers finally arrived and separated the fight. That day, our parents were called alongside the parents of the bully who had just lost 3 teeth. Upon inquiry, the school authorities discovered that Patty was not the only victim of this bully who had constantly picked on kids. He was suspended from school for 4 weeks while Nellie and Richard were sent on detention for taking laws into their hands. When the bully returned, he avoided Patty like plague. Even though we watched out for each other, and we often spent time together, there were still moments where the girls had secrets that they were not willing to share with the boys, and of course, there were things too that the boys didn't share with everyone else, so you could find the boys alone, separated from the girls. I, however, had the privilege of listening to both parties when I was allowed. I was the baby of the house after all. We all knew that Patty was vulnerable because of her personality, and could easily be taken for granted, so Nellie decided to help her whenever she passed through any crisis. She acted as a guide, especially when it came to relationship issues with boys. What Nellie did for Patty, Richard did for Tim. Although Tim was more outspoken than Patty, it seemed as though he could sometimes be as naive, especially when it had to do with ladies, and so Richard, who was ahead of him in every way, equally acted as a guide. It didn't matter what advice and guidance these two had, they always seemed to fall prey. There was a guy who moved into the area where we stayed. He was 23 years old. He was cute, and the kind of guy every girl would die to have, and Patty was one of the girls. Ladies began flocking around him. Patty felt like the luckiest girl in the world when he started making advances at her. What others were running after, came running after her. She felt special, and that feeling was what got her into a mess. He was all Patty could, and would choose to think about. She went out of her way to please him as much as she could. Nellie knew this guy was no good. She had been there before, and she saw the red flag. She tried telling Patty to take things slow because not much was known about this guy. I watched as Patty defended him. She said his name was Matt, and he wasn't just any guy. Nellie knew that at this point, nothing she said to Patty would be welcomed by her, so she left her. It wasn't long before the things Nellie said started coming to light. Matt always had one sorry story, or the other to tell, so that he could feed off Patty's allowance. Whenever he took her out on a date, he always seemed to have misplaced his wallet, which he claimed contained his credit card. Patty would end up paying. This was just his move, so he could have a free lunch or dinner because he was totally broke and did not know where his next meal was going to come from. He always claimed to have rich parents who were out of town, and he never failed to make empty promises to Patty which he never fulfilled. He promised to buy her the world when she would be celebrating her 18th birthday. However, 3 days before her birthday, he stopped talking to her. She tried getting in touch with him, but it was not possible. On her 18th birthday celebration, he was nowhere to be seen. Patty was furious, disappointed, and heartbroken. How could he disappoint her on the very day that she needed to show him to everyone? She just hoped that he had a good explanation. She couldn't imagine her elder sister Nellie being right all along. It was the day after her birthday celebration that he sent a message to her through one of his friends. He claimed to have been in the hospital for 3 days, and only just got back home. Patty felt bad, guilty, and sad. She became angry at herself for thinking that Matt may have played her when he was in the hospital all along. She quickly over his place. She was determined to stand by his side. Before leaving his place, she gave him part of the money she had received the previous day during her birthday celebration. It was when she had almost boarded a cab that she discovered she had left her mobile phone behind at Matt's place. It was when she was about knocking on the door that she overheard his discussions with his friends. He was not ill. He never was. It was his plan all along. He had no money to buy her the things that he had promised her for a birthday, and so he had to devise a means to stay away. He equally did not want to take the risk of being seen by some of Patty's friends who were equally his victims. He equally knew that Patty would get some monetary gifts at her birthday, and he wanted to have a share, and now he had. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Patty listened with teary eyes as Matt and his friends made jest of her. They called her stupid, naive, crazy, and delusional for falling for Matt. They said that they were amazed to see someone this big with no brains to match her size, and it was only a matter of time before Matt would sleep with her. Patty was hit hard, and her wound was too deep. She had heard enough. She would probably die right there if she heard any more. She quickly turned around and picked up a cab. The cab driver really felt sorry for Patty as he drove her back home. She was weeping as though she wanted to die from it. The driver, who was seriously concerned about what might have happened to her, failed at getting an answer from her. Immediately he got to our house, she ran out of the car and made her way into the house without paying him. We were all in the sitting room, Dad, Mom, and the rest of us when she ran past everyone without even waiting around to greet them. It was clear that something was wrong. But before we could get to her, she locked the door and began crying profusely. It was just then that the cab driver came knocking on the door and politely told us Patty was yet to pay him. He did get his money, but it was after he was made to answer a series of questions about what happened to Patty. He told us all he knew, and from all indications, he was telling the truth. Nellie knew that whatever it was that put Patty this way had to do with Matt. We tried getting Patty to open up. It had been a whole day since the incident. She had missed dinner, and breakfast was about missing lunch. We all took turns to appeal to her to come out. She seemed not to listen to anybody, not even Mom, and Dad could get her to open up. It was Nellie who eventually had her open up after she told her that she knew Matt was behind this whole thing. When Patty came out, she looked really pale, and so before asking her any questions, we all pleaded with her to eat some food. After eating, Nellie helped clean her up before Mom and Dad put her to bed. She needed rest. A lot of it. Richard and Tim eagerly waited just to know who or what had caused their sister such pain. They just needed a name and address. It was an hour before dinner time that Patty woke up and was finally ready to tell us what happened. Patty had barely gone halfway with her story when Richard and Tim made for the door, and we all knew their destination and next action. It took a lot for Daddy to restrain them both. Our dad was a cop, and so, he always wanted things done by the book. He had always been against us taking laws into our hands. After listening to Patty, Daddy noted that this was a fraudulent case of manipulation, one that the law seriously frowned at. Our dad did however note that, although Patty had just been victimized, there was no evidence to support her claim, and it was just her word against Matt. If we were going to get justice for Patty, then we needed to beat Matt at his own game. We needed some evidence. Patty was then made to call Matt that evening to tell him that she had left her phone at his place. Patty played her part so well that Matt didn't suspect a thing in the world. She asked about his health, about his friends, then asked to take him out for lunch the next day, so that he could bring her mobile phone along. It was the kind of opportunity Matt always desired, and so he readily accepted. The plan was to avoid going to his house now he was seen for what he was, a snake. Dad had to warn Patty against being in a private area with him because he could rape her. While she played her part, Dad would do some investigations just to know more about Matt. We all knew that Patty was going through a lot, and so we were very determined to give her all the love and support that she would need. She officially became the baby of the house on a temporal basis. Nellie knew that Patty had to set her emotions aside if she was going to successfully make Matt pay. She knew that Patty, who was very emotional, would find it very difficult playing Matt's own game of deception when she was still into him, so to help Patty, she called her that into her room that evening for a chit-chat. I was already with Nellie when she entered the room. She immediately began apologizing to Nellie for not taking her advice when she gave it. Nellie couldn't hide a grin as she told Patty that she was never angry at her. I listened as she told Patty that she only knew it would turn out this way because she had been there before. Just like Patty, she had been hurt severely in the past that she had now become familiar with the red flags and could tell someone who was a scam from a mile away. Nellie said that the knowledge she had gained from her bitter experiences made her decide to always put her head before her heart. She had toughened up over time. She now began advising Patty and me against tolerating what we don't like from a guy. She said that when you get a little bit tolerant, they end up trying to take you for a ride, and so, if at any point in any relationship, we become uncomfortable, we should immediately call it quits. There should always be a line which we shouldn't let the guys cross. She then further gave an instance of her experience with a guy 3 years ago. She said that when the guy wanted to date her, she never liked him because he was dirty. He had a terrible body odor that his cologne couldn't hide. When he opened his mouth to profess his undying love, she could only smell death. His breath stank. She saw that they were not compatible in any way. She took cleanliness very seriously, and he just seemed too comfortable in filth. It was a red flag which meant that she shouldn't go further, but because almost all of her friends were having boyfriends, she didn't want to feel left out, and so, she just tolerated him. It was when she was invited for a romantic dinner at his place that she knew the relationship was doomed. There was nothing romantic about the atmosphere. He was dirty to the bones and never seemed to care. This was more than she bargained for, and she wasn't having any more of it. It was when she told him that she couldn't continue anymore that he decided to rape her, and although he did not succeed because she raised an alarm, the incident traumatized her for a while. Nellie was a great sister, and she deserved every respect we gave her. Her words of encouragement were all Patty needed to hear. I usually enjoyed the times when we bonded like this. I never told anyone that I already had a guy who wanted me to be his girlfriend. Thanks to Nellie, I then knew that it wouldn't work because of the red flags I saw. Her advice then made me realize what my vision for the coming year 2021 was: growing in self-love and personal development, and I was determined to start actualizing the vision from the year 2020 that was soon going to be over. During lunch with Matt the next day, Patty was really composed. The words of Nellie last night had a great impact on her. She had rehearsed everything she was going to say, and how she was going to behave during lunch. As usual, she paid for the food with the money Dad had given her. Since the whole family was now involved, Dad and Mom made sure that she had the money needed to satisfy Matt's greed. Matt pounced on the dish without mercy. It was when he had eaten to his satisfaction that he then began reassuring Patty of his undying love. He claimed that he had been telling his imaginary rich parents about her, and they were eager to meet her when they got into town. Patty acted as she fell for his story, and even though Matt tried taking her back to his place, she claimed that she had to pick up groceries for Mom and that she had already overstayed. Before leaving, she gave him some money before he started making up stories. Later on during dinner, Daddy told us that he had been checking up the public records available, but nothing came out of it. There was no record of any Matt Delaney in the system. Something was not right. Why was there no information on him? It was at that point that my dad knew the case was more serious than we had taken it to be. He involved the state by officially opening a false identity and fraud case against the alleged Matt Delaney, and investigations officially began. Even though we were terrified at the suggestion that Patty took the risk of placing her life in the hands of a person she didn't know, we were relieved to learn that we now had the resources of the government about disposal. We, however, knew that we needed to play safe. We needed to be careful about the way we were using Patty as a tool in the investigation. It took 3 weeks before the breakthrough came. There had been 3 unsolved murder cases in various parts of the states. The victims who were usually raped before being killed were between 18 and 24 years of age. The pattern was always the same, but no matter how hard the authorities tried, it always led to a dead end. Finally, a shred of evidence had surfaced, and it led the investigators right into our city. After forensic scientists carried out several tests, the result matched the DNA which was obtained from the private part of one of the victims. It was while going through the file that my dad discovered a familiar face. It was Matt. However, although the face was the same, the name was not. The name was Todd Humphrey. There were equally 2 other faces alongside Todd. Patty was called in to see if she could identify any of the faces. When she got to the station, just as my dad had said, she identified Todd Humphrey as Matt, and she even went further to identify the remaining 2 faces as his friends who occasionally visited Todd. The cops immediately made a warrant for their arrest, but they were going to be strategic about it. The plan was to arrest the 3 friends at the same time, but it was difficult getting them to be in the same place. 2 of the friends of Todd were arrested while on their way back from getting supplies, and several illegal items such as guns, ammunition, cocaine, and various fake passports containing their names. Upon interrogation, they both agreed to be involved in the killing of the 3 murder victims. They claimed that they would study the victims for weeks before either of them would try to establish a romantic relationship with the victim. They equally gave accounts of how they would dupe the victims of large sums of money, and would eventually introduce the victim to drugs, but if the victim refused to be initiated into the use of drugs, they then knew that they stood a chance of getting reported to the authorities, and so, had no other option than to end the life of the victim. This, they did by taking turns to rape her before killing her. They noted that all 3 of their victims had refused to take drugs. The police raided Todd's house, but he wasn't there, just as his friends had said. They said that they have certain times which they communicated, and if there was no communication from anybody, then it was an indicator that something had gone wrong. It was when they were about communicating with Todd that the cops showed up, and Todd would probably have gone into hiding. The cops further questioned them to know if they had any idea where Todd might be hiding, but they said that they had decided against letting each other know their whereabouts, just in case the police caught up with any of them. It was at this point that the police knew that Patty was their biggest chance of catching Todd, but they knew that if they alerted the neighborhood, he would be certain that he was wanted, and would further try to evade them, so they waited to see if he would contact her, and he did. Todd called Patty and claimed to be in danger. He said that some persons were after his life. They wanted to kidnap and make some money off of him because of who his parents were. He asked Patty for some money to get out of the city but promised to send it back to her when he got together with his parents. Patty said that she could have the money ready by 2 p.m. the following, but she didn't know how to reach him. He said that he couldn't disclose it to her for her own safety. However, he told her to get ready by 2 p.m., as he was going to call her to give her directions on where to meet. As soon as he hung up the call, the cops who had been listening began setting plans in motion. The money was made available to Patty, who equally had a tracker placed on her. The cops would have stationed themselves around the area where she would be meeting up with him if he had disclosed the location. But he was smart enough not to. He called Patty 2 hours before the agreed time. This action almost jeopardized the plan of the cops, who were not yet ready, as they thought that they still had 2 more hours. Patty was left with no other option than to go without the cops, as any delay would get Todd suspicious. Although all hope was not lost as she had the tracker on, the cops were far behind. Patty soon found herself in a popular clubhouse filled with all manner of people. It was a place she had never been to. It was while she stood inside looking lost that she received a text asking her to come to a particular room upstairs. It was in there that she met Todd. He observed that she was not as excited as before, and when he asked her what the matter was, she said she was only really sad that he would be leaving. He seemed to fall for the lie, even though she was afraid, as every other person who was alone with a murderer would. After she gave him the money, he wanted something more. He wanted what he had long desired. But this was something that she didn't bargain for, so she told him that she needed to go home before they realized that she had been gone for too long. He wasn't buying this now. This was the last time that he was ever going to set his eyes on her, and he would have his way, one way or another. He reached for her and forcefully started taking off her clothes. When she resisted, he hit her really hard, and that was when the tracker fell off. Todd was furious. He knew that Patty was a means of getting to him. He immediately pulled a gun. But before he could pull the trigger, the cops broke into the room, and a gunfight ensued. He was shot multiple times to the head, and he was pronounced dead on the spot. But not after a shot fired by him hit Patty on her chest. We all waited in the hospital for the doctor's verdict. When he came out of the theater, he said that Patty would live. The bullet had missed her heart. She was stabilized. We felt great relief. The fear of losing Patty had cast a shadow of gloom over all of us, but now, we were grateful for the light of hope shining. Patty returned home 3 months later. To celebrate her return, I sensitized the girls in my school on the need for self-love and emotional maturity. By 2021, I would set up a GoFundMe account for Patty that will enable us to generate the funds to reach out to more girls. Hey guys, what would you do if you were me? What would you do if you were me? What would you do if you were me? How I caught Mr. John and Miss Eva on my first day in school. When you meet some people, you begin to think they do not have feelings because of the way they act when they are around the opposite sex. People like that are always found in each organization, society, workplace, or home. I know you have started guessing what I am talking about, but you need to read my entire story to completely know what I am saying. This story is based on what happened in my high school. My name is Sophia. I am a teenager who just entered high school after completing my primary education. When I completed my primary education, I was spoilt of choices on the secondary school to attend because there were many schools close to my locality. After taking my time to inspect all the schools and their facilities, I finally settled for St. Peter's High School. My dad and my mum allowed me to choose the high school I wanted to attend. The same cannot be said of my friends. Most of them had to settle for the schools their parents chose for them. I chose Monday to inspect the schools. I visited all the schools in my locality on Monday, but I had to return to St. Peter's on Friday because it was the school that caught my attention the most during my inspection on Monday. My visit to St. Peter's on Friday cemented my choice. At that point, there was no going back. It was either St. Peter's or nothing. I waited for my father to return from work on Friday so that I can inform him. My father usually returns from work every Friday because his office is far from our house. He leaves home very early on Monday and returns every Friday. When I heard the sound of my father's car on Friday, I ran outside to welcome him like I always do. We both hugged each other and I collected his bag and his shoes. I took his bag and his shoes inside while he was talking to one of our neighbors. I sat on the couch patiently, waiting for when my father will enter the room. As soon as my father entered the room, he went straight to the bathroom to have a bath. After bathing, he came to the kitchen to have his dinner that was already served by my mom. You could see that my father was very hungry from the way he was eating his food. I wanted to engage him in a conversation when he was eating, but I knew I would not get his 100% concentration because of the hunger. I sat patiently on the couch waiting for my father to finish eating his food. After 15 minutes, I noticed that my dad was now satisfied. He was already engaging my mom in a conversation. He and my mom were talking about what happened at his office. He was telling my mom how the week was very stressful. After all, he had to attend to a lot of files because his boss did not show up at the office throughout the week due. My mom also told him that she had a stressful week at the office too. She said her company got submitted and defended a proposal. She said she and one of her colleagues were the ones saddled with the responsibility of defending the proposal. My dad asked her if they have been awarded the project, She said the company is still assessing the performance of all the companies that submitted a proposal. I lied on the couch when I noticed that their conversation was getting longer than expected. All I had in mind was that I will inform him about my choice of school before he goes to bed. After about 2 hours, my dad left the dining and joined me on the couch. I told him how I have been waiting for him for the past 1 hour. He asked me why I was waiting for him, and I told him that I have something important to tell him. I noticed that my dad exhibited fear on his face because I am not the type that gets serious when talking to him. I always laugh when I want to talk to him. Therefore, the seriousness that I put on made him exhibit fear. On my own, I deliberately put up a serious face because I didn't want him to reject my choice. I wanted him to see some element of seriousness in me. I told him it was about my school. He asked me if I have finally chosen a high school I will attend when school resumes. I told him that I have found one. He asked me the name of the school and where the school is located. I told him the name of the school is St. Peter's High School. I do not need to tell him the location because he knows the school very well. He usually drives past the school when he is going to work. He asked me why I chose St. Peter's High School instead of other schools in our locality. I told him that I inspected all the schools in our locality one after the other. I said I chose St. Peter's High School because I felt St. Peter's High School is better than the others in terms of infrastructure and many other things. I told him I will be happy if he allows me to go to St. Peter's. My dad was silent for some seconds. I asked him why he was silent. He was just looking at me. After some minutes, my dad finally agreed. He said since St. Peter's High School is my choice, he is good with it. He said he just wants to be sure whether I have chosen the best. I explained to him why I think St. Peter's is the best. I told him how I visited the entire school one after the other before I finally made my decision. My dad said it is good. I got up from where I was sitting and hugged him. My dad said he was going to personally drive me to the school the next Monday to make inquiries about the school. I couldn't contain my joy as I made my way to my room. When I entered my room, I lied down on my bed hoping that the next day will be Monday. I woke up the next morning with a big smile on my face. The smile was so huge that my parents noticed it. My dad asked me why I was so happy. I told him I can't wait to go with him to St. Peter's High School on Monday. I told him how the house has been boring since I started staying at home. A few minutes into the discussion with my dad, my mum called us to the dining. She has prepared tea and bread for us. My dad and I joined my mum in the dining and we continued our discussion. After the meal, we returned to the sitting room to watch a movie. My dad relaxes during the weekends by watching different movies. My dad and I watched movies for more than 5 hours before he stepped out to see his friend. I wanted to follow him because I know how boring the house will be, but my father declined. When my dad left, I returned to my room and continued with the novel I was reading. I read the novel till late in the night. I left my room when my mom called me that dinner has been served. My dad was also back from where he went to. I joined my parents at the dining and we all had dinner together. After the meal, I waved my parents goodnight as they made their way into their room. They waved me goodnight too and they told me not to forget my prayer before I sleep. As soon as I entered my room, I picked up my novel from where I left because I wanted to read it completely before the next day. The next day is Sunday and it's always a busy day for the family because we usually leave home very early for church and we will return very late in the night. I read my novel until around 3 a.m. before I decided to sleep, knowing fully well that the remaining chapters of the novel would not take me more than 20 minutes to complete. At exactly 7 a.m., I heard a knock on my door. I knew it was my parents. They want to wake me up so that I can get ready for church because we usually leave home by 7:30 a.m. I didn't want to leave my bed because I was still feeling sleepy. The sleep I had at the time they came knocking was not more than 4 hours. My parents continued knocking repeatedly when they noticed that I did not leave my bed. When the knocks became unbearable, I had no option but to leave my bed. I stood up from my bed and made my way to the door. When I opened my door, I met my parents standing in front of my door waiting for me to come out. My father asked me why it took so long for me to open the door. I told him I was fast asleep because I slept very late. My father asked me why I slept very late when I knew there was church service the next day. I closed the door and rushed to the bathroom because my parents were already waiting. After taking my bath, I picked up one of my clothes and I rushed outside to meet my parents who were already waiting for me. We prayed in the sitting room and we all made our way to the car. We entered the car and my dad drove off. While driving, my dad told me how important it was for me to sleep early. He said as a teenager, I need 8 hours or more of sleeping time. He said he was not happy with me because I almost made him and my mum late for church. My parents like going to church very early because they are part of the church executives. Church executives are expected to be at the church 30 minutes before the church program starts. I told my father that I was sorry. I told him that I will not repeat such. My father said he has accepted my apology, but he wants to tell me some of the dangers of lack of having proper night rest. I told him that I was listening. My father said there are short-term and long-term dangers of lack of proper sleep. He said the short dangers are a lack of alertness. He said missing 2 hours from the recommended 8 hours can have an impact on the feeling of an individual. He said another short-term danger is excessive sleeping during the daytime. He said if care is not taken, I won't be able to participate in any church activity today. I told him I will make sure I participate in all church programs. I said my lack of sleep will not hinder my performance in church. My father continued with his lecture. He said another short-term danger of lack of proper night rest is that it can lead to road accidents if the individual is the one driving. My father said even if he had taught me how to drive before today, he wouldn't have allowed me to drive the car as soon as he noticed that I did not sleep very well the previous night. My father said all the dangers he listed are short-term dangers. He said others that are more dangerous than the ones he has mentioned. He said we will continue with that when we are heading back home. As soon as we drove into the church, my dad and my mom rushed out of the vehicle to join the church executives meeting which had already started. I went into the church to wait for when church service will commence because church service usually commences after the executive meeting. After about 15 minutes, the executives' meeting ended and all the executives made their way into an already filled church. The service started with an opening prayer by the presiding bishop. After that, other church activities followed. I noticed that my father was looking at me when the church service was going on. He wanted to be sure that I was not sleeping. Although I was feeling sleepy, I composed myself because I didn't want my dad to catch me sleeping. I know if he does, I will be the topic of discussion in the house. I was the topic of discussion in the car, but I didn't want my case to extend to the house. I did all my best to participate actively in all the church activities. After about 6 hours, the church program ended, and it was time to go home. When my dad told me that it was time to go home, 2 things came to my mind. The first was that I was happy because I will have the opportunity to sleep when I get home. The second thought was how will I be able to endure the series of the lecture that will come up in the car. My father didn't complete his lecture when we were driving to church in the morning and he promised to continue on our way home. I know my dad never forgets, so I couldn't pray for him to forget. I entered the car thinking how I was going to endure another series of lectures. As soon as I entered, we drove off. My father was silent for a few minutes. At first, I thought he has forgotten what he promised to talk about. No sooner than my mom told my dad that she was tired than he began his lecture again. He called me by my name Mariah. He said we were talking about something when we were driving to church in the morning. I told him that we were talking about the dangers associated with a lack of having proper night rest. I reminded him that he has told me about the short-term dangers. I said it's the long-term dangers that he promised to talk about when we are heading back home. My dad was impressed thinking I enjoyed the morning lecture. He didn't know how boring it sounded to me. He didn't know that I had to listen because there was nothing I could do. He didn't know that if I had an option, I wouldn't step out of the house in the morning not to talk of listening to a very long lecture. The reminder gave him the impression that I enjoyed the lecture, and you could see from his face that he was willing to continue. He started the second phase of the lecture by asking me if I understood everything he said in the morning while we were driving to church. I told him that I understood everything perfectly. Then, he began with the long-term dangers. He said one of the long-term dangers of lacking proper night rest is high blood pressure. He said others are diabetes, heart attack, heart failure or stroke, obesity, depression, impairment in immunity, low sex drive, premature wrinkling and dark circles under the eyes, increase in the stress hormone, and cortisol in the body. He said there are many other dangers, but these are the ones he can tell me for now. He said all these diseases are very difficult to cure. He said if a patient contract all the diseases he mentioned, it is very difficult to treat them completely. He said in most cases, the patient will have to be living with the disease until he or she dies. He asked me if I will want to contact any of these diseases at a young age. I told him that I do not want to. He said if I do not want to contract any of those diseases, I have to be sleeping at least 8 hours every day. He said if I am watching a movie or reading a book, I should drop whatever I am doing when it is time for bed. He said the movie I am watching or the book I am reading won't go anywhere. He said I can continue with my movie or my book when I wake up the next day. At first, I wasn't interested in the lecture, but when I started realizing that what my dad was telling is right, I started paying attention. I appreciated him and I told him I will heed all his advice. My dad said he will end his lecture with some tips on how to sleep better. He said if I want to sleep better, I should follow some of this advice. He said I should treat getting enough sleep as if it is important. He said, for now, I have the opportunity of choosing when to sleep because I do not have a job that can stop me. He said I should schedule an adequate time for sleep. He said another tip is to keep a consistent wake time. He said I should wake up at the same time every day. He said waking up at the same time every day will help you sleep better at night. He said a fixed wake time helps to build a strong desire throughout wakefulness. He said keeping a consistent wake time gradually builds, and shortening it by sleeping will make it harder to fall asleep the next night. He said another very important tip is to put my phones and my novels away as soon as it's time for sleep. He said books and phones keep the mind humming and far from the relaxed state that the body needs before bedtime. He said I should keep my books and my phone far away an hour before my bedtime. I appreciated my dad for the lecture as we made our way into our compound. We all came down from the car and we entered the house. We were all hungry, so my mom rushed into the kitchen while my dad and I sat on the couch. My dad put on the television set because he wanted to watch a football match between Manchester United and Arsenal. My father doesn't miss Arsenal matches because he is a very big fan. He is always in a joyous mood anytime Arsenal wins a match. One of the best times to collect money from my dad is when Arsenal wins a match. There was still 30 minutes before the start of the match, so my dad left the television set and picked up the iron and went to the laundry room to prepare the clothes he will use at work for the week. My dad likes to do his things by himself, so my mom does not bother herself with his office wear. 5 minutes to the commencement of the match, my father left the cloth he was ironing and rushed down to the sitting room. My mom called me to join her in the dining, but he declined. He told my mom to bring his food for him in the sitting room. My dad does not like any disturbance when it's time to watch Arsenal Football Club. My mom had no option but to bring his food to the sitting room. As soon as she served him his food, she went back to her room because she doesn't like football. A few minutes into the match, you could see how uncomfortable my dad was because Manchester United was playing better than Arsenal. He kept shouting at the players even though they could not hear him. 20 minutes into the match, Manchester United scored through Fred. The goal changed my dad's mood. I looked at him and I saw how sad he was. The food my mom served him was still in his front. He hadn't eaten more than 3 or 4 spoons. 45 minutes after, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. I told my dad to eat his food before the commencement of the second half because I know if Arsenal loses after 90 minutes, my dad might not eat his food. He picked up his food and started eating. I went to the fridge to help him get a chilled drink. He ate the food and he took the drink. He slept on the couch waiting for the second half to commence. As soon as the players started making their way into the pitch, my dad stooped up from his sleeping position and sat down. The referee blew the whistle for the commencement of the second half. No sooner than the second half began than my father began to shout at the players. I kept telling him that the people he was shouting at cannot hear what he was saying. 65 minutes into the match, Arsenal equalized through Ben White. My dad jumped for joy as Ben White headed the ball into the net. The match continued and there was no goal until 80 minutes. 88 minutes into the match, Arsenal took the lead through Gabriel. My dad couldn't contain his joy. He was laughing uncontrollably. He told me to get him a bottle of wine from the fridge for celebration. After the 3 minutes of added time, the referee blew his whistle for full time. My dad jumped up that I had to warn him to check the ceiling fan. He opened the wine I brought for him and started drinking. He celebrated the victory until about 9 p.m. when he wanted to go to bed. As soon as I noticed that he was going to bed, I called him and reminded him that the next day is Monday. I told him that he promised to take me to St. Peter's High School to inquire about the school. My dad said he did not forget. He said there was nothing that would make him forget something like that. We waved at each other, and he entered his room while I entered mine. I was already feeling sleepy before I entered, so I lied down on my bed and covered myself with my duvet. In no time, I slept off. At exactly 5:30 a.m., my mom came to my door and knocked. As soon as I heard a knock on my door, I stood up and went to my door. When I opened my door, I saw my mom standing in front of my door. I greeted her and she responded. She said she came to wake me up so that I can prepare myself before my father wakes up. I told her that I was already awake before she came. She left my door and I closed the door. As soon as I closed the door, I took up my shirt and went into my bathroom to take my bath. When I finished taking my bath, I put on the cloth that I had already prepared to wear for the day. After that, I sprayed perfume on my body, and I sat on my bed waiting for my father to come calling. At exactly 6:50 a.m., I heard a knock on my door. I hurriedly stood to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw my father standing at the door already dressed. He told me it was time to leave. He left my door and went straight to his car. He said I should join him. I locked my door and I went to my mom's room to tell her that I was leaving. She followed me to the car and told me to take care of myself. I entered the car and we drove off. At exactly 7:15, we arrived at St. Peter's High School. My father parked his car and we both alighted from his car. When we came down, my dad asked for the head teacher's office. We were directed to the head teacher's office, but she was not on seat. We looked for a seat close to her office and sat down in anticipation of the head teacher's arrival. At exactly 7:45 a.m., the head teacher arrived. When she arrived, she was informed that she had people waiting for her. So she made her way to where we were seated. She greeted us and apologized for coming late. She opened her office and she told us to come inside. When we entered her office, she told us to sit. She gave us water to drink. After we drank the water, she asked us how she could help us. My dad told her that he wants me to join their school when the new session resumes. He told her that his visit to the school is to make an inquiry about the payment and to personally inspect the school himself to see if the facilities they have are up to the required standard. The head teacher said she is happy to have us. She said new students are to pay $1,000 for enrollment. She said the $1,000 will cover the school fee, registration fee, and every other thing I will need for the term. My dad said it was okay. The head teacher told us to follow her so that my dad can inspect the facilities in the school. She took us to the school pitch, the health center, the school hostels, the school library, and all the classes in the school. She introduced all the staff in the school to us. I was very happy as the head teacher was showing my dad the school infrastructure. At the end of the tour, you could see from my dad's face that he was very impressed with what he saw. We returned to the head teacher's office after the tour. My dad made the payment and he left. He drove to his office while I looked for a taxi to take me home. When I got home, my mom had already prepared lunch. I rushed down to the kitchen because I was very hungry. After eating, I explained what went down to my mom. I told her how I was already anticipating resumption. The day of resumption came and I was very happy. I woke up very early because I wanted to join my dad in his car. I took my bath and I wore my cloth. I sat on the bed waiting for my dad to call me. After some minutes, I heard a knock on my door. I stood up and rushed to the door because I knew it was my dad. When I opened the door, I met my dad standing in front of my door. He told me it was time to leave for school. I went to the kitchen to pick the food that my mom prepared for me. I put the food in my bag and I joined my dad in his car. As soon as I entered the car, my dad drove off. We arrived at St. Peter's High School at exactly 8 a.m. I alighted from my dad's car and we waved each other goodbye. When I entered, students were already in their class. I approached the security man for direction. He held my hand and took me to my class. A teacher was already in the class. As soon as I entered, he told me to introduce myself in front of the class. I told the class that my name is Mariah. I told them that I am 13 years. I told them about my family and what prompted me to St. Peter's High School. After introducing myself, the teacher told me his name. He said his name is Mr. John. He told me that he is my class teacher. He said I should come to him if I need any help in my academics. After introducing himself to me, he told me to take my seat. There was no available seat at the front, so I had to make my way to the back seat. Mr. John is our mathematics teacher. He told us that his first lesson is just an introduction to the subject, so he won't stay long in our class. After talking to us for 20 minutes, he left our class and went to his office. I trailed him because I wanted to talk to him. I met him in front of his office talking to a female teacher. I got to know that the name of the teacher is Miss Eva because of her tag. I told Mr. John that I wanted to see him, but he said I should come back in 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I went back to Mr. John's office. When I got to his office door, I noticed that it was locked. I was about to return to my class when I started hearing a noise in Mr. John's office. I went back to the back of his office where the window is located. I looked through the window and I saw Mr. John and Miss Eva kissing passionately. They were so engulfed in the kissing that they didn't know that someone was looking at them. After kissing for some minutes, Mr. John and Miss Eva both undressed and started romancing passionately. At that point, the noise that was coming out of Mr. John's office became very loud. They kissed and romanced until noon. I noticed that they started undressing when they heard the bell for break time. At that point, they knew all the students will rush out of their classes. They knew they will be caught if they do not stop immediately. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this. Let me have your thoughts on this. Let me have your thoughts on this.
My name is Angel. I'm 18 years old. I was born in Michigan. I started my early life in Michigan. I lived with my parent in a decent apartment in Michigan. I attended Michigan High School where I completed my high school education. After I graduated from high school, I moved to Kentucky with my sister. My sister also lived with my parent until she graduated from high school. She moved to Kentucky when she got a job with the Kentucky Postal Services. When I graduated from high school, my sister thought it was wise to join her in Kentucky so that she could help me secure a job. 4 months into my stay with my sister, I got a job at the Kentucky Mall. The Kentucky Mall was one of the biggest malls in the United States of America. A huge number of people come into the mall every day. I was enjoying the job because it allowed me to meet a lot of people. I receive a lot of gifts from strangers who just admire how I do my job. One day while I was at work, a young man in his mid-20s approached me. He asked for my name. I told him my name is Angel. He wanted to continue the conversation, but I declined because I was on duty. Our superiors watch what we do at our duty post through the CCTV camera. We were given a rule book before we were employed. The rule book contains the do's and don'ts of the organization. It is stated in the rules that staff that violate any rule will be sacked immediately. One of the rules is that staff are not allowed to hold conversations with customers aside from business conversations. When I noticed that Terry's conversation was about violating the rules and regulations of the organizations, I quickly stopped him and told him to leave. Terry insisted on having my cell phone number before he leaves, so I gave him. I warned him not to call my cell phone during working hours because I will not be able to answer his call. I told him to call me around 6 p.m. if he wants to talk to me. Terry collected my number and left. When Terry left, Mr. Patrick came to me and asked me why I was talking to Terry during business hours. I explained to him that what happened was not my fault. I told him I told Terry to leave when I noticed he was talking about something outside the business. I told Mr. Patrick there was no way I would be able to know that he didn't mean to buy something the first time he approached. Mr. Patrick was satisfied with my explanation. He told me to be careful with male customers so that I do not fall in the wrong hands of the law of the organization. I thanked Mr. Patrick and he left. I continued attending to customers until 6 p.m. When I checked the time and it was 6 p.m., I called the attention of the manager. I told him my time was up. The manager told me to wait for the person that will replace me before I leave. He said he has contacted her and she told him she will be there in 10 minutes. He pleaded with me to wait for her. At exactly 6:10 p.m., Mariah arrived. She knew I wasn't happy because it was her lateness that kept me at the duty post longer than expected. I handed over the goods to her and I went into the accounting room to calculate my sale for the day. At about 6:45 p.m., I finished my calculation. As soon as I finished my calculation, I handed over the money to the manager and I went into the bathroom to change my clothes because I wasn't putting on our company's uniform. After changing into my homeware, I headed out to my house. I was about to board a bus when I heard my phone ringing. I didn't pick the call because I wanted to settle down in the taxi before picking any call. No sooner had I sat down in the taxi than my phone began to ring again. I brought out my phone from my bag to see who was calling me. When I looked at my phone, I noticed that the call was from Terry. I didn't want to pick the call in the first instance because I wouldn't be comfortable talking to him in a taxi. But when he did not stop calling, I eventually picked the call and I told him that I was in a taxi. He asked me why I left work late. I told him the person that was supposed to replace me if I leave did not come early enough, so I had to wait for her. I told him to call me in the next 30 minutes because I would be at home by then. He told me he would do that and I dropped the call. At about 6:30, I arrived home. I was very tired and hungry. I went to my room and take a shower. After taking the shower, I went to the dining to eat lunch. After my lunch, I went back into my room to rest. I wanted to sleep well so that I would be ready for the activities of the next day. My job is very demanding. Most times, I usually stand on my feet from when I resume in the morning until when I close in the evening. No sooner had I lied on my bed than my cell phone started ringing. Without checking the screen of my cell phone, I knew it was Terry. I answered the call and it was Terry. He asked me how my day went and I told him that my day was stressful. I told him that I was about to sleep before his call came through. I told him that I wouldn't have picked his call if I was not the one that told him to call me back in the next 30 minutes. I told him that whenever I get home from work, I take my shower, eat and go to bed because I am always tired. Terry said he knew how demanding my work was because he had a cousin that worked in a mall a few years ago. He said his cousin complained of tiredness whenever he comes from work too. Terry said he would allow me to sleep but I should tell him when I will be off duty so that we can go out and spend some time together. I told him I will be off duty on Sunday. He asked me where he should take me to. I told him that we can meet anywhere he feels is okay. Terry insisted that I choose a place, so I settled for the Kentucky Museum. I told him it has been my dream to visit the museum since I was young. I said I felt this is the opportunity I have to visit the museum for the first time. Terry and I bid each other good night and I dropped the call. As soon as I dropped the call, I covered myself in my duvet and slept off. I woke up in the morning feeling very happy because I would be visiting the museum for the first time. The museum is one place I looked forward to visiting since I was young. None of the high school excursions I went on excited me like this one I was about to go for. While I was at work, I was hoping for Sunday to come. I did everything I had to do at work perfectly to avoid coming to work on Sunday. One of the rules of our organization was that any staff that fails to balance his account on Friday or Saturday will have to come to work on Sunday to balance his or her account. The management does not condone the postponement of the account of the previous week into the new week. On Saturday after the close of work, I rushed down to the account room to do my account. I made sure all my accounts were perfect before I handed over my sale book to the manager. The manager cross-checked my sale book with the money I gave him. He saw that everything was perfect before he allowed me to leave. I got home very late because I stayed longer than expected at the office. I ate first because I was very hungry. After eating, I went into my room and took a shower. After taking shower, I lied down on my bed waiting for the next day. While I was surfing the internet on my phone, Terry's call came through. I answered the call. We talked about many things. He said he couldn't wait to meet me the next day. I said I also can't wait. He noticed that I was feeling sleepy, so he didn't take much of my time. He told me to go and sleep so that I will be healthy for the next day. I bided him goodbye and I dropped the call. Immediately I dropped the call. I covered myself in my duvet and I slept off. I woke up very early the next morning because I had some laundry to do. I packed all my laundry clothes into the bathroom and I began to watch them. I finished my laundry in about an hour. As soon as I finished my laundry, I took my bath immediately. After taking my bath, I slept on my bed waiting for my sister to call me for breakfast. 15 minutes later, I hear a knock on my door. I stood up to check who was at my door. When I opened my door, I met my sister standing in front of my door with tea and her bread in her hands. She said she decided to bring it to my room because she knew I was tired. I thanked my sister and collected the tea from her. I took my tea and returned to my bed. The only thing I was waiting for was Terry's call. I didn't want to call him myself in order not to sound desperate. While I waited for Terry's call, I took one of the novels I bought recently and started reading. 30 minutes later, Terry called. He asked me how my night was and I told him it was fine. He asked me if I have taken breakfast and I told him I took tea and bread. He asked me what time do I want us to meet. I told him I am free throughout the day, so I am fine with any time he chooses. He said he would come and pick me with his car by 11 a.m. He said he doesn't want me to go through any stress. I was speechless as Terry was talking. I could see how caring he was. I told him I will be waiting for him in front of my house before he arrives. My sister was in the sitting room when I was talking to Terry. When I dropped the call, she came to my door and knocked. I was wondering why my sister was at my door again while I stood up to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw her standing at my door. She asked me who I was talking to. I told her the person I was talking to is my friend that I met at my workplace. I told her that he wants to take me to the museum today. She asked me why I didn't tell her about Terry before. I said Terry is just a friend and there is nothing between us. She told me to take care of myself when we go out. I told her that Terry will come and pick me in front of our house, therefore, she will have the opportunity to see him. After talking to my sister, I sat on the couch in anticipation of Terry's arrival. At exactly 11 a.m., I saw Terry's call. When I answered the call, Terry told me that he was in front of our gate. I rushed outside to meet him. When I got outside, Terry was sitting in his car. I told him to come down and say hi to my sister before we leave. I brought Terry into our sitting room and I called my sister. I left Terry and my sister and rushed down into my room to dress. After dressing, I came out and told Terry that we can leave. Terry and I walked to his car and we drove off. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the Kentucky Museum. The museum was filled to the brim as different people from other states came to see how the museum looked like. Terry took me through all the galleries of the museum. At each gallery, a museum worker was stationed there to tell people about the story of the gallery. After going through the galleries in the museum, we went to the restaurant to get some food and drinks. While we were eating, I noticed that Terry could not take his eyes off me. The looks on his eyes suggested that he had something in his mind. I sat patiently waiting for Terry to tell me what was in his mind because I was ready to accept him if he proposes to me. A few minutes into the discussion, Terry began to ask me relationship questions. Terry asked me if I am in a relationship. I told him I am not in any relationship. He asked me why. I told him I wasn't in any relationship because I haven't someone I love. He asked me if I have been in any relationship before. I told him I dated a guy while I was in high school, but it didn't last long. I told him that the guy and I went our separate ways when we graduated from high school. I didn't allow him to finish his question before I asked mine too. I asked him if he is in any relationship. Terry said he is not into any relationship. I asked him why he is not in any relationship and he said his answer correlates with the answer I gave him when he asked me the same question. Terry said he has been searching for the right person but he hasn't gotten one. He said since the day he saw me at the mall, he hasn't stopped thinking about me. He said everything about me just wowed him. He said he wants us to be dating. He said he will be happy if I accept his proposal. I remained speechless for a few seconds. I didn't know what to say. I loved Terry but I didn't want to appear to him as a cheap girl. So I decided to stretch it a little bit. I told Terry that I am afraid of men. I said I don't want to fall in love with a man who will later stop caring for me. I told him how most men run after ladies because of sex. Once they get what they want, they abandon the lady. Terry interjected. He said he is not like that. He said he will take care of me. He said he will love me to the end of time. He said if he didn't love me, he wouldn't have come to me the day he saw me. He said I should try and understand him and give him a chance to be my boyfriend. I looked at Terry in the eyes and it appeared to me like he meant what he was saying. He looked like someone that loved me truly. I told Terry that I heard what he said but he has to give me time to think about it very well. He said he is not in a rush. He said I should take my time to make the best decision that is good for me. After the long discussion, we left the restaurant. There was a concert going on at the museum, so we went there to relax. The invited musicians sang melodious songs that make everybody stand on their feet. I didn't know when Terry and I began to dance. We danced like couples throughout the show. The concert ended at 4:30 p.m. and I told Terry that it was time to go home. I told him that my sister will start calling me if she does not see me by 6 p.m. We went to where Terry's car was parked and we entered the car. At exactly 5 p.m., we arrived at my house. Terry came down from the car while I also came down. I was wondering why he came down. He walked close to me and he hugged me tightly. He whispered in my ear that he loves me. He said I should think about what he told me very well and make a decision that will make him happy. While I was about to enter my gate, he asked me that what time should he be expecting a positive reply from me. I told him that I need about a week to think about it. I said after a week, I will make my decision and I will let him know. I waved him goodbye while he entered his car. I waited for him to drive off before I entered my house. When I entered our house, I met my sister sitting on the couch. She welcomed me and asked me how my day went. I told her how Terry took care of me. I told her about all the places Terry took me to in the museum. I told her how he stood by me in all the places we went to. My sister said she knew he would be a good man when she saw him. I sat close to my sister on the couch and I began to wonder if I should tell her about Terry's proposal. The way she accepted him when I was describing how he took care of me to her gave me the confidence that my sister will not have any problem with me dating Terry. I finally summoned the courage to tell her about Terry's proposal. I went very close to her and I held her arm. I told her all Terry said. I told her how he said he is interested in having an affair with me. She allowed me to finish my speech before she asked me what I told Terry in reply. I told her that I didn't give him an instant reply. I told her that I told Terry that I needed a week to think about it. My sister was very happy with the reply I gave Terry. She said Terry appeared to her like a nice and honest guy. She said he looks to her like someone that can take very good of a woman. She said the ball is in my court. I should do what I think is the best. She said I should date Terry if I think dating him is the best, or I should reject his proposal if I think rejecting his proposal is the best for me. She said she is good with any decision that I take. I hugged my sister and I appreciated her for always being there for me when I need her. I told her I couldn't have come this far without her. I told her I will continue to love her. I waved her goodbye and I entered my room. I was thinking of calling Terry to appreciate him for taking him out before his call came in. When I saw his call, I hurriedly answered the phone. As soon as I answered the call, I told him I was about to call him before his call came through. He said he just wanted to know if I am fine. I told him I am fine. He said he will allow me to rest so that I would be ready for work the next day. He told me to greet my sister and take care of myself. I told him to take care of himself too before I dropped the call. As soon as I dropped the call, I covered myself in my duvet and I slept off. The next morning, I didn't wake up as early as I should. It took the intervention of my sister to get me up from bed. She kept knocking until I woke up. When I opened my eyes, the time was 6:50 a.m. and I have to be at work by 8 a.m. I hurriedly took my bath and put on my uniform. I called a taxi while I was dressing, so the taxi arrived before I finished putting in my dress. I got to work at exactly 7:50 a.m. I went straight to the manager's office to fill the worker's attendance sheet before resuming at my duty post. While I sat down at my duty post, I couldn't take Terry's thoughts off my head. My mind was already attached to him, but I was still having a second thought whether dating Terry was the best for me. At exactly 12 noon, we went for a lunch break. After I ate at the restaurant, I checked on my phone to see if I have a call that I needed to return before I returned to my duty post. When I opened my phone lock, I saw 2 missed calls and 2 text messages on my phone. I checked my phone and I noticed that it was Terry that called and he was the one that sent the text message. I immediately returned his call. I told him I didn't pick his call because I was at my duty post. I told him that the rules and regulations of our organization do not allow us to pick calls when we are on duty. I told him I can only talk to him during lunch break or when I am at home. Terry apologized and promised not to call me during work hours. He said he will only call me when he is sure that I am on lunch break. I told him that my time was up and I have to return to my duty post before I ran afoul of the law. I told him to take of himself. I told him I will call him when I get home. I closed from work at around 7 a.m. like I always do. I was about to board a taxi when I saw Terry's call. I didn't want to answer the call at first, but I later answered it. When I answered the call, I intended to tell Terry to call me back when he gets home, but Terry shocked me. He said I should meet him in front of my workplace. I asked him what he was doing in front of my workplace. He said he left his workplace very early, so he decided to take me home. I rushed down to meet him. I was very happy because I wouldn't go through the stress of waiting for a taxi. When I got there, Terry was in his car waiting. I opened the door and I entered. I asked him why he had to drive a long distance to pick me from work. Terry said he could do anything for me. He said picking me up from work is the least thing he could do to show me that he loves me. While Terry was driving home, we talked about many things. When we were about 2 minutes to my home, Terry told me that he will like me to visit him at his home on Sunday. He said he will be happy if I show up. He convinced me to the extent that I could not decline his invitation. Terry doped me at my house and he drove off. My sister noticed that I arrived home earlier than I used to. She asked me what happened. I told her that I didn't wait for a taxi today. I told her Terry surprised me by showing up at my workplace. I told her how Terry insisted that he was going to drive me home. I told her he didn't allow me to decline because he was already at my office before he called me. My sister couldn't believe it. She kept reminding me what she told me about Terry. She said she was convinced that Terry is a nice guy the first day she saw it. She asked me if I have yielded to his proposal. I told her I haven't, but I will by the weekend because he has invited me to his house. You could see the joy on my sister's face. She was very happy for me. She was happy that I was getting into a serious relationship for the first time. The D-Day came and it was as if I have never seen a man before. I had already called Terry the previous that I would be coming to his house by 11 a.m. I was already up from my bed at around 7 a.m. I woke up that early because I had to do some laundry before I leave. I went to my sister's room to collect her laundry clothes because she was preparing breakfast. I wanted to take the stress off her. I finished the laundry at exactly 9 a.m. I was about to enter the bathroom to take my bath when my sister called me that breakfast is ready. I told her to eat hers while I take my bath. After taking my bath, I went to the kitchen to take my breakfast. My sister asked me what I wanted to do next. I told her I was going to my room to dress up for my outing. My sister said she will follow me to my room. She said she will choose the outfit that I will wear to Terry's house. I didn't have any option other than to allow her. She finally chose an outfit for me and I put it on. I had already called a taxi while I was eating. The taxi man arrived at the exact time I finished dressing. I waved my sister goodbye while I was about to enter the taxi. She waved back at me and she told me to take care of myself. I arrived at Terry's house at exactly 11:10 a.m. He was already waiting for me at his gate because I called him a few minutes before we got to his house. When I alighted from the taxi, Terry kept complimenting my beauty and my outfit. He said I look exactly like an angel that I was named. We both entered his sitting room and I sat on the couch. Terry asked what I wanted but I told him I ate before I left home. Terry was not happy with my response. Because I didn't want him to be sad, I told him to bring me a bottle of wine. Terry brought the wine to where I was sitting and sat close to me. He asked me if I have accepted his proposal. I told him that I have accepted his proposal because I was convinced that he is a nice guy. Upon hearing what I said, Terry hugged me tightly. I felt comfortable in his arms. When Terry noticed how comfortable I was in his arm, he kissed me and I kissed him too. We started kissing passionately on the couch. After kissing for some minutes, Terry carried me into his bedroom. We continued our kissing and romancing on Terry's bed. We romanced each other to the extent that none of us could hold it anymore. Terry and I undressed and we had sex. I experienced what I have never experienced in my lifetime and it was very interesting. After the sex, I entered his bathroom and took a shower with Terry. While we were taking shower, we were still kissing. After taking the shower, I dressed up and Terry drove me home. Since that day, I have not been able to take Terry's thoughts off my head. Our love waxed stronger, which was what prompted me to have a tattoo of Terry on my chest. When I told him that I wanted to have his tattoo on my chest, he was very happy. I told my sister about it too. She said if that is what I want, there is nothing she can do. She said I should just do what is best for me. The next Sunday that I was off duty, Terry took me to the tattoo center himself. He said he wants to be the first person to see how the tattoo. 5 months after I tattooed Terry's name on my chest, Terry was involved in a ghastly car accident somewhere in Miami. Terry and his friends were traveling from Kentucky to Miami when they had that accident. Neither Terry nor his friends survived the car accident. 2 of his friends died on the spot, while Terry died after the 3rd day of the accident in a hospital. Since Terry died, I cannot stop thinking about him. Anytime I look at the tattoo on my chest, I just wish I could see or talk to Terry one more time. Death, they say, is inevitable, but it took away the person I loved most away from me. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thought on this. Love can be found anywhere. It can be found in weird places and weird circumstances. This is a story that talks about how true love was found in an unusual circumstance. An emergency phone call that was made to solve a very important issue led to a great love story. Daniel is a respected police officer. He does his work diligently. He has received several recognitions from a lot of government agencies for standing firm in trial periods. He has led many successful operations. Daniel joined the police force because of his father. His father was a police officer too, but he retired before Daniel joined the force. Daniel chose to join the police force because of the stories of different operations he heard from his father. During weekends when Daniel's father is at home, he usually tells him about dangerous operations they went. All these stories and the love Daniel had for the United States made him decide to join the United States police force. When Daniel graduated from high school, his father was still in service. He usually follows his father to the office once in a while because his father was a senior police officer. From there, he started knowing little things about the police force. He followed his father to the office one Sunday morning. Unfortunately, gunmen attacked their base. The policemen were able to overpower the gunmen, but they lost some officers. Daniel's father was very sad that day because he has just been promoted as the head of that base. When they got home, Daniel's father explained to him about the dangers involved in joining the police. He asked him if he saw the casualty they recorded when the gunmen invaded their base. Daniel replied in the affirmative. He said it happens almost every day. He said policemen die in the course of carrying out their duty every day. He said he was telling him that to know what he wants to get into. 1 year after Daniel graduated from high school, he got admission into Miami College. One day, some gunmen invaded their campus. Daniel joined the security men in overpowering the gunmen. From then on, people began to notice him in college. The head of security in the college personally invited Daniel to the school's security guard. Every Saturday and Sunday, Daniel usually joins the security guard in their training. After 4 years, Daniel graduated from college. As soon as Daniel graduated from college, he joined the police force. Fortunately, his first posting was to his father's base, but unfortunately, his father retired 2 months before he was posted. Daniel was happy that he was able to fulfill his dream of becoming a police officer. He carried out his duties diligently without fear or favor. He was always ready to tackle the enemies of the state. 5 months into Daniel's stay at his base, a beautiful female police officer was transferred to his base. On her arrival, she was brought to Daniel's office for briefing because he is her immediate boss. Because of Mary's hard work, she became Daniel's favorite officer. They did everything together. They went on deadly assignments together. As time passed by, they began to fall in love with each other, but none of them was ready to make the first move. Months went by without any tangible approach from any of them. One day, Daniel went to the gym with his friend Tony. After the gym, Daniel told Tony about Mary. He told him how he cannot stop thinking about Mary. He said he is afraid to share his feelings with Mary because of 2 things. He said the first is that if Mary accepts to date him, it might impact negatively on their work. He said his love for her can interfere negatively in their job to the extent of giving her preferential treatment over others. He said the second reason is that if Mary does not accept to date him, she might start disrespecting him. She might not give him the respect she used to give him before. Tony told Daniel that love supersedes everything he is thinking about. He said if he likes Mary, he should do the needful before another man snatches her away from him. After listening to Tony's advice, Daniel decided to take the bold step. He called Mary when he got home and asked her if she was free the next day. Mary told Daniel that she will be free the next day. He told her to meet him at the Miami resort the next day. "Do you want me to do anything for you, sir?" Mary asked. "No," Daniel replied. He said there is an important thing he wants to tell her. Mary agreed to meet Daniel at the Miami resort the next day. When she dropped the call, she started thinking about why Daniel wanted to see her. In her mind, she started thinking if Daniel was ready to tell her what she has been craving to hear from him since the day she was posted to his base. On Sunday morning, Mary did her normal cycling exercise. After the exercise, she took breakfast. While she was eating her breakfast, she called Daniel to ask him the time they are to meet. Daniel gave her the honor of choosing the time she felt will be most comfortable for her. Mary said she thinks 12 is better. Daniel said he has no problem with the time she chose. After eating breakfast, Mary went to the bathroom and took a shower. At that time, the time was 8:30 a.m. She felt she had a lot of time because her house is just 30 minutes drive to the Miami resort. Not knowing what to do, Mary put on her television set and started watching a movie she bought. She has been watching the movie for more than a month. She has not been able to complete watching the movie because of her busy schedule at the office. She thought that, since she still has like 2.5 hours before she leaves home, the best thing is for her to continue her movie from where she stopped. She loves the movie so much because the movie details the day-to-day job of a police officer. The movie was recommended to her by one of her colleagues. She watched the movie until 10:30 a.m. When she noticed that the time was 10:30 a.m., she switched off the television and went to the bathroom to take her bath. By 11:30 a.m., she has finished dressing and was ready to hit the road. By 12:05 a.m., she got to the Miami resort. At first, she didn't see Daniel, so she had to call him. When Daniel answered the call, she asked him if he has arrived at the Miami resort. Daniel told her that he has been there for more than 30 minutes because he wanted to be there before her. She told him that he should come and pick her at the front of the resort because she cannot see him. Daniel rushed to the gate to pick Mary. They walked to where Daniel was sitting. Daniel ordered for a bottle of wine while Mary ordered preferred juice. For more than 5 minutes, Daniel did not say anything. He kept thinking if what he was about to do was the best. At some point, he wanted to change his mind, but he kept remembering what Tony told him. He didn't know how he will feel if he sees Mary with another man. Mary sat for 5 minutes and she didn't hear anything from Daniel. She asked him why he said he wanted to see her. She said she was surprised when he told her on phone to meet him at the Miami resort because she knows him as someone who likes staying indoor when he is not at work. Daniel told Mary that he has his reasons for telling her to meet him at the resort. He felt the resort was the best place to say it. He said he has been thinking about what he wants to tell her for months, but he thinks this is the right time for him to say it. He said everybody knows him in office as a disciplined man. He said they know him as someone who does not associate with the female gender at work or home. He said it has been like that since he was young. He said the reason for such is not that he doesn't like women, but since he was a child, he has never met a woman that was diligent as Mary. He said the first day he saw her in his office, he thought she was like other female officers who don't take their job seriously. But his perception changed when they went for an operation in Michigan. He said he was happy with the courage she displayed in the operation. He said besides that, he has been watching her closely at work. He said how she faces her job squarely. He said female police officers like Mary are rare in the police force. He said all these and many more are why he has decided to make the decision he is about to tell her. He said he doesn't know how she will accept what he was about to tell her, but what he is about to tell her is nothing but the truth. What do you want to tell me? Mary asked. Daniel said he wants to tell her that he loves her, and he will want to spend the rest of his life with her. Mary could not utter a word, even though it was what she wanted to hear. She didn't know her immediate boss could be this romantic. The look on Daniel's face showed he meant what he said, so it was not difficult for Mary to make her decision. Moreover, it was something she has been waiting to hear from him. Mary looked at Daniel in his face. She told him that she has been craving to hear what he just told her for months. Mary said she fell in love with Daniel the first day she stepped foot in the base. She said she has been hearing positive reviews about him before she was posted there. She said she heard more of his positive reviews when she entered the base the first day. She said policemen who take their work diligently like Daniel are rare. She urged him to continue to do more for the police force. After they had their rink, Daniel invited Mary to his house. Daniel drove in his car while Mary drove in her car. After 20 minutes of leaving the Miami resort, they arrived at Daniel's house. Daniel showed Mary around his house. He showed her all the awards he has won in the course of his service. He took her to his gym center and his swimming pool. After going round the rows, they finally settled down on the couch. Daniel and Mary continued their conversation. This time, their conversation changed from their work duties to a more intimate one. They talked about sex. Daniel asked Mary if she was comfortable with having sex on the first date. Mary said she doesn't think it is bad. At that point, Daniel knew what Mary said was an invite. He went very close to Mary and kissed her. It was as if Mary was waiting for the kiss. She kissed him and they started kissing passionately. While they were kissing, Daniel's hand was in Mary's boobs. He was fondling it while Mary was using her hand to romance his nipple. The moaning was so loud that they had to put on the television so that neighbors won't hear their moan. After kissing and romancing for some minutes, Daniel carried Mary to his bed. They had sex until they laid in the evening. After the sex, Daniel and Mary freshened up. Mary entered her car and left. After that day, their love became stronger. They continued to visit themselves often. Every visit was an avenue to have sex. Mary decided that they should keep their relationship away from their colleagues. Nobody in their office knew about their relationship. After 6 months of dating, Daniel decided to take the bold step. He decided to officially wed Mary. He decided that the first thing to do was to take Mary to his parents. On Friday, he called his parents and told them that he has a surprise package for them. He said they should prepare for him on Sunday. That Sunday morning, he told Mary to meet him at his house. When Mary arrived, they had quick sex like they usually do before they headed to Daniel's parents' house. When they got there, Daniel's parents were surprised to see him with a lady. They didn't know anything about her relationship before that day. He hugged his parents. He told them that the surprise package he has for them is Mary. He told them he and Mary are colleagues at work. He told his parents how he was made her immediate boss on the first day she was posted to his base. He told them how he was always thinking about her but didn't dare to approach her. He told them how Tony acted as the game changer. He told them how he finally summoned the courage to approach Mary after Tony told him to do the needful. He said their relationship has lasted for 6 months and he thinks this is the right time to finally tie the knot with Mary. Daniel's parents were very happy to hear that. They told Daniel that it is their joy to see their grandchild. They urged them to do the planning as fast as possible. They also told Daniel and Mary to carry them along in the planning. Daniel's mom prepared lunch for everyone. They ate to their satisfaction before taking their leave. While they were about to take their leave, Daniel's father asked his son if he has seen Mary's parents. He said he hasn't, but they are planning to do that as soon as possible. Daniel's father said that was not good enough. He said he should see Mary's parents as soon as possible. Daniel joined Mary outside after he listened to his father. Mary was curious to know what kept Daniel back, so she asked him as soon as he joined her. Daniel said his father asked him if they have seen her parents. He said he told his father that they haven't, but they are planning to do so. Daniel said his father urged him to do so as soon as possible. While they were driving home, he told Mary to call her parents on phone. He said she should inform them of their visit. He said she should ask them when they want him to come and see them. Mary put a call through to her dad. She told him that she wants to bring someone to him. She asked him when she should come and see him. Mary's father said he and her mother will be free on Saturday. He said she can come anytime on Saturday. With that, Daniel and Mary decided that they will see Mary's parents on Saturday. Mary slept at Daniel's house that day because she was very tired. They went to work together the next day. Their colleagues were surprised to see Mary coming down from Daniel's car. They decided to make their relationship public. So, they started going to work together. When people began to see them together, they knew something was happening between the two of them. On Saturday morning, Mary and Daniel made their way to Mary's parents' house. 1 hour after they arrived there, they were welcomed by Mary's parents. They were surprised to see Daniel with Mary. They asked their daughter who Daniel is. She narrated to them how she met Daniel. She told them that Daniel is her immediate boss at work. She told her parents how Daniel has been a loving boss. She said he has moved from the level of a boss to the level of fiancé. She told them that Daniel is the person she is dating and they are planning to get married as soon as possible. Mary's father was very happy with what his daughter told him. He welcomed Daniel again. He asked him about work, his parents, and many other things. While Daniel was being queried by Mary's dad, Mary and her mom ran to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After 45 minutes, lunch was ready and they all ate together. After lunch, Mary and Daniel asked to take their leave. They were followed to the car park by Mary's parents. They kept advising them till they left. When they got home, Daniel called his father and informed him about his visit to Mary's parents' house. He told his father that he was accepted very well and they have given him the opportunity to marry their daughter. 1 week after, Daniel and Mary picked a date for their wedding. Their wedding was widely publicized by their friends and colleagues. Everybody was happy for them because of their diligence at work. The wedding day arrived and it was a scene to behold. Guests came from all spheres of life to witness the occasion. Almost every police officer in Miami was at their wedding. They got a lot of gifts from the police high command. The couples got a new car from their boss because they fulfilled certain conditions. The police force had a rule then that if police officers marry each other, they will get a brand new car as a gift. As soon as Daniel collected the car gift, he handed over his old car to one of his friend that does not have a car. After the wedding party, Daniel and Mary returned to their hotel room. The next day after the wedding, they traveled to Paris for their honeymoon. 2 weeks after, they returned to Miami because their holiday was over. The next day, they resumed back at work. Before their resumption, the Miami police have been fighting some deadly armed robbers. The armed robbers had sophisticated weapons. Therefore, the police found it difficult to overpower them. The armed robbers killed a lot of policemen during their cause of operation. As soon as Daniel and Mary resumed at the office, they were drafted to the unit that was saddled with the responsibility of arresting the deadly armed robbers. Daniel and Mary swing to work immediately. They went to the streets of Miami and interrogated people, asking them what they know about the deadly armed robbers. After 3 days of interrogation, they finally got a lead. They met a tipster who gave them the hideout of the deadly armed robbers. The tipster told them that the best time to invade the hideout was in the night when they are asleep. With the information they got from the tipster, Daniel and Mary returned to base and assembled a team of armed policemen for the operation. They left the base at exactly 11 a.m. and they got to the hideout at midnight. As soon as they got to the hideout, they forcefully opened the gate and went into the apartment. In the process of opening the gate, the armed robbers were able to detect the police and they engaged them in a heavy shootout. The shootout lasted for more than an hour with casualties from each side. After the shootout, the policemen killed 5 of the robbers and arrested the rest. While the policemen were assembling in front of their car, they noticed that Mary was missing. They went back into the building to search for her. While they were searching for her, they heard a loud noise from one of the rooms in the apartment. The policemen rushed down to the room and found Mary in a pool of blood. She sustained an injury during the shootout. She was rushed to the bus and taken to the hospital. Daniel could not sleep that night. The next morning, he was the first person to arrive at the hospital. When he got there, he was allowed to see Mary, but she could not talk to him. As days went by, Mary's health deteriorated to the extent that she was using oxygen to breathe. Her condition deteriorated to the extent that friends and family were barred from seeing her. Days went by and Mary's condition did not improve. Daniel couldn't concentrate at work. His boss noticed his lack of concentration too. One day he called Daniel into his office and handed him a letter. At first, Daniel thought he has been sacked. When he got home and opened the letter, he realized that he was given 2 weeks' break to deal with the situation at hand. The break gave Daniel more opportunity to be with Mary. He goes to the hospital very early in the morning and leaves very late in the night. Most times, it is the doctors that usually tell him to leave because they don't allow people to sleep with patients at the hospital. On Sunday morning, while Daniel was getting ready to visit Mary at the hospital, he received a painful phone call. While he was putting on his dress, he heard his phone ringing. The number looked strange to him, so he didn't want to answer the phone at first. But when the call did not stop, he decided to answer to know why the person kept calling him. As soon as he answered the call, he heard the voice of Dr. Henry, who was the special doctor that was assigned to treat his wife. Dr. Henry told Daniel that he regrets what he wants to tell him, but there was nothing he could have done to save the situation. Dr. Henry said he is afraid to tell Daniel that Mary is dead. The cell phone fell from Daniel's hand and he began to cry profusely. He cried from morning till night. He locked himself up in his room and was crying. He refused to open the door for anybody that came to see him. 3 days after Mary's death, a police delegation led by the police boss came to visit Daniel. They found his door locked, but they noticed that he was inside. They could hear his cry from where they were standing. The boss called Daniel and told him to open the door, but Daniel refused. The police had no option but to force their way inside the house to prevent Daniel from doing something harmful. When they gained entrance into the house, they met Daniel in a sorrowful state. The house was scattered. The smell of alcohol took over the house. They noticed that Daniel has been drinking since the day he heard of his wife's death. They cleaned the house and arranged everything that Daniel scattered in the house. While they were leaving, they took Daniel with them. Daniel was lodged in a hotel close to the police base. He was given 3 months to recover from his wife's death. After 3 months, Daniel resumed at his duty post. His first day of resumption was emotional. When he entered the office, everyone could not hold back their tears. The tears on everyone's face brought back Mary's memory. Daniel tried to control himself, but he did not know when tears started rolling down his cheeks. After some time, he picked himself up and returned to his duty post. As soon as he resumed, an officer was allocated to him to replace Mary. But this time, a male officer. The officer briefed him on all the cases they had at the moment. Daniel started his day-to-day activities, but he found it very hard to take Mary's thoughts off him. 1 year after, Daniel was in the office when he received an emergency call from a toll-free line. The lady said she witnessed a robbery, and she called to inform the police. Daniel and his team immediately swung into action and apprehended the robbers. They brought the robbers to their base before charging them to court. When Daniel returned to the office the next day, he went through the phone records in search of the number of the lady that called. After some minutes, he was able to get the number. He called the lady and appreciated her for a job well done. He encouraged her to continue giving security agencies relevant information that would lead to the arrest of the people who have decided to terrorize the state. Daniel told the lady that he will like to meet her to show his appreciation because the operation gave him a promotion at work. The lady was so happy to hear about Daniel's promotion. She said she didn't want to accept his invite in the first place, but the good news he told her is what changed her mind. She asked Daniel if he was calling her with his cell phone number and Daniel replied in the affirmative. She said she will call him back and tell him where and when to meet her. Daniel appreciated the lady for accepting his wife before ending the call. His boss was already at the door to decorate him with his new rank while he was on the phone. When he noticed that Daniel has ended the call, he went into Daniel's office with some other officers to officially decorate Daniel with his new rank. While Daniel was driving home, his phone started ringing. He didn't answer the call because the number looked strange and he didn't want to break the law. The call kept coming in, but Daniel did not answer the call. When Daniel got home, he called the number to know who was calling him. When he called the number, Precious answered the call. Daniel said he doesn't know anybody called Precious. She had to explain herself before Daniel recognized. When Daniel eventually knew that it was the lady that made the emergency call, he pleaded with her. He told her that he did not pick the call because the number looked strange and he was driving home at that time. Precious said she called to inform him of where they will meet. She said Daniel should come to the Fun Garden on Sunday by 1 p.m. if he wants to see her. Daniel obliged. He told Precious that he will be there on Sunday by 1 p.m. Precious said goodbye to Daniel on the phone. She told him to take very good care of himself before ending the call. As soon as Precious ended the call, Daniel went to his bed and slept off. On Sunday morning, Daniel woke up early as he usually does. His first point of call was his gym center. After spending 1 hour in the gym, he returned to his room to rest. After resting for 30 minutes, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After taking breakfast, he returned to the couch to take some rest because he still had time. He set his alarm to 11 a.m. so that he does not sleep off. At exactly 11 a.m., his alarm started ringing. The alarm was so loud that he had to wake up even though he was fast asleep. When he woke up, he went to the bathroom to take his bath. He took his bath, dressed up, and sat back on his couch waiting for 12:30 before he hits the road. At exactly 12:30, he made his way to the Fun Garden. He called Precious and told her he was already on his way. Precious told him that she has been there waiting for him. Upon hearing that, Daniel started speeding because he doesn't want Precious to get angry even though the time she gave him was not up. At exactly 12:50 a.m., Daniel arrived at the Fun Garden. He called Precious to come and pick him at the gate. Precious came to the gate to pick him. When they entered the Fun Garden, they looked for a nice place to sit. Precious started by congratulating Daniel on his promotion at work. After congratulating him, she said she was curious to know why he wanted to see her. Daniel started by telling Precious about Mary. He told her how he met Mary, how they got married, and she died a few days after sustaining gunshot wounds in an operation. He told Precious that he has not been himself since the incident. Precious felt sorry for Daniel. She said she feels what he has been going through, but she wants him to remain strong and resolute. Daniel told Precious that the reason he invited her was that he was looking for someone he can confide in. He said since Mary died, he doesn't have a female friend that he shares his problems with. He told Precious that he wants her to be his friend and if possible his lover. Precious looked at Daniel in the eyes. She didn't know what to say. She felt Daniel's pain. Precious took Daniel's car key and told Daniel to follow her to her house. 10 minutes after, they arrived at Precious's house. They went in and sat down on the couch. Precious knew Daniel was sex-starved, so she wanted to give him sex. As soon as they sat on the couch, Her hand started going through Daniel's body. Before you know it, Daniel's clothes were already off. Precious took off her clothes too and walked Daniel to her bedroom. They continued to have sex until late in the evening before Daniel took his leave. After that day, Precious and Daniel became lovers. They did everything together. Daniel was able to find comfort after Mary's death. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or your thoughts on this.
Why Sophia must take a very difficult decision. My name is Sophia. I am 16 years of age. I was born in Miami and I lived there with my parents. I attended St. Margaret School. After graduating from St. Margaret, I moved to St. Paul High School. When I joined St. Paul High School, a lot of boys approached me. They wanted to date me, but I was not interested in any of them. I became the topic of discussion among the boys in the school. Everybody was giving me different names. Some said I am boastful, while others said I have pride. Others that I did not know said a lot of unpleasant things about me. I was different among all the girls in the school because most girls in the school had a boyfriend in the school. I saw it as something that wasn't acceptable, so I did not engage in it. Days went by and I continued to keep my stand. I knew the best thing was for me to stay outside any relationship in the school, even though I needed someone I could confide in then. A few days before the examination, I heard that everybody in my class planned not to sit close to me in the exam. They said they wanted to use that to send a message to me that if I do not their wish, I would suffer in school. I was laughing as Mary was telling me. She said she told me because she loved my personality and she thinks what I am doing is the best. What I heard from my junior Mary prompted me to read harder than I was doing before. I started reading at night because I wanted to be well prepared for the exam. I had another motivation to do well in my exam. My dad promised to take me to a cinema to watch a movie if I perform very well in my exam. I haven't watched a movie in a cinema before, so I thought this was the perfect opportunity to do so. When I got to school on Monday, the head teacher came to the assembly ground and told us that our exam will commence the next Monday. He urged all of us to read very well for the exam. He said at the end of the exam, the best student will be rewarded with the new iPhone 12. When I heard the announcement from the head teacher, I became more motivated than ever. I was using an Android phone then and it was not even a big phone. There were a lot of things that I was not able to do on my phone. My dad decided not to buy another one for me until I graduate from high school. After the announcement, the head teacher told us to go to our classes. As I was walking to my class, I could not take the thought of owning an iPhone 12 off my head. It sounded like the biggest motivation. 2 hours to the end of the school activities, Mr. John came to our class to inform us that he has prepared our timetable. He took his whiteboard marker and started writing. I took one of my notes and I wrote the exam timetable. I was happy with the timetable because 2 of my favorite subjects were slated for the first day. I loved mathematics and English language a lot. Therefore, when I saw that they were my first paper, I became happy and more willing for the exam to start. At exactly 2 p.m., the timekeeper rang the bell for the close of the day. I picked my bag and I rushed home because I was very hungry. When I got home, my mom had already prepared lunch. She told me to take off my school uniform and take a shower before eating. I wanted to eat first before doing any other thing, but I know my mom would not allow me to eat if I do not do what she says. I dropped my bag in my room and I took off my uniform. I entered my bathroom and I took a shower. I changed into another dress before coming out of my room. I rushed to the dining where my food was. I ate the food hurriedly because I was very hungry. When I finished eating, I sat on the couch to relax my brain because I was very tired. My mom sat close to me and she was asking me what happened in school. I told my mom what the head teacher said on the assembly. I asked her if she would allow me to use the iPhone if I win the award for being the overall best student in the school. My mom said I have come of age, so she cannot stop me from using an iPhone if I am awarded as the overall best student in my school. I was very happy, but I needed to confirm with my dad too. I sat patiently on the couch waiting for my dad to return from his office. When my dad returned from his office, I waited for him to take a shower and his lunch. I know it was his tradition to always watch CNN News before going to bed, so I waited on the couch. A few minutes later, my dad came to the sitting room and sat close to me. As soon as he sat, I told him what our head teacher said in school. My dad said it's a welcome development. He said he likes what the school is doing to motivate its students. I told him that the question I have for him is that I want to know if he would allow me to use the iPhone 12 if I am awarded as the best student. My dad said he has no other option than to allow me to use it because if I win, it will be a product of my hard work. I smiled, I appreciated him, and I went straight to my room. As soon as I entered my room, I opened my bag and I brought out my mathematics, an English notebook. I read from the first topic to the last topic that night. I did not sleep until 3:30 a.m. As early as 6:30 a.m., I was awake getting prepared for school. Even though what I was getting myself into was difficult, The packages that will follow if I eventually become the best student were worth it. When I woke up, I did my daily routine, which was to pray, brush my teeth, take my bath, put on my school uniform, and eat my breakfast. After eating my breakfast, I went straight into my dad's car. I opened the door and I sat down while I wait for my dad to join me in the car. After about 5 minutes, my dad entered the car and we drove off. My dad dropped me off at the school gate and he drove off while I made my way into the school. When I entered, students were on the assembly, so I joined them. I was surprised to see the head teacher on the assembly ground. He said the reason he was on the assembly ground was to motivate us to do well in our upcoming exam. He said students that do well will receive valuable gifts from the school. He said students that fail will repeat their classes. After the announcement, the head teacher told us to go to our classes. For more than 2 hours, no teacher came to the class because it was revision week. Most of the teachers have completed their revision, therefore they do not need to come to class. 45 minutes before the break, Miss Williams came to our class. She was the only teacher that hasn't held a revision class with us. When she entered our class, she told all of us to bring out our notebooks. We started revising from the first topic and we ended our revision with the last topic. She urged us to read very well for her exam because it would not come easy. She said the questions she gave us are standard and technical questions that require a lot of reasoning. She left our class when the bell for the break was rung. As soon as I heard the bell, I went straight to the school canteen because I was very hungry. I ate to my satisfaction before returning to class. 2 hours after returning to class, the bell for closing time was rung. I picked my bag and I headed home. When I got home, I did my usual traditions, which were to bathe, eat, rest on the couch and wait for the next day. I did all these till Friday. When I got to home on Friday, I locked myself in my room. I read as if my life depended on the exam. I didn't come out of my room until Sunday when we were going to church. When we got to church, I was just praying for the church service to end so that I can return home. 5 hours later, the church service ended and we headed back home. When we got home, we were all hungry, so I joined Mom in the kitchen while my dad sat on the couch. After 45 minutes, the food was ready. We all went to the dining to eat. As soon as I finished eating, I went back into my room while my mom and dad sat on the couch. I read throughout the night. I read my notebooks from the first page to the last page. At exactly 4 a.m., I lied down on my bed to rest my brain. Deep into my sleep, I heard a knock on my door. I knew it was either my mom or my dad. I asked who was at the door. My mom replied. She told me to get up and start preparing for school. She said if I do not get up, I won't be able to follow my dad because he will soon be on his way to work. I jumped up from my bed and rushed into the bathroom because I didn't want to miss the trip with my dad. I usually find it difficult getting to school using a public bus. At exactly 7 a.m., my mom came back to my door and knocked. This time around, I opened the door immediately. I heard the knock because I was already set. When I opened the door, my mom told me that I should rush down to my dad's car because he was already in the car waiting for me. I didn't wait for her to complete her sentence before I started running to the car. As soon as I entered the car, my dad drove off. We arrived at St. Paul High School at exactly 7:30 a.m. My dad dropped me in front of the school gate like he always does and drove off. I didn't have the opportunity to drop my bag in my class because students were already coming out to the assembly ground after they heard the bell. I dropped my bag with the security men while I moved to the assembly ground. After the morning assembly routine, the head teacher came to address us. He told us the exam was starting that morning and he expects that we should have been prepared. He warned all students to stay away from exam malpractice. He said any student that is caught engaging in exam malpractice will face the school's disciplinary committee. He said facing the school disciplinary committee might lead to outright expulsion. He also warned all students to desist from taking anything to the exam hall that can implicate them. He said all students should check their pockets before going to the exam hall. He said the school management would not tolerate any excuse from any student if he or she is caught with incriminating materials in the exam hall. He also said another thing that is banned from the exam hall is a cell phone. He said any student that is caught with a cell phone in the exam hall will face prosecution. He said it is an act that the school frowns at, so every student should try their possible best to desist from any form of examination malpractice. He showed us a photograph he brought to the assembly ground. The photograph had the picture of students that were expelled from St. Paul School due to examination malpractice. After the head teacher finished his speech, he told us to walk our classes and wait for our teachers. When I got to my class, I opened my notebook and started revising what I read at home. After about 30 minutes, Mr. John came to our class with exam questions. He said all students should move to the exam hall. He told us to leave our books and bags in the class. He said we are only allowed to enter the exam hall with our pens. I opened my bag and I took my pen. I left my bag on my seat and I made my way to the examination hall. We are asked to form a queue in front of the exam hall. Mr. Patrick stood in front of the exam hall and was calling our names one after the other. When he calls the name of any student, he will check the student's identity card and the student's examination clearance before he allows the student to enter the hall. He did that for all students before we were all allowed to settle down for the exam. As soon as he noticed that we were all seated, he started distributing the exam questions. After distributing the exam questions, he took his whiteboard marker and wrote the starting and stopping times on the whiteboard. After writing the start and stop time, he told us to start. He went around the exam hall to check if there was any student that brought any incriminating material while the head teacher was monitoring the exam through the CCTV camera in his office. The exam started at exactly 9 a.m. Therefore, at exactly 11 a.m., we were asked to submit our papers. As soon as I submitted it, I rushed back to my class to revise before we will be called for the next examination. 30 minutes after, we were told to return to the examination hall for the next subject. The same procedure that was carried out for the first exam was carried out for the second exam. We queued and presented our identity card and examination clearance before we were allowed into the examination hall. The second examination began at exactly 11:30 a.m. The examiner gave us 2 hours. When I collected the question pair, I smiled because everything I have been reading throughout the previous week came out in the exam, just as Mr. Patrick did in the first paper. He took his whiteboard marker and wrote the start and stop time as soon as he gave us the examination paper. He told us that everyone will submit at exactly 1:30 a.m. irrespective of whether the person has finished solving the questions or not. He said those that are through before the slated time are allowed to submit. I started solving the questions from the first to the fifth. The exam had 7 questions, but the instruction of the examiner was that we should answer 5 questions. By 12:45 p.m., I was through with all my questions. I took my time to go through the answers one after the other to avoid any mistakes that might arise when the examiner is marking my script. The thought of iPhone 12 and a visit to the cinema would not want me to fail. I checked all questions and my answers and I saw that they were perfect. At exactly 1:15 p.m., I stood up from my seat and submitted my examination paper. As soon as I gave Mr. Patrick my answer booklet, he told me to go outside. I went back to my classroom waiting for other students to submit their papers so that we can be told to go home. At exactly 1:15 p.m., Mr. Patrick told all students to submit. He collected the entire answer booklet. When he came out, he told us to go home and prepare for the next exam on Tuesday. I was already holding my bag in my hand, so I didn't have to go back to the class. I immediately made my way to the school gate. Fortunately, I saw a taxi when I came out of the school gate. The taxi dropped me in front of our house. I gave him his money and I entered our house. Just as I usually do when I come back from school, I went into my room and took my shower. I changed into another outfit and I went to the kitchen to have my lunch. While I was eating, my mom asked me how the examination went. I told her my reading paid off because I saw everything I read in the exam. She was very happy. She told me not to relent. She told me to put more effort so that I can become the best student in my school. After my lunch, I sat on the couch to relax my head. My books were already on my table in my room. I put my alarm at 5 p.m. and I slept off on the couch. At exactly 5 p.m., the alarm started ringing. As soon as I heard the alarm, I woke up and I went into my room. I opened it and started reading for the next exam. I read until 1 a.m. before I retired to my bed. I woke up as early as exactly 6 a.m. and I went to the bathroom to take my bath. After taking my bath, I put on my uniform and I came to the sitting room to wait for my dad. When my dad came to the sitting room, he was surprised to me in the room already dressed. We all took breakfast and we went into his car. At exactly 7 a.m., we arrived at my school. My dad dropped me off and he went on his way while I made my way to my class. At exactly 7:30 a.m., we were called to the assembly ground. The head teacher reminded us of all the rules and regulations involving the examination. He told us to continue working harder to achieve a good result. He told us to go straight to the exam hall because the examination will start immediately after the assembly. When he left the assembly ground, we rushed to our classes to drop our bags because we will not be allowed to enter the exam hall with our bags. After dropping my bag, I rushed down to the exam hall. There was no time to revise, but I was confident that I had prepared enough. We queued in front of the exam hall as usual. We are only allowed into the exam hall after Mr. John checked for examination clearance. We started the examination by 8 a.m. and ended at 10 p.m. We were given an hour to prepare for our next examination. I went to my class, picked my bag, and went to a silent place to read because many students were making noise in my class. I was there when I heard that the bell has been rung for the exam. I went to my class to drop my bag and I joined my colleagues in the exam hall. We started the exam at exactly 11 a.m. and it ended at 1 a.m. After Mr. John collected our examination booklet, He told us to go home. I rushed back home to prepare for the next day's examination. That was my routine throughout the examination period. It lasted for 14 days. On the final day of the exam, the head teacher applauded all students. He said we have all done well, but only one student can be awarded the prize of the best student. He told us to go home. He gave us the date when the prize for the best student will be awarded. He said all students must come with their parents on the prize-giving day. On the prize-giving day, I woke up very early and took my bath. I went to my parents' room to wake them up. My parents were very surprised to see me at their door at that time. I told them to get prepared so that we can start going to my school. I was confident that I would be awarded the best student because I read very well during the exam, and I was able to answer all the questions that came my way in the exam. I left my parents' room and went back to my room to put on my clothes because I had already taken my bath. After putting on my cloth, I came to the sitting room to wait for my parents. At exactly 7:30 a.m., my parents came out of their room already dressed. My mom prepared a light breakfast for us. After eating breakfast, we all entered my dad's car and he drove off. We arrived at my school at exactly 8 a.m. The parking lot was filled to the brim with different cars. The hall was filled as students and parents were seated patiently to see which student will go home with the award of the best student. The head teacher made his way to the podium and declared the ceremony open. He appreciated everyone present at the occasion. He said the occasion is to celebrate the student that performed better. He said before the announcement, there are other activities like singing, dancing, and debate competition. After 2 hours, all activities ended and it was time to award the best student. The head teacher said he will call 3 students to the podium. He said the 3 students had the best result. He said only of those 3 will go home with the prize. He said the other 2 will be compensated too. The head teacher told the gathering to help him welcome Mason Williams. She was received with huge cheers as she made her way to the podium. Next was Chris Taylor. He was also welcomed with sounding applause. I became scared when the headmaster mentioned 2 names without mentioning my name. I began to wonder if I would be called. I never lost hope because I knew I did well in my exam. After that, the head teacher said permit me to welcome Sophia White to the podium. I stood up with cheers on my face. My dad and my mom were smiling at me from where they were sitting. I walked to the podium and joined Chris Taylor and Mason Williams who were already standing. The head teacher reminded the gathering that every student on the podium did well in the exam. He said it's just unfortunate that it is only one person that can wear the crown. He said everybody is a winner including those that were not called to the podium. The head teacher announced the 3rd position, which was Mason Williams. She collected her prize and she left the podium. It was time to announce the 1st position. I was shaking where I was standing. I kept remembering iPhone 12 and a trip to the cinema. The head teacher said the prize for the best student goes to Sophia. I screamed in excitement. My dad and my mom joined me on the podium to receive my prize. The head teacher brought out a new iPhone 12 and presented it to me. As soon as I collected the iPhone 12, I opened the box and started taking pictures with it. Other teachers presented gifts to me. Mr. John gave me a school bag while another teacher gave me an umbrella. I took photos with my mom and dad. I took photos with the head teacher and other teachers. After the photo session, food was served to all the guests. I ate to my satisfaction. After the meal, my dad told me it was time to go home. I went over to my teachers and gave each one of them a hug. I appreciated them for their investment in me. I told them I wouldn't be the best student if they did not take their time to teach me very well in class. I rushed down to where my dad parked his car. When I got there, my dad was getting ready to move. I entered the car and we drove off. While we were driving, my dad kept appreciating me. He said I have made him proud. He said the joy he felt when he was called to join me on the podium cannot be quantified. He said the last time he felt that happy was when my mother gave birth to me. He urged me not to relent in my studies. He urged me to continue making him proud. At exactly 4 p.m., we arrived home. We were all tired, so we all went into our rooms. I was the first person to wake up the next morning. I sat on the couch waiting for my dad to come out of his room. After about an hour, my dad came out of his room. I greeted him and he responded. He told me to join him in the dining so that we can have breakfast. While we were having breakfast, I reminded my dad of his promise. I said I want to go to the cinema as soon as possible. My dad agreed to take me to the cinema the next day. I woke up very early in the morning because I had some laundry to do. I packed my clothes into the bathroom and I washed them. After I finished my laundry, I took my bath. I checked the time and it was 7 a.m. I knew breakfast would be ready, so I went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. While I was eating, my dad came out of his room. He said we will be going to the cinema by 10 a.m. He said the movie we want to watch will be shown by 11 a.m. After I finished eating my breakfast, I went back to my room and picked up my novel. I read my novel until 8:30 a.m. before I slept off. I set my alarm at 9:30 a.m. before I slept. As soon as the alarm rang at 9:30 a.m., I got up from my bed and dressed up. I hurriedly dressed up and I came out to the sitting room. A few minutes later, my dad came out of his room already dressed and we moved to the car. We left the house at 10 a.m. and we arrived at the cinema at 11:30 a.m. When we got to the cinema, we went to get our tickets. While my father was buying the tickets, he saw his old friend. My dad and his friend hugged each other. When we entered the cinema, my dad sat at the front with his friend while I went to the back seat. A few minutes later, a young man in his mid-20s came to where I was sitting and sat close to me. He asked for my name and I told him my name is Sophia. He told me his name is Michael. He asked about my family background, educational background, and many other things. He looked cute, so I was happy to answer his questions. Some hours into the discussion, it became more intimate. He asked me if I have a boyfriend and I told him I do not. He looked amazed when I said so. He said he does not have a girlfriend too. He said he has been looking at me from where he was sitting. He said he was happy that I did not sit close to my dad because there was no way he would have approached me. He ended his conversation by saying he loves me. He said he wants me to become his girlfriend. I loved him too, but I did not want to say it immediately so that he wouldn't think I am cheap. I gave him my cell phone number. I told him to call me so that we can talk better. After I gave him my phone number, I told him to leave because I noticed that my dad was already looking for me. After the movie, we entered the car and drove off. I couldn't take his thought off me. It was as if I haven't seen a man before. When we got home, I went straight to my room because I was expecting his call. 30 minutes later, Fred called me. We talked about the movies and many other things. He told me he is still waiting for my reply about his proposal. I told him that I needed to ask him a question that I forgot to ask at the cinema. He told me to ask. I asked him about his age. He said he was 26. Fred told me to give him an instant answer to his proposal. I told Fred that I loved him too. He was very happy as I could hear how loud he was screaming on the phone. We talked about many things before I dropped the call. Since I dropped the call, I have been thinking, I love Fred so much, but I am afraid to continue the relationship because of his age. Fred is 10 years older than me. I think the age difference is much. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or your thoughts on this.
This is an interesting story that has suspense, betrayal, revenge, and many other things in it. It shows how the thinking of humans can be different. It is fun-filled and action-packed. Sit back and enjoy what the story has to offer. My mom and dad got married in a fashionable style. The marriage attracted the big personalities around the neighborhood and from all spheres of life. The wedding was the talk of the town then, as I was told. My mom was an actress while my dad is a politician. Because of their personalities and celebrity status, they were able to attract the big personalities in the country. My dad's political colleagues and my mom's colleagues in the film industry made the wedding very elaborate. It took 4 years after the wedding for my mom to give birth to me. My mom and dad had issues for 3 years after the wedding when there was no child. They carried out a series of tests and they were told by the doctors that there is nothing wrong with both of them. It was in the 4th year when my mom became pregnant that they stopped having issues. 9 months after, my mom gave birth to me. My mom and dad put the differences that they had aside and celebrated my birth elaborately. Famous artists were invited to come and thrill the guests that attended my ceremony. After my birth, my mom was not 100% good. Today she is at home and the next day she is in the hospital. Sometimes, my father would be at the office when he will receive a call from the neighbors that my mom is sick. He will rush from his office to take her to the hospital. When the sickness continued with no hope of a permanent cure in sight, the doctors advised my dad to look for a domestic worker. The doctor's aid my mom's condition warrants that she does not do any difficult work. My mom had to stop her acting career because of her health. When my dad got home, he told my mom what the doctors told him. He told her that he has contacted one of his friends to help him get a domestic worker. My mom said she doesn't want a domestic worker. She said she can do her things herself. She told my dad that she has stopped acting so that she can rest and have time to take of the home. My dad insisted that he cannot go against the advice of the doctor. He reminded my mom how he used to receive calls from neighbors while in his office because of her health. He said, what if they don't have neighbors or neighbors are not at home? He asked what would have happened to her. He said who knows if she might have passed on before he comes back from the office. When my mom realized that my dad was not ready to yield to her demand, she told my dad that she would get the domestic worker herself. The opinion of my dad kept my mom in deep thought. She didn't want anyone in her home. But as things stand, it seems she doesn't have any option. For hours, she thought of what to do. When she couldn't figure out what to do, she decided to call her friend Mrs. Isabella. Mrs. Isabella was my mom's old friend. Their friendship dates back to primary school. They went to the same primary school and high school. After they graduated from high school, they got admission into the same college to study the same course. They graduated in the same year and both of them were the best students in their class. So, they were very close. It was their marriage that separated them. Mrs. Isabella got married to a pilot. After their marriage, her husband got a job offer outside the United States of America. So, she had to leave the United States. When my mom called Mrs. Isabella, she was not with her phone. Therefore, she did not answer the call. After calling her thrice without any response, my mom dropped her phone on the table and lied down on the couch. She was fast asleep when she heard her phone ringing. Before she could open her eyes, the call ended. When she checked her phone, she saw that the call was from Mrs. Isabella. She returned the call immediately. This time, Mrs. Isabella responded swiftly. When she answered the call, she and my mom discussed a lot of things. It was when she asked my mom about her marriage that she noticed that something was not right. When she noticed how my mom was acting on the phone, Mrs. Isabella was forced to ask my mom what the problem was. My mom told Mrs. Isabella that she has not been 100% fit since she gave birth to me. She said it has been from one hospital to another. She said sometimes, it is the neighbors that usually call her husband at work to come and rush her to the hospital. She said in one of their visits to the hospital, the doctor advised her husband to get her a domestic worker. She said at first, she declined the idea of having a domestic worker, but it seems her husband is not ready to listen to her. She said her husband is hell-bent on following the instruction of the doctor. She said she needs Mrs. Isabella's advice. Mrs. Isabella's paused for some seconds. She didn't know what to say. My mom had to ask her if she was still on the phone. Mrs. Isabella said she doesn't subscribe to the idea of having a domestic worker, but since her health warrants that she gets one, she thinks that is the best option. Mrs. Isabella said her advice is that my mom should bring her younger sister to stay with her instead of getting a domestic worker. She said she thinks that is a better option. My mom did not even think about that option before. Therefore, when Mrs. Isabella mentioned it, it came as a relief for her. She thanked Mrs. Isabella for her advice and she ended the call. As soon as my mom ended the call, she lied on the couch. She was weighing both options. The option of getting a house help and the option of bringing in her younger sister to live with her. At last, she decided to go with Mrs. Isabella's opinion, which was to bring in her younger sister to come and stay with her. She lied on the couch waiting for my dad to return from work. When my dad returned from the office, he met her lying on the couch. She didn't even know when he entered. It was when I ran to my dad to welcome him that my mom woke up. When she woke up, my dad asked her why she slept on the couch instead of sleeping in her room. My mom said she just decided to lie on the couch. She said she didn't know when she slept off. After my dad ate his food, he was about to walk into his room when my mom called him. She said she has something important to discuss with him if he doesn't mind. My dad said he is very tired, but since she says it is something important, he has no option. He walked back to the sitting room and sat close to my mom on the couch. He asked her in a soft voice, "What do you want to tell me?" My mom said since he told her that he wants to get a domestic worker, she has been thinking of what to do. My dad quickly interjected. He said he isn't getting her a domestic worker on his wish. He said he is following the instructions of the doctor. He said he has known the doctor for many years and he trusts his judgment. He said if tomorrow the doctor calls him and tells him that she is medically fit and she doesn't need a domestic worker, he will change his opinion. He said, for now, he doesn't have any option. My mom said she understood that my dad is trying to protect her. She said she knows how challenging her health is. She said she is ready to welcome a domestic worker. My father smiled. He said everything he is doing is for her good. My dad said he is still waiting to hear from his friend on the issue of the domestic worker he told him. My mom said he shouldn't bother calling his friend anymore. She said she has gotten a solution. She said instead of bringing in a stranger to come and live with them, she has decided to bring in her sister to stay with them. My dad smiled. He said that is a good idea. He asked my mom whether she has informed her younger sister. She said that is the first thing she will do the next morning. My dad kissed my mom on her forehead and walked straight to his room. The next morning, when my dad was leaving for work, he told my mom not to forget to call her sister. As soon as my dad left, my mom put a call across to her younger sister. She called her sister thrice, but she didn't answer the call. When her sister wasn't answering her call, she called her mother to ask about her sister. When she called her mother, she answered the call immediately. She greeted her mother. Her mom said it's been a while she heard from her. She asked her if she is fine. My mom told her mom that she is not fine. As soon as her mom heard that, she became worried. My mom told her mom about her reoccurring illness. She told her mom that the doctor advised her husband to get a domestic worker. She said she has been thinking of it since her husband told her. She said her husband has called one of his friends to help him get a domestic worker, but she has told him that she doesn't want an insider. Her mom asked her what she wants to do. She said she has decided that her sister should come and stay with her until she becomes healthier. My mom asked her if she has discussed it with her younger sister. She said she hasn't. She said she has been calling her but she is not answering her call. Her mom said her younger sister went out but she doesn't know whether she went with her phone. She told my mom to stay on the phone while she checks her room. Her mom went to her younger sister's room to check on her. Unfortunately, she saw her phone in her room. She told my mom that her younger sister's phone is in her room. Her mom said she will notify her when her younger sister returns. She told her to call back when her younger sister returns because she wants her to tell her sister herself. 30 minutes later, my mom's younger sister returned from where she went to. As soon as she returned, my grandma notified my mom through a text message. 5 minutes later, she called her younger sister. Her younger sister was in the sitting room when she heard her phone ringing in her room. She hurried to her room to check who was calling her. As soon as she picked her phone on the bed, she saw my mom's number on her screen. She was very happy to see my mom's call because it's been a long time she spoke to my mom. She hurriedly answered the call and screamed on the phone. She accused my mom of not calling her for months. My mom had no option but to apologize to her. My mom told her that she has been calling her phone since morning, but she wasn't answering. She said she left her phone in her room when she went out. She said she didn't enter her room when she returned until she heard her phone ringing. She said there was no way she would have seen the missed calls. My mom told my sister that she called because she has something very important to discuss with her. Her sister said she knew that she doesn't call without a reason. She asked her what is that important that made her call repeatedly. She started in a sympathetic way to buy her sister over. She told her about her reoccurring illness. She told her how her husband usually rushes home to take her to the hospital. She told her how she had to stop acting too because of her health. She told her about the doctor's advice to her husband. She said the main reason that she called is that she doesn't want her husband to get a domestic worker because she doesn't want an outsider in her house. She said you can never tell what an outsider will have in mind. She said she wants her to live with her in her house. She said her presence will lift her and make her health condition better. My mom's younger sister remained silent for a few seconds. She didn't buy the idea of living with my mom, but my mom's story touched her heart. For minutes, she was still silent. My mom had to ask if she was still with her. My mom's younger sister said it's not an idea she supports, but she cannot say no to my mom. She said she will come over. She said she will tell her when she will be coming in a few days. My mom could not hide her joy. She appreciated her younger sister. She prayed for two before she ended the call. As soon as she ended the call, she called my grandma to inform her about her discussion with her younger sister. She told her how she convinced her with her emotional story. She said if she didn't go emotional, she is sure that her younger sister will not accept what she told her. She told my grandma that she is happy because she has finally agreed to come and live with her. My grandma asked her when she promised to come. My mom said she didn't tell her the exact day, but she promised to call her and inform her when she wants to come. My grandma was happy with my mom's younger sister's decision. She said she prays she doesn't change her decision. My mom told her that she thinks it's sealed from what she told her. She said she knows her younger sister very well. She doesn't hide her feelings. She said if it's something she wouldn't do, she would have told her immediately. She said since she said it herself that she will come, it's sealed. When my dad returned from work, my mom informed him about her discussion with her younger sister. She told him that her younger sister has agreed to live with them. She said her younger sister promised to call her soon to inform her about the exact day she will be coming. The news came as a relief for my dad. He picked his phone and called his friend who he told to help him look for a domestic worker. When his friend answered the call, he tried to explain to him the reason he hasn't gotten him a domestic worker. My dad said the reason he called him is to inform him that he doesn't need the services of a domestic worker anymore. At first, my dad's friend thought my dad was angry because he did not provide what my dad wanted as it when due. He told my dad to give him some time to help him look for a domestic worker. My dad told him that he isn't angry with him. He told him that my mom's younger sister has agreed to move in. He said that's why he doesn't need a domestic worker anymore. When my dad's friend heard that, he became relieved. He told my father that the option he opted for is better. 3 days after, my mom's younger sister called her. She called at exactly 8 p.m. when we were all having dinner. My mom left her phone in her room, so she didn't hear that her phone was ringing. It was until I stood up from my seat to pick something from my room that I heard the sound of her phone. I hurriedly opened her door and picked her phone. The call ended before I brought the phone to my mom. When I handed over the phone to my mom, she quickly checked her phone to see who called her. When she realized that the call came from her younger sister, she returned the call immediately. As soon as her younger sister answered the call, my mom apologized for missing her call. She told her that she left her phone in her room while she was eating in the dining. Her younger sister told her that she is fond of leaving her phone in her room while she is not there. She said it is one of the reasons why she usually misses important calls. My mom apologized again and told her sister that she will change. My mom's younger sister said she called to inform my mom that she will be coming on Sunday. She said she has some laundry to do on Saturday. She said after the laundry, she will start preparing. My mom was very happy with what she heard. My dad also smiled because he was hearing the conversation between my mom and her younger sister. My mom told her younger sister to take care of herself. She said she will be expecting her on Sunday. She appreciated her and ended the call. On Sunday morning, my mom's younger sister called my mom and told her that she was already on her way. As soon as my mom heard that, she rushed into the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal. 45 minutes after, my mom's younger sister arrived. She had to wait outside because our gate was locked. We usually lock our gate to prevent intruders from gaining access to our house. My mom's younger sister stood in front of our gate and called my mom again. She told her that she is already in front of the gate. My mom came to my door. She opened the door and woke me up. As soon as I woke, she told me to rush to the gate and open the gate for her younger sister. I was still trying to settle when Mom woke me, but when I heard that Mom's younger sister was waiting in front of our gate, I ran outside. I opened the gate for her. I collected her bag from her and I walked her into the sitting room. My mom came from the kitchen and hugged her sister. They hugged each other passionately because it has been a long time they saw each other. She hurriedly returned to the kitchen to check what she was cooking. 15 minutes after, my mom's food was ready. She sent me to my father's room to wake him up for breakfast. When I entered my dad's room, I told him what Mom told me to tell him. When I wanted to walk out of his room, he told me to stay. He said he heard a noise in the sitting room in his sleep. He asked me what caused the noise. I told him that it was Mom and her younger sister. He asked me when Mom's younger sister arrived. I told him that she arrived about 15 minutes ago. I said the noise he heard was when she arrived. After that, I left his room and joined Mom and her younger sister in the sitting room. 5 minutes after, Mom called us to the dining. A few seconds after we sat in the dining, Dad joined us. He greeted Mom's younger sister and he told her that he is happy to see her. He told her to make herself comfortable in the house. He said he hopes that she enjoys her stay in the house. We all ate Mom's delicious food before we all went to our rooms to take our baths and prepare for church. While we were about to leave for church, Mom showed her younger sister her room. She said she must have been tired from the journey she undertook in the morning, therefore, she should rest at home. She told her to put on the TV if she is bored. Dad told her that we won't stay long in the church because of her. He said if it wasn't because of the important program we have at church, everybody would have been at home today. We walked to Dad's car alongside Mom's younger sister. She helped us open the gate while we drove out. My mom told her to lock the gate. She said she should make sure her phone is close to her because when we return from church, she will call her to help us open the gate. 25 minutes after we left the house, we arrived at the church. Church service was already on, so we made our way to the back seat because all the front seats were occupied. We participated in church service until the service came to an end. After the church service, my dad and I waited for my mom in his car because she had to attend the executives meeting. After the executives meeting, Mom joined us in the car and we drove off. 25 minutes after, we arrived home. My mom called her sister's phone. As soon as she answered the call, she told her that we are at the gate. Mom's sister came to the gate and opened the gate. My dad drove in and she locked the gate. We were all walked into the sitting room while everybody took his or her place on the couch. My dad asked my mom's sister about her journey. She said her journey was fine. She said it wasn't stressful at all. She said as soon as she came out of the house, she got a taxi that brought her to our house. My dad wondered how a taxi was able to travel that far. He said taxis don't travel that far. My mom's younger sister told him that the taxi man is her longtime friend. She said he takes her to wherever she is going. My dad said he would like to have the contact of the taxi driver. He said there are some times that he doesn't live driving. He said sometimes he drives because he doesn't have a choice. He said if he has the taxi driver's cell phone number, he will call him whenever he doesn't feel like driving. My mom's younger sister picked her phone and searched for the taxi man's cell phone number. When she saw it, she dictated it to my dad. My dad called the taxi man immediately. He told him how he got his cell phone number. He told him the reason he collected his cell phone number. He told the taxi man to be on the lookout because he can call him at any time. The taxi man said he is available at any time. He said once he sees my dad's call, he would proceed to meet him where he is. My dad appreciated him for his kind gesture. He said he looked forward to working with him before ending the call. We continued the conversation until late in the evening. At exactly 8 p.m., we all moved to the sitting room to watch a popular series. The series finished at 9 p.m. and we all went into our rooms. The next morning, my mom's younger sister started her work in the house. She did all the laundry in the house before everyone woke up. When my dad woke up to prepare for work, he met her in the kitchen washing the dishes. My dad was surprised by what he saw. He asked her why she didn't wait until 7 or 8 a.m. before doing the house chores. My mom's younger sister said she likes doing her house chores very early in the morning before everybody wakes up so that she can move to other things that she needs to do. My dad appreciated her efforts. He said he wants to see more of that. He told her to help him open the gate. When she opened the gate, my dad drove off and she locked the gate. She walked back to the sitting room and sat on the couch. When my mom and I woke up, we met her sitting on the couch in the sitting room. My mom asked her why she was sitting in the sitting room instead of sleeping in her room. She said my mom knows that she doesn't sleep a lot. She said she woke up very early. She said she has done the laundry and washed the dishes. She said she was the one that opened the gate for her husband. My mom said she was surprised when she woke up and did not see her husband. She said he usually wakes her to help him open the gate when he is going to work. She said she was surprised when she woke up and realized that he has gone to work. My mom hugged her sister tightly. She appreciated her for standing by her during her trial period. On Thursday, my mom woke up feeling sick. She couldn't move her body. She had to be taken to the hospital by her sister. As soon as she got to the hospital, she called my dad and informed him. She told him that the doctor said my mom will be admitted for 3 days. When my dad left his office, he stopped at the hospital to check on my mom. He met her in a bad condition. She was very weak. She couldn't do anything. She was even finding it difficult to talk to my dad. At exactly 9 p.m., the nurses came into the room and told everyone to leave. They said my mom needs a lot of rest. They said visitors are only allowed to see the patients from 9 to 9 p.m. My dad and my mom's younger sister left the hospital. They drove home in my dad's car. As soon as I heard the horn of my dad's car, I ran outside to welcome him. I have been bored at home since I returned from school. I knew mom was taken to the hospital, but I didn't know she will spend 3 days there. When my dad opened his door, I saw only my mom's younger sister. I asked Dad about my mom. He said my mom is still at the hospital. He said the doctor has admitted my mom and she will spend at least 3 days at the hospital. As soon as I heard that, tears started flowing down my cheeks. I told my dad that I want to see my mom. My dad said he isn't going to work the next day. He said as soon as I return from school, he will take me to the hospital to see my mom. The next morning, I was reluctant to go to school. All I wanted was to see my mom. But I couldn't skip school because of my test. I left home at exactly 7:15 a.m. When I got to school, I was just hoping for school to close so that I can return home. At exactly 1 p.m., the school timekeeper rang the bell for the end of the day's activities. As soon as I heard the bell, I made my way to the school gate. As soon as I came out of the school gate, I saw a taxi. The taxi drove me home. I was surprised when I met the gate open. I walked in and I locked the gate. I walked into the sitting room but I didn't find anyone. I wondered why everywhere was silent. But my dad's car that I saw in the compound gave me the impression that my dad is still in the house. I went to his room and I didn't find anyone in the room. I decided to check my mom's younger sister's room to check if she was in her room. As I got close to the door, I started hearing my mom's younger sister moan. Her moan was so loud that you could tell that Dad was riding her very well. I stood in front of the door and I was hearing my dad and my mom's younger sister kissing and romancing themselves. It was obvious that they were enjoying what they were doing. I was only hearing them, but I couldn't see them. I went to the back of the room with the hope that I could see them from the window. Unfortunately, the window was tall. I looked for a table and placed it at the back of the window. As soon as I climbed the window, I was able to see them. I saw my dad and my mom's younger sister naked. My dad was on top of her. His mouth was on her mouth kissing her. His left hand was on her left breast while his right hand was under. He was rubbing her boobs with his left hand while he was using his right all over her body. After romancing themselves for minutes, they finally had sex. When they were all exhausted, I came down from the table and took the table away from the window. I came back to the sitting room and sat as if I didn't see anything. After 30 minutes, my dad and my mom's younger sister came out of her room. They were shocked to see me in the sitting room. My dad asked me when I came back from school. I told him I came back not too long ago. I said I sat in the room because I didn't see anybody. My dad said he went to my mom's younger sister's room to help her fix her toilet. I looked at my father and shook my head. I never knew he could lie to me or betray my mom. He told me to take off my school uniform and join him in his car so that we can go to the hospital. I hurriedly went to my room and pulled off my school uniform. I joined my dad and my mom's younger sister in the car and we drove off. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this. My mom was born into a practicing Christian family. She spent most of her life in the church. She had a room in the church then where she passed the night when there is a program at church. At some point, she was the leader of the choir. My mom was very close to the head pastor, Mr. Brown. Pastor Brown liked my mom because of her energy and participating in church activities. My mom's church does not have a school at first, so whenever there is a program at church, as soon as my mom leaves school, she heads straight to church. After several consultations, the church decided to build a school for the children of its members. Before my mom graduated from junior secondary school, the school was completed. So, she decided to leave St. Chris High School and enroll in the school built in her church. The church named the School of Worship. The launching of the school was a memorable event. Dignitaries from all parts of the country attended the launch. Dignitaries were thrilled to melodious songs by my mom and other members of the choir group. My mom received a lot of gifts from the dignitaries because of her melodious voice. After the launch, my mom traveled to a church program alongside members of her choir group. They went to a program in Miami that had all churches in attendance. The program was designed as a competition between churches. The program was scheduled to last for 3 days because it had more than 50 churches in attendance. The program was designed to honor a Christian singer who died some weeks ago. On the day of the grand finale, 5 churches were left. The 4 churches were St. Augustine Church, the Parish of Worship, and House on the Rock Church, Praiseworthy Church, and my mom's church, the Church of Worship. The grand finale was shown live at various churches across the city. The show started with songs from the choirs of the various churches. My mom's church was scheduled to perform last. When the anchor called my mom's church on stage, the noise that emanated from the hall could not be quantified. Everybody in the hall was screaming. It took the intervention of the anchor before the noise stopped. My mom and her colleagues sang melodious songs. Everybody was on their feet clapping when my mom and her colleagues were walking off the stage. After the performance, the judges went into a closed-door meeting to select the winner of the competition. 1 hour after, the judges came back to the hall. The chief judge appreciated the churches that participated in the competition, especially those that made it to the final. He said they have all performed well, but it's unfortunate that there can only be one winner. He urged the church that will be announced as winners of the competition should be magnanimous in victory, while others should prepare for the next event because it will be held annually. The chief judge of the competition invited 2 dignitaries, Mr. Ryan Patrick and Mrs. Mariah Solomon, to the stage for the presentation of prizes to the winners. The chief judge told everybody to remain silent because the result is about to be announced. The chief judge said in the 5th position goes to St. Augustine Church. The announcement was met with a huge round of applause from the audience. The chief judge invited their lead choir to come and collect their prize. The lead choir joined Mr. Ryan Patrick and Mrs. Mariah Solomon on stage. She took a photograph with them and she was given her prize. Her colleagues were also invited to the podium to take photographs with the 2 dignitaries. The audience kept quiet in anticipation for the next announcement. The chief judge said the 4th position goes to the House on the Rock Church. They received a huge round of applause from the audience as they all walked to the podium to receive their prize. After receiving their prize, they took photographs with the dignitaries and the chief judge before they left the podium. The hall went silent again in anticipation of the next announcement. The chief judge said the 3rd position goes to the Parish of Worship Church. The announcement was met with a huge round of applause by the audience. The lead choir and her colleagues made their way to the podium to receive their prize. They were handed their prize after taking photographs with the dignitaries and the chief judge. At this point, 2 churches were still standing. The Praiseworthy Church and the Church of Worship, which is my mom's church. This time around, it was difficult to control the audience. Those that were for my mom's church were screaming her name, while those that were for the Praiseworthy Church were also screaming. It took several pleas from the chief judge and the dignitaries to silence the audience. The chief judge said if they do not keep quiet, there is no way he can announce the winners of the competition. After several pleas, everybody kept quiet in anticipation of the announcement of the chief judge. The chief judge said there will be a slight change in the announcement. He said he has been announcing the result in descending order, but he will like to change the order of the announcement. He said instead of announcing the 2nd position, he will move to the 1st position. He said what that means is that any name he mentions now is the winner. He said the remaining church is automatically the 2nd position. The chief judge kept teasing the audience. Some of them could not sit. Some covered their eyes. The chief judge said the first position goes to the church of worship. The hall erupted. Even my mom's church back home erupted. The noise was out of this world. It was uncontrollable. The prize for the church in the second position was handed to them before my mom and her colleagues were called to the podium to come and receive their prizes. After receiving their prize, they took photographs with the dignitaries and the audience. The next day, they traveled back home. They were welcomed by a very huge crowd. They were hosted in the church's auditorium. A lot of people in the neighborhood who were not members of their church came to celebrate with them. At the event, the head pastor announced that everybody that participated in the competition will get an all-expense-paid trip to Spain to watch the El Clasico. The announcement received a huge round of applause from the audience. The El Clasico is unarguably the biggest derby in world football. It features the best football players from across the world. The El Clasico features players like Lionel Messi, who is arguably the best player in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, who is also argued to be the best player in the world, Neymar, Dani Alves, Xavi Hernandez, Andres Iniesta, Luka Modric, Daniel Carvajal, Sergio Ramos, Marcelo, Jordi Alba, Gerard Piqué, Carles Puyol, Sergio Busquets, Toni Kroos, Angel Di Maria, Gareth Bale, and many other big players. My mom said she has never traveled to Spain before, so it came as a huge gift for her. 5 hours after the event, the head pastor reached out to the members that their flight is on Tuesday. All the members of the choir left the church on Monday and returned to their houses to prepare for their trip to Spain on Tuesday. When my mom got home, she did her laundry. After she finished her laundry, she packed her clothes into her bag. My mom came to the sitting room and sat down. She put on the television and started watching. While she was watching, she was anticipating her trip to Spain. She was anticipating how she will see Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who are adjudged to be the best players on the continent. She was happy that she will see people she used to see on television in a live stadium. She sat in the sitting room until her dad arrived. When he arrived, he went to his room and changed his cloth. He later joined my mom in the sitting room. My mom told him about the preparation for her trip. While they were talking, my mom received a text message from the senior pastor that they should all meet at the church at 7 a.m. because their plane will leave by 8:30 a.m. As soon as my mom saw the message, she showed my dad. She pleaded with my dad to drop her at the church the next morning before he goes to work. Her dad agreed. The next day, my mom took her bath as early as 6 a.m. By 6:30 a.m., she was sitting in the sitting room with her bag. My head came out of his room at exactly 6:35 and they drove off to church. Her dad dropped her at the church gate at exactly 6:50 a.m. while he drove to his office. My mom entered the church and joined her colleagues who were already waiting for her at the church's auditorium. At exactly 7 a.m., they left the church to the airport. They got to the airport at exactly 8 a.m. They went to the restaurant to have breakfast while they wait to board their flight. At exactly 8:20 a.m., they boarded their flight and the plane took off at exactly 8:30 a.m. They had a lot of fun on the plane. The journey was inspiring and they entertained other passengers with their melodious songs. The plane landed in Spain at exactly 11:30 a.m. As soon as they landed at the airport in Spain, they entered into a bus that was already waiting for them. The bus conveyed them to their hotel. When they got to their hotel, they were all given different rooms. The city of Spain was buzzing in anticipation of the El Clasico. Their hotel was in Barcelona, so they met a lot of Barcelona fans. The next day, they were taken to the iconic Camp Nou stadium. They were taken through all the facilities in the stadium. After that, we went to the training pitch where the Barcelona players were preparing for the big match on Sunday. After they watched the training, they went to a nearby restaurant to have a meal. We went around the city until late in the evening before we returned to our hotel. The next day, we were taken to the iconic Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. The stadium has witnessed a lot of Champions League and European Cup finals. Their first point of call when we arrived at the stadium was the trophy cabinet. They saw different types of trophies which include the Champions League, the La Liga, the European Cup, the Club World Cup, and the Copa del Rey. When we left the trophy cabinet, we were taken to the women's football team training pitch. We watched the women train. When they finished their training, they took pictures with all the players. From there, we went to the men's training pitch. The men's training pitch was filled. All the fans wanted to have a feel of the training before the players leave for Barcelona. After the training, fans were allowed to take photographs with the players. They waited until every fan took pictures before we took ours. They got a signed jersey from Sergio Ramos, who is the captain of Real Madrid. They left the training pitch and headed straight to the Madrid restaurant to have our lunch. They ate different types of food. We all ate to our satisfaction. After the meal, they went around the neighborhood. At exactly 6 p.m., they gathered at our car park and drove back to our hotel. As soon as they got to our hotel, they all went to our respective rooms and slept off because we were all tired. The next day, they didn't go out at all. We stayed in our hotel all through because we had a guest. Their guest was the lead singer of the biggest church in Spain. They had a good time with him. He thrilled them to a lot of melodious tunes alongside his band members. After the songs, they were allowed to ask him questions. He answered all their questions before he left. On Sunday, they all woke up very early. It was the D-Day. They were very happy because it was what they came to Spain for. The match was slated for 4 p.m., but they were told to leave their hotel as early as 11 a.m. because of the crowd that will be on the streets and the crowd outside the stadium. By 8 a.m., they had all taken their baths. They were served breakfast at exactly 9 a.m. They sat in their hotel room waiting for the bus that will convey them to the stadium to arrive. At exactly 11 a.m., their bus arrived. They all left their hotel room and entered the bus. The bus left the hotel at exactly 11:05 a.m. They didn't arrive at the stadium until 1 p.m. A ride of 30 minutes lasted for almost 2 hours. When they got to the stadium, they met another huge crowd trying to gain access to the stadium. The 4 gates that entered the stadium had a long queue. At going back and forth, they settled for one. They all queued at the second gate. The queue kept moving slowly until it got to them at around 3 p.m. When they gained access into the stadium, the players were already on the pitch doing their pre-match warm-up. Because of the crowd, they were advised to seat close to one another so that they wouldn't have to be looking for anybody after the match. At exactly 4 p.m., the players walked onto the pitch. The Barcelona players sang their club's anthem, which was followed by Real Madrid's club anthem. After the anthems of both clubs, the referee invited the captains of both clubs to the center circle. He asked them to choose each side of a coin so that he can decide which position each team will take and which team will pass the ball first. After the tossing of the coin, Barcelona was to pass the ball first. The 2 captains left the referee and joined their teammates for a photo session. After the photo session, the players of each team went round the stadium to appreciate their fans. The match started at exactly 4:10 p.m. The first 20 minutes was all about Real Madrid. From where they were sitting, they could hear the noise of the away fans. 30 minutes into the match, Lionel Messi received a pass from Xavi Hernandez. He was through on goal before he was fouled by Real Madrid's captain Sergio Ramos. Sergio Ramos got a yellow card while Barcelona got a free kick right in front of Real Madrid's box. As soon as Lionel Messi stood behind the free kick, the away stand became silent. Barcelona fans regained their lost voice. After Lionel Messi positioned the ball, the referee blew his whistle. As Lionel Messi took the free kick, it landed in the Madrid net. The stadium erupted in jubilation. Barcelona fans took over the stadium. After 45 minutes, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half. As soon as the players went into the dressing room, Chris Brown mounted the stage. He thrilled the fans for 15 minutes before the players made their way back onto the pitch. At exactly 5:05 p.m., the referee blew the whistle for the commencement of the second half. The second started with Madrid on top as they did in the first half. They were playing very well, but they couldn't get a goal. 60 minutes into the match, Barcelona Football Club got a penalty against the run of play. Once again, Lionel Messi stood behind the ball. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, Lionel Messi kicked the penalty and it landed in Madrid's net. At that point, it looked like all hope was lost for Madrid until they got a penalty in the 80th minute. Cristiano Ronaldo took the ball and placed it on the penalty spot. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, Cristiano Ronaldo kicked the ball and it landed in Barcelona's Football Club's net. Madrid continued to search for the equalizer, which made them commit a lot of players forward. In the 89th minute, Real Madrid Football Club got a corner kick. All their players went forward, including the goalkeeper. As soon as the corner kick was taken, it fell in the hand of the Barcelona Football Club goalkeeper. As soon as he caught the ball, he kicked it to Lionel Messi, who was standing alone in Real Madrid Football Club's half. As soon as the ball landed on his feet, he kicked it into an empty net, which gave Barcelona Football Club 3-1 advantage. Real Madrid Football Club players took the ball to the center pitch and restarted the game. 30 seconds after they restarted the game, the referee blew his whistle for the end of the game. Barcelona Football Club supporters continued their celebration while Real Madrid fans exited the stadium. My mom and her colleagues watched the celebration before they were called. They left the stadium at 7 p.m. It was difficult for cars to get access to the roads because of the number of people on the road. They struggled with people on the road before they finally arrived at their hotel at 9:30 p.m. As soon as they came down from the bus, everyone went to their hotel rooms. The tiredness was on everyone's face. There was no time for any chat. They all entered their room and slept off. The next day, most of them didn't wake up early. They were supposed to leave the next day, but they couldn't because most of them were not prepared. Fortunately for them, their visa and tickets were not ready. Most of them spent the day doing laundry and packing their clothes into their bags. Around 8 p.m., their visa and tickets were brought to them. According to their tickets, their flight was scheduled for 10 a.m. the next day. As soon as they received their tickets, they contacted the driver of the bus that has been taking them around the city since they arrived. They told the driver to come to the hotel as early as 7:30 a.m. to pick them. There were no time for a chat that night because everybody went to bed early in anticipation of the next day's trip. The next day, they all woke up when the alarm ranged at 5:30 a.m. They all took their bathes and sat in their rooms waiting for the arrival of the bus driver. The bus driver arrived at exactly 7:25 a.m. As soon as he arrived, they entered the bus and left for the airport. They arrived at the airport at exactly 8 a.m. They went to the restaurant to eat breakfast because they did not eat before they left the hotel. At exactly 9:45 a.m., they all boarded the flight. The plane left Spain at exactly 10 a.m. and landed in the United States of America at exactly 1 p.m. As soon as they landed in the United States of America, they all went to the church to appreciate the head pastor. The head pastor was very happy to see them. He asked them about their short stay in Spain. They told him everything that happened in Spain. They told him about the culture, food, and the people of Spain. They told him about the El Clasico too. They said since they were born, they have never seen a football match like the El Clasico. The head pastor said he deliberately chose Spain for them because he knew they will enjoy their stay in Spain. He told them about his visit to Spain for the first time. He said his first visit to Spain was during the El Clasico and he enjoyed it. He said since then, he has only missed the El Clasico twice. He urged them to keep up the good work that earned them the visit to Spain. He promised them another big prize if they represent the church very well in the next competition. They all thanked the head pastor and they all left for their homes. When my mom got home, she was welcomed by everyone in the neighborhood. She received a lot of gifts from people for her outstanding performance at the competition. My mom went to bed as early as 8 p.m. that day because she was tired. The next day, my mom woke up very late. When she woke up, she did her laundry in preparation for school on Monday. The next Monday, my mom resumed at our church's school. All students gathered at the assembly ground at exactly 7:30. They sang worship songs, the national anthem. The head pastor himself was on the assembly ground. He taught students the school anthem that he composed. After that, he addressed all students on the assembly ground. He urged them to take their academics seriously. He said he wants them to make the school and their parents proud. After addressing them, he told them to walk to their classes. When they got to their class, the head pastor went round the classes to introduce the new teachers to the students. After the introduction, normal school activities commenced. While lectures were going on, my mom took permission from her class teacher to visit the toilet. While she was walking to the toilet, she came in contact with the head pastor who was going around the school to monitor all activities. The head pastor asked my mom what she was doing outside. She told him that she took permission from her class teacher before she went out. While my mom was walking to the toilet, the head pastor could not take his eyes off her ass. My mom had a very big ass which was admired by a lot of men. The head pastor waited for my mom. When she was returning to her class, he called her. He said when she gets to class, she should inform her class teacher that she was summoned by him. He said as soon as she delivers the message to her class teacher, she should come straight to his office. The head pastor did that to avoid suspicion. When my mom got to her class, she delivered the message to her class teacher. Since it was the head pastor, her class teacher had nothing to say. My mom left her class and made her way to the head pastor's office. When she got to the door, she knocked. The head pastor asked who was at the door. My mom replied. As soon as he heard my mom's voice, he told her to come inside. When my mom opened the door, she met the head pastor sitting on his chair. She stood close to his table waiting to hear what she wants to say. The head pastor didn't want to see her standing, therefore, he told her to sit. As soon as my mom sat, the head pastor started talking. He told my mom that what he is about to tell her might surprise her, but it is how he feels. He said he knows she won't expect what he wants to stay from someone like him, but he cannot keep it to himself anymore. The head pastor said he has been admiring my mom since she was very young. He said he is happy to see her grow and become the woman that she is now. He said the summary of what he wants to tell her is that he loves her. My mom was shocked. It wasn't something she was expecting from him. My mom said he has a wife. What does he want to do about his wife? The pastor said he is not divorcing his wife and he is not marrying my mom. He just wants them to be very close. While the head pastor was talking, he stood up from his seat and went very close to my mom. He kept staring at her boobs because she had a loose button. The boobs were inviting. Suddenly, he dipped his hands in my mother's shirt and pressed her boobs. At first, my mother was trying to resist, but when the pressing continued, she didn't know when she started moaning softly. The head pastor continued. He continued pressing her boobs while he was kissing her in her mouth. After some minutes, he removed my mom's shirt completely. He had sex with my mom in his office. They stopped when they heard the bell. My mom and the head pastor continued to have sex in school until my mom graduated. Even after her graduation, they were still having sex. When my mom got admission into college, the head pastor usually sneak out of the church to go and have sex with my mom in her school. All this was going on and nobody knew. 2 years after my mom left college, she got married. The head pastor was the presiding pastor on the wedding day. He said a lot of things about having sex outside marriage. His sermon attracted a huge round of applause from the crowd that was present at the wedding. After my mom got married, she was still having sex with the head pastor. It was easy for her to leave the house to go and meet the head pastor because of her position in the church. Whenever she tells my dad that she has a church program, he doesn't stop her. He knew her very well before he married her. He knew she doesn't joke with church activities. A year after my mom's wedding, she got pregnant. At the early stage of the pregnancy, she was still having sex with the head pastor. But when the pregnancy got to an advanced stage, they stopped having sex. 9 months after, my mom gave birth to me. Once again, the head pastor was the presiding pastor on the day of my naming ceremony. He congratulated my mom and urged others to emulate my mom. He praised her commitment to the activities of the church. 2 years after, I joined the school in our church. My mom used to drive me to school so that she could see the head pastor. Even when my mother gave birth, she didn't stop having sex with the head pastor. The most interesting thing is that they were having sex for years and nobody knew. Nobody ever suspected them. Everybody taught my mom was always in the church because of church programs. While I was preparing for my final exam, my mom was coming to school regularly because the church had an end-of-the-year event. The head pastor chose a 30-member committee which my mom was the chairman. Because of her position, she was always in church. When I come out of my class, I used to see my mom in the school compound. I will see her doing one thing or another. When I see her on most occasions, I usually scream her name from afar, and she will wave at me. Most times, she doesn't have time to talk to me because she is doing one thing or another. One day, the school closed very early because we were told to go home and prepare for our test. When I came out of my class, I searched for my mom everywhere around the church premises, but I didn't see her. I went to the room that was given to her by the church, but I didn't see her. When I searched for her everywhere and I didn't see her, I sat on a chair waiting for her to appear. 20 minutes after, my mom was still nowhere to be found. While I was sitting on the chair, I saw one of the workers in the church. She asked me while I was sitting there lonely when every student has gone home. I told her my mom was supposed to take me home, but I can't find her. I told her that I have searched everywhere in the church, but she is nowhere to be found. The woman said it seems she saw her walking to the head pastor's office. She asked me whether I have checked her at the head pastor's office. I said I haven't. She said since I should check her in the head pastor's office. I appreciated the woman while I made my way to the head pastor's office. About 5 steps to the pastor's office, I started hearing my mom's voice. She was laughing heavily. I didn't know what could be happening in the pastor's office that would warrant such a laugh. When I got to the door, I started ta-ta-ta-ta like someone was clapping. I wondered what could be happening. The sound continued for minutes. I wanted to know what was happening in the room. I went to the back of the office and piped through the window. I was shocked by what I saw. I saw the head pastor and my mom having serious sex. You could see in their faces how they were enjoying it. After I watched to my satisfaction, I went back to the door and knocked. As soon as they hear the knock, they stopped. They asked who was at the gate. I replied. When they heard my voice, they were shocked. They quickly dressed up and opened the door. My mom asked me why I came to the head pastor's office. I said I have been looking for her since the school closed but I didn't see her. I said it was one of the workers that said I should check for her at the head pastor's office. My mom was not sure if I saw what happened or not. She was moody till we got home. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this.
Mathematics is a difficult subject. The majority of students don't like mathematics in school. My father's wish for me to be a good mathematician made him hire a mathematics teacher for me. The mathematics teacher my dad hired to teach me mathematics taught me other things asides. From mathematics, sit back, relax, and read what the mathematics teacher taught me. My dad grew up in the city of California. He attended a neighborhood primary school before moving to St. Patrick High School. My grandfather was a professor of mathematics at California State University then. His dream was for my father to succeed him and become a great mathematician like him. My dad was not good at mathematics in his primary school. When he started high school, things were still the same, although the teachers used to cut him some slack because he was good at other subjects. In his primary school, he was the best student in English. He carried that performance to high school. Nobody was better than him in mathematics in his class. His father was not happy with being the best in the English language. He wanted my dad to replicate the same performance he has in the English language to mathematics. A few weeks before my dad's first exam in St. Patrick High School, my dad prepared him very well for the mathematics exam. They solved all questions together. They even went outside what was taught in the class. My grandfather was doing all this because he wanted my dad to become a great mathematician like him. The exam came and my dad did his best. He was optimistic that he would have a good result in mathematics for the first time. When the result came out, my dad was left disappointed. He passed all subjects except mathematics. When he took the result home to his dad, he was also left disappointed. He blamed my dad for all the efforts he put into making him have a good result in mathematics. My grandfather started having a second thought. His thought initially was for my dad to study mathematics when he gets to college. He started thinking about whether to allow him to study what he wants. But deep down in him, he wanted my dad to be like him because my dad was his only child. My grandma and some of his colleagues at work have advised him on most occasions to allow my dad to study what he wants. But my grandfather was not confused. He wanted his only child to take over him and become a highly respected professor like him. When my dad brought the result home, he started thinking about what to do to improve my dad's mathematics. At first, he thought of changing my dad's school from St. Patrick to another school. He thinks if my dad meets another mathematics teacher, his situation might improve. Anytime such thought comes to his mind, he always reminded himself that St. Patrick might not be the issue because my dad has been a poor mathematician since he was in primary school. He decided to allow my dad to continue at St. Patrick High School for another session. This time, he had the determination to take my dad away from St. Patrick High School if his performance in mathematics does not improve. The school resumed after their holiday, and my dad resumed with them. My grandfather had already told my dad that he will take him away from St. Patrick High School to another school if he does not do well in mathematics. My dad didn't want to leave St. Patrick High School because he has a lot of friends there. Therefore, he determined within himself to do well in mathematics in the next exam. My dad put in more effort in his mathematics than he did in previous sessions. Once he has thought any topic in mathematics, he will take it to his friend Michael. Michael was a good mathematician. He used to teach my dad during the weekdays while my grandfather will teach my dad during weekends. A few weeks to the exam, my grandfather took time off his busy schedule and stayed at home to teach my dad. He made sure that he covered every topic that my dad was taught in school. The exam came and my father did his best like he used to. When the result came, my dad failed once again. He was very sad when he saw the result. He knew there was nothing that will stop his father from taking him away from St. Patrick High School. He started thinking about how he was going to miss his friends. When he took the result home, his dad checked it. When he noticed that he failed, he told my dad that he should prepare to enroll in another school for the next session. My father tried to talk to his father about a possibility of improvement if he allows him to continue at St. Patrick. My grandfather was not ready to listen to any explanation. A week before the resumption of school, my grandfather took my dad to St. Paul High School for enrollment. My grandfather told them that the reason why he brought my father to the school was that he wants an improvement in his mathematics. He told them that my dad was good in all other subjects except mathematics. He told them that he is a professor of mathematics at the Chicago State University, and he wants my dad to become a great mathematician like him. The head teacher at St. Paul High School assured my dad that he will see an improvement in the next exam. He said they have trained teachers who can handle my father and make him a better mathematician. The head teacher said they have handled several cases of such nature, and all the students came out good. He told my grandfather that my dad's case wouldn't be any different from the other cases that they have handled successfully. When my dad resumed finally, the head teacher took a special interest in him because of what my grandfather told him when he brought it. While everyone goes for a break, he will tell my dad to go and read in the library. After school closes, he would not allow my dad to go home. He will tell him to wait behind for another series of lectures. My dad won't go home until 6 p.m. My dad is always tired whenever he gets home because of the stress at school. The head teacher was not concerned. All he wanted was a good grade for my dad. A few weeks before the exam, my dad did what he usually does. He took time off his busy schedule to see how far my dad has gone in mathematics. They started from the first to the last topic. He made sure he taught him every possible question that he might encounter in the exam. The exam came and my dad did his best as usual. When the result came, his performance was average. It was better than what he used to have in St. Patrick. This time around, he was more confident to take his result home. He knew he didn't do too well, but his performance improved. When he took the result to my grandfather, he was still not satisfied despite the improvement. He said he wants a spectacular result, not an average result. He said there is no way an average student can become a lecturer, not to talk of rising to the level of a professor. He told my dad that mathematics is different from all other subjects. He said being an average student or lecturer is allowed in other courses except for mathematics. He said there are two things in mathematics. It is either you are good at it or you are not good at it. He said being average is not allowed. He told my dad to work harder or face the consequence of moving to another school. My grandfather was determined to go any length to make my dad a great mathematician. The holiday coincided with when my grandfather was off work. He used the holiday to prepare my dad for the topics for the next session. He made sure he taught him all the topics. So, when school resumed, my dad had prior knowledge of the topics in mathematics. On the first day of resumption, my grandfather followed my dad to the school to remind the head teacher of the reason why he brought my dad to the school. My grandfather appreciated the efforts of the head teacher, but he told them to do more. He said he was happy that for the first time, his son was able to do meaningfully well in mathematics. He said he doesn't want him to stop there. He said he wants the performance for the next session to be better than what he had. The head teacher told my grandfather that they will continue to do their best until my dad becomes a great mathematician. The new session started with the revision of the topics of the previous term. After the revision of the previous topics, they proceeded to the topics of the new session. Because of the prior knowledge that my dad had, He was able to answer questions in class. His improvement started to show in class. The head teacher continued his ritual of keeping my dad at school until 6 p.m. like he used to. 2 weeks into the new session, a new female student enrolled in St. Paul High School. On her first day in school, she was brought to the assembly ground and she was introduced to all the students. After the assembly, she was shown her class. Fortunately, she belonged to my dad's class. After the introduction at the assembly ground, she was asked to introduce herself again to the members of her class. The new student told the class that her name is Olivia. She said she is 16 years of age. She told the class that she is from a family of 4 children, and she is the last child. She told the class attended St. Isabella Primary School. After she graduated from St. Isabella, she moved to St. Sophia High School. She said she completed her junior school there, but she decided not to proceed with her senior school there for reasons that she doesn't want to say. Olivia said she is happy to meet her colleagues. She promised to be of good character. She promised to represent the school well in every aspect. It was a norm in St. Paul High School for old students to welcome a new student with a song. They all stood on their feet and sang for Olivia. After the song, the head teacher told the students to welcome Olivia and make her feel comfortable. The head teacher told Olivia to take her seat while he left the class. There was no available seat except the seat close to my dad. When Olivia sat close to my dad, she said hi to him. My dad responded. My dad told her to feel comfortable. He told her that she would enjoy her stay in the school. He told her that he joined the school last session, and he has been enjoying his stay in the school. Olivia and my dad's conversation flowed well. His colleagues in class were surprised by my dad. Since he joined the school, they never saw him having a long conversation with the opposite gender. His main friends are male. When the bell for closing time was rung, Olivia came to my dad. She told him that she wants him and her to be going home together. My dad told Olivia that he doesn't go home with other students. He told her that he doesn't leave school until 6 p.m. She asked him why he stays behind when other students are going home. My dad told Olivia that it's a long story, but he will tell her if she is ready to listen. My dad started his story by telling Olivia about his father. He told her that his father is a professor of mathematics at Chicago State University. He said since his days in primary school, he had always had poor results. He told that St. Paul was not the school he started his high school education. He said he started his high school education in St. Patrick High School. He said his father had to withdraw him from there because his performance in mathematics did not improve. He said since he joined St. Paul High School, his performance has improved a little bit. That is why he is still a student of the school. He said one of the things that have been aiding his improvement in mathematics is the extra class he used to have with the head teacher. Olivia was stunned by the story she heard. She told my dad that she is good at mathematics too. She said she doesn't mind to be teaching him mathematics if he agrees. My dad said he can do anything to become a great mathematician. My dad said he will come to her house during the weekend because he doesn't have time during the weekdays. Olivia agreed to teach my dad mathematics at her house during the weekend. No sooner had she planned to start another conversation than the head teacher arrived. She waved at my dad while she was walking to the school gate. The head teacher was curious to know how my dad was able to bond with a new student on her first day in school. As soon as he sat down, he asked my dad what he and the new student was talking about. My dad said she told him the reason why she was enrolled in the school, and he also told her his reason. He said he told her about his deficiency in mathematics and what he has been doing to improve it. He told the head teacher that she promised to be teaching him mathematics when she is free. He did not tell the head teacher that she told him to come to her house. The head teacher was happy with what he heard. He appreciated my dad for always wanting to learn. He urged him to continue learning. He said very soon, he will become the great mathematician that his dad wants him to become. The head teacher said Olivia is a very capable mathematician. He said she answered all the mathematics questions that were thrown at her during her interview. He said he was very surprised by her performance at the interview. He said he is sure of her abilities. He said my dad will benefit a lot from her if he is ready to learn from her. My dad told the head teacher that they have already concluded. What is left now is for her to start teaching him mathematics when she is free. The head teacher had the usual class with my dad like he used to. After the class, my dad went home. The next day at school, Olivia and my dad's friendship continued. Everybody in the school started noticing them. During the break, my dad wanted to eat at the school restaurant, but Olivia declined. She told my dad to eat from the food she brought. My dad didn't want to, but she forced him. Olivia said the food she brought is for both of them. When Olivia persisted, my dad had no option but to eat with Olivia. The next day, she did the same thing. My dad ate with her throughout the week. On Friday, when Olivia was about to leave school, she told my dad that she will be expecting him in her house. My dad asked her if 10 a.m. is good. Olivia said my dad should come by 11 a.m. because she has some laundry to do in the morning. My dad obliged. He told her that he will be at her house at exactly 11 a.m. She waved goodbye and made her way to the school gate. My dad woke up very early on Saturday morning. He used the opportunity to do his laundry. After he finished his laundry, he went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. He finished eating his breakfast at exactly 9 a.m. because he still had time. He went to the sitting room and started watching a movie. He watched the movie until 10 a.m. before preparing to leave. He went to his room and picked his bag. After picking his bag, he went to his mom's room and informed her that he wants to go and do some mathematics at his friend's house. My dad left the house at exactly 10:15 a.m. By 11:10 a.m., he was in front of Olivia's gate. He punched the bell outside the house and Olivia answered. When she detected that it was my dad that was at the gate, she rushed down from her room to open the gate for him. She led my dad to the sitting room. She told my dad to sit on the couch while she went to the fridge to get him a bottle of wine. She served him the bottle of wine and she switched on the television. She went to her room and brought out the books they will use for the lesson. After my dad finished drinking the wine, she started her lesson. She asked him to list the topics that have been taught in class. After that, she asked him to tick the topics he does not understand. My father listed the 6 topics that have been taught in class. After that, he ticked 2 out of the 6 as the ones he does not understand. Olivia started her lesson with the first topic. She explained it to my dad's satisfaction. After she was sure that my dad understood the first topic, she proceeded to the second topic. She taught my father the second topic to his satisfaction also. She made a topic that was very difficult for my father easy for him. He began to fall in love with mathematics because of Olivia. After the class, Olivia went to the kitchen to prepare food for my dad. After they finished eating, she put the television back on. They watched the movie for about an hour. While they were watching the movie, Olivia was looking for a way to get closer to my dad. She has started falling in love with him since she started teaching him. A few minutes after, she went to where my dad was sitting. She asked him if he was understood what she taught him. My dad replied in the affirmative. She moved her hand across his shoulder while she continued the conversation. She allowed my dad to feel comfortable with her hand across his shoulder before she made the next move. In her next move, she unbuttoned one of my dad's buttons. At that point, my dad knew something was about to happen, but he pretended as if he didn't notice Olivia's move. As soon as she unbuttoned him, her hands went straight to his left nipple. She started caressing it gently. At that point, my father became uncomfortable due to the pleasure. When Olivia noticed that, she continued what she was doing. After caressing his left nipple for some minutes, she unbuttoned him fully. Now, she was using her mouth to suck his left nipple while her left hand was caressing his right nipple. My dad was moaning loudly out of excitement. At that point, Olivia knew she had my dad where she wanted him. She continued her action until my dad could no longer control himself. He immediately pulled off his shirt and his trouser. His size was what grabbed the attention of Olivia. She stared, caressing every part of his body with her hands while her mouth remained on his left nipple. She did that for a very long time because she wanted to keep my dad in the mood. When she realized that my dad's mood was uncontrollable due to his moaning, she took him to her room. They continued sucking and romancing each other. After hours of kissing and sucking, Olivia opened his legs wide and invited my dad. He inserted it and you could see how Olivia was enjoying my dad's action from her moaning. They had sex till they were exhausted. After the sex, they both lied down on the bed and slept off. My dad woke up at exactly 5:15 p.m. When he woke up, he woke Olivia up too. He told her to open the gate for him so that he can return home. Olivia said she wished my dad could pass in the night in her house. My dad said he cannot because his parents will be waiting for him at home. Olivia followed my dad to the gate and opened the gate for him. When my dad got home, my father was back from work. My dad was shocked. His dad asked him where he went to. He told him that he went to a friend's place to study mathematics. He told him that he informed his mom before leaving. His dad was not confused with his explanation. He told him to show him what they did where he went to. My father brought out his book and showed his dad. It was after he checked his book that he became satisfied. The next Monday, my dad and Olivia stood very close to each other on the assembly ground. They could not take their eyes off each other. They kept smiling at each other until they entered the class. Even when they entered their class, they sat close to each other. Their friendship became very strong than ever. They did everything in school together. Every week, my dad will go to Olivia's house for a mathematics lesson. Every visit comes with its sex. My dad and Olivia had sex every weekend. His dad could not stop him from visiting Olivia because he was seeing improvement in his mathematics. A few weeks before the exam, my dad and Olivia studied very hard together. My dad wanted to justify why he was leaving the house every weekend to go and study mathematics. The exam came and my dad did his best like he used to. A week after the exam, The head teacher invited all the students to school for their results. When my dad collected his result, he was happier than ever. He and Olivia was the best student in mathematics. Immediately he collected his result. He rushed to where Olivia was sitting to show her his result. Olivia was so happy for him. She hugged him tightly and kissed him on his cheek. For the first time in my dad's high school life, he was proud to take his results home. When he got home, he showed his mom the result. She was so happy. She hugged him and kissed him. She told him to sit down in the sitting room while she prepares a very delicious meal for him. My dad sat in the sitting room waiting for his meal. After 1 hour, his mom brought him his food. She also bought an expensive wine for him. He ate and drank to his satisfaction. When his dad arrived from work, he was the first person to welcome him. As soon as his dad sat on the couch, he brought out the result and presented it to his dad. After checking the result, his dad was short of words. He told him that he has made him proud for the first time. He said this is what he has always wanted from him. He said he does not want him to relent. He said he wants him to retain his position in the next exam. He promised to buy a very nice gift for him when he is coming from work the next day. My dad and Olivia's friendship continued to wax stronger. They continued their friendship until they graduated from high school. On the day of graduation, my dad did what Olivia has been expecting him to do for months. He called Olivia to a lonely place where there was no one. She was surprised by his action. She asked him what he wanted to tell her that made him bring her to a lonely place. My dad started by clearing his voice. He told Olivia that, although they have been having sex, but he wants to officially propose to her. He said he wants her to be the mother of his unborn children. Olivia was smiling all along. She wondered what prompted him to say what he was saying after they have been having sex for months. Olivia told my dad that she loves him. She said if she does not love, she wouldn't have had sex with him multiple times. They all smiled and joined their colleagues in the hall. After they graduated from high school, my dad and Olivia got admission to the same college to study the same course. They were both admitted into Texas State University to study mathematics. Their relationship continued in college until they graduated. On the day of their graduation from college, my dad knelt and proposed to Olivia. He officially gave her the ring that signified that she is his fiancée. Everybody was happy for them, especially those that knew them right from St. Paul High School. 3 months after my dad proposed to Olivia, they got married in a flamboyant style. The marriage had many dignitaries in attendance. Dignitaries from every sphere of life attended the wedding. The couples got a lot of gifts, which include a car, phones, television, laptops, and a whole lot more. After the wedding, they had to take some of their gifts to the needy because they cannot use all the gifts they were given. A year after the wedding, they gave birth to me. At exactly 2 years, I started attending primary school in our neighborhood. While I continued to proceed in my education, my parents noticed that I had the same problem that my dad had when he was young. They noticed that I used to pass every subject very well except mathematics. During my final exam in primary school, I did very well in all the subjects except mathematics. I would have been awarded the overall best student in my school if not for my poor performance in mathematics. After I graduated from primary school, my dad enrolled me at St. William's High School. I continued with my good performance in other subjects except for mathematics. My dad adopted his father's method whether there will be an improvement. But there was not. One day, my dad followed me to school just as his dad did to him. He told the head teacher that he wants me to be a good mathematician. He said it awkward how a child that has mathematicians as a parent be poor in mathematics. He urged the head teacher to do everything within his capabilities to make sure that I become a great mathematician like him. And my grandfather. He said he wants the knowledge of mathematics to continue running in his family. The head teacher immediately swung to action after my father left. He told me that he will be holding special classes with me after school hours. We held special classes for the first session, and there was no improvement. My father had the thought of taking me away from the school to another school, but every time he discussed it with my mom about it, she usually disagreed with him. She said she doesn't want me to be moving from one school to another. She said the frequent change of school can harm student academic performance. One day, my mother was on her way back home when she met a young man in the company of one of her friends. When she finished the conversation with her friend, she asked her about the young man that was with her. Her friend told her that the young man is her daughter's teacher. She said someone told her to employ him when she told the person that her daughter was not doing well in mathematics at school. Her friend said that since she employed the young man, she has seen tremendous improvement in the academics of her daughter, especially mathematics. My mom told her friend that she is having the same problem. She told her friend about my struggles with mathematics in school. My sister and I had sex with the same man. Strange things happen in life. Some are avoidable while some are not. This story talks about how my sister and I had sex with the same man. Who would have thought something like that would happen to us? My name is Sophia. I was born into a family of 4 which consists of my father, my mother, my sister, and me. My dad and my mom met at a mall in Chicago. My mom came to the mall to buy some groceries. After picking everything she needed, she went to the cashier to make payment. It was when she got to the front of the cashier that she realized that she left her money and her bank card at home. She felt embarrassed. She stood in front of the cashier without any hope. When my dad bought all he wanted to buy, he queued at the back of my mom thinking she was in the queue. It was after some minutes when he noticed she wasn't doing anything that he knew she wasn't in the queue. He approached the cashier and asked her why my mom was standing without making payment. The cashier told my dad that my mom said left the money she was supposed to use at the mall at home. My dad asked the cashier for my mom's fee. The cashier said it's $250. My dad paid and he left. When the cashier returned to her seat, she told my mom that she can go. My mother dropped the items she bought and was about to leave. The cashier told her to pick her groceries because someone has paid for what she bought. She asked the cashier for the identity of the person that paid for her groceries so that she could appreciate the person. The cashier said the person that paid does not want his name mentioned. My mom was not satisfied with that. She persuaded the cashier until she gave out the identity of my dad. 2 weeks after, my mom came to the mall again to get some groceries like she usually does. Fortunately for her, my dad also came to the mall that day. When my mom bought everything she needed, she approached the cashier and made payment. While she was about to leave, she saw my dad approaching the cashier. She waited patiently for him until he came outside. Immediately she saw him outside. She hurriedly walked to him. She said hi and he responded. She asked him if he remembers who she is. My dad said he meets a lot of people every day because of the nature of his job. He said he doesn't recognize people easily except his close friends, his families, and his business associates. My mom said she walked up to him to appreciate him for the favor he did for her some weeks ago. My dad said he does a favor to a lot of people, so he cannot remember the actual favor she is talking about. My mom said she was the one he paid for her groceries some weeks ago. Upon hearing that, my dad remembered. He asked her how she was able to identify him because he told the cashier not to reveal his identity. My mom said the cashier didn't want to give out his identity. She said it was her constant persuasion that made the cashier reveal his identity. While they were chatting, my dad received a call from one of his business associates. He was told to report to the King's Hotel for a business transaction. My dad told my mom that he had to leave. He collected her cell phone number and left. After my dad left the meeting that day, he called my mom. He told her he just wanted to confirm if she gave him her actual number because he was not able to confirm. After all, he was in a hurry. After talking to her that night, he asked if they could meet at the King's Hotel the next day. My mom was unemployed then, so she was free every day. She asked him why he wants to meet her in a hotel. She said she is not comfortable meeting him in a hotel on her visit. My dad convinced her that he doesn't have anything to do with her. He said he just wanted to have a nice time with her because he will be bored at the hotel. He told her that he doesn't have any issue with her if she decided not to come. He said he can choose another location for them to meet if she feels she cannot meet him at the hotel. My mom was convinced by my dad's explanation. All the doubts she had in her mind disappeared when she listened to him. She thought within her that if he was a bad person, he wouldn't have helped her out of her situation at the mall the other day. The next day, my mom did everything she had to do at home before heading out to the King's Hotel to meet my dad. She left her house at exactly 11 a.m., and she arrived at the King's Hotel at exactly 11:45 a.m. When she entered the hotel, she went straight to the receptionist. She told her that she wanted to see my father. The receptionist asked her if he is expecting her, and she replied in the affirmative. The receptionist put a call through to my dad to confirm what my mom told her. When my dad answered the call, she told him what my mom told her. My dad confirmed that my mom is his guest. He told the receptionist to show her his room. The receptionist called one of the security men that were standing in front of the hotel's main gate. She told the security man to lead my mom to my dad's room. The security man walked my mom to my dad's room and went back to his duty post. My mom knocked on the door and my dad answered. He asked who was at the door and she mentioned her name. He quickly rushed to the door and opened it. My mom sat on the sofa while my dad sat on the bed. He got up from his bed and went to his fridge. He opened his fridge and brought out a glass of wine. He brought the wine in a cup and placed it on my mom's table. He opened the wine and drank from it. He helped my mom pour hers into the cup he brought. After that, he dragged a sofa and sat close to my mom. At first, my mom was shy. She was saying anything and she was drinking from the wine. My dad asked her why she wasn't taking her wine. He said the wine is for her. He said the only reason why he drank from the wine is to show her that the wine is safe. My mom said she is curious to know why he invited her to a hotel. She said she doesn't like going to unfamiliar places. She said she couldn't reject his plea because of the help he rendered to her the previous day. My dad said he wants her to forget about the help. He said anybody could be in such a position. He said the reason he invited her is to ask her some questions. My mom said she will like to hear the questions. He said the first question he wants to ask her is her relationship status. He said he wants to know if she is going out with someone. My mom wanted to know why he asked her that sort of question. She asked him to explain. My dad said he just wanted to know. My mom said she had someone she was seeing before, but something happened and they went their separate ways. My dad said he wants to know what happened if she can tell him. My mom said it's not something she likes talking about, but since he insists on knowing what happened, she will tell him. My mom said she met the guy at a stadium where she went to watch a football match. She said the guy sat close to her at the stadium that day. She said after the match, he came to her and asked for her cell phone number. She said she didn't give him because she didn't know him and he didn't have any conversation with her while they were watching the football match. She said she went to buy groceries at the mall one day when she ran into him. When he saw her, he walked to her and greeted her. She said she didn't recognize him at first. It was after he introduced himself before she remembered who he was. She said she had no option but to give him her cell phone number. She said she was sleeping on Friday when she saw his call. She said she didn't want to answer at first because she didn't know the number. She said she had no option but to answer the phone when the call did not stop. She said it was when she answered that she knew that he was the one. She said he asked her that day if she could meet him at a hotel. She said she told him she cannot because she doesn't know him too much to be with him at a hotel. She said they went back and forth on the phone before she finally agreed to meet him. She said when she got to his hotel room that day, she met him and two of his friends. She said after some time, his friends went, leaving only the two of them in the room. She said while they were having a conversation, he brought out a bottle of wine from his fridge and gave her to drink. She said she didn't know that he has added some drugs to the wine that will make her sleep. She said 10 minutes after drinking the wine, she slept off. She didn't know what was happening until she woke up. She said when she woke up, she met him on top of her. She said she cried her eyes out that day. She said she was sad that day because she ended up doing what she didn't plan to do. She said what hurt her most was when he confessed to her that his friends also had sex with her. She said she cried for several days. She said she had to go through psychological therapies before she got herself back. My dad was amazed by her story. He said that explained why she didn't want to drink the bottle of wine he offered her. She said she had the same feeling when he offered her the bottle of wine, but her mind became settled when he drank from the bottle of wine he offered her. My dad said humans can be dangerous, but he is not like that. He said he is a gentleman who will never take advantage of a woman. My dad asked my mom if she dragged the guy to court for what he did. She said she planned to drag him to court so that he can face the consequences of his action. She said she changed her mind when she discovered that the guy was not fit mentally. She said it was after the action that she realized that he was receiving treatment for mental health care. My dad sympathized with my mom. He said if he knew her story was that bitter, he wouldn't have insisted on hearing it. He said he is sorry for making her remember the horror she passed through in the hands of an insane man and his friends. My dad advised her that she should not judge every man by what her ex-boyfriend did. She said some men are different, and he is one of them. My mom was just smiling where she was sitting. After my mom narrated her story, she told my dad that she was still curious to know why he said he wanted to see her. My dad said, at this moment, he can't hide his feelings anymore. He said the reason he invited my mom was to tell her how much he loves her. He said he wants her to be the mother of his unborn children. My mom laughed. She said how would my dad someone he doesn't know very well? He said if my mom agrees to date him, they will know each other very well. He said that was why I asked her if she is in any relationship. My mom told him that what he asked her is difficult, and it requires time for her to make a decision. She said after what she went through in the hands of her ex-boyfriend, it will not be advisable for her to rush into any relationship. My dad said he understood her perspective perfectly. He said no one would want to go through what she went through with her ex. He said he would give her all the time she needs to think about it. My mom left the hotel at exactly 7 p.m. While she was going home, she kept thinking of what to do. She decided to take her time so that she won't fall into the hands of the wrong man. Throughout that week, my mom could not sleep well. She loves my dad, but she was scared to go into any relationship. After going back and forth, she decided to give my dad a chance. My dad was at home on Saturday when he saw my mom's call. He hurriedly answered it because since they met she has never called him before. He has been the one doing the calling. So, when he saw her call that Saturday, he knew she wanted to tell him something very important. When he answered the call, He told my mom that he was surprised to see her call. My mom asked him why he said that. He said he noticed that she doesn't call him. He said since the day they met at the hotel, he has always been the one calling her. My mom apologized to him. She said it's unlike her. She said it's because she has been thinking a lot. My dad advised her to stop thinking a lot. He said thinking can cause a lot of sicknesses like depression, high blood pressure, and many other dangerous diseases. He urged her to always come to him when she needs someone to talk to. My dad was curious to know why my mom called. He said he knows she has information to tell him that was why she called. My mom said she has. She said she wants him to tell him that after a long thought, she has finally decided to date him. She told him that it was a difficult decision for her to take, but she feels he is a good man. She said she hopes he won't make her regret her decision. When my dad heard that, he interjected quickly. He said he will make sure that she doesn't regret the decision she took. He said he will be by her side anytime she needs him. She told him to take care of himself and she dropped the call. My dad was happy throughout that day. He celebrated all through that day. He called his neighbors to celebrate with him. He invited them to his room and cooked for them. They all ate to their satisfaction. Later in the day, my mom called my dad again. He did not answer the call because he was still celebrating with his friends and neighbors. My mom called thrice but he didn't answer. When she realized that he wasn't answering his calls, she stopped calling. After his friends left, he put off the music because he wanted to sleep. When he lied down on his bed, he decided to surf the internet. As soon as he picked his call from the table, he saw 3 missed calls from my mom. He quickly returned the call. My mom was sleeping when she heard that her phone was ringing. She answered it. As soon as she answered it, my dad apologized immediately. He said the news that she delivered to him in the afternoon prompted him to hold a party for his friends and neighbors. He said he did not hear when his phone rang because the music was very loud. He said it was after his friends and neighbors left that he realized that she has called him. He said he is very sorry. My mom was very surprised when she heard that he threw a party because she accepted to date him. She asked him why he did that. My dad said she doesn't know how precious she is to him. He said if she knows, she wouldn't be asking him why he threw a party because she accepted to date him. She said if he is throwing a party because she accepted to date him, what will he do on the day of their wedding? My dad said their wedding will be the best in the city. He said he will make sure that he gives my mom an elaborate wedding that she will be proud of. He said her wedding will be the best wedding party ever. My mom was just laughing on the phone. She was short of words. She said she wants to sleep, but she wants to know if he doesn't have anywhere to go the next day. My dad said he only goes to church on Sunday. He said after church, he is always in his room. My mom said she called because she wants to visit him the next day. As soon as my dad heard that, he screamed very loud. My mom asked him why he screamed that loud. He said she has just made his day. He said he will prepare a very delicious meal for her. My mom asked him if he knows how to cook. He said he won't blow his trumpet. He said she will see for herself when she comes the next day. He said after eating his food, she will score him 95 or 100%. My mom laughed. She said she cannot score anybody 100%. My mom said she wants to sleep. She said they will meet the next day. The next day, my dad woke up at 5 because he wanted to meet the first service at church. As soon as he woke up, he took his bath. He didn't even wait to eat breakfast. He left the house at 6:30 a.m. and he got to church at 7 a.m. He sat in the church waiting for the first Sunday service to start by 7:30 a.m. At exactly 7:30 a.m., the presiding pastor walked into the church and commenced the first service. The service ended at exactly 8:45 a.m. As soon as the service ended, my dad jumped into his car and drove home. On his way home, he stopped at the mall to get some ingredients he needed to cook the delicious meal he promised my mom. At exactly 9:45 a.m., he arrived home. As soon as he pulled off his cloth, he went straight into the kitchen. He was in the kitchen when my mom's call came in. He hurriedly answered it thinking she was on her way. When he answered it, he asked whether my mom was already on her way to his house. My mom said she is still at home. She said she just finished her laundry. She said she will take her bath as soon as she ends the call. She asked my dad what he was doing. My dad said he is in the kitchen cooking the delicious meal he promised her. My mom said she thought he was joking when he told her that he wanted to cook for her. She said she didn't know that he meant it. My dad said he was not joking at all. He said she will see for herself when she comes. My mom asked him why he didn't go to church. My dad said he went to church. He said he went for the first service because he wanted to return home very early. My mom busted into laughter on the phone. My dad said he had to do all that because of her. My mom ended the call and rushed to the bathroom to take her bath. After taking her bath, she wore a sexy dress and headed out to my father's house. At exactly noon, she called my dad that she is in front of his gate. My dad hurried to the gate to welcome her. When he opened the gate for her, He couldn't take his eyes off her sexy body as he walked her to the sitting room. When they entered the sitting room, my mom sat on the couch while my dad went to the kitchen to bring the food he prepared for her. He placed the food on her table and went to the fridge to get her a bottle of wine. This time, my mom ate and drank the wine without any fear. After my mom ate the food, my dad asked her for her assessment of the food. My mom said he tried if she wants to be honest. She said if she wants to score him in percentage, she will score him 96%. My dad laughed. He said my mom does not want to score him 100%. When my dad noticed that my mom was settled, he moved close to her on the couch. He put his hand across her shoulders while he continued his conversation. A few minutes after, he thought he should up his game. He placed his left hand on my mom's lap. At first, he thought she would complain, but she didn't. My mom was enjoying every bit of what he was doing. When he realized that she didn't complain about the position of his arms, he started caressing her legs with his hand. As he was caressing her lap with his left hand, his right hand moved from her shoulder to her boobs. He was pressing her boobs softly with his right hand, while he was caressing her laps with his left hand. 5 minutes into the caressing, my mom couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to keep her cool, but she did not know when she started moaning out of excitement. At that point, my dad knew he could do what he wanted with my mom. He hurriedly took off her remaining only bra. He took off his shirt and trousers too. He positioned her very well on the couch while he continued using his hand to caress every part of her boobs. His tongue was stuck on her left nipple while his right hand was on the right nipple. He continued sucking and caressing my mom. The soft moans soon became loud as the pleasure was just too much for her. 10 minutes into the romance, my mom couldn't take it anymore because she was wet. She took off her undies and invited my dad to ride her. My dad rode her for half an hour before they all collapsed on the chair. After the sex, they all slept. My dad woke up at exactly 6:30 p.m. He hurriedly woke up my mom so that she can go to her house to prepare for work the next day. When she woke up, she pulled my dad close to her and kissed him again. She told him how she enjoyed the sex they had. She said no man has ever ridden her the way my dad rode her. She said if she knew she would enjoy herself the way she enjoyed herself, she would have come over with her office wear. She said she would have slept in my father's house so that she can enjoy more rounds of sex. My dad smiled. He said since they are now together, she will enjoy a lot of sex. He said he would give her every sex style she wants from him. My mom left the house that day feeling very happy. As soon as she got home, she jumped on her bed and slept off. The next day, she went to work feeling happy. One of her closest colleagues noticed that she was in a joyous mood, so she asked her the reason for the joy. My mom narrated how she met my dad in an unusual circumstance and how they became friends. She told her that she was there yesterday, and they had explosive sex. She said it's been a long time she had explosive sex like the one she had yesterday. Her colleague was just smiling. She urged her to take good care of my dad. 8 weeks after, my mom started feeling weak. She was vomiting and spitting everywhere. She became so weak that she could not do anything. The next day, she went to the hospital for treatment. After she was diagnosed, the doctor told her that she is pregnant. He said she is 4 weeks pregnant. He told her to rest better and stop doing heavy jobs because of her present condition. My mother appreciated the doctor and left the hospital. As soon as she got home, she called my dad and told him about the pregnancy. My dad screamed that everybody in the office heard him. She heard him saying I will become a father soon. She could hear his colleagues in the office congratulating him. At first, my mom was skeptical before she made the call. She had the thought that he could reject the pregnancy because they only had sex once. But the way he was screaming joyfully in his office gave her joy. She also put a call through to her parents and friends to inform them about the pregnancy. Everybody was just happy for her. 9 months after, my mom gave birth to me. She and my dad celebrated my birth elaborately because I was the first child. They bought everything I needed for me. They enrolled me in a standard primary school. After my graduation, I was enrolled in the best high school in the city. 7 years after my parents gave birth to me, my mom became pregnant again. When she became pregnant again, she had from work because she could not cope with taking care of me and taking care of the baby in her womb. 9 months after, my mom gave birth to my sister. After a year, she got another job. My sister was enrolled in the best primary school. After she graduated from primary school, she was enrolled in the same high school as me. I was in senior high school while my sister was in junior high school. Every day we used to school together. When I got to my final year in high school, I met Samson. Samson was the son of my head teacher. Samson was in college when I met him. He came to the school that day to collect something from his father. He saw me when I was coming from the toilet. He called me and I walked up to him. I asked him who he was and why he called me. He told me that his name is Samson, and he is the son of the head teacher. As soon as I heard that, I became interested in what he wanted to tell me. I asked him why he called me. He said he just want us to be friends. He said he saw me as someone he could talk to when he is at home. I said there is no problem with that. He asked me if I have a cell phone that he can contact me on. I gave him my cell phone, but I told him not to call because I did not bring the phone to school. I told him to leave a message for me so that I can save his number when I get home. When I got home, I saw his message. I called him and informed him that I have saved his contact on my phone. My mom and dad traveled on Saturday, leaving only me and my sister at home. We watched a movie till we became bored. I thought of what I can do to make the house lively. While I was thinking, Samson's call came in. I asked him what he is doing presently. He said he is at home watching a movie. He said the house is boring to him because his dad and mom left the house for a meeting. I told him that I am also bored at home because my mom and dad traveled. I asked him if he could come to our house and spend some time. He said he will be there in a few minutes. 30 minutes after, Samson called me. He told me to open the gate for him because he is standing in front of our gate. I hurried to the gate to let him in. When he entered the house, I did not allow him to sit in the sitting room. I walked him straight into my room. As soon as we entered, I pushed Samson to my bed. Before he realized what was happening, I had taken off his shirt and trouser. I took off my shirt too and we started romancing each other. We romanced passionately that I didn't hear my sister calling my name. When my sister did not see me in the sitting room, she came to my room. When she opened my door, she caught me and Samson having sex. I became dull and I didn't know what to do. My sister threatened that she will tell my mom what she saw. I pleaded with her but she didn't want to listen. She said I have to fulfill one condition for her not to tell my mom what she saw. She said the condition is that she must have sex with Samson too. I walked up to Samson and told him what my sister said. Samson obliged. He walked to my sister's room and they had explosive sex. That was how Samson had sex with my sister and me. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this.
I am 17 and I hate people asking me if I am a virgin. Hi, I am Phil. I am just 17 and I had been staying with my cousin Luke for some weeks now. Before now, I had never met Luke in person. I have only had a couple of virtual chats with me. Before now, to be frank, I was only called upon to say hi on those encounters. Before now, he and my mum are so close, those two are something. Before now, I once thought, there is something fetish going on between those two. Before now, I haven't written that off yet. Before now, I don't trust my mum with men, and I am still yet to catch her with one. It is wrong of me to say my mum is cheating. On who exactly? She is a single mother. She has every reason to be dug by different kinds of men. Before now, she won't be breaking anyone's heart if she does that, but I am yet to see a man knock at the door except the mailman. Before now, it can't be him, he looked gay, and he is gay. On his visits, he looked at me instead of my mum. Before now, that man is something else. The mailman is a tall dark guy. Before now, he once told me he is a Belgian but came from a strong background of Congolese. Before now, my mum has black men's frames in her room but I doubt she was ever interested in one. Not even Mr. Christoph, our neighbor, and the only black man with the German accent I have ever seen in my whole life. His daughter, Anna, is not black. Before now, initially, I thought Mr. Christoph adopted Anna, but she is his actual daughter. Anna and I are quite close, but nothing intimate was going on between us. I am not comfortable with girls. I haven't approached one my whole life. Before now, everyone in our neighborhood knew I am a virgin. I guess that was why my mum asked Luke to come and pick me. We talked about this, but for the first time in like forever. My mum wanted her to wish to come to pass. I can recall Anna telling me that her grandfather met a South African lady on his expenditure to Africa. The end product of what happened between the two is her father. Before now, Mr. Christoph is a single parent just like my mum, but he had never knocked at us. Not for once. Before now, he is a busy person, which gave Anna the privilege to invite several classmates to her place. Especially the male gender. Her room is opposite mine, and I do watch on her from my window. Before now, I got a binocular for this purpose just to gaze and fantasize about her figure. To be candid, I love watching her make love with the other guys that came visiting. Before now, according to my research, the standard time for sexual intercourse is 15 minutes, but this girl came last more than an hour. Before now, once a guy is done, she gets another in. Sometimes age rocks 2, 3 guys at the same time. I guess she found out, but she had never mentioned it. Before now, she never asked me to come to see her in her room too. Before now, she once told me, "You're the most real guy in my life." That doesn't sound like I am interested in you. She preferred the friendship, but I can't say I do. Due to watching her, I started jerking off. Before now, I imagined her and stroked my penile muscle. Before now, my commonest commodity was now toilet rolls. On the stall one day, the salesgirl was looking at me with a weird face because all I came to buy were toilet rolls. "They're my mum's," I said. She scoffed. Over time, I realized watching Anna do her thing is toxic to me. So I ceased looking at her, but I couldn't control the huge again. My head kept looking for holes to dig. Before now, I had now become an addict. Who will set me free from this? Before now, I didn't tell my mum about it, but she surely knows. She might not know how I got sensitized into doing it, but she knew how I started. Before now, if you also think it was Anna's shape and curves that caused it, you're also wrong. I can't say this is what he does for a living, but Luke knows how to get a party started. Before now, since we had been living together, we had grown to understand ourselves over the weeks. Before now, Luke isn't all bad. He is a good person to be with, but not for me at this time. Before now, Luke has so many acquaintances but not a single friend. I wonder how he does that. Before now, he will always say, "Don't get too close to people. Once they're close, they will get the edge over you." It still doesn't make any sense to me to date. Living with Luke at the beachside is an idea. I can't tell if it is a good one or a bad one. Our relationship is kind of toxic to me, but Mum said that is what I need for now. Before now, all my life, I had lived with my mum until now. She had never seen anything wrong with me staying with her until when I finished high school. "You need to stay with a man to understand what men are built for before you finally go to college," she would say. Here I am, living my mum's dream for me. Before now, I kind of like the idea now. I am the newest guy in town in the city of no shame. Before now, it is normal to go in public and hit a lady's buttocks cheeks, or even go ahead to squeeze them, without anyone bringing up harassment as a topic. Before now, the guys in this new environment don't have any other thing they do. All they look for is to hit their waist hard on some soft buttocks, and the ladies just want to ride the guys. Things seem balanced here. Everyone knows what the other person wants and they are ready to give it to each other. Before now, this is the only society where no one has any reason to rape. Before now, if a lady turns you down, another will give herself to you without you asking. Before, it was difficult for me to adjust to how things work here. Before now, all my life before now, a guy had to approach a lady and so some talking, and then she might give him what he wanted or not. That's normal. At least not all guys that talked to Anna ended up on her bed, but most did. That's for sure. But here, all you have to do is go straight to the point. If you are that good, you can get up to 5 ladies before the end of the day. Being a virgin is not a virtue here, to live in this community. You need to get laid. Before now, when I entered, I was the only virgin I know of. Before now, not even Gina, the bartender's daughter. She's just 15 and she's pro in her league. If she hadn't handled me, I would not have believed myself. She is good with her mouth and her throat is so stretchable. Before now, she even swallows the whole thing and thank you for it. What a polite girl. After just a week of staying at the beachside with Luke, I had already forgotten about Anna. Don't blame me, you would have done the same too. Before now, I have so many girls to fantasize with. Before now, I am always hard all day, even while I sleep. I can't get my head off what I am seeing everywhere. Before now, nothing is hidden here, you can just look out from the window and start releasing. Before now, I don't have to stroke myself anymore. Here the imagination is real. While I was still with my mum, watching Anna wasn't enough for me anymore. Before now, I started visiting the web to watch videos. Before now, this made me jerk off so many times a day. Before now, my mum noticed but saw it as the norm and never made a fuss out of it. Before now, she didn't discourage the habit, neither did she encourage it. Before now, that had become my new hobby. Then she would enter my room, find me at the moment. And yet, excuse me, before now, I became so popular on one of those sites that they started sending videos to my emails. Instead of this to cure my urge, it increased it. I don't know the reason for that. It was me all the way. Before now, I love the opposite sex more than I love myself. I could recall vividly that as a small child I watched romantic movies with mum and she always allowed me to cuddle her. Before now, she didn't see anything wrong with me watching those movies with her. I got fond of those types of movies, which I made sure are the only kind of movies we have at home. While my mates at school got intrigued by action, thriller, fictional and animated movies, all that got my attention was romantic movies. Before now, while still a small boy, I had started looking at the girls in such a tempting way. Before now, I see beyond their clothes while just looking at them. Maybe that's the reason I didn't do well in my academics. Before now, that was what led me to peep at Anna. The girl is innocent of my crimes. I am the culprit of my predicaments. At Luke's place, there is no television or internet. Before now, I cannot remember the last time I used Facebook. All he does is the club from the sunrise to the sunset. Before now, I didn't know Luke so much before now. My mum spoke highly of him on things that doesn't matter. Before now, sometimes I thought my mum had been having intimate affairs with his nephew. Before now, but this is not feasible either. Luke lives thousands of miles away and mum never lives home. She is an artist and she had transformed the garage into her workshop. She only goes to the stores to buy groceries. Before now, the other place she visits that often is the art stores to buy her pieces of equipment. To be frank, she's good at what she does and her imagination is wild. Do you remember the frames of the black men painting in her room? Those were his drawing. People love her paintings and she had attracted so many customers for herself. Before now, she is talented, she deserves the credit. Before now, when I was younger I had also had an interest in artistry. Before now, I started drawing with crayons and color sticks. Before now, my mum will frame my little paintings. Funny enough, people bought them, not just young kids like me. But the elderly ones also find them attractive. Now, I am a good painter myself. Before now, I single-handedly made the designs at my high school since I had been in the 8th grade. Before now, I had participated in a few competitions myself and won some medals for myself. I have an online page where I use my creativity for money. Before now, my brain was doing things the right way before Anna stepped into the story. Before now, I am not proud of the day I met her. I left my goal and started chasing after fables. Is she to be blamed? Before now, no, it was all me and I hold myself responsible. I had learned graffiti by the way. Before now, it is more fun painting on the walls with some color sprays. My mum did not buy this idea, since I had changed the whole wall to something else. Most teenagers stop by at our walls to take a few shots. Before now, but this time, my mum was not so proud of me. She said I had a child's imagination. Before now, according to her, paintings don't just depict the painter's imagination. It also describes the painter's mind. Before now, I wonder what my mind looks like. My mum is fond of speaking mysteries. Before now, her idioms looked as if they would make sense but made no sense eventually. Before now, she laughs at me whenever I showed her weird faces. She would say as my mind developed, I would understand them. Before now, these days, when I recall her idioms, I smile, they now make sense. I asked Luke about his girlfriend. Before now, he has not shown me one. Before now, and he had shared the bed with nothing less than 15 ladies since I have been with him. Before now, some had come here more than once. He is terrible. I barely sleep at night and there is nothing to distract me. Before now, no TV and no internet. Since my arrival, all they do here is to party in the afternoon and club at night. Most people come here for holidays. In my few last weeks, I have seen several faces already. Before now, Luke once told me, you might not remember the face but don't forget these 2 things. 1, the backside, and 2, how you were rocked. Before now, I wonder what that means. Before now, the other few here work around. It is either they work at the beach as instructors or as safeguards or they work in bars, grocery stores, salons, music stores, and other necessities stores. Before now, nothing much happens where outside the holidays. Luke has a great connection with one of the bar owners. Before now, he is not the manager nor the bartender but does all those things and gets paid for it. Before now, he is the symbol of attraction at the bar and almost everybody knows him. Before now, it was as if he has been here his whole life. Before now, I heard he graduated college a year ago. Is he not supposed to be working with a white collar? Before now, I am not a fan of Luke but he is good with ladies, to be frank. When I got to his place, I made it clear that I was asked to come to live with him, so that I can find my path. He laughed scornfully as if I had spit on his face. He told me, you are here to learn how it works in college. How it works in college. He drew a calendar of 30 days with me and told me to summarize my day by drawing out symbols on the space provided. I slept throughout the first few days, then I saw Gina. Before now, she offered to suck me. Before now, I was amazed. What can this little girl do? Before now, she asked me to come to the restroom. I followed, and she gave me my wildest experience until that day. Before now, I had never been sucked before. Before now, but, as far as I can feel it, little Gina is not a novice in the game. Before now, she told me, she keeps numbers and her goal is to reach 1,000 before she graduates high school. Before now, I will soon reach my mark, she told me. Before now, I wonder what number I am on her list. After Gina, I had met several ladies. Before now, I had unbuckled my belt in bed than I had in the restroom. Before now, I am no more the little good boy that I used to be. Things had changed now. Before now, I was trying to regain my interest in art and paintings when Luke showed up, but instead, I have gone wild. I still paint today, even with a greater mind. Before now, but all I paint now are images of women who had gone naked in front of me. Everything has its own ups and downs, but now I could not tell if I am enjoying life or I am wasting my talent. Before now, I do not know right from wrong anymore. Before now, I just wanted to live this life and enjoy every bit of it. Before now, Luke is very good at persuading people to do things they don't plan to. I guess that was the reason he is so close with the bar owner. Before now, he studied psychology in college. He is a good student according to what his parent had told my mum over the phone. Before now, he is not using this knowledge right as far as I am concerned. He is so good at understanding and predicting people, which has won him so much luxury and fame. Before now, to be truthful here, he is not a good mentor. Before now, I had spent more than a month at his place and he has never mentioned anything about his career nor has he said anything concerning mine. What is he doing with his bachelor's degree? Before now, he gets paid for doing things I would do for free and get laid all night. Little did I know that Luke had been conversing with my mum on phone telling him about my progress. Before now, my mum's plan for me is to live it wild before going to college. Why will she do that? She told me herself when she called as she usually does. Before now, that fateful day, she asked me the most unexpected question. Who is Gina? Before now, I was stunned. Before now, who is Gina? I rebelled. Before now, don't be naughty, she rejoined. Before now, how did you know about Gina? Before now, I asked. Luke told me about Gina. Luke had told me about everything, she replied, and Gina seemed to be the interesting character in his stories. Before now, so Luke was not just giving me tips on how to reach for a girl's panties, he is also updating my mum about the progress I had made. Okay, I explained to her how Gina and I met and our journey so far. Before now, I made her realize that I was not proud of it. Before now, Gina is 2 years and a few weeks younger than me. Before now, I felt like I had taken advantage of her. That doesn't sound true. Before now, I promised my mum that I would not try that with a little girl anymore. Never. Before now, she laughed. It was so obvious that it was fake. Before now, she then said, to get the actual target, the vulnerable must be used. It was like she didn't get what was going on. Before now, I was not the hunter here. To be frank, I was the one been hunted. Before now, Gina with all her skills and experience could not be vulnerable. I am. Before now, I had been every lady's prey since I got here. People don't care if I enjoyed it or not anymore. They just wanted to satisfy their urge. Before now, no one knew. I didn't have so much experience myself. The only ones I had were Anna's and her dolls and the web. Before now, I haven't even dug a lady before. Before now, that was the reason my mum asked me to come to live with Luke. I don't know much, but I guess she is tired of picking my wet and sticky toilet rolls from the floor. Before now, she wanted me to stop fantasizing and start the real thing. Before now, I remember her asking me if I now know the difference. Before now, I told her that I still haven't found out yet. Getting laid, sucked, and licked is common here and everyone except me to all I know had 3 out of 3. Before now, for me, getting sucked is okay. Within just a few weeks, I had squeezed more lemons than the actual ones and sucked on them than a newborn baby would have. Before now, I have a likeness for the big and saggy ones, and here sag ones are not something to be ashamed about. Before now, the saggier it is, the better the experience. Before now, I had gotten so many ladies disappointed for not reaching for their holes. Before now, but I am determined to keep my virginity. Before now, I am a Christian and I don't want to cross the line, that is if I haven't already. Anna had been calling me of recent, remembered. She said I was her favorite opposite sex. Before now, this had started recurring to me. Before now, was she asking to make up with me? Before now, she told me things that did not concern me a bit. She told me she would be going to Namibia to learn the ways of her ancestry route. Before now, yes, we aren't that close for me to know your plans. Before now, we had never talked about what she would love to become. All we talk about are assignments and school activities. I begin to wonder if she had an interest in me. Before now, maybe she purposely let me look at her from the window. Before now, she should have just said it in common words. Before now, I don't understand signs and idioms. My mum tried it with me and she failed. She spoke at length this time around even though we are miles away. Before now, she told me of how her mother died of breast cancer when she was just 5 years of age. Before now, she told me that her father is a German. I never knew he is a pharmacologist until now. Before now, she told me about her first sex with a grown-up man. Before now, she told me all her experiences. Before now, it was a pitiful experience. Before now, I don't know why she is this open, but I am not interested in getting laid if that is what she wants. Before now, the calls kept calling but I had never called her back, not once. Before now, don't judge me, I was being careful. Luke is a fan of inviting friends over after party. Before now, my first morning at his place, he hosted a party for me. Before now, he said the party was for me but I was not included at all. Before now, all the balloons and strips had my names on them, but I was not in the center of the party. Before now, no one noticed me. Before now, I was shocked at such a welcome party. I left the living room for my room after Luke introduced me and no one noticed my absence. Before now, I peeped through the door hole and I saw all sorts of styles going on. Before now, the music was loud but no one was dancing to the beat. Everyone was digging, squeezing, or hitting someone. Wow, such a party on my behalf. Afterward, Luke would just invite his friends for a few shots. Before now, they chat and I am permitted to join in their discussion. Before now, they talked about business, cars, places, famous individuals but mostly girls. I like this kind of chat. Before now, later, when they found out about my painting, art was included in the discussion. The interest was minute, but I appreciated it. Yesterday, Luke and his friends were at our place. Before now, we talked for a while before John asked if I am still a virgin. I was surprised by that question. Before now, it stunned me. I don't know the correct answer to give. Before now, was I even a virgin before coming here? Before now, what is the New Age definition of a virgin? I tried to wave off the topic and Luke helped me in succeeding with that. Before now, we talked about Luke's sex life instead. Before now, I said so much about himself. I guessed he was trying to drive them away from me as much as possible. Before now, I appreciated what he did for me. I thanked him later and he gave me a big hug. It is well, he said to me. But come to think of it, that wasn't the first time someone would ask me if I was a virgin. Before now, Gina was the first to ask me. I told her I can't say but I haven't gotten laid yet. Before now, she laughed and I allowed her to laugh all as she could. Before now, I didn't stop her. She told me my secret is safe with her. Before now, another lady whose name I can't recall. Before now, I don't even think she knew me too. Before now, she was not the courteous type, she just wanted to get to the business. Before now, after the foreplay and series of sucking and stroking, she wanted me to go all the way down. Before now, I refused. She asked me the same question but I refused to respond. Before now, she got irritated and left. I never saw her again. Before now, I had encountered more of these misfit questions throughout my stay with Luke. Before now, I didn't tell Luke about it, but the rumor reached him. Before now, here, no one cared about your name. Before now, so, they referred to me as Luke's cousin. Before now, I spoiled Luke's face which is bad for business but Luke was fine with it. Before now, am I still a virgin? Before now, I wish to know your thoughts on this.
How I Caught My Sister and Kate's Boyfriend. This story portrays betrayal. It shows how betrayal can come from the people that are very close to us. This story details how I caught my sister and her closest friend's husband. Who would have thought my sister could do what she did? Sit back and enjoy how everything played out in this story. Many years ago, my dad settled in a small community in the city of Alabama. My dad was the third person to occupy a house in the community. 5 years after, he met my mom at his friend's party. He approached my mom and she agreed to date him. 2 years after, they got married officially. 6 months after my mom and my dad got married, Mr. John built a house close to my dad's house. So they became very close friends. A year after their marriage, my parents gave birth to me. 2 years after, they gave birth to my younger sister. Because of Mr. John and my dad's friends, he usually comes to our house anytime he likes. One day, my mother's friend Mrs. Mariah came to visit my mom to congratulate her on the birth of my younger sister. Fortunately, Mr. John came in while Mrs. Mariah was still around. My mom noticed how Mr. John couldn't take his eyes off Mrs. Mariah's boobs. He kept staring at every part of her body without minding who was looking at him. When Mrs. Mariah left, my mom called Mr. John and asked him why he couldn't take his eyes off her guest. She said she felt embarrassed by the way he was looking at her. Mr. John apologized to my mom for making her guest uncomfortable. He said he kept looking at her because he liked her. He pleaded with my mom to give him Mrs. Mariah's cell phone number. My mom said she cannot give out Mrs. Mariah's number unless she asks Mrs. Mariah herself. She said if Mrs. Mariah tells her to give him her number, she will, but if she does not, there is nothing she can do. My mom picked her phone in the presence of Mr. John and called her friend Mrs. Mariah. First, she appreciated her for coming to greet her. After that, she tabled Mr. John's request to her. Mrs. Mariah told my mom to give Mr. John her number. When my mom ended the call, she took a pen and paper and wrote Mrs. Mariah's number on it. After writing it, she handed it over to Mr. John. Mr. John appreciated my mom and left. When Mr. John got to his apartment, the first thing he did was to call Mrs. Mariah. He introduced himself to her and he told her how he got her cell phone number. He told her that he has a lot of things to tell her, but he cannot say it on the phone. Mrs. Mariah insisted that he should say it on the phone, but he declined. He said he would like to see her before he can say what he wants to say. Because of Mr. John's persistence, Mrs. Mariah agreed to see him. She said she will come to his house on Saturday. At exactly 9 a.m. on Saturday, Mrs. Mariah was at our house. My mom told me to show Mrs. Mariah where Mr. John lives. I took Mrs. Mariah to Mr. John's house. Immediately I showed her the door. I went back to our house. 1 hour after, my mom wanted to pass information across to Mrs. Mariah, but she wasn't able to do so because she wasn't able to reach Mrs. Mariah on her cell phone. When she tried calling her multiple times without any response, she sent me there to check on Mrs. Mariah. When I got there, I knocked on the door gently, but there was no response. I knocked for more than 2 minutes without any response. When I didn't get any response, I pushed the door and it opened. All this while I have been knocking. I didn't know that the door was open. When I entered inside, I didn't see anybody in the sitting room. As I moved closer to the room, I heard how Mrs. Mariah was moaning. Her moaning was so loud that Mr. John had to cover her mouth with his hand. I wanted to know why she was moaning, so I went out of the room and started piping through the window. The window was very big, so I saw everything. I saw Mr. John on top of Mrs. Mariah. He used his left hand to cover her mouth to prevent people from hearing her moan. He was using his right hand to rub all over her body. Anytime he noticed that her moaning has stopped, he would kiss her. From where I was watching, you could see that Mrs. Mariah was enjoying the kissing. I could see how she was drawing Mr. John back to her when she attempts to get up on her. I watched them as they were on top of each other for 5 minutes. I didn't want to knock on the door so that Mrs. Mariah would not think that I saw what they were doing, and I didn't know what to tell my mom when I returned home. I stood at the window and watched them till they finished what they were doing. When I saw that Mr. John was not on top of Mrs. Mariah anymore, I went to the door and knocked. This time, Mrs. Mariah answered. She was sweating profusely because of what she had just done. As soon as she came out, I told her what my mom said I should tell her. She sent me back to my mom. She said I should tell my mom that she will see her before leaving. Immediately I heard that I left her presence, and I made my way back to her house. When I got home, my mom asked me why I stayed that long. It was a question I expected, so I prepared for it. I told my mom that I helped Mr. John do some home chores. I told her when I got there, Mrs. Mariah was the one doing the home chores, so I joined her. I told her that Mrs. Mariah promised to stop by when she is going to her house. 2 hours after, Mrs. Mariah came to our house in the company of Mr. John. You could see how happy they were. When Mr. John noticed that Mrs. Mariah and my mom were engaged in a conversation, he sneaked out without anyone noticing. When my mom looked back, she didn't see Mr. John. She asked me where he was and I told her that I did not know when he left. When my mom knew that Mr. John had left, she changed the topic of the conversation to what happened at Mr. John's house. She asked her friend what went down there. Mrs. Mariah said nothing went down. She said Mr. John told her he wants them to be more than friends. He said if she agrees to his proposal, he will get married to her very soon. My mom was surprised by what she heard because since she knew Mr. John, he has never talked to her about marriage, nor has she seen him with a woman in his house before. She told Mrs. Mariah that she cannot count the number of times that my dad has told him to get a woman. My mom asked Mrs. Mariah about what Mr. John told her. Mrs. Mariah said she likes him but she wants to take her time before making a decision. She said my mom knows how much pain men have caused her, so she wants to take her time before taking any decision this time around. My mom told her that she understood everything she has said perfectly. She told her that since she met Mr. John, she doesn't know him to be a bad person. She has always known him to be a person of impeccable character and moral uprightness. She told Mrs. Mariah that one of the reasons Mr. John and her husband are so close is because of his moral uprightness. While Mrs. Mariah was leaving, my mom urged her to think about it very well and make the best decision that will suit her and her career. Mrs. Mariah appreciated my mom for her advice, and she promised to make the best decision for herself. When Mrs. Mariah left, I kept remembering the scenes I saw in Mr. John's house. At first, I thought she was going to tell my mom when she asked her what happened in Mr. John's house. My dad arrived at exactly 7 p.m. As soon as he took his shower and settled in the dining, my mom began to tell him what happened between Mr. John and Mrs. Mariah. She told him that for the first time, Mr. John is taking steps to become a married man. My dad was happy with what he heard. He said he cannot wait for his friend to become a married man. 1 week after, Mrs. Mariah called my mom. She told my mom she has finally decided to agree with Mr. John's proposal. She said she will call him in the evening after work to tell him. My mom appreciated her. She said it's a decision she won't regret presently or in the future. When Mr. John left his workplace, he stopped at our house. When he entered our house, my mom was expecting him to talk about Mrs. Mariah, but he didn't. My dad wanted to ask him, but my mom cautioned him silently. She whispered to him not to ask him. While Mr. John was discussing with my parents, his phone rang. He brought out his phone, but he did not answer the call. The call came in the second time, but he didn't answer the call again. At that point, Mr. John became uncomfortable. He wasn't flowing with the conversation anymore. You could see that he wanted to leave urgently, but he didn't know how to excuse himself. When my mom noticed that, she went inside her room and called my father. My father didn't want to leave his seat, but she kept calling him repeatedly. When my dad left his seat to attend to my mom, Mr. John immediately took his leave. When my dad entered my mom's room, she told him that she called him so that Mr. John can be able to leave. She told him that it seems the person that was calling him repeatedly is Mrs. Mariah. She told my dad that she has something important to tell Mr. John. Before my dad and my mom returned to the sitting room, they did not meet Mr. John. When John got home, he immediately put a call through to Mariah. He wanted to apologize to her for not picking her call, but she told him not to worry. She told him she knew he was with my parent, which was why he did not answer his call. Mr. John became relieved when he heard that. Mrs. Mariah said she called to discuss an important issue with him. She said she has been thinking of what he told her since the day she came to her house. She said it's a tough decision for her to take because she has suffered a lot. She said the decision she was about to take now was aided by my mom. She said my mom told her how upright and moral he was. She said she has agreed to his proposal. She said she hopes it's a decision she doesn't regret whether presently or in the future. Upon hearing what Mrs. Mariah said, Mr. John jumped for joy. He told Mrs. Mariah that she told him had made his day. He said this was probably his best day on earth. The next day, Mr. John came to our house with a smiling face. He was so happy that you could see it on his face. He didn't know that my parents knew what was making him smile, but they just pretended as if they didn't know anything. He and my parents started their conversation as usual. A few minutes into the conversation, he got a call. He brought out his phone and checked who was calling him. When he saw that the call was from Mrs. Mariah, he returned his phone to his pocket and silenced it. My parents were expecting him to talk about what Mrs. Mariah told him, but he didn't say anything. A few minutes after, he excused himself. When he went out, I saw him talking to Mrs. Mariah on his phone. After talking for more than 15 minutes on his phone, he returned to the sitting room to join my parents. When he entered, my mom asked him who he was talking to on the phone that kept him outside for so long. At that point, he decided to let the cat out of the bag, not knowing that my parents were aware of everything that happened. Mr. John said it was Mrs. Mariah that kept him out for so long. He said she has agreed to have an affair with him. My parents pretended as if they didn't know anything and jumped for joy. They congratulated Mr. John and urged him to make the wedding as fast as possible. 2 weeks after, Mr. John came to our house very early in the morning. He said he wants my dad to follow him to Mrs. Mariah's family house. He said Mrs. Mariah has told her parents about their relationship, and they have requested to see him. He said he doesn't want to go alone because he doesn't know what is waiting for him over there. My dad rushed to the bathroom to take his bath. After taking his bath, my mom served both of them breakfast. After breakfast, they entered Mr. John's car and left. After about 6 hours, they returned home. My dad entered our house while Mr. John went to his house. As soon as my dad entered the house, he asked for his food. He said the journey they undertook was very stressful. He said they had to leave there because of the distance. When my mom gave him his food, she sat close to him on the couch. She asked him what happened, where they went to. My dad said they were welcomed very well by Mariah's parents. He said they talked about other things like the wedding date, the wedding venue, and other things related to the wedding. He said they chose Sunday, January 5, 2020 for the wedding, and the venue is the Garden Place in Alabama. As soon as she heard that from my dad, she was very happy. She picked her phone immediately and called Mrs. Mariah. She congratulated her on her upcoming wedding and urged her to take very good care of herself for her new groom. A week before the wedding, Mrs. Mariah relocated to our house because she and my mom were the ones planning the wedding. My mom was in charge of almost all of the preparations for the wedding. 3 days before the wedding, my mom was very busy like she has never been. She was going from one place to another just to make sure that the preparation is in top gear. A day before the wedding, my mother did not come home. She called my dad at around 9 p.m. that she cannot make it back home because she has a lot of things to do at the venue. She said the venue decorators and the caterers need her attention very early in the morning of the wedding. She said if she comes home, it will be difficult for her to get to the venue very early. She said if she doesn't get there early, the preparations might not go according to plan. She said it was that and other reasons that made her book a room at a nearby hotel close to the venue. My dad wished her well and told her to take very good care of herself. He said she should call him if she needs anything. On Sunday morning, which was the day of the wedding, my father woke me up from sleep very early. He told me and my sister to take our bath and join him in his car. He said we have to get to the venue of the wedding very early so that we can help my mom. I hurriedly entered my bathroom while my sister went to my mom's bathroom. After taking our bath, we changed into our wedding outfit and joined our dad in the car. After about 1 hour and 30 minutes, we arrived at the venue of the wedding. I saw my mom going from one place to another just to make sure everything is according to plan. My sister and I joined her in carrying some of the drinks she brought to a more secure place. My dad left us at the venue and went to Mr. John's hotel. After 2 hours of moving from one place to another, my mom finally settled down on a chair. She rested for 15 minutes before she went back to her hotel to take her bath and change into her wedding outfits. While she was going, she left my sister and me at the venue to monitor all the items. 30 minutes after my mom left, she returned to the venue in her wedding dress. Her dress was so beautiful that everybody she met when she came back complimented what she wore. My mom dressed as if she was the bride of the day. The wedding was colorful. People from all spheres of life attended the wedding. There was a lot to eat and drink at the wedding. The couples thrilled their guests with nice dancing moves. The highlight of the event for me was when my mom and dad were called to the dancing floor by the anchor of the event. My sister and I could not contain our joy when we saw our parents on the dance floor. My sister joined them on the dance floor, but I didn't because I was very shy. The wedding ended at about 7 p.m. As soon as the guests started leaving, the couples went to their hotel rooms. My sister and I joined my mom in cleaning and washing all the items used at the wedding. We finished the cleaning around 10 p.m. My mom suggested that we should go back to the hotel because it was late, while my dad said we can still go to our house. We left there at around 10:15 and arrived home at midnight. As soon as we got home, we all went to our rooms. None of us woke up until 11 a.m. the next day. I was the first to wake up. When I checked the time, it was 11 a.m. I was wondering how I slept for that long. I went to my parents' room to check up on them, but they were still sleeping. I left them and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. My mom woke up at exactly 12:15 p.m. She couldn't believe her eyes when she checked the time. She woke my dad, who was still enjoying his sleep. When my dad opened his eyes, he was also surprised. He said he knew he was going to be very tired after the wedding. That was why he told them at the office that he won't be coming to work. My parents woke up very hungry, so my mom had to rush to the kitchen to prepare what we are going to eat. They didn't know that I had already sorted myself out in the kitchen. Therefore, I pretended as if I hadn't eaten. At exactly 2:15 p.m., my mom served our food. We all gathered at the dining. As we were eating, we were discussing what went down at the party the previous day. Everyone was talking about their highlights of the event. My dad said his highlight of the event was when the couples were called to the dancing floor. He said he didn't believe that his friend was going to dance because, for over a decade that he has known him, he has never seen him dancing. He said he was surprised when he saw his friend rocking the dance floor with his wife. My mom said she didn't have any major highlights because she was coordinating everything from where she stood. She said she is happy that everything went according to plan. When it came to my turn to speak, I told them that my highlight of the event was when both of them were called to the dancing floor. For me, it was bigger than the bride and the groom's dance. My mom and dad laughed. They asked me why I did not join them on the dance floor. I said they knew right from the time that I am a very shy person. I cannot dance in front of a large number of people. After the meal, my dad said he still needs some sleep. As soon as he went in, my mom followed him. My sister also stood up and went to her room. I was the only one left in the sitting room. When there was nothing to do, I picked up my novel and started reading. A week after the wedding, the couples returned home. We were in the sitting room when we heard a knock on our door. I went to the door to see who was knocking. Lo and behold, I saw the couple standing in front of our door. I screamed and hugged the couple so tightly. They entered the sitting room and sat close to each other on the couch. My dad asked about their honeymoon. He said hope they enjoyed it, and they replied in the affirmative. We talked about a lot of things. They appreciated my parent a lot for standing by them before, during, and after the wedding. After about 2 hours, the couple left our house. Mr. Mariah didn't go to work for the Fitz 2 weeks after the wedding. As soon as her husband leaves for work, she will come to our house. She will be at our house until 5 p.m. before she leaves. After the wedding, our relationship with the couples began to grow from strength to strength. We do almost everything together. If my father is invited to an event, he won't go except Mr. John agrees to follow him. My mom also does the same thing. 11 months after the wedding, Mrs. Mariah gave birth to a bouncing baby girl which she named Kate. The whole community was thrown into a frenzy mood with the arrival of Mrs. Mariah's daughter. As soon as she came back from the hospital, My mom moved to her house because she needed a lot of help and there was no one to help except my mother. My mom stayed with her for 1 month before returning home. Even when she returned home, she was still visiting her every day. She will go to her place in the morning and leave in the evening. My mom and Mrs. Mariah have been friends before she got married to Mr. John. The first day Mr. John saw Mrs. Mariah was in her house. These reasons and many more were my mom does not want Mrs. Mariah to experience any pain or suffering even for a second. 2 years after, Kate enrolled in my sister's school. Kate and my sister became very close because they did everything together. When Kate comes back from school, she will be with my sister in our house. Their friendship continued to grow stronger even though they were not of the same age. My sister graduated from school at 10 years old. She left Kate there who was still 7 years. My sister enrolled in St. Augustine High School after she graduated from the school. 3 years after, Kate graduated from primary school and joined my sister at St. Augustine High School. When school is on break or if Kate is free in her class, she usually goes to my sister's class to play. Soon, she started having suitors from boys in my sister's class. The first guy to approach her was Peter. One day, Kate came to my sister's class like she used to. She played with my sisters and her classmates like she used to. Peter sat somewhere waiting for Kate to leave so that he can follow her. As soon as Kate stepped her foot outside of the class, Peter followed her. While Kate was walking to her class, she heard someone calling her name from a close distance. As she turned back to see who was calling her, she met Peter standing in front of her. She asked him why he stopped her. Peter said he doesn't know where to start from. He said he has been taking a close look at her since she has been coming to their class. He said he has been waiting for the right time to tell her what he wants to tell her. He said he felt now is the right time. He said he wants her to know that he loves her and will do everything to have her. Kate looked at him and laughed. She said she appreciated him for having the courage to come to her, but she doesn't think she can have a relationship with him. Peter asked if she has anyone she was dating. She said that is not Peter's business. Peter said he will give her time to think about what he told her. He said maybe if she thinks about it, she might make a decision that will favor him. Kate said she doesn't need to think about anything. She said she has already taken her decision and her decision cannot change. Peter left Kate's presence heartbroken. He went to his class and sat alone without talking to anyone. His classmates kept asking him what happened to him, but he refused to talk to anyone. When Kate and my sister were going home after school, she narrated everything that happened with Peter to my sister. She told her how Peter approached her when she left their class, and she told her that she let him know immediately that she cannot date him. My sister said that was why he was moody and refused to anybody in the class. The next day, my sister went to Peter and told him that she knew why he was moody yesterday. She told him that Kate told her everything. Peter said he knew Kate would tell her because they are close friends. Peter told my sister to help him talk to Kate. He said if Kate agrees to date him, he would give my sister a wonderful gift. My sister told Peter to forget about Kate. She told Peter that she knows Kate very well. She said once Kate takes a decision, she doesn't change it. She told Peter to look elsewhere. 2 weeks after, another guy approached Kate. This time around, it was a guy in the senior class. He has been watching Kate for a long and he decided that day was the day he would do the needful. John waited for the school to close before approaching Kate. While Kate and my sister were going home, as usual, John stopped them. He asked Kate if he could speak to her for a few minutes. Kate told my sister to wait for her while she joined John. When she walked to where he was, she asked him why he stopped her. John said he knew she is going home, but he has to tell her what he has been craving to tell her for months. Kate asked him what he has been craving to tell her. John said he wants to go straight to the point because he doesn't want to waste her time. John told Kate that he loved her the first day she was brought to the school. He said, since then, he has been waiting for a day like this. He said he is a shy person, but he just summoned the courage to approach her today. John was a handsome boy, so almost every girl liked him. Kate told him that she has heard what he said. She said she will think about it and let him know her decision. Kate hurriedly joined my sister, and they continued their journey home. My sister asked Kate what John told her. Kate told my sister to guess what she thinks John told her. My sister said John wants to date her. Kate smiled and replied in the affirmative. My sister asked Kate what she thinks about John. Kate said she likes him. She said if she doesn't like him, she would have told him immediately that she is not interested. Kate said she will wait for 3 days or 1 week before accepting his proposal. 1 week after, Kate accepted John's proposal and they started dating. They were the topic of discussion in the school as they are seen in every place together. One day, Kate invited John to her house because she knew her parent would not be at home. When John arrived, he met Kate and my sister in the room. Unfortunately, Kate received a call from her mother that she should come and meet her in front of a mall. She left the house, leaving John and my sister in the room. 5 minutes after Kate left, my sister and Peter were already having sex. I caught them when my mom told me to help her call my sister. When I got to the door, I saw them kissing. They were so engulfed in the kissing that they did not know when I entered. As soon as I saw them, I made my way out of the room. I stood in front of the door and I was watching how they were kissing themselves. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this. Let me have your thoughts on this. Let me have your thoughts on this. My mom forgets things. Hi guys. My name is Jane. I am the first child of my parents, who had 2 more girls. I was loved the same way my sisters were loved, and you won't even know that the man I called my dad is not my biological father. Yes, he isn't. I am more beautiful than my sisters, and that people usually had a hard time believing that we were siblings. Only those who knew my history would agree. My mom and dad were 2 young couples who were deeply in love and preparing for marriage. They just couldn't keep their hands off each other. You could not find one without the other. Everyone who knew my father would always tease him because it seemed like my mom had him wrapped around her fingers. I was told that my dad never saw any day as a great day until he spoke with my mom over the phone. He began his day with her, and he ended it with her. My mom was not different at all. It was clear she had given her heart to someone. Suitors who were always coming for her hand in marriage could now see that it was a lost cause because my mother would not give up the man she had ever truly loved for another guy. Everything seemed perfect. Although some elderly folks said that the feelings would not always be there. Everyone admired their love. Some claimed that it would die within the first few years after marriage, and it was only a matter of time before the flame that they felt burning all over them would be put out. My parents cared less about what people had to say concerning them. They were in love, and that was all that mattered. They were convinced that they were meant for each other. They could not wait to get officially recognized as man and wife. My dad knew that although mom loved him, he would only be relaxed when they were married formally, because then he could hold her as a trophy in front of every other man in town who was equally interested in my mom. He wanted them to see she was all his. My mom equally knew that getting married to my father meant that she had a right to tell other ladies to stay away from her territory. And so when Dad proposed to her, she readily accepted. If there was someone Dad wanted far away from Mom, it was Julius. Mom was from an average family, the only child of parents who were high school teachers and understood the value of education. They tried instilling moral values into a mom from an early stage. Having a beautiful daughter meant that everyone would want to take advantage of her. This was common. Boys would go after girls just to sleep with them, and when they did, the story got around very quickly. Some girls usually get pregnant, so it was considered a normal situation if you found a girl of 14 years old pregnant with a child. The community was bad, but my mom's parents had no option of relocating since the school where they taught was right in the community. And they were not rich, so they had to do all in their power to raise my mom. They knew trouble lurked around every corner in the streets, especially when you had someone like Julius around. Julius was an irresponsible boy. He was irresponsible in every sense of the word. He came from a family who was known to be the perpetrators of most of the crimes in the community. Julius had irresponsible parents, but he soon overtook them in the race towards being wayward. He detested school. He had no brain for books. It was a sigh of relief when he was finally made to stop school because he had been a thorn in the flesh of the teachers and the school authorities. He fought with everyone, friends, foes, students, and teachers. On one occasion, he had threatened the principal of the school. My mom's parents were his teachers at once, and they did not need anyone to tell them about Julius. They just ignored him like he never existed, and it was to their advantage because they had watched him beat up a making teacher twice his size who wanted to punish him for coming late to class. When his parents were summoned for the 5th time by the school authorities concerning their son's attitude, they started a fight with the teachers there. And Julius joined them in the fight. The school authorities reported the issue to the police department, and that was when Julius was finally kicked out of the school. Julius then made a gang out of the boys living on the street who didn't attend school. He then grew worse. Out of the suitors who came for Mom, Julius was one who she had a hard time turning off. Julius just made it plain that he only wanted to sleep with her. And even though he had gotten about 3 girls pregnant, he didn't seem to care. He only wanted to sleep with Mom so that he could brag about his latest achievements all around the community. He wanted to be the first person who slept with Mom. He kept on making advances towards Mom, which she constantly rejected. When it was noised that Mom was engaged, Julius became furious. He was going to miss all he had been trying hard to get, And worse still was the fact that he was losing it to that. Julius had known Dad since childhood. Daddy was the direct opposite of all that Julius stood for. My grandparents taught them in the same class, and my grandparents loved my dad. They constantly used him as a point of reference to other kids. While growing up, Julius could mess with other kids and get away with it, but he couldn't try such a thing with Dad. On various occasions, Dad had given him a series of beatings, a memory he carried all through his life. And now once again, Dad was about inflicting pain on him by depriving him of his target. I once heard the story of how my father dealt with Julius while they were in their teens. My father has always hated injustice. He was often found defending the weak and defenseless. Julius was fond of bullying everyone, and no one had ever stood up to him until my dad moved into the community. He attended the same school, and was in the same class. My dad is quiet, but that shouldn't fool you. He had a lion in him. On his very first day in school, he saw Julius take the lunch of a poor girl. Since it was his first day in school, and he had no friends yet, he kept looking and trying to see the outcome of the whole situation. After Julius made away with the girl's food, she began crying, but when the teacher came and asked her what happened, she refused to tell him. And that was because she had been warned by Julius not to. Otherwise, she would face more severe pain. Everyone was afraid of Julius. On that day, before school was over, Julius walked up to Dad and told him to always respect him just like everyone else did. My father kept silent. The next day, Julius walked up to my dad and demanded that the content of my dad's lunchbox be given to him. Dad kept silent and continued eating his food. Everyone watched as they feared that Dad was soon going to be beaten up. Julius was furious when my dad continued to eat without even saying a word, so he threw away my dad's food on the floor. My father charged at him just like a mad bull. In a split second, Julius eased on the floor, and my father was on him, feeding him blows. Everyone started hailing my father. It took a while before the teachers intervened finally came around, but it was already too late. Julius had already lost some teeth but retained 2 swollen eyes. They were taken to the principal's office to narrate their account of the story, and that was when everyone in the class spoke up about how notorious Julius had been. Julius was immediately punished and suspended for 2 weeks. And as soon as my father got back into the class, everyone came around him. When Julius returned from suspension, he avoided my dad, and if he wanted to bully someone who knew my dad, he immediately left the fellow. That was how the rivalry and enmity between Julius and my father began. On one occasion, when Dad and Mom were coming from my grandparents' place, they met Julius and his gang. By the way, it was then that Julius got humiliated the most. Dad made it clear to him that he had lost the battle and would never in his life get an opportunity of sleeping with his soon-to-be wife. Mom raised her finger, which showed her engagement ring, and she and Dad turned and walked away laughing. Julius was furious. He was not going to let this one go by just like that. He made a plan, one that would ensure he repaid both Mom and Dad. Their wedding date was fixed, and everything was moving smoothly. However, 2 weeks before their wedding, Mom was raped by a group of armed robbers who invaded her parents' home. Julius arranged a gang to go and rob my mom and her parents. They went with guns and knives and immediately broke down the entrance door. They collected the few cash they could find, and while the gang members were about to leave, Julius said he came to collect something more than cash. He wanted to have a taste of Mom. His gang members tried changing his mind about raping Mom, but he refused, and they couldn't compel him as he was their leader. After he had his way with her, he laughed and said that the pig could have the leftover. That statement gave him away. This tragedy was too much to bear. My mom's parents wanted my mom to conceal the information from her lover so that the wedding would not be called off. But my mom, who was already traumatized by the experience, was not ready to build a home on the foundation of deception, and however, the news will eventually spread. And so she made up her mind to tell my dad about it. And she did. It was not an easy pill for my father to swallow, but he did. He was ready to get married to my mom. He covered up her shame by not informing his parents about what had happened. He assured my mother that his love was stronger than ever, and together, they would pass through this phase successfully. This made my mother's parents love my dad more. My mother found it difficult to become intimate with my dad during the wedding night. Her wound was more profound than they all thought. My dad was very understanding. He did not want to force himself on her. He was willing to help her get through this phase of her life, so they agreed that she would go for counseling. They would both see a therapist. A bigger blow soon struck when it was discovered just a week into the marriage that my mother was pregnant as a result of the assault. They were both distraught. My mother cried her eyes out. This was too painful. She began thinking about aborting the child, but my dad intervened. He was equally hurt, but he did not let it affect his sense of reasoning. He was still going to protect my mom from the world. He made a vow, and he was going to keep it. He promised my mother that he would love the child as though it were his very own, and that is what he has consistently done. It was very easy to detect who was responsible. An arrest warrant was made for Julius, but he fled the scene for a while. Some of his gang members were rounded up, while the rest went with him. He began living the life of a fugitive, going from one town or community to the other. But in each place where he went, he found it difficult laying low, as he often went on a robbery spree just to survive. Before long, he became wanted in several states of the country, and a huge amount of cash reward awaited anyone who would bring the information that would lead to his arrest. It was not long before the law caught up with him. During his trial in court, Julius admitted to the crimes levied against him, and he was sentenced to life in prison. However, while he was being led away, some group of armed individuals attacked the court and killed the judge and 6 officers. Julius escaped and disappeared from off the scene. 3 months after I was born, my grandparents started getting death threats from an anonymous fellow who claimed they would pay for almost taking his life away. It was clear who this individual was. It was Julius. My grandparents were witnesses during his trial, and so when he escaped, he vowed to make them pay. He made several attempts to kidnap me when I was a few months old just to cause my parents pain. My parents then decided that it would be best if my grandparents relocated to a different city. That's why they would be safe from danger. However, today, when do you suppose to travel? Julius and his parents attacked them on the way with guns and ammunition, but they were soon disappointed as a heavy military presence was stationed around specific areas where it was suspected that they would attack. They were a massive shootout, and Julius' parents were killed alongside the gang members. Julius was the only survivor, who once again escaped, but this time around, he was coming for my parents. He knew that he had lost everything, and he was willing to kill every one of us and then commit suicide. His luck equally ran out as police officers were stationed at our home. He opened fire when he arrived but was easily subdued. He was taken into custody. On the final day of his trial, law enforcement agents who were heavily armed were placed everywhere just to make sure there was no way Julius could escape. Investigations showed that it was Julius's patents that masterminded his previous escape. Julius was sentenced to death by hanging this time around. While 2 policemen were led away, one of them got so careless and exposed his weapon, and Julius went for it. He made to shoot my parents before he was eventually shot by an officer. It was a day of relief for individuals, families, communities, states, and the country at large. People could now sleep with both eyes closed. Although my dad was determined to cover up my mother's shame, news of the incident got out, and she was so traumatized to the point that she found it challenging to keep up with things. She easily forgot things. She was always lost in thought. She forgot things almost as soon as she said them. She seemed to always drift apart. This was something I witnessed while growing up. She would often get lost in her thoughts while cooking, that it was not abnormal to see her burn her food at least 3 times a week. There was a time when she drove down to the mall to pick up some items, but she boarded a cab back home. When Dad asked her if the car had broken down, she remembered she had driven herself to the mall. This was a regular occurrence. She would request something and reject it as soon as it came. It was no use getting into an argument with her because she was always right. My dad was patient all through the years. He had helped turn Mom's mess into a powerful message, and they both found themselves counseling young couples who were going through a marital crisis. They often organized classes for these couples at home where they would encourage the couples by telling their own story. This class was tagged Sex, Love, and Goop and aired on Netflix. They were a source of encouragement to these young couples who soon started testifying about how the story of my parents helped them. We, the kids, were never allowed to come close to the area where this meeting was held. But I always found a way to eavesdrop. One couple, in particular, caught my attention. I listened to the lady as she and her husband shared their story. With tears of gratitude to my parents, the lady introduced herself as Miranda, and everyone listened as she talked. I remember that she said to everyone, "Good day. My name is Miranda. As hard as I tried, I never was the little girl that had dreams about her wedding. I just wanted the major stakeholders to be happy for the most part. Let everyone enjoy themselves and have money after the wedding. Therefore, when the situation arose that warranted a privately intimate wedding. It wasn't much of a bother to adjust because the picture of happiness I had did not warrant anything happening. However, as much as I never thought of any preconceived ideas of what my wedding would look like, I knew what it wasn't going to look like. And for the life of me, it was not that my husband and I would have a major issue with consummating our marriage for months. The issue is called vaginismus, and no, I'm not ashamed of it. So please don't help me to be ashamed of what I'm not ashamed of. Vaginismus is more of a mental condition than it is a physical one. So, imagine my surprise when the honeymoon I had pictured was laden with pain, tears, and fatigue. Oh, I cried so hard, because we had fought to get to where we were. People were congratulating us, and we were grateful. But what was this? The pain, excruciating, raised to a power of 1,000. I was in pain, intense, serious, and body-shaking pain. My husband hurt from watching me writhe in pain. What was a lubricant? What didn't we try? A few weeks after, nothing had happened, and I was very tired of hearing "just close your eyes. You're imagining the pain. It's not that hard." I went to a gynecologist at a hospital. On the 26th of January, exactly 1 month after our wedding, I decided to seek medical help. I drove myself to the hospital outside the city. This was my first ever gynecologist visit. I explained to a general physician first, and then I was referred to the CMD of the hospital. I remember walking in head down in shame as if I brought it upon myself. That part does not work again, though. I sat in front of this thick man with no name card or plaque in sight, not on his door, table, or overall. I should have walked away. But I did not, because I did not even know what to expect. I explained everything to him in between tears. I felt I could not do anything, no matter how much my husband encouraged me. "How long did you people date for?" he asked, almost eyeing me. 2 years and 8 months, I answered. "So, you people dated for close to 3 years, and you didn't have sex?" Now he was irritated. "No, we didn't." I was smiling, trying to change the topic. "So the rest of us are sinners. Look at it now, 3 years. No sex." His words felt like a dagger in my heart because, at the time, I was already asking God why He asked that we remain sexually pure if the process of deflowering was this painful. This man asked me almost 5 times if I was sure I was a virgin. I answered that I was, except for the sexual abuse that happened when I was a child, which would have sponsored that reality. He went ahead to minimize everything I said, and then asked me to lay on the examination table. After checking the first time, the guy said there's a seal that can easily be removed with his fingers. Brethren, those were the worst 3 minutes of my life. I fell from the table as I ran from this pain. The pain was about to numb my ears and my feet. I screamed, but it came out as muffled groans because tears poured too much. The matron he had sent for had to shout at him to stop. I couldn't drive home after that incident. I had to call my husband to come to get me. Tears didn't stop for almost an hour. I kept crying and crying. At that point, I vowed to encourage premarital sex. As we drove home from that silly doctor, I was very quiet. The tears did not stop. At this time, I wasn't trying to cry. My body just was exhaling. My body knew it had been violated. My husband would have gone to bring the place down, but the issue at hand was more serious to me than getting the idiot to pay. He had told us to try that night, but we could not. We could not even try that week. I bled for about 2 days too. At this point, I was sure that I was going to be an ambassador for premarital sex. God had deceived me. I was going to get him back. Then I called my auntie. She's a top consultant in the country, and long story short, we were in Illinois. University College Hospital. The next week, the professor we saw, oh, what an amazing man. He cried with me, consoled me, and encouraged me when it was time to examine me when I hesitated a couple of times. I started crying on the examination table without anyone touching me. After examination, he prescribed lidocaine and said we should try, but the surgery would be carried out if nothing happened. Thursday that week, I was in UCH for surgery. I was completely put under. I didn't even know when I slept off. They called it digital dilation. My husband was a rock, complete support. My mum could hardly sleep or breathe. Oh, I don't want to go into my mum's reaction. It's too much. The woman was broken. Anyway, after spending the little we spent, and the time, my body was knocked out for 2 weeks after that surgery. I was dizzy for 2 weeks nonstop. The surgery did not work. At this point, I lay on the bed and asked God what I had done to deserve this pain. If it was just difficult, it would have been different. The pain was completely beyond me. It would reverberate underneath my feet, almost numb my ears. It wasn't acute pain or a bearable pain. The professor had told us that if the surgery did not work, we were to return for a procedure where I'd be numbed waist down. And then we'd try given professionals. Chris swore that it would never be him or his wife, so that was a no-go area. When we returned to our base, we both decided to leave it. We were tired. As in, I was exhausted, and we were barely 2 months into the marriage. What was worse, I hadn't even asked God anything. We did everything we had done until that point with our logical calculation. I didn't even consider God. I didn't ask if it was His will. I became desperate and ran to help God. I didn't realize what I'd done until He and I had a conversation, and He chided me gently. I cried. Auntie D and the professor kept calling to find out our progress, and I had to gently tell her to leave it be. My mental health had taken such a hit that I could not even have anyone constantly checking on us. My husband and I decided to enjoy each other. Ladies and gentlemen, penetrative sex is not the only sex in the world. It's not. So, rest very well. I never have and will never support masturbation, but your husband can familiarize himself with you. Hiding can't work. Open up and let the exploration begin. We needed to unlearn the expectation that penetrative sex was the ultimate goal. It is not. Sexual satisfaction is. Find what works for you and do it well. Then came a program called Sex, Love and Goop on Netflix. That was the first time that we encountered this class. We did not agree on many things within that documentary, but our breakthrough came through a procedure on the show. Calculated breathing. I realized that what my body was doing was natural. It prevented me from an antibody, and the reflex action was to close up. When I consciously take calculated breaths before we begin, I allow my body to relax. I also started to have conversations with my mind. This is good for me. This is good for us. He is one of us now. In, out, in again, out again. Slight pain, in, out, deeper, in, out. Like that, we won. Whoosh. God, the first time, it still hurt, but it was bearable. The second time, the pain was more sustainable. And like that, Jesus got the victory. This class has been beneficial to my husband and me. It helped put an end to our misery. By the time Miranda was done with her story, people were emotionally moved. They all applauded Miranda's husband, who stood solidly by her and refused to cheat on his wife. However, my parents knew that specific individuals may question the authenticity of Miranda's experience. And so my mom spoke up. She started by noting that it was not fiction. Medical records back up Miranda's and her husband's claim. My parents made the other couples there understand that there's always a reason behind every problem in marriages. Nothing just happens. They said that there's a reason or cause why people are sex addicts. And there is a reason behind the scene when you see that a lady suffers from vaginismus. They equally paid that when you are married but never satisfied with your partner no matter how she dedicates time for your we time. There's a reason for it. I was listening with rapt attention as they said that when a man, woman does not fancy or believe, have an interest in sex, there's a reason for it. Finally, Dad rounded up the session by saying that a lot of people have passed through one trauma or another in their early lives, that the results are one of the things we see manifesting in marriages nowadays, but it depends on what you do with those things before we say I do or even after you get into the institution called marriage. He said that he and his mom will always advocate for therapy, counseling while dating because of those negative things one might have encountered while growing. From childhood abuse, trauma, and all those to just basically having a different background while growing up. If one is not intentional about who to marry by taking therapy, counseling seriously, it will be a struggle. He quipped that while there are lots of lessons that could be drawn from the story of this couple, he would always recommend that people do their homework before taking this journey of life called marriage. This would go a long way to tackling most issues that could arise. I listened with pride. I was proud of the man that I grew up to know as my father. Although he treated me like a daughter and never for once made me feel inferior to his other children, there have been times when I wished that I had his blood flowing through my veins. I felt ashamed knowing that I had the DNA of a man who would go down in the history of the nation as one of the most terrible men who ever lived. There is nothing that I wouldn't give to change my history. I usually found myself thinking about how my life would have been, how I would have turned out to be if Julius succeeded in stealing me as a child when he wanted to. Would I be this refined young lady that I am today? Or would I equally end up as a criminal who was wanted in various parts of the country? Anyways, I was glad that things just turned out the way they did. The door suddenly opened, and here was Mom looking at me. I was eavesdropping all along, and I knew I was going to get punished. However, I used her situation to my advantage. I told her that I heard her call for me. She wasn't sure if she did, so she let me go. She probably thought that she did but forgot she did. Hey guys, what would you do if you were me and you had a mom who forgets stuff every 5 minutes after she says them? I would love to hear your thoughts. Warm adventures. This story begins during the most beautiful season, summer. During summer, everything seems possible. It's where the world gets more beautiful. Life becomes joyful and everything seems to come back to life. The main character of this story is actually called Summer, a teenager, an only child, me. Imagine loving a season so much. You name your child after it. I don't mind though, I love my name. I was born during the season of summer. Maybe that's why I'm always excited about it. I come from a very small family. It's just me, mom, and dad. Not every day is a good day. It gets lonely. I always wished for a sister, but I know things are not okay between my parents. They don't even sleep on the same bed anymore. They fight. They leave me behind. Maybe that's why I am so rebellious. My mom and dad hate my choices. They hate the fact that I smoke, but they smoke too. So, what's the problem here? I actually enjoy smoking. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel free. I love the smell of cigarettes. My mom, Violet, is a nurse. She says that she didn't used to smoke, but I guess I give her so much stress. So she smokes, but that's just a reason she likes to use it. That's what she says. My dad, John, is a lawyer. Not much to say about him. He's never home. I try to understand though, to understand that they work, but sometimes is hard. I like to think that I am the way I am because of my parents. Looking at them got me realizing that I will never have kids unless I'm ready and that I completely love the man that I'm with. Because, in the end, the one that suffers is the child. It's me that suffers. Summer, a 17-year-old that has no fault in life. My grades suck, obviously, because I hate school. I have no motivation. I also go to a psychologist. During those 2 years, I realized that everyone needs help. Everyone needs a psychologist. It's not a shame to ask for help. We're taught to think that only sick people need therapy. A psychologist. That's not true. I recommend that every couple should go to therapy, so the child doesn't have to. I enjoy it though. My psychologist is a 45-year-old woman called Amy. Amy is such a sweetheart. I love going there just because of her. She inspires me for good. I can't imagine a day without her. Amy is the reason why I am writing this. She says that it might help to express my feelings better. So yeah, I'm actually getting into writing stories, writing about my life, my problems, what brings me joy and so much more. Amy says that I should write 5 things that I am grateful for every day. So, today I am thinking about what I'm grateful for. First of all, I am so grateful for my health. I can walk on my own legs. They can take me anywhere. Out of this world. Secondly, I am grateful for my beloved friend who got my back always. His name is Nick. Nick is that type of guy who anyone would fall for. He's funny and respectful. He just gets me every time. Everyone at our school thinks that we're dating. But, can a girl and a boy be friends for once? Even though, sometimes I notice that he gets jealous when a guy comes and tries to talk to me. He hates that. He doesn't say, but I see. I hope he doesn't love me. Love is a big word. I hope he doesn't see me that way. I don't have any girlfriends. I think girls can be very jealous and toxic in friendships. Girls are too dramatic. I don't need drama. I have enough at home. That's all I can think of what I am most grateful for today. However, Amy also asked me to write about things that I am passionate about. What makes me happy? What makes me happy? I love new things. I love trying new things. I love changing my hair color. My hair is long and pink at the moment. I love piercings. I have a belly button piercing. It didn't hurt as bad as it sounds. My parents weren't so happy about it at first, but they got used to it, I think. Mom actually got me a gold belly button piercing. I prefer gold rather than silver. What made my parents go crazy that brings me joy? Tattoos. I love tattoos. I have 2 months ago. I found this cute little tattoo shop that obviously doesn't care how old you're gonna get tattooed anyways. No one cares when they see your money. So that's what I did. I have a moon tattoo and a star tattoo. I don't why, but when I look at the sky during the daytime, the freshness of the night puts me in a good mood, a feeling of calmness. I love music, loud music, heartfelt music. Sometimes I feel bad for not listening to my parents. They are all I have. Something bad that I did brought me here where I am. One sleepless night, I decided to take my mom's car. Since it was summer and school was over, not to go to meet with a boy, not going to do drugs. I simply needed an open road and some good music. I thought no one would notice. It was 3 a.m. I was doing my thing, listening to the Weeknd songs. Then I stopped by at a gas station and got some fast, super not healthy food. and got home. My mom was waiting there, in her pajamas, looking all mad. She never yelled at me like that before. I was surprised. She really seemed angry. She said, "You'll see tomorrow." I slept, thinking that tomorrow is gonna be the day the same as the other days, thinking that I was gonna sleep till the afternoon or something. But I got woken up very early. It was 8 a.m. I woke up to the noise of my mom packing my clothes. It felt like a dream. Then, she told me her plan. I was gonna spend my summer at my grandma's house, my mother's mom. Her name is Emily. She lives in Hawaii, so we don't really know much about her. She rarely visits. I only remember her when I was a little girl. But I simply don't want to go there. I have my own little life here. My Amy, who I talk to every day. My Nick, my music. Is there even Wi-Fi in Hawaii? What do you do there? Thoughts were rushing like waves in my mind. But I had no time to think anymore. My plane apparently leaves in 30 minutes. I didn't even get the chance to talk to Amy. To Nick. Nick is gonna bored without me. All summer without me. It felt like my mother just wanted to get rid of me. My eyes actually got tears. If that's what she wanted, then all right. I got on the plane. A long road was waiting ahead of me. How can you let your own child go to Hawaii on her own and get angry when she goes for a car ride? Unacceptable. I slept all the way to Hawaii. I woke up and took a look at the window. Oceans all the way. I got off the plane. Then I saw my grandma. There she was. Even all those years, I recognized her face. She started crying and hugging me. I felt the love. She felt like how a family is supposed to feel. The ride from the airport was long, but I couldn't help but stare at the beautiful views that Hawaii had. We finally got home. I tried to get on my phone, but the Wi-Fi wouldn't work unless you go to a local shop. Great. I was bored, so I fell asleep. Very much needed. The next day comes and apparently, Grandma works. She sells fresh fruits from her garden such as watermelons, pineapple, so we didn't get to talk too much. I didn't do much either. Days went by. We weren't sharing much. I seemed to notice that she works hard, and she lives alone, which is weird. One day I decided to ask why she was alone. She said, "I don't need anyone who doesn't need me. I don't need a man so I can feel loved." I loved that. So, every day I woke up early and helped her. We had so much fun together. She was a free soul, like me. I even worked at her shop. This way I actually made friends. I'd spend days laying by the beach and getting that perfect tan that we all girls desire. People here in Hawaii are so full of life. Surfers, dancers, and so much more. There was one girl in particular which I clicked immediately named Mona. She was a Jamaican. Beautiful long dreads. Every day she would show me new places, new adventures. Sometimes I'd actually forget about home. I didn't need the Wi-Fi anymore, or the music. The waves became the music to my ears. But, of course, I needed to know how Nick was doing. So we texted. I actually missed him. His corny jokes. My parents showed interest in me too. Surprisingly, texting and calling me. However, I needed this break. I have to thank Mom. Hawaii life fit me. Each day was different with new adventures, especially one day, one very strange day. It was so much rain. Even Grandma had to close the shop. It was a warning for a hurricane. We spent the day in, hearing the sounds of the rain and eating some banana bread, hoping that everyone would be just fine. The next day, a bunch of people made an organization to go to our beach's shores and clean the mess the rain did the other night. We were divided into groups. I and Mona decided to go together. After a hurricane, there is always sun. So it was. It was a very hot day. We spent hours and hours picking up trash, until one moment, we heard a little girl's voice saying, "Help." We ran immediately to go and help. There she was, looking so fragile. So little, so beautiful. Her hair was so long and shiny. She was in the water. We ran to go and take her out, but she insisted on not to. She was naked. I was so confused. She said, "I have legs." I immediately asked for help, thinking that she is not feeling okay, like she is hallucinating. She said, "I'm fish." We were lost for words. She was a mermaid in front of our eyes. She was friendly, giggling, touching my pink hair. I gave her my dress and stayed in a bikini. We decided to take her to our grandma's house since there were people walking around who might hurt her. Grandma wasn't home yet. We fed her with some fresh fish that Grandma caught the other day. She seemed to love it. That's where she began to feel much comfortable and talk, even though her voice was shaking while talking. "Am I safe here?" She goes. "Yes," we said. She explained that the hurricane caused trouble in the depth of the ocean. She has lost her way home. We felt sorry and offered to help, of course. She was our age, just a teenager. Her name was Medusa. Medusa's legs were shaky and weak. So we decided that every day we would take walks and strengthen her legs until we find a way to her home. Days went by. Grandma didn't even realize. She looked like a normal girl. She told beautiful, weird stories. Every day was like a dream with her. But every day she was losing her sparkle. We could tell that she was not happy. We would often catch her by the window looking at the sea. I and Mona felt useless. We decided to ask for my grandma's help. When we told her the story, she wasn't surprised. She believes that Hawaii is a magical place, and that she has seen so much more but will never tell. We searched and searched day and night for a solution. Medusa would always say that she rarely went on the surface of the water. But when she did, there were dolphins jumping around between two big mountains. When there are dolphins, there are mermaids. So we decided to go after dolphins and rainbows. Grandma says that she would take care of finding us a boat so we can take Medusa home. She found a boat and a captain. The captain didn't know anything, of course, but he seemed very suspicious. Every time the water would fall on Medusa's skin, her skin would turn into fish skin. I think he noticed something fishy. The boat ride was long. I actually got seasick. Medusa was making sounds that made the captain turn his head. Why are you doing that? Where are we going? He started asking questions that he was not supposed to. But Medusa was making sounds so she can find her family. Talking in her language, we couldn't understand a thing. But she sounded so happy and hopeful. The captain had it enough. He was like, if you don't tell me right now what is happening, I am calling the police. That moment someone talked back to Medusa. It was her family, her own kind. The dolphins were going crazy. The captain understood now. He tried to take Medusa by her hand, but she swam so fast in the ocean and was never seen again. Just like that, without saying goodbye or anything. But I understand. The captain was almost catching her. The captain was so angry that he lost something so rare. He said that he would tell on us, the police, when we get back. But who would believe him anyway? After some days, a lot of people and boats were there searching for mermaids. I was so scared that someone would find something, but I guess they never did. It never made the news anyway. On this trip, I learned that people will always find a way to find something too rare and try to destroy it. Mermaids were meant to be free, just like us people. I don't know if I would tell this story to anyone. Not that anyone would believe me. I went back home. But I know for sure that I will always be back to my lovely grandma in Hawaii for some more beautiful, exciting adventures. I hope my parents would think of me as a mermaid, free and always willing to find my way back home.
Hi guys, my name is Anita, and I am 17 years old. I am energetic and passionate about life. I hate to be on the losing side. I have experienced a lot of things that a girl my age shouldn't experience. I can't say that I lack the basic amenities of life. No. On the contrary, I have always had the things I wanted. Some of which were provided to me by my father, others, I was made to get myself by my mother. One could envy me from a distance, but when you come close to me and come into my world, you will discover that all the happiness, love, joy, and care were just an illusion, and my open world is not one you would desire. I had money but lacked the attention of my parents. Yes, our home was broken. I am the product of divorced parents, whose relationship was a mistake on the part of my dad and manipulation on the part of my mom. I stayed with my mom, who never really cared how I was doing except when she needed to use me for her games. My dad would trade anything just to be with me, but my mom kept me as leverage. Dad never knew the real me, and mom didn't care. I'm sure that if my dad knew what his ex-wife was turning his daughter into, he would fight tooth and nail just to make sure I was taken away from her. Mom had us relocating on a constant basis, and so, I never had a steady life. I never had regular friends. I was here today and gone tomorrow. My academic life was as good as dead. I was no better than a dropout. We had to change schools frequently too, and wherever we went, Mummy made me lie that my dad was dead. This was something I never told Dad. People seemed drawn to me out of compassion. The girl who lost her dad. There was a time when I usually found myself wishing that things were different. As a growing child, I would find myself wishing that I had parents who could see eye to eye. It was just too much for me. I am who I am today because of my mom. And I am not grateful to her. She exposed me to the realities of life faster earlier than necessary. I can clearly remember the first day I saw people having sex. It is a memory I guess I would live with for the resting my life. There is nothing that I wouldn't give to wipe it off my mind. I can vividly remember coming back home from school really tired, wishing I would just for once run into the loving arms of a mother, only to have my dreams broken. I got home that day and found the door locked. Ask went by the window. I saw what I hate to remember. There was my mom used by two men. I was horrified at my bones. I couldn't move. I just stood looking with tears pouring out of my eyes. After about 10 seconds, she turned her head, only to find her 12-year-old daughter crying. I ran away. I didn't know where I was running to. I just kept running. I didn't care where I was running to. I just wanted to run away from what I had just seen. I was broken. I was bitter. I didn't know when I finally ran back to school. I would rather stay in school than go home to such torments. I don't know how long my mom looked for me. I don't even know if she ever looked for me, but she came to pick me up after management called her. On our way home, she tried acting nice. I can't remember the excuses she made, but she somehow made me promise not to tell Dad about it when next we spoke. Although I promised to keep the secret, that night, I was broken. Until then, Mom had been like an angel in my eyes. Spotless, a sweet soul. How she could stoop so low to do such a thing was something I couldn't tell. I tried crying myself to sleep because the nightmare was happening with my eyes wide open. I prayed that it would just be a bad dream once I woke up. Very early the next morning, Mom actually started acting like nothing bizarre happened. She seemed like the mom I had known, but no matter how hard she tried, the wound was fresh, and it would take us a long time to heal. That ordeal was the first of many. Soon, she got tired of hiding her shaft deals from me that I got used to seeing various men at our place. Why Mom chose to live that kind of life, I could not tell. When I grew older, I understood why she tried her best to beat poverty. My mom was from a poor background. Her parents were extremely poor. It was so bad that they had nothing but hatred towards her when she was given birth. Her parents hated her for coming into the world. They cared less if she lived or died, and she was usually at the mercy of the good-hearted people of the community. She never knew what it meant to be loved. Although they shared the same house, everyone lived on their own. Her father lived for himself. Her mother lived for herself. Her sister lived for herself. Her half-brothers lived for themselves. Nobody cared for anybody. If anyone was sick, nobody cared. If anyone died, nobody cared. I learned that Mom once ran away from her home for 3 days, and nobody cared if she was alive or not. The hatred was too much in the family. It was really a dysfunctional family. The parents had resentments for the children, and the children reciprocated the same gesture. It was regular to find her father fighting with her half-brothers over money, or Mom was seen fighting her mom over something trivial matter. Her parents were often heard saying that their biggest regret in life was the failed abortion of all their kids. There was a time when my mom fought with her mother over a man. Her mother claimed that she was now going after her clients. Yes, Grandma slept with different men in the same bed she shared with Grandpa. The fight between Mom and Grandma was nothing new, but the comments made by Grandma fueled the hatred Mom had for her. Grandma told Mom that she would never amount to anything in life. Mom said to her that being nothing in life was better than ending up like her. However, she vowed to be better than her mom. The neighbors were constantly entertained by the family drama. Mom's family was everything terrible you could imagine. It was a jungle, and everyone lived like an animal. The school was not an option for the children because nobody was going to pay, so each child learned to fend for himself from an early stage. Mom was really smart. It seemed as though she was the smartest of all the children. She knew that sleeping with boys who were wallowing in poverty just like her would only turn out bad for her, so she decided to go for those who were better off than she was. She was going to go for the educated and wealthy. She soon started visiting bars and brothels where they were high and mighty patronized. Her game plan was to make a rich client develop emotional feelings towards her, and by so doing, she got him wrapped around her fingers. However, she soon discovered that nobody was willing to form a bond with a harlot, so she decided to take a different route. That was when she met my dad, Tony. Tony was from a wealthy family. He was from a good home. He had me raised with a high level of moral standard, and his parents had lots of expectations from him because he had been given a lot. He had a religious upbringing, and he was never allowed to do the kind of things other kids did. He didn't date girls, he didn't go for parties, he was just made to focus on his career, and he exceeded expectations. As a result of his parents' wealth and influence, he did very well. Tony was now a man, and due to his background, he hardly thought about marriage. He had zero thoughts about dating and getting married. He was into his work. This soon gave everyone around him, especially his parents, concern. They soon began advising him to get married. His company held a party to celebrate their achievements, and his colleagues persuaded him to lighten up and join them at a bar. It was while he was there that Mommy spotted her next big fish. She approached him while he was with his friends, and they happily excused themselves. Mom quickly knew that Tony was a newbie in places like that. He declined the glass of wine she offered him, and when he finally gave in to her request for a dance, Mom had to guide his steps on the dance floor. Soon after the party, Mom took him for an after-party, which led to her becoming pregnant. Dad was full of regret. What was he going to do? How would he tell his parents that he had gotten a girl pregnant outside wedlock? He was scared of aborting the child as he didn't want to put either mother or child in harm's way. His religion forbade abortions. He finally decided that it was best he just got married to her. He took her to his parents, and when they questioned her, she lied that her parents were dead and she had to fend for herself. The marriage took place before the pregnancy became obvious. After the childbirth, he learned he had made the worst mistake of his life, one which could ruin him. Mom resumed smoking immediately after I was born, and her thirst for alcohol couldn't be satisfied. She turned the home into a mess, and even though she would never lack since she was the wife of a millionaire, she was never really satisfied. She kept on going to parties, and while I was still months old, Dad couldn't understand why a mother would be this reckless. It was clear that she didn't know how to love. I guess that you can't give what you don't have. Dad finally decided to get a divorce from her when he caught her sleeping with one of his staff, and he discovered that her parents were still alive with 6 children. It was more than he could take. He cared less about the consequences. After her marriage to Dad, Mom traveled down to the community where her family was staying. Being a billionaire's wife, she went with her car and driver to spite her family. She needed to show her mother that she finally ended up very well. It was the talk of the town. She had changed her name from Rachel to Cindy. She spoke in an accent that was foreign to her community. She threw money in every direction except towards her family. The hatred was deep. Her family was not going to let her be. They traced her down to the city and made several claims about being her family, but she simply told her husband that they were just frustrated beggars who were out to take advantage of other people's success. Tony believed her. However, after so much pestering, Tony decided to give it some thought, and he paid an agent to investigate the issue. The findings were shocking. They were Mom's family. Dad traveled down to the community where they lived to see for himself. The people of the community gave him the history of his wife. Dad was shocked by the bones. Mom always had surprises for him, but now, he had had enough. He drove back to the city in anger, only to find one of his male staff sleeping with his wife. Now nothing would hold him back from getting a divorce. He told his parents, who were in full support of his actions, and the divorce proceedings commenced. Mom got a good fortune out of it, and she was awarded my custody. Something that Dad didn't want her to have. Dad was made to pay her a certain amount every month, which would include Carter for the needs of both mother and child, and he could see me twice every week. Mommy didn't seem to care. She had won either way. She would no longer have to dance around with poverty anymore, or so she thought. Within months, she had squandered the money gotten from the divorce, and we had to live on the monthly allowance. This allowance was never enough for Mom, and so she decided to play her game again and get another prey. This made us go from city to city. This made my claim to not have a father. It wasn't until I was 14 years old that my mother finally forced me to have sex. The men who usually visited the homes where we stayed would often make passing glances at me. They complimented my beauty and would whisper something into Mummy's ears, after which she would nod her head and say that I wasn't ready. When I turned 14, Mom made me follow a young man home. I guess he was twice my age. He was the son of one of her older male friends, and I later learned that the man wanted his son to get intimate with the lady because he heard him say that he was attracted to men. So, when this friend of Mom paid her a considerable amount, she called me and asked me to follow the boy home, and we should both enjoy ourselves. We got home, and I was amazed at the beauty of the house. I had only seen such places in the movies. The servants quickly arranged dinner for the both of us, and we ate in his room. It was clear that everything was new to him as they were to me because I could tell that he was more nervous than I was. We played a bit, and he kissed me. We soon found ourselves trying to make the night a success story for our parents, and we eventually did. When I was driven home the next day, I was really embarrassed by Mom took the opportunity to give me some lecture on sexuality. I watched her glow with pride as she said that I had been initiated into womanhood and that it was a phase every girl must pass through. She said it was a privilege to have had my first encounter with the rich man's son. I didn't even know his name, and I was sure that he didn't know mine. This was how I got introduced to life, and it didn't take long before I became a pro in the area of dating. My mom and I soon formed a partnership. She would have me put the best schools where the kids of the wealthy usually went. I was to identify them and get close to them. Through them, I would then give her access to their father. Mom had no issues making these men fall for her. She was beautiful. Far beautiful than myself. This was how Mom sustained the luxurious life she had so come to know. It was when we moved over to a new city and I was enrolled in a new school that I met Pete. Pete was a charming guy, but he was not really my type. He was naive in every sense of the word. I played the pity game and got the empathy of the class. Pete was moved by my story. He never knew that I was moved by his father's wealth. He was an excellent combination of intelligence and wealth. I soon had Pete solving problems for me, academic and financial difficulties. I had learned to be manipulative, just like Mom, so I had no issues making Pete think I was genuinely interested in him. Mom would always warn me not to lose focus or get attached to any guy because we were not going to stay at a place for long, so I had never had a serious relationship with anyone. I don't even remember a time in my life when I had feelings for a guy. I was just taking them for a ride. Pete soon invited me over to his house. He had wanted me to meet his dad. When I arrived, the dad was still busy and Pete and I just sat at the lounge talking. When he finally came to join us, I was overwhelmed by his presence. He had such charisma and confidence that every lady would want her man to possess. When I saw him, I almost doubted the fact that Pete was his son because he was way handsome. His light baritone voice carried with it such authority that made his servants loyal. When he came, Pete immediately introduced me to his father, Mr. Xavier. I was smitten. I watched his whole body as he talked. He was the complete package. He asked about me, and I talked about myself. I gave him the usual story that I had given everyone else about my dad being dead and my mother working hard to make ends meet. They all bought the story. Everything went perfectly that night. After dinner, Mr. Xavier asked that his driver drop me off. I wasn't pretty sure that I had impressed him that night because he seemed to pay little attention to me. However, I looked forward to coming over again, not seeing Pete, but seeing his dad. Mr. Xavier. However, although I was intrigued by him, I knew that the story concerning his escapades with ladies could be true because he never seemed interested in my mom when I spoke about her. Mr. Xavier was an oil magnate. He never remarried after the death of his first wife, who died during childbirth. He wasn't ready to settle down with any lady because he knew that they only came around because of his wealth. Losing the woman whom he had struggled with was really painful for him. His wife was everything to him. His success story would never have been written if not for her sacrifices. She was his motivation. She saw things in him which nobody ever saw. When he was starting up, things were not very smooth, but she stuck with him and she gave him every support which he needed. He was really a mess, but she fixed him up. He was scared that she could leave him at any point in time because she had the opportunity to ditch him for more affluent guys, but she always reassured him of her undying commitment towards him. It was clear to Mr. Xavier that his lover was an angel sent to him from up above. He owed her his life. His life was now worth a lot simply because of the investment she made in him. He proposed to her as soon as he could afford a ring, and although she had no reason to say yes, she did. She was willing to risk her life for him. After they were wedded, she further intensified her efforts towards the growth of his company, and 5 years into the marriage, he was already a billionaire. That was when she became pregnant for Pete. Mr. Xavier was so happy when he got the news of her pregnancy. They were finally going to get an addition to their family. He made plans for them. He put things in place for the delivery. He actually got his wife a surprise house and a private jet just to say thank you. It was, however, a sad day for him when he was told that she didn't make it. He felt terrible. It was as though his world had just crumbled. He experienced a kind of pain that he had never known in all his life. He felt empty inside. His wife had just left a space that would be impossible to fill up by anyone else, and although he found consolation in the child which she left behind, he made a vow not to remarry. He knew that he would have a hard time finding a lady who wouldn't love him because of his money. A few months to his wife's demise, he began visiting clubhouses, and that was where he slept with a lady who claimed to be pregnant for him. He wasn't going to make the mistake of getting married to this harlot. That was a mistake a friend of his had made years back. He, however, took care of the lady who claimed to be carrying 2 children on the inside of her. He made sure she was comfortable and lacked nothing. He was willing to accept responsibility and take care of them all, but it was soon discovered that the lady had been lying all along. The pregnancy test was positive, and she did have twins, but they were not his. Although he didn't send her to jail for extortion, he quickly took back the car and house that he had given her. This further strengthened his resolve to be on the lookout for women. A week after I had met Pete's dad, I fell ill and missed school. This was our plan to get Pete to come to visit, and he did. When he arrived home, Mom quickly made him feel comfortable. She was good at that. Pete immediately fell in love with her personality. She was giving the love of a mother which he had never known or experienced. All through his stay, I was eagerly waiting to hear him say that his dad sent regards to me, but he didn't. While looking at him talk or laugh, I could only think about his dad. What was happening to me? Why was I falling for his dad? This was the first time in my life that I would really be interested in someone, and it just had to be my boyfriend's dad. Pete gets home feeling overwhelmed by the love shown by my mom. It told his dad all about her. She lit up a spark in him that his father had never seen since he was born. It wasn't surprising when Mr. Xavier invited Mom and me for dinner at his place. We knew that our plan was making progress. The day finally arrived when we were going to meet with Pete and his dad. I was eagerly looking forward to it because I wanted to see Mr. Xavier again. Mr. Xavier sent his driver to come and pick us up at about 7 p.m. We arrived at their home, and everything was well placed. We were led to the sitting while we patiently waited for our host to show up. I watched Mom feast her eyes on the eloquence of everything. Not even her billionaire ex-husband had such taste. I could read her thoughts from the look on her face. This was a big fish that would take a lifetime to consume. I knew that she was already playing a scene in her head where she would wake up in that house and boss the servants around. Before long, one of our hosts arrived. Pete. He was smiling and happy to have us around. I was sure he would have a nervous breakdown if he knew that he was expected but not wanted. I watched Mom put up a fake smile. It always baffled me how Mom could play different characters at once. How could she be good one time and bad the next? Mom was a wonder. While we were all seated and getting comfortable, I had the familiar voice that I was longing to hear. It was Mr. Xavier. His perfume filled the air. Our attention was immediately shifted from son to father. We all stood up to greet him, and he seemed impressed. He invited us to the dining table for dinner. Mom and I were blown away by the kind of service his staff rendered. Mom avoided every topic that would lead to her ex-husband, which we claimed was dead. She acted hurt by the painful memories of the past when Mr. Xavier asked about her husband. I don't know how she did it, but tears just flowed out. I almost believed that they were real. This woman never ceased to amaze me. Mr. Xavier felt bad that he had asked her about the past she was trying hard not to remember. He personally understood what it meant to lose someone you loved. He had had the same bitter experience. He apologized to Mom for making her uncomfortable, and Mom simply played the victim. We never wanted the night to come to an end, but it did. I was not particularly glad that Mr. Xavier and Mom spent most of the time together. That night was the beginning of another adventure for us. Mr. Xavier frequently began inviting us over to his place at weekends. He would sometimes persuade us to spend the night at his house. Mom had warned me not to get intimate so quickly with Pete so that I didn't appear like the cheap girl that I already am. She equally didn't give Mr. Xavier easy access. This made him all the more interested in her. She didn't seem like other women. She rejected his cash gifts and even turned down his offer to buy her a car. She didn't seem interested in his money at all. She always wanted things put in order, and I was amazed at her meaningful contributions to discussions centered on the oil and gas sector. I repeatedly asked myself how a lady who had never seen the four walls of a classroom had such knowledge. Her charm was finally catching up on Mr. Xavier, who saw more of his wife in her. The closer the holidays came, the closer Mom and Mr. Xavier became. I had no other option than to stick with Pete. I guess a bird at hand is worth more than 1,000 in the bush. When the holidays arrived, Mr. Xavier suggested that we go for a vacation somewhere in the Maldives. The Maldives is a living wonder. It was a sight to behold. We saw things we never knew existed. We visited places, went fishing, and partied. This was the kind of life that Mom desired, and we were living it. Everything was just perfect, even though I still wished Mom and I could trade places. I wished that she could settle with Pete while I would be left with his dad. It wasn't their first time coming there, though. Almost all the staff was well acquainted with Mr. Xavier and Pete. They looked at us as though there were others who had been in our position. Well, it didn't matter to either of us because we were occupying the position now, and we were not going to leave anytime soon. It was on our second day there, while Pete and I were taking a walk, that I discovered how deep he had fallen for me and how deep his dad had fallen for my mom. I listened with a grin on my face as he told me that he had never felt this way in his entire life. He confessed to me that this was the first time he was feeling complete. He said that this was the first time he actually knew the joy that came from a whole family. He then told me about his birthday that would be coming up in 2 weeks. It was going to be celebrated at home with most of his father's colleagues and friends present for the occasion. He said that all he desired for a birthday present was to move in with them permanently. I was glad that we had gotten this family, but I somehow felt bad because I knew that this chapter would soon come to go close, and they would be negatively affected once we left because they sincerely loved us. I then told him not to make decisions or wishes like that because his dad may not be in support of it. Although I knew that his dad wanted a relationship with my mom, I told Pete that his dad may just want to have both families as friends and nothing more. At that point, he told me what I never saw coming. Pete said that he has never been this way with any woman before. His dad always came alive when my mother was around. Pete said that he overheard Dad telling his friends that he had found a span just like his ex-wife and he was going to propose to her during my birthday celebration. This was it. We were almost there. I couldn't wait to tell Mom even though Pete told me not to. This was good news. When we got back home, I broke the news to Mom, and she was overjoyed at the prospect of becoming a billionaire's wife once again. Life had finally given her a second chance, and she wasn't going to take it for granted. She wasn't going to let anyone, not even her family members, ruin this golden opportunity. She would never go back to her community to show off. Mr. Xavier told Mom about the birthday party and asked that we both be present. He had a popular designer design a dress for her, which was worth $10,000. Mom and I showed up that day. We actually came earlier than most guests. Mom pretended as though she never knew what was set to happen. She was an actress indeed. While my mom was going through the guest list, her reaction suddenly changed. She immediately had us sneak out of place. We picked a cab and drove home as fast as we could. Once we got home, she asked me to pack up my bags quickly because we were relocating. I was surprised. Why should we migrate to another city now that everything was beginning to fall in place? As we boarded a train, she told me that the third name on the list of guests was Mr. Tony. My father. I knew that this meant that I would never see or hear from my boyfriend, whose dad I fell in love with. Hey guys, what would you do if you were me? My name is Anna. I am 19 years of age. I was born in Washington. I started my life as a little girl in the city of Washington. My parents moved to Washington a few weeks after they got married. 2 years after they gave birth to me, I started primary education in Washington. After my primary school education, I was enrolled in another high school in Washington. When I graduated from high school, I got admission into a college in Texas. For the first time in my life, I had to live without my parents and live elsewhere. My dad got a good apartment for me because he didn't want me to stay in the school hostel. The apartment was nice. I fell in love with the apartment as soon as I entered. My dad stayed with me for a day before he traveled back to Washington. The next day was the day I was supposed to resume school. I woke up very early, I took my bath and I prepared for school. My dad got me a taxi driver that will be driving me to school and be taking me back home after lectures. As soon as I finished my preparation, I called the taxi driver. He called me immediately he arrived at my gate. I entered the taxi and we drove off to school. We arrived at school at exactly 7:50 a.m. The school was so big that I couldn't find my way to my faculty. While I was figuring out how to locate my faculty, I saw a young guy standing close to a tree. He was talking to someone on the phone, so I waited for him to end the call. As soon as he ended the call, I said hi. He replied and asked if he could help me. I told him that I am a new student. I said this is my first time in school. I said I am a law student, but I don't know where my faculty is. He welcomed me to the school. He said I will enjoy my stay at the school. He said I should follow him because he is also going to the faculty of law. I was very that help was in sight. After all the things I went through, I finally saw someone willing to help. We walked for 2 minutes and he showed me the faculty. He took me to my class so that I can meet my colleagues. When I got to my class, a lecturer was already in class. I stood outside waiting for the lecturer to come out so that I can enter the class. While the lecturer was dictating from his note, he walked to the front of the class. He saw me standing outside and he told me to enter the class. When I entered the class, he asked me if I am a member of the class and I replied in the affirmative. He asked me why I was standing outside. I said I am coming for the first time. I said I couldn't enter the class because I met him teaching. The lecturer told me to look for a sit and settle down. He said I do not have to wait outside when I am late to class. He said no lecturer will send me out of a class because I came late. The lecturer told me to take my sit and he continued teaching. We didn't have any lectures after that class. So, we decided to use the opportunity to know ourselves. The first thing we did was appoint a class representative. One of the teachers was called to help us organize it. He stood in front of the class and welcomed everyone. He advised us to take our studies seriously. He said the first and second years are the most important for a student. He said once a student does badly in his first 2 years, he said there is no way he or she will have a good result. He said once a student can scale through the first 2 years with a good result, he or she will graduate with a good grade. He said having a good grade is a big advantage in the labor market because every organization wants a good and competent worker. After advising us, he went back to the subject matter. He told those that have an interest in becoming the class representative to step forward. 2 female students and 3 female students went forward. The lecturer said it is now in our hands to decide who our class representative will be. He said because we are all meeting ourselves for the first time, he will give the 5 students the chance to sell themselves to the class. They mounted the podium one after the other to sell themselves to the class. After 45 minutes, they were through with their manifesto. The lecturer mounted the podium again. He said the next thing is to appoint our class representative through voting. He said the student that has the highest vote will become the class representative. We were 100 in the class. 95 of us were left to cast the vote. The lecturer told every student to tear a sheet of paper and write the name of their favorite candidate on it. He said after writing it, every student should step forward and drop it in the ballot box. The lecturer told the contestants to mention their names to the class again before the commencement of the voting. The first student stepped forward and mentioned his name. He told the class that his name is John. The second student stepped forward and did the same. He told the class that his name is Patrick. The third student stepped forward and she also did the same. She told the class that her name is Angela. The fourth student stepped forward and did the same. She told the class that her name is Anita, while the last student told the class that his name is Henry. After they mentioned their name, he told us to do as instructed. We all tore a sheet of paper and wrote the name of our preferred candidate. After the vote, the lecturer told one of us to count the vote. After the counting, the lecturer announced the results. He said John had 65 votes, Patrick had 10 votes, Anita had 10 votes, and Angela had 6 votes, while Henry had 4 votes. The lecturer said by vote cast, John has been elected as the class representative. The whole class shouted. Some of the students went to the podium and hugged him. After some time, the lecturer told everybody to return to their seats while the contestants should remain standing. He told the candidates to display the spirit of sportsmanship by shaking each other. After they did that, he told the other 4 students to return to their seats while John should remain standing. The lecturer told John that if he wants to be a successful class representative, he has to take everybody in the class along in everything he does. He said if a lecturer gives the class assignment, he has to make sure that everybody in the class gets the assignment. He said if he wants to submit an assignment too, he has to make sure that at least the majority of the class has submitted. He said the welfare of the class is part of his duties. He said if he does not see any student in class, he has to call that student to know why he or she is absent. He said one of the ways he can achieve that is to create a WhatsApp group for the class. After the lecturer finished his speech, he told John to return to his seat and the lecturer left our class. When the lecturer left the class, some of John's friends went to him and congratulated him again. They took him to the restaurant to celebrate his victory. When I realized that there was nothing left for me to do, I called my taxi driver to take me home. He told me to wait for him in front of the school gate so that he wouldn't bother entering the school gate. I boarded one of the taxis on the campus and I alighted at the school gate. 5 minutes later, my taxi driver arrived. I entered his car and he drove off. I got home around 3 p.m. As soon as I entered the house, I went straight to the bathroom and took a shower. After taking a shower, I ate the food I bought on my way home. After eating, I lied down on my couch and slept off. I woke up around 8 p.m. When I woke up, I walked into my room and continued my sleep. I woke up very early the next day because I didn't want to get to class late. I called my taxi driver before I entered the bathroom to take my bath. I knew he will arrive before I finish my preparation for class. 20 minutes after, my taxi driver called me and informed me that he is in front of my gate. I was still putting on my cloth when he called. I told him that I will join him in a few minutes. 5 minutes after, I joined my taxi driver in his car and we drove to school. I entered my class at exactly 7:50 a.m. Our first lecture was to begin at 8 a.m., so we had little time to gist. John walked to the front of the class and addressed the class for the first time since he was elected as the class representative. He thanked us all for voting for him and he promised to work diligently for the success of all the students in the class. He said he will make sure every information is passed as it when due. He said his first task as a class representative is to create a class group. He passed a blank paper around the class. He said everyone should write his or her cell phone number on the paper so that they can be added to the group. At exactly 8 a.m., a lecturer entered our class, so we suspended what we were doing. When the lecturer ended his class, another lecturer came in. We had lectures until we went for a break. After the break, there was no lecture, so we continued writing our numbers. John created a group that night and he started giving us information on the group. He would tell us whenever we have a lecture or whenever a lecture is cancelled. One day, I received a message from an unknown number on WhatsApp. The message I received was, "Hey pretty, how are you?" I didn't reply because the number looked strange. While I was browsing the internet, the number called me via WhatsApp again. I was reading important content on my phone, so I didn't answer the call. When I finished reading what I was reading, I replied to the message with the hope that it was someone I know. After replying that I was fine, I asked the person who he is and how he got my number. He asked me which of the questions do I want him to answer first. I said he should answer anyone first. He said his name is Nelly. I said I don't know anybody with that name. He said I might probably not know him but he knows me. I asked him where he knew me. He said we are in the same class. I asked him how he got my number. He said he picked my number on the class group. As soon as I heard that, I became very angry. I threatened to report him to the class representative for taking my number on the group without informing me. When he heard that I was going to report him, he started begging me. He said I shouldn't report him. He promised that he won't do that again. I told him that if I see his message on my phone again, I will report him for intruding on my privacy. He apologized once again and promised not to intrude on my privacy again. The next day in school, I saw the lecturer that was in class on the first day I went to school. I was the one that greeted him because he didn't recognize me. He responded to my greeting but he was still looking at me like he knew me from somewhere. I told him that I was the student that came late to the class on the first day of resumption. I said I was waiting outside when he called me into the class and asked me why I was standing outside. When I finished my explanation, he remembered who I was. He said he hasn't come to our class since that day because he traveled. He asked me how I have been coping with my study. I told him that I have been coping very well. While I was about to walk away, he held my hand. It was a shocker to me. I was surprised and at the same time, I was afraid. He asked me whether I have a cell phone and I replied in the affirmative. He gave me his phone and told me to type my save my number on his phone. I collected his phone and did as he instructed. I walked away from him and I returned to my class. We had only one lecture after that. As soon as the lecture ended, I called my taxi driver to come and take me home. When he arrived, I entered the car and he drove me home. I was very hungry when I got home. I rushed into the kitchen to prepare a meal for myself. While I was preparing the meal, I quickly entered the bathroom and took a shower. 30 minutes later, my food was ready. I ate my food in the sitting room. After eating, I lied on my couch like I used to. At exactly 9 p.m., I went into my room and slept off. It was my lecturer's call that woke me the next morning. I was surprised to see his call very early in the morning. I didn't want to answer the phone at first, but I thought within myself that he might have an important message for me. When I answered the phone, I respectably greeted him. He noticed that my voice was not as audible as it used to. He asked me if I was still sleeping. I told him that it was his call that woke me up from my sleep. He apologized for disturbing my sleep. I said he doesn't need to apologize because his call came at the right time. I said if he didn't call, I would have been late for class because I will still be sleeping by now. He said if I come to school, I should make sure that I see him in his office before I leave. I told him that I would do that. As soon as the call ended, I started thinking within myself that why will a lecturer want to see me in his office? I concluded within myself that he might have important information for me. When I finished preparing for school, I called my taxi driver. He arrived in a few minutes and he drove me off to school. I got to school around 7:45 a.m. I knew I had 15 minutes before the commencement of the lecture, so I went straight to Dr. Peter's office. I met his door open, but he wasn't in his office. I called his cell phone number to inform him that I am in front of his office. But he didn't answer his call. When I didn't see him, I had no other option than to go to class. 5 minutes later, Dr. Peter returned my call. He asked me where I am. I told him that I was in front of his office when I called him. He said he was in a meeting with his colleagues, which was the reason he wasn't able to answer my call. I told him that I have left his office and I am presently in class. He said he will be in his office by 9 p.m. He said from 9 p.m. I can come and see him in his office. At exactly 8 a.m., a lecturer entered our class. He taught us until 10 a.m. As soon as he left, another lecturer entered the class. We had lectures until 2 p.m. As soon as L left the class, I went straight to the school's restaurant because I was very hungry. After eating to my satisfaction, I called Dr. Peter. When he answered the phone, he asked me where I was. I told him that I am at the school restaurant. He said I can come and see him in his office now. I left the school restaurant and walked to Dr. Peter's office. When I got to the door of his office, I knocked. He already knew I was the one, therefore, he didn't hesitate to tell me to enter. When I entered his office, he told me to sit on his couch. I was surprised to see a very big couch in his office. I sat on the couch thinking why this man invited me to his office. He excused himself and went out of his office. He returned 5 minutes later with a bottle of wine. I told him that he didn't need to disturb himself because I just left the school restaurant. He said it's not compulsory I drink the wine in his office, he said I can take it home. He placed the wine in front of me and sat very close to me. He didn't say anything for some seconds, so I started wondering why he told me to come in the first place. I looked at his face and I asked him the reason he asked me to see him in his office. Dr. Peter said since he became a lecturer, he has had nothing to do with his students. He said he tries to avoid his students. He said my case seems different. He said he began to like me from the first day he saw me. He said he knows what he is about to tell me might sound weird, but it is from the bottom of his mind. Dr. Peter said he likes me and he wants me to be his girlfriend. I didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he said it. It was annoying to me because I knew he will have a wife at home. I asked him whether he has a wife at home. He said he has a wife and 2 kids. I said why he will want to date a young girl like me when he has a wife at home. He said I shouldn't bother about his wife. He said his wife wouldn't know about our relationship. I stood up angrily and walked out of his office. I didn't even bother to call my taxi driver that day because of the anger in me. I used public transport to get to my house. When I got home, I took a shower to relax. After taking the shower, I cooked a delicious meal for myself. While I was in the sitting room watching television, Dr. Peter's call came in. I thought within me whether to answer the phone or not. Before I could decide, the call ended. A few seconds later, he called again. I answered at this time with an angry tone. Immediately I answered the call. I asked him why he was calling me. He said he wanted to let me know that what I did was very wrong. He said even if I do not want to date him, I shouldn't have walked out on him. He said at least he is old enough to be my father. I told him that if he knows he is old enough to be my father, why he would want to date someone as young as his daughter. He became very angry and started ranting on phone. He said he would let me know that he is my lecturer. He said I will suffer a lot to pass his course. He said he has a lot of friends in the department. He said he will do everything to frustrate my stay in school. He said he has come across many stubborn students like me during his career and he has dealt with them severely. He said my case won't be any different. I ended the call in anger. Throughout that night, I was very angry. The next day, I went to school very angry. I got to school at exactly 7:50 a.m. At exactly 8 a.m., Dr. Peter entered our class. He taught us for 2 hours before he left our class. As soon as he left the class, I walked out of the class and sat under a chair that was under a tree. While I was sitting, a young guy in his mid-20s approached me. He greeted me and I responded. He noticed that there was an element of anger in me. He asked what could make a young and beautiful girl like me angry at that time of the day. I told him that I am fine. He said his name is Nelly. I said I do not know anybody with such a name. He said I will remember him if I think very well. I told him that I don't know anybody with such a name. He said he was the guy that sent me a message on WhatsApp some days ago. He said he came to apologize for what he did. I told him that he shouldn't have bothered because I have forgotten about it. Nelly and I began to talk that day and we bonded very well. We talked until the school closed. After the school closed, we went to our respective homes. When I got home, I was the first to send Nelly a message on WhatsApp. I told him to forget about what happened the previous day. I said he can chat and call me anytime he wants. Henry was so happy. He said he wanted to know why I was angry back in school. I told him that his anger was caused by one of our lecturers. He asked me who the lecturer is. I said it is Dr. Peter. I told Nelly that Dr. Peter called me one morning that I should see him in his office. I said I didn't know what I wanted to do for him, but I went. I said when I got there, he told me something irritating. Nelly asked what he told me. I said he told me that he wants to date me. I said when he mentioned it, I walked out on him. I said when I got home, he called me and threatened that he will make sure I fail his course. Nelly asked what I did after that. I said I didn't do anything. I said I have made up my mind to read very well for the upcoming examination. I said I want to see whether he will fail me if I write what he taught me in class. I told Nelly that I was already feeling sleepy. I said we will meet in school the next day. The next day in school, Nelly came to me and told me that he wants to tell me something. He said he doesn't know if I will accept it or not. I said he should say what he wants to say. He said he will like to stay in my place so that we can read together for the upcoming exam. I said that's a good idea. I said reading together will help me a lot. I left school around 1 p.m. that day because we weren't doing anything. None of our lecturers came to class because we have already concluded the topics for the semester. We were all waiting for our examination. 1 week before the exam, Nelly came to my house and we started staying together. We drafted a timetable for our reading. We had 8 courses in total, so we divided them into 2. We will read a course in the morning and another in the afternoon. We were reading one day when I mistakenly saw Nelly's anaconda through his boxer. Nelly's anaconda was very hard. I knew Nelly was thinking about having sex with me. I wanted him to know that I saw his anaconda, so I asked him why his anaconda was so hard. He said he doesn't know. He said it happens to him sometimes. I smiled knowing that he was lying. I moved close to him and I held his anaconda. As soon as I held his anaconda, he dipped his hands in my boobs too. I was caressing his anaconda and he was caressing my boobs. The pleasure was out of this world. After caressing me for minutes, I walked him to my room and we had sex. After the sex that day, we continued to have sex until the day of the exam. On the day of the commencement of our exam, we had early morning sex before we left for school. The exam came and I did my best. I was expecting a very good result because I read very well for the exam. 2 weeks after the exam, the result was out. We received a message from the school that we should check our results on our portal. I was afraid to check. I called Nelly that he should help me check it. Nelly said I should give him 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, Nelly called me. I was afraid to pick the call. When I eventually picked the call, Nelly read my results to me. It was a fantastic result. I did very well in all my courses including Dr. Peter's course. My result was the best in my class. 2 weeks later, we resumed for the second semester. People began to notice me in class. I began to have a lot of friends because everybody wanted me to share my knowledge with them. 4 years later I graduated from college as the best graduating student in my school. The convocation ceremony was attended by many people. My parents invited a lot of their friends to my convocation. They wanted them to come and see how their daughter made them proud. After the convocation, I left Texas and returned to Washington with my parents. I stayed with my parents for 3 months before I got a job in a reputable company in California. When I got the job, I left Washington and relocated to California. I resumed at the office the next Monday after I traveled to Washington. When I resumed, my first stop was at the office of the chief executive officer of the company. She welcomed me. She told me what the company wants from me and she told me to make them proud. When I left the chief executive officer's office, I was taken to the office of the manager. The manager told me almost exactly what the CEO told me. From the manager's office, I was taken to the office of my direct boss. My direct boss briefed me on a lot of things. He told me my job description, the do's and don'ts of the organization, and the level of performance that is expected of me. After the entire introduction, I was taken to my office. The manager brought 2 ladies to my office.
He said they are my assistants.
He said I should call on any of them if I need anything. Days went by and I continued my job in the company. I made sure that I do all that is expected of me without delay. I noticed that my boss started having an interest in me. I was happy because he is a handsome and caring guy. Most of the time, he takes me on a lunch break.
He buys other things for me aside from food.
I was enjoying his company, waiting patiently for him to say what I wanted to hear. One day, I wore a very sexy dress to the office. The dress was so sexy that my boss had to compliment it twice. My boss used to compliment my dress often, but it was just too much that day. When he kept complimenting me, I knew he was up to something. I was sitting in my office when I saw his call. I hurriedly answered, thinking he has something important for me. He told me to come to his office. When I got to his office, I stood for 3 minutes and my boss did not say anything. After some time, he walked close to me. Once again, he talked about my dress. He asked me if he can kiss me. I said he can. He said he doesn't want an ordinary kiss. He said what he wants is a French kiss. I said I haven't heard of that before and I do not know what it means and how to do it. He said I shouldn't worry, that he will teach me. He said he wants to explain it to me before we start. He said a French kiss is a kiss in which one or both partners use their tongues to stimulate each other's mouths for mutual sexual pleasure. My boss taught me French kiss and we did it. It was an exciting time with my boss. I kept asking for more and my boss was always ready to give me. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this.
I left my sound at max on the phone accidentally and watched an 18+ video on bath. My name is Jessica. I am 20 years old. I live in Florida. I had a very rough background because my mom died while I was 15 years. The death brought me a lot of pain. 5 years after, I am yet to recover from the death of my mom. I haven't forgiven my dad since my mom died because he was among the causes of my mom's death. The doctors confirmed that my mom died as a result of internal bleeding. My dad was a drunkard. He usually comes home drunk every day. My mom kept telling him to stop, but he didn't. One day, he came home drunk. My mom talked to him like she used to anytime he comes home drunk. I didn't know what came over him that day. He hit my mom. He hit her severely that she had to be rushed to a hospital. After 3 days, my mom was discharged from the hospital, but she was still not 100% okay. She fell sick again, but she didn't go to the hospital early. When she died, the doctors carried out an autopsy on her. The result of the autopsy showed that she died of an internal injury that she sustained when my dad raised his hands on her. My dad was sorry for his action, but the deed has already been done. He was charged with manslaughter, but he was later released after spending 2 months in prison. 3 years after the death of my mom, my dad remarried. He married a woman from Florida. He invited only a few people to the wedding ceremony because he didn't want people to know that he was getting married. I didn't get to meet the woman he married until the night of the wedding when she came home. She came with a 12-year-old boy that has another father. I didn't want to live with them, but I had no option. I graduated from primary school a few days after my dad's wedding. 6 months after, I enrolled in a high school. When I got to high school, I made a lot of friends. After closing from school, I will go to my friend's place. Sometimes, I will be there until late in the evening before I returned home. I was just happy with anything that will take me away from my dad's wife. One day, I came home very late. My stepmom was curious to know where I was coming from. She started ranting in the sitting room that I am fond of going out and returning late. She said I am a small girl and that is not good for me. From the bottom of her heart, I knew her advice was good. But she wasn't doing it with good intention. She intended to spike my father up against me. She continued ranting in the sitting room. She expected my dad to say something, but he didn't. He kept looking at her. When he finished eating his food, he went straight into his room. The next day, my stepmom's son Philip saw me sitting in the sitting room and he sat close to me. At first, I wanted to leave his sight, but I noticed that my dad was looking at me, so I kept my calm. A few seconds later, my dad walked away from the sitting room. Philip noticed that I was waiting for my dad to leave the sitting room so that I can walk away from him. Therefore, as soon as my dad walked away, he started begging me not to leave. I asked him why he was begging me. He said he knows what I wanted to do. I asked him what he claimed to know. He said he knows I want to walk away from him. He said I should not do that. I asked him why I should be sitting with him when we have nothing to discuss. He said he has something to discuss with me. I said he should say whatever he wants to say because I am listening. I was already up from my seat when I was talking. He pleaded with me that I should sit before he can say what he wants to say. For a while, I told myself that I do not need to transfer the aggression in me to him. I thought within myself that he wasn't the one that offended me. I sat as he instructed and I told him to say what he wants to say. Philip started by apologizing. He said he knew his mom went overboard yesterday. He said since his mom came to the house, we have been living like enemies. He said it's not supposed to be like that. He said we are all living in the same house, so we should live like one big family. He said there is no gain in living like enemies in the same house. I sat down for a while and thought about what he said. I thought within me that everything Philip said was the truth. I said to Philip that I understood everything he said perfectly. I said I don't have any issues with his mom. I said I just feel like his mom doesn't like me. I told him that I think that his mom sees me as a threat. He said his mom does not see me as a threat. He said his mom is a very nice woman. He said the issue I am having with his mom was because I have not fully understood who she is. He said once I understand her perfectly, we wouldn't have issues again. He said he would talk to his mom and make her see the need to live as one happy family. He said he knows his mom will listen to him. I told Philip that I don't have any problem with his mom. I said if she is ready to live with me peacefully, I will also live with her peacefully. Philip left the sitting room and went into his mom's room. I didn't know what he told her, but I believed he told her about the reconciliation. 20 minutes after, Philip and his mom walked into the sitting room. I didn't look at her face because I was still angered by what she did to me the previous day. She then sat close to me on the couch and asked for forgiveness. She said she knew we haven't been living as a family since she came into the house. She said she knows that the fault is from her. She said she is ready to make amends and make us live like one big family. I was happy to hear that. I told her I don't have any issue with her. I said she is old enough to be my mom. Therefore, she ought to take me as a child. I said she ought to treat me the same way she treats her son Philip. She said I should forget what has passed and let us start a new chapter. I told her that I heard everything she said. She said to prove to me that she is happy with me, she will cook anything I want for dinner. I told her to prepare what my dad wants rather than what I want. She said my dad doesn't have any issue with shat she cooks. She said my dad eats whatever she cooks without complaining. She said I have to mention what she will prepare for dinner. I told her to cook fried rice and chicken. She said my chicken will be the biggest. She left after I told her what to cook, but Philip remained in the sitting room. Philip and I discussed a lot of things. He asked about my academics and other stuff. He urged me to show him anything that I have been taught in school that I do not understand. At exactly 7 p.m., my stepmom served dinner. She sent Philip to call my dad, who has been in his room since morning. When my dad came to the dining, he was surprised to see me eating in the dining with my stepmom and Philip. Before we settled our dispute, I do not eat in the dining. Anytime I am served my food, I either eat it in the sitting room or my room. Another thing that surprised my dad was the way Philip and I were talking while we were eating. My dad was forced to talk. My dad said he cannot understand what is happening in the house. He said whatever it is, he is happy with what he is seeing. He said this is how we are supposed to be. He said we are supposed to be one happy family. My stepmom told my dad that we have settled all disputes and we are now living as one big family that we are. My dad was very happy. He said my stepmom has just made his day with what she told him. He said what he heard calls for celebration. He said we should all prepare to go to the beach the next day. Philip and I screamed when we heard about going to the beach. None of us have gone to the beach before. I have been hearing about how fun the beach is, but I haven't had the opportunity to go. So, when my dad mentioned the beach, it was as if he knew what I wanted. After dinner, we all went into our separate rooms and slept. Philip and I woke up very early the next day in anticipation of visiting the beach. After taking my bath and putting on my dress, I went to check on Philip in his room. When I go to his door, I knocked and Philip answered. Philip said I should wait for him in the sitting room because he is taking his bath. I walked back to the sitting room and sat alone. I put on the television because I was bored and there was no one to talk to. 10 minutes later, Philip joined me in the sitting room. He was looking very handsome. He sat close to me and we watched television together. 20 minutes later, My stepmom and my dad came out of their room. My stepmom was already prepared while my dad was still not prepared. My mom went into the kitchen so that breakfast will be ready before my dad finished his preparation. 20 minutes later, my dad came out prepared. No sooner had he sat down in the sitting room than my stepmom called us to the dining. We ate breakfast as a family. After eating breakfast, we walked straight to my dad's and drove off to Miami Beach. We left home at exactly 10:20 a.m. and we arrived at Miami Beach at exactly 11:50 a.m. Miami Beach is a good sight to behold. It has a beautiful environment. Fun seekers from all over the world were gathered at Miami Beach. We had a lot of fun. Philip and I played in the water. We ate a lot of things that were sold there. The beach was in a carnival-like mood because it was during a public holiday. We ate together and drank together. We took photographs together too. We enjoyed ourselves as one big family. We left Miami Beach at around 6 p.m. We got home around 7:30 p.m. When we got home, we sat in the sitting room and talked about our experiences at the beach. My stepmom did not bother to go to the kitchen because we had already eaten to our satisfaction at the beach. At exactly 9 p.m., my dad left us and went to his room. A few minutes later, my stepmom stood from her seat and walked to her room. Philip and I continued our gist after they left. We chatted until 11 p.m. before we both went to our respective rooms. I was happy throughout that week. When I got to school on Monday, I told my closest friends what happened in our house. It surprised them a lot because they didn't know that my stepmom could be that nice. My closest friend Evelyn promised to visit me by the weekend to have a feel of what our home looks like presently. When I got home on Friday, I told my stepmom about Evelyn's visit. She was very happy to hear that Evelyn was visiting. She said she has a place to go on Saturday, but she will wait for Evelyn's arrival before she leaves. Evelyn arrived at our house as early as 9 a.m. She ate breakfast with us. After we ate breakfast, my father was the first to leave the house. He said he wants to visit his childhood friend Mr. Patrick. He said it's been a long time he saw Mr. Patrick. 15 minutes after he left the house, my stepmom left too. She told us to take very good care of ourselves. She said we should make sure the house is tidy before she returns. When she left, Evelyn and I went to my room while Phillips remained in the sitting room. Evelyn and I chatted for hours. We talked about school, careers, and many other things. At exactly 2 p.m., Evelyn told me she wanted to leave. She said she doesn't want her mom to start calling her cell phone number. I followed Evelyn to the gate. We hugged each other and we waved at each other. When I returned to the sitting room, Philip was still sitting there. I sat on the couch in the sitting room and we started chatting. Philip began to ask me about my friend. He asked me how I met Evelyn and I told him that she is my classmate and my closest friend in school. He asked me a lot of questions about Evelyn and I gave him answers according to what I know about her. The last question that Philip asked that made me realize that he had an interest in Evelyn was when he asked me whether Evelyn has a boyfriend. I said since I know Evelyn, I have never seen her with any man. I said we used to talk about men like girls do, but none of us has a girlfriend. He said what if she has and I don't know. I said Evelyn is my classmate and my closest friend in school. I said there is nothing that Evelyn will do that I won't know about. I said if she has a boyfriend, I will be the first person to know. After I answered him, I asked him why he asked me all those questions about Evelyn. He said it seems he likes her. I asked him if it seems he likes her or he likes her. He said he likes her. He said he wants me to help him talk to Evelyn since we are friends. He said Evelyn will listen to me better than him. I said I will do my best. He promised to buy me a very nice gift if I talk to Evelyn on his behalf. He asked me what I want as a gift. I said I want iPhone 12. He said if I am available to convince Evelyn to date him, he would buy me iPhone 12. As soon as I heard that, I started thinking of the strategy that I will use to win Evelyn's heart for Philip. I didn't want that iPhone 12 to pass me by. The next day in school, I took Evelyn to the school's restaurant during the break. I bought her chicken and wine. After she finished eating the chicken and wine, I told her that I have something important to tell her. Evelyn said she knew something was fishy when I bought an expensive chicken and wine for her. She asked me what I wanted to tell her that made me spend an expensive amount on buying chicken for her. I said I want to tell her about my stepbrother Philip. She asked me what happened to Philip. I said since the day she came to our house, Philip has not allowed me to rest. I said Philip has been disturbing that he likes her and he wants to date her. As soon as Evelyn heard that, she busted into laughter. She said she laughed because Philip saw her that day and he didn't tell her anything. She said if he loves her as she claims, he should have been the one to approach her. I told Evelyn that Philip that I know is very. I said he doesn't have the charisma to talk to a girl. I said that doesn't mean he is weak. He is just like that. I said to Evelyn that she cannot find anyone better than Philip. I said he is the best she can find anywhere. I reminded Evelyn about the role that Philip played in reuniting our family. Everything I was doing was because of iPhone 12. Evelyn said she has heard what I said. She said she will take her time and decide on what to do. She said she will get back to me with her final decision. I told her that I will be waiting to hear from her. While we were going home on Friday, Evelyn said she will come to our house the next day so that she can see Philip for herself. She said if she sees him, maybe he will be able to talk to her himself. When I got home, I met Philip in the sitting room as usual. I told him that I have talked to Evelyn and she has decided to visit us the next day. I said he should do everything to convince her. I told him that I have done the difficult part of the job. I said what is left is just for him to add to what I have done. I told him that the main thing Evelyn wants is to hear it directly from him. I said if he tells her himself, she will accept immediately. Philip thanked me. He said he will do his best to convince her when she comes too. While I was walking into my room, I kept remembering Philip about his promise. Philip said if Evelyn agrees to date him when she comes tomorrow, I will get my iPhone 12 by Monday. Evelyn came to our house at exactly 11 a.m. on Saturday. When she entered the sitting room, I deliberately excused myself from the sitting room so that I can leave her with Philip. I went into my room and hid behind the door so that I can hear their conversation. 5 minutes after I left, Philip and Evelyn were looking at each other without saying anything. The anger that was in me from where I was watching them couldn't be quantified. After some time, Philip began to initiate a conversation with Evelyn. He started by asking Evelyn about her academics. Evelyn answered him well. Next, he moved to what Evelyn likes and what she dislikes. Evelyn said she likes reading and traveling. Philip said he also likes reading, but he doesn't like traveling. He said he is always afraid of an airplane. Philip moved closer to Evelyn and began the main conversation. He asked Evelyn if I have talked to her about anything. Evelyn told him that we are friends, so we talk about a lot of things. Philip said what he was trying to ask her was whether I have talked to her about him. Evelyn said I have talked to her about him, but she wants to hear it from him. Philip said if she wants to hear it from him directly, then he will say it. He told Evelyn that she captured his heart since the first day he saw her. He said he has seen a lot of girls, but she is so special. He said she is better than all the girls he has been seeing. Evelyn smiled. She said that is how a lot of guys do when they want a woman. She said if they get what they want, they will change their attitude. They would forget about all the promises they made when they were wooing the girl. Philip said he is not like that. He said he is ready to stand by his words till the end of time. He told Evelyn that he loves her and he wants her to become the mother of his unborn children. I could not be more proud of Philip from where I hid. I was enjoying the way he was putting his sentences together. After going back and forth, Evelyn said she has heard what he said. She said she will look into what he said and she will give him a reply as soon as possible. A few minutes later, I came out from my where I hid pretending like I didn't hear everything they said. As soon as I entered the sitting room, they kept quiet as if they weren't talking before I came in. After a few minutes, Evelyn told me that she wanted to leave. I asked her why she was leaving so early. She said she has some laundry to do at home. She said she will also help her mom in the kitchen. When she walked out of the sitting room, I followed her immediately. I asked her whether Philip was able to talk to her. Evelyn said Philip told her what she wanted to hear. She said she was very impressed with the way he put his sentences together. She said she likes him. She said she wants to take her time before she gives him a reply. I quickly interjected when I heard that. I said she doesn't need to keep Philip waiting anymore since she claims she likes him. Evelyn left after we talked at the gate. I hurriedly walk into the sitting room so that I can talk to Philip too. As soon as I entered the room, I walked straight to Philip. I asked him how it went. I pretended like I didn't know what happened. Philip said he knows my friend would have told me what happened. I lied to him that I didn't ask her because she was in a hurry. Philip said he was able to express his feelings to her. He said he told her his mind and he hopes she will yield to his demand. Philip said Evelyn promised to get back to him as soon as possible. Before I left for school on Monday, I made up my mind that I will do everything to convince Evelyn so that she can quickly yield to Philip's demand. Since Philip told me about the iPhone 12, I have been dreaming of it. After the assembly, I quickly went to Evelyn's sit so that another person won't sit close to her. As soon as I sat, I started my motive. I told her to talk to Philip as soon as possible. I said she should possibly give him a reply today. Evelyn wanted to know why I was trying to rush her. I said Philip is a good guy and he deserves the best. Evelyn said she will come to our house during the weekend. She said she wants to tell him herself. I was so happy when I heard that. When I got home, I told Philip that Evelyn has agreed to date him. I said she would have called him to inform him, but she doesn't have a cell phone. I told him that Evelyn promised to come during the weekend so that she can inform him herself. Philip said if Evelyn comes on Saturday and says what he wants to hear, I will get my iPhone 12 on Sunday. As soon as I heard that, I started dreaming of Saturday. I would have moved that Monday become Saturday if I had supernatural power. As the days were going by, I was just anticipating Saturday. Finally, the day I was waiting for arrived. Evelyn called me at exactly 9 a.m. that she was on her way. When Evelyn arrived at our house, she met a full house because my parents were still at home. A few minutes later, My dad left for work because he had an emergency. 1 hour later, my mom told me to follow her to the mall to get some stuff. We all left the house, leaving Philip and Evelyn. When we left, Evelyn told Philip what he wanted to hear. After telling him, they had explosive sex. When we returned home, we met them in the sitting room watching television as if nothing happened. 1 hour after my mom and I returned from the mall, Evelyn told me she was leaving. When I followed her to the gate, she told me that she has told Philip that they can start dating. When I returned to the sitting room, I started whispering to Philip about my iPhone 12. At exactly noon on Sunday, I heard a knock on my door. When I opened the door to see who was at the door, I met Philip standing in front of my door with an iPhone 12. I screamed very loud when I saw my new phone. As soon as I collected it, I took it to my stepmom and my dad. They were so happy for me. I didn't know that Philip bought 2 phones until the next day when I was going to school. As soon as I walked out of the gate, Philip called me back. When I went to him, he gave me another iPhone 12. He said I should give it to Evelyn. I became speechless. I was just looking at Philip without saying anything. I was wondering how happy Evelyn will be when she sees her new phone. When I got to school, I told Evelyn that I have a big surprise for her. She wanted to know what the surprise was, but I wasn't ready to tell her immediately. I told her to guess what the surprise might be. She did all the guessing, but she didn't even come close. After some minutes, I brought out my iPhone 12 from my bag. Evelyn became speechless. She didn't see me with an iPhone when she came to our house on Saturday, so she was wondering how I got an iPhone between Sunday and Monday morning. I told her that it was Philip's that gave me the iPhone 12. She was speechless. She said she didn't know that Philip is that generous. I told Evelyn that the surprise I am talking about is not my iPhone 12. After some minutes, I brought out her iPhone 12 from my bag. Evelyn was shocked when she saw me with another iPhone 12. I said this one is the real surprise. I handed the phone over to her and I told her it's a gift from Philip. Evelyn was speechless. She was wondering how she could get a big gift from someone she just started dating a few days ago. We took pictures with our phones. I snapped Evelyn with her phone while she snapped me with my phone. Evelyn and I enjoyed using our phones. We use it most times in school. Most times, some of our friends used to come to us to borrow our phones to snap pictures. Because of that, a lot of pictures were stored on our phones. I was with Evelyn one day when she told me about what happened between her and Philip on the day she came to our house. She told me how she and Philip had sex. She told me how good Philip was in bed. When I got home that day, I wanted to ask Philip, but I cautioned myself. Since then, I have been looking for a way to have a taste of Philip. I wanted to experience what Evelyn experienced. My urge for sex with Philip led me to download porn videos on my phone. I started watching 18+ videos uncontrollably. The next Saturday, my dad and my stepmom attended a wedding ceremony, leaving only Philip at home. Because I was bored in my room, I came to the sitting room to watch television. I did not enjoy the programs on display. Therefore, I connected my phone to the speaker. The videos on my phone were playing one after the other. The speaker's sound was at max. Therefore, Philip heard what was going on in the sitting room. A few minutes later, I left the sitting room to take my bath while the videos were still playing. As soon as I started bathing, I heard the porn video on my phone playing in the sitting room. I had soapy water all over my body, so I couldn't rush out. I hurriedly took my bath and rushed out to stop the video that was playing. When I got to the sitting room, I met Philip. I couldn't say anything. He looked at me surprisingly. Philip was wearing short trousers, so I could see his anaconda. As soon as I saw Philip's anaconda, I remembered what Evelyn told me. I knew it was my time to enjoy what Evelyn enjoyed. I moved closer to Philip and I grabbed his anaconda. Philip didn't resist. You could tell that it was what Philip has been dreaming of. We kissed and romanced each other right there in the sitting room. After 20 minutes of romancing, we went to my room and had proper sex. The sex was explosive. I saw what Evelyn told me myself. After that day, Philip and I continued to have sex until we both got married. Hey, guys, please let me know if this is right or if this is what I should do, or please let me have your thoughts on this.
This story takes us to a 16-year-old girl. Sweet 16, they say. But they don't know that life can be cruel even at that time. What can happen to a 16-year-old to think that life is cruel? Let me introduce myself. I am Anita. I come from the city that never sleeps, New York. Just like New York, I never sleep too. New York can be very inspirational, especially at night. You can't miss the lights. I live in the 10th floor of our apartment, and the views are just crazy. I always nap after school during the day so that I can enjoy the warm nights that New York brings. My favorite part of the day is sitting on my balcony, just like I am right now. I either am writing, watching a TV show, or sometimes I get lost in my own thoughts. My go-to TV show right now is definitely Game of Thrones. Everyone has a guilty pleasure. For me are TV shows and movies. I don't have a specific favorite genre. It simply has to have a beautiful, inspirational message behind it. My favorite part of our apartment is definitely our balcony. I spend the most time there. I eat there. You can learn a lot about the city on your balcony. You see a lot of stuff that happens. A lot of cool people just walking around. I witnessed a lot of breakups between random couples, drunk people passing on the streets. And it's kind of entertaining. Since I spent a lot of my time on the balcony, I almost know every one of my neighbors' stories. You might think that I spy or something, but I don't. I just can't help but stare. I have a lot of vases of flowers that I take care of it. It's kind of becoming my hobby too. I even got some lemons that I can't wait to grow and eat. On my balcony, I am never alone. I have my sweet little one, my cat Bella. I am a dog person kind of type. But dogs are hard to keep inside. Our Bella has been so easy to live with. She is white and fluffy. She is sweet and caring and the best cuddle partner that I could ever ask for. I've had Bella for 3 years. It was a birthday present from my parents. Bella loves to stare out of our balcony too. She has a curious soul. Just like me. Sometimes I feel like we are the same soul but in different bodies. It's like she understands what I say. I hope she doesn't feel lonely. We have thought about getting another kitty, so she can have some company. But we haven't decided yet. Besides my cat Bella, I live, of course, with my 2 beautiful parents. I am their only child, and they always got me feeling special. They feel sorry that they never had the chance to give me a sister. But they could have other children. However, even though sometimes it's hard, I never complain in front of them. My mother's name is Emma, and she is a veterinary. I love visiting her at work and just petting all those beautiful animals. My mother is very gentle and kind, and the animals love her. It's like the animal notices a good soul and feels comfortable. My father, Jim, on the other hand, is a lawyer. His job is more stressful, and I barely understand some of it. There are nights that he comes late at night because he is at his office working. My parents live in 2 different worlds, but still, they get each other so well. I aspire to have a love like theirs. It breaks my heart to think that someday they will get old and that I won't have them forever. We, as a family, try our best to spend time together. We love Sundays. My parents don't work on Sunday, so we always go somewhere and spend time together. Besides my life at home, I also have a life outside of it. I go to school. I am a sophomore. I have one very close friend who happens to be my neighbor. Her name is Sarah. She makes high school easier. We go to school together, and we come back together. She is like a sister to me. Like everyone, I don't like school. But I try my best to study and do good in school. There are a lot of parties that my school organizes. There are times that Sarah and I go there. My parents don't mind, they trust me. I can't lie and say that I never tried alcohol because I did. However, I have never been 100% drunk. I am not the type of person that gets attached to things. Just because I might enjoy drinking at a party doesn't mean that I will continue to drink every day. I know when to drink and when not to. There are times when I buy a pack of cigarettes just because of curiosity. I enjoy smoking sometimes, but I know that I will never smoke it in the future. I have control of myself. When you go to these parties, a lot of stuff can happen if you are not very careful. A lot of my friends that go to my school do drugs. This scares me. Smoking and drinking don't make you cool. But I think that's how some of my friends think. Even though those parties might not be the best idea. I met someone special 1 year ago. I met a boy named Abel. We have been dating for a year now. We met at a party, then we found out that we were going to the same school. Abel is 1 year older than me. We know that we are young and that maybe we won't last. At least that is what they say. But I know that we love each other. Abel is straight out of a movie. He is the funniest person that I've ever met. He is my first kiss. And I want him to be my first everything. He is the reason why I haven't cut my hair for a year. He just loves it. We would go to the cinema and kiss for hours. My parents found out about Abel months ago, so they know that we are together. They respect my choices, and they believe in us. Even my parents were so young once they started dating. So I guess we are all right. Another good thing about New York is that you can wear whatever you want, and none would say a word. It's the city where you can show off your fashion and not be afraid of it. However, even at 16-year-old, life can be cruel and unpredictable. It had been months since I haven't felt like myself. I felt deep inside of me that something wasn't all right. I started not wanting to go out and meet with my loved ones, Sarah and Abel. I didn't have energy for anything, and I just wanted to be left alone. I wasn't eating, and I couldn't even finish an episode of my favorite TV show. This was all of a sudden. I don't know why it happened. Even my cat Bella started to notice it. She would come up at my legs and just stare at my eyes like she asked me if I was okay. But I wasn't. I was meeting up with Abel, but I couldn't even speak. Later, I got informed that Abel had spoken to my parents about this. They all thought that I was going through a depressive phase, but I knew that I wasn't that type of person. However, I decided to meet up with a psychologist since my parents told me to. Clearly, this wasn't helping me since I couldn't even get up from my bed. My parents weren't home most of the time, and I couldn't even go to school. I was home alone, so Abel used to sleep over at my apartment. One night we fell asleep on the balcony talking about our future. We talked about having sex, and we agreed that we would go for it the next time we meet with each other. We were going strong for a year, so why not? On a Sunday night, my mother came up to me and noticed that my head was burning from the temperature. We rushed to the hospital, and that's where the real sad story begins. I don't remember the ride to the hospital, but I remember waking up to a hospital bed. My mother had told me that the doctors made some tests. She said that the tests would arrive the next day and that today I had to sleep here. But I had other plans on my mind. Today, I should have been meeting up with Abel. It should have been our special night. But life works in mysterious ways, I guess. I've had the best sleep since I could remember that night. The next day I woke up to Abel texting me. He didn't know where I was. Last night he went to a party. He thought that I would meet him there. I couldn't help but think about who he was and who he met there. However, I texted and let him know that I was at the hospital. My mother and father seemed so worried that I couldn't understand why. The minute that the tests came, Abel knocked on the door and went in. He was standing near me, and I could hear the smell of the alcohol. He had been drinking yesterday, and I was just feeling jealous of what he could have been doing. The doctor was telling me the results of the tests, but I couldn't understand what was wrong. I looked at my mother's eyes, and I saw some tears. Then all of a sudden, I heard the word cancer. My parents started crying, but Abel and I were just shocked. The doctors said that it would be for the better if we started chemotherapy tomorrow. Chemotherapy, tomorrow, how could my life change in a second? I just wanted to get home, to my movies and to my cat. That night I barely slept. The next day came so fast. Abel wasn't here. He had to go to school. I already felt like we weren't so close. My doctors said that the chemo treatment would last between 3 to 6 months. But I was ready. I just wanted to get over it. I took the first dose of the first day. Can't say that I loved it. My parents took some weeks off of work and were staying there with me. Then, bad news after bad news. So, basically, if you're doing chemo, there is a chance that you're gonna lose weight and hair. Months went by, and things just got worse. My cancer was not getting better, and I was still taking the chemo treatment. I couldn't spend time with Abel or Sarah, and I missed falling asleep with Bella. Abel would come after school, but nothing was feeling the same anymore. I miss everything about my life. I am writing this on my hospital bed, wishing I was on my balcony. The doctor said that it's good if I start and take walks around the city. One day, I decided to do so. As I was getting ready, I noticed how bad I looked. I couldn't even notice myself anymore. I was so skinny, and half of my hair fell down. I was wearing a hat, but it was summer. I decided to go with my mother only. She thought that it would be a good idea if we called Abel. But I don't want Abel to see me this way. I went out and saw what I was missing out on. The sun was out, the world was full of colors. You should have seen the girls on their sundresses out for lunch. I felt like my soul had gotten older. That's when I decided that I shouldn't be your problem. Abel. I knew that I had to set Abel free. I know that he does not love me anymore. I wasn't the same person. I didn't look the same. He always used to say that he loved my hair. Now what? I didn't have any hair left. He should continue to live his life. He's young. I texted him so we could meet and say our goodbyes. That was the last time that Anita had written. She had actually passed that day. The cancer had covered her whole body. Her body's ashes are going to be on her favorite place, her balcony, so her soul can still watch over the beautiful sky of the city that never sleeps. This story takes place in the heart of France, Paris. Paris is one of the most romantic places ever to exist. They call it the city of love. Is it really, though? I am Iris, and this month I'll be turning 18-year-old. I was born, and I have lived all my life in Paris. When talking about Paris, the thing that comes to our mind is Eiffel Tower. Streets crowded with tourists, beautiful little coffee shops, and the list goes on. However, what people don't know is that one of Paris's best-kept secrets is the countryside. That's where I live. It's a tiny piece of heaven tucked away in the 20th arrondissement of Paris known as La Campagne à Paris. I love where I live. The views are straight from a movie. Each building is unique and quirky with gentle pastel colors and paved, cobbled paths. It's nothing like the rest of Paris. In a good way. Life is easy here. My school is only some blocks away from my house. My friends' houses are near too. But the most awkward thing about where I live is that my neighbor is my ex-boyfriend. His name is Louis. Louis was great in everything that a girl could ask for. A great smile, tall, respectful. But he was too good. When I see that the person I'm dating is way too much into me, I tend to stand back. We never argued, and there was never drama. And this kind of makes me get bored of it. I want my relationship to be exciting, with ups and downs, as it should be. I want someone to disagree with me, not just agree with everything I say, like they don't have an opinion on their own. However, I don't know if I can call him my ex-boyfriend because it was more like just a summer fling. We dated the whole of last summer. I get a feeling that he is still not over me. But what can I do? I get bored so easily. And it's actually a serious problem. Do you know that feeling when you are in summer and feel so vulnerable? You feel like you are free to do anything. A new hair color, a new tattoo, a new piercing, sometimes even a new boyfriend. Ugh, I miss summer right now. Winters can be so depressive. And I can't even wear what I want to wear. I love wearing crop tops and letting my stomach out a little bit. This is the last year of high school. Next year, God knows where I'll be because I still don't even know what I want to study in college. However, I am excited for this year. We have prom, and also I have to pass my driving license. I hope Louis doesn't ask me to be his prom date because that would be awkward. I don't know about the country you live in, but prom is usually the night for couples to lose their virginities here. I wouldn't wait for prom night, but I still haven't found someone special yet. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't want to lose my virginity with someone like Louis. For example, I aspire to have some deep-level connections with someone. Every day is the same day at our school. It's like déjà vu. All over again. But, one day, one random Thursday, a new boy came into my class. He walked and then sat without even starting at anyone. He was tall, dark-skinned, curly hair. The teacher made him introduce himself. Apparently, his name is Aaron. During the lunch break, all the girls were all over him. I knew this would happen. But, I am not this kind of girl. I like to look uninterested. That's my secret to making someone interested in me. Days went by, and we didn't even talk. But, I could notice some stares here and there. I saw how he was talking to the other girls. And I could tell that he wasn't just like any other guy. He was mysterious until one day, Aaron decided to come out of his shell and actually talk to me. He goes, "Where can I eat something good around here?" I told him about my favorite place where I get food every day. He said, "Wanna ditch the classes and go eat something?" How could I say no? I wanted to know about this guy. He said to meet outside. I went outside of school. And here he was, waiting for me, smiling. We started walking and talking. There was a vibe already. We go into the store and sit on the corner by the window. Then he orders for me without even asking what I'd want. He said, "Trust me." That was attractive. We talked about our favorite movies, our first kisses, and so on. I didn't notice how many hours had passed until my mother called me. We decided to leave. He put his hand around my waist and whispered in my ear, "See ya." My walk home had me questioning myself. Why didn't he ask for my number? Guys usually ask for my number immediately. Maybe he truly was different from the other guys. It had been days since our little date. And we didn't even share a word at school. I was avoiding him in the hallway at this point. Then, someone texted me. A text said, "Same spot. At 2 p.m. Was that Aaron? Well, yeah, for sure. I was in a dilemma about going or not. I decided to go there. He was sitting on the same spot as that day. I went inside, and he gave me a little kiss on the cheek. It got me off guard. He had already ordered for me again. This time, he asked if I had a boyfriend. And I said no. I didn't ask him. And he said, "Don't you want to know if I have a girlfriend?" I said, "Do you?" He said not yet and started smiling. Aaron said, "You're gonna go to prom with me?" And started smiling. I didn't say anything. I just laughed it off, trying to play it cool. He was staying a little bit too near me. I could smell his perfume. And I could feel the warmth of his breath as he was talking to me. At this point, I just wanted him to kiss me. But he didn't. That's how our second date ended. As I was walking home, I saw Louis, the ex. He said that he wanted to talk to me. And I said sure. He started holding my hand, asking me to go to prom with him. I said no and told him that I'd made plans with someone else. He seemed angry and wanted to know who the guy was. "Why would you care?" I said. He said that he wanted to know so he could fight the guy. I immediately started laughing. But he seemed to be talking seriously. Knowing that Louis probably still loves me, I was worried. I was worried about what would happen. I didn't want anything to affect my relationship with Aaron. We had a good start. It was almost prom night. And everyone was starting to freak out. I still didn't have any idea of what I was gonna wear. As I talked with my girls about some dresses, I got a text. Aaron had texted me saying, "Meet me after school." So, that's what I did. We met. He said that today we're going to find our prom outfits. At first, I was like no. But then he got me into it. We went to a couple of stores. And nothing. It was my time to try for some dresses. He was the one picking the dresses for me. Every time I went out from the wardrobe with a dress, Aaron had this look on his face. It was clear that he liked me. There was a lot of tension between us. We both could feel it. Then, I came across a black dress with an open leg. I tried it, and I loved it. It was time to show it to Aaron. You should have seen his face. He was speechless. He came near me and said, "This is the one," and kissed me. I think my cheeks got red for a second. Then, it was his turn to try for a suit. Every time he was trying suits, he would come out shirtless. He was showing off. But I loved it. We got our clothes, and I could say that it was one of the best dates I've ever been with. The day of the prom came, and here I was, getting ready. Aaron was waiting outside my house. But then he came inside because he wanted to say hi to my parents. He was looking so good. I just wanted to kiss him, but I couldn't in front of my parents. The moment we got in the car, we gave each other a little kiss. We arrived at prom, and everyone was looking at us. I heard that Louis couldn't find a date. I saw him. He was standing in a corner alone. I felt bad for a second. Hours went by, and Aaron and I were having the best time. Aaron is so easy to stay with. As we were slow dancing, I saw Louis coming at us. He pushed Aaron to the ground. Aaron seemed confused. He didn't know who Louis was. He heard me saying, "Louis, stop." Aaron said, "You know this fool," and then he punched him in the face. The security got us out, and I was shaking. I told him who Louis was, but he didn't seem to care. He was just worried if I was okay. So, basically, Louis got so jealous he decided to do this. But he didn't ruin our prom night. Things just got better from there. I realized how mature Aaron is and that I could love him. We weren't allowed to get back at prom. So we got to the car. Aaron said, "I got an idea. Let's get to my place." He said that he was home alone. It was too early to end this night. So we went to his home. We stayed in our prom outfits and decided to watch a movie. He was touching my hair and kissing my forehead. We both fell asleep in that way. We got up at the sound of my mother calling me. So, he drove me home. As I was walking to the door of my house, I saw Louis there. He was talking to my parents. What could he be saying? Sorry for last night. He better be. I got closer, and I noticed that my parents were angry. My mother said to me, "Get in the house," as Louis ran to his home. Apparently, Louis told my parents that I spent my night at a guy's house. How could he know? He probably stalked us. He is a psycho. I had no other solution than to tell my parents the truth. If I told them that I didn't do anything bad, they still wouldn't believe me. They said to me, "You're grounded." They took my phone and said that I wasn't allowed to go out before and after school. How could I keep in touch with Aaron? I was so mad at Louis. I bagged the door and fell asleep. The next day came. It felt like forever. I was excited to meet with Aaron. We meet up, and I tell him everything that has happened. He said that he wanted to fight Louis, but I begged him not to. Aaron said that it's for the best if he goes and talks with my parents. He insisted. I said, "All right, why not?" I told my mother that Aaron wanted to talk to them, and she asked me to call him for dinner at our house. So, that is what we did. My parents seemed to love him. Well, who couldn't love him? We had so much fun. My mother said that it's okay if I sleep over at Aaron's since his parents are working at night. I was surprised she let me. But I guess they noticed what kind of a guy Aaron is. So, we went to his house. We both could sense that we felt a little nervous, like something would happen. We started kissing, and then he went, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I kissed him instead of an answer. Things led to another, and we did it. We were closer than never now. I felt safe. We said our first, "I love yous." I love the fact that he was the first one that said it. Even though we are in our teenage years, I know for sure that love will always be between us two. We are excited to see what life brings ahead of us. There's nothing better than being free, young, and in love.
I am Rita, and I will take you back to the 1999s. What was life like in the 1999s? In 1999, I was only 16-year-old. I remember it like it was yesterday. Life was good living together with the whole family. There was me, mom, dad, and my 2 little brothers. I was the oldest child in the family. Being the oldest child means having responsibilities. I remember I used to help my mother around the house. I practically raised my 2 little brothers. They are not so little anymore. Life was easy back then. We were happy and grateful for what we had. We were grateful for our little village and all its good. We took care of our lands, and the grounds thanked us by giving us food. Fruits of all kinds. I remember how much we loved our animals, our big, healthy cows. I was only 16-year-old, but I was fearless. I remember wanting to ride our horses, but my dad never let me. Winters back then were never easy. But it was that season that brought us all together in one room. The winters were so cold, and we used to all sleep together. We didn't know that something terrible would happen during the coldest days of winter. As far as I remember, it was morning, and we were staying inside our house when suddenly we heard people screaming. We didn't even have the chance to look through the window and see what was happening. My father came running and said that the military forces had gotten into our villages. I am pretty sure that I didn't even understand what my father had said back then. Judging by how his face looked and how his voice sounded, I knew that something terrible was going to happen to us. I remember my mother running fast, getting clothes and some little food. My little brothers were crying their eyes out. I remember I was so scared. We took as many things as possible in such a little time and got outside the house. I wish we didn't get outside of our house. I wish I could delete the memory when I looked at all the people that lived in the village. Everyone was crying and screaming. Some babies were just born. Some people were sick and could barely walk. I remember that some couldn't find their loved ones. They were screaming their names so loud, desperately. The military forces had forced our village to move and cross the border. That time I didn't know what it meant. But we just kept walking, not knowing what to do or where to go. We thought that we should follow the crowd. We had worn 2 jackets each, but still, it was one of the coldest days since I can remember. We were walking, not knowing that that would be the last time we would be together in our village. I remember myself crying because we had left all the animals behind us. Even the animals were shouting and screaming, and even they knew that something was not all right. We were walking and walking till we couldn't feel our legs. The mountains of our villages were full of snow and ice, making it harder to walk. I remember like it was yesterday. My feet were so cold because the water had already got into my boots. At that time, my little 2 brothers were only 10-year-old and 8-year-old. My 8-year-old brother, Tommy, cried non-stop, and I carried him because I felt terrible. I didn't want to cause stress to my parents because they were already very anxious. That day, I remember seeing my father crying for the first time. It broke my heart because he had never cried before in front of us. And, seeing a man crying like that, like a child, my eyes are full of tears just thinking about that. As we were walking and following the crowd, our parents had written some stuff on our arms. As I remember, they had written our names, birth names, and the village we were in. They used to do this just in case we went missing or something. This made us even more scared and anxious. I remember that just the thought of getting separated from my family would make me go insane. After some hours of walking, I remember that we got in a truck. That truck could barely fit all of us. We were more than 100 people. We were holding hands non-stop because you could literally get lost in that truck. I remember that I could hear a thing my parents were saying. Everyone was crying and screaming. All of a sudden, the truck had stopped. I remember us thinking that the truck had problems, and that we had to stop. But, no, the military forces were there and had stopped the truck. The military forces made everyone get out of the truck and separated us into 2 groups. We were separated from our parents. They took my mother and father and then told the truck driver to go. To this day, this was the most challenging moment of my life. I couldn't hold the tears and be strong for my 2 little brothers. I broke down. Luckily enough, an older woman was there in the truck and tried to make me feel less worried. I remember every word she said to me. Don't worry, they will be back. To this day, she still was one of the kindest women I've ever met. She used to say that if we didn't find our parents, she wouldn't leave us alone. She would take us with her. And this made me feel better and safe for a while. I wish I could find her and thank her because she said things I needed to wear, and things I wanted to hear. The drive was long, and we got hungry. We had a backpack that my parents had packed for us. There was bread and a bottle of water. We shared that with my 2 little brothers, pieces to pieces, but that wasn't enough. It had been 1 day since we hadn't seen our parents and we were worried. I didn't know if they were dead or alive. I didn't know where they were and if they had eaten anything. I remember not sleeping at all, scared if the military forces were going to separate me from my little brothers. They were my responsibility now. We had welcomed a new day, and that older woman had given us some food. To this day, I still don't know what we would do if this older woman didn't give us something to eat. We would starve. I remember what the people used to talk about in that truck. They said that we would all die. I used to cover my little brother's ears so they couldn't hear anything. Then, some good news. Someone shouted, saying that we had arrived at the border and were ready to cross it. They told us to change to different vehicles, so we did. I took my little brother and went into a giant truck. There were people there, and all of the people there, I noticed a face. It was my mother. I couldn't believe my eyes. I shouted with all my lugs and said her name. She came into us running, and we just started hugging. And this was one of the best moments of that time until I had asked my mother something. I asked about my father and where he was. I remember her crying and saying that she didn't know where Dad was. She had said that the military forces had separated them into 2 groups, females and males, and that she hadn't seen him since the day we all got separated. We shouted his name and looked everywhere to see if we could find him. But we didn't. We got in the truck together with my mother, and then we crossed the border. We had no other choice but hope to see our father after crossing the border. We thought that maybe he would be there, waiting for us. The drive was long and sad. I remember that we couldn't keep our minds off our father. Where was he? Was he okay? Was he hungry? After we crossed the border, we had asked around about my father, but we couldn't find him. We asked our military forces too. They kept saying that he would be back tomorrow. But tomorrow came, and my father wasn't there. They kept saying us the same words, over and over again, that he would be back tomorrow. Days went by, but we couldn't miss a day without searching for him. Then, we found out that we weren't the only ones searching for someone. Parents were searching for their kids. Kids were searching for their parents. Someone said that the military forces had killed them, but I remember not accepting this option. We weren't safe to go back to our village, so a family had sheltered us. We had stayed there for a month. We ate and slept there. That family had helped us a lot. They were a big family, but they never insisted on getting us food. They were so generous. As far as I remember, their names were Anna and Sakal. They had been married for years and had 8 children together. I remember the months that I spent there made me feel like I was at home. They had a farm, and they had animals, just like we did. It made me feel like everything was all right. Their children were so friendly and kind. I remember that the war and the winter were already over, and we would just spend hours outside playing like everything was just fine. But then, I'd watch my mother's face and see how sad she was. They even offered to help us find my father, but there was no success. By that time, it had been almost 2 months, and we still hadn't heard from our father. It was time that we went home, to our bed, to our animals, to our old life back. I remember the ride back home, and I remember how sad it was. It was like we were leaving our father behind. Our last hope was that our father would have been there when we arrived at our village. He would have fed the chickens and the cows, he would have made our bed, and he would have been waiting for us. We had arrived at our village, and nothing felt the same anymore. The spring had sprung. I remember the trees of our village and how green they had been. The mountains looked breathtaking, and at that moment, I realized how much I loved and missed my village. However, the military forces had burnt our houses to the ground. There were no memories left, just ashes. And our animals had left. And the sad part of all this was that our father wasn't there. We had asked some of the neighbors if they had seen him, but nobody had seen where he was. Many of our neighbors were not found, and some of them were announced dead. We had to start our lives from the start. Without you, Dad. To this day, we still don't know your fate, but we pray for you every day. We don't know if you are alive or somewhere searching for us, but all I know is that we miss and think about you every day of our lives. We were lucky to survive, but my life has never been the same again without you, Dad. When humans start wars, they don't know the consequences. They don't know how precious life is until it is lost. A war can never make peace. A war can never make someone a winner. All it does is create a mess and bring the destruction of humanity. My name is Beatrix, and I just wanted to tell a story about what happened 2 years ago in my life. A lot has happened in 2 years. 2 years ago, I was only 16-year-old. Life was not easy. I grew up in a very toxic household. I grew up with my parents fighting all the time. I don't know if there was a day when my parents didn't fight about something. But, when it came to me, they were completely different people. My parents are the sweetest parents anyone could ever ask for. They care about me. They love me. I am their only child. I was spoiled and loved like no other. But, sometimes, love is not just enough. Marriage is not just about love. Marriage is about commitment, and being responsible for what you do and say. Communication is key, but my parents didn't have that. I was only 16-year-old, but I was old enough to notice that they didn't know how to communicate with each other. My parents always fought, but I knew that it wasn't that serious until one day. I remember it like it was yesterday. I got woken up from the sound of my mother screaming to my father. My father came home late the other night, and my mother had found out that he cheated. My mother decided to file for divorce, even though my dad begged her to stay. I remember I felt so bad for my mother. No woman deserves to get cheated on. They decided not to live together anymore. One day they had asked me a very important question. They asked me if I'd choose to stay with my mother or with my father. I loved them equally. I mean, they are my parents. But, the one that got cheated on was my mother. I couldn't be the one to let her down too. Plus, my mother had always been like a father too. She has always been there for me. So, that's what I did. I chose my mother. We left home. At that time, my mother didn't have a job. We had no job and nowhere to live. The only person that we could call to help us was my grandmother. My grandmother lived alone, so we had the opportunity to live there for some months until we figured some things out. Living at my grandma's house was fun. My mother was searching for a job, so she was always out doing job interviews. Most of the time, I was home only with my grandmother. I loved her cooking. She cooked with love. She had told me some of her secret recipes. We would talk for hours. She would tell me about her life when she was a teenager and how much she missed my grandpa. I felt safe at my grandmother's house. The vibes were different. But, during that time, my mother was in a terrible place. My father had always been wealthy. When we went to the court, he won everything. His lawyers helped him take all of his wealth for himself, and not give anything to my mother or me. My father was almost making me go with him. But, I was old enough to choose. To this day, I still don't regret going with my mother. My father had shown his true colors. If he really loved us, he would help us and give us some money. At least for a good start. My mother struggled to find a job, and I remember feeling so bad. She was trying so hard. I remember wanting to quit school to work something and help her. But she didn't let me. She always said that I should work hard and finish school to be independent. Months went by, and my mother still hadn't gotten a job. At that time, my mother had turned into a whole different person. She was angry at life, at everything. Even at 16-year-old, I understood that she felt like everyone had let her down. At some point, she was ready to give up. She stopped going to job interviews. I remember how she didn't even want to get a bath. She was deep in depression, and she always used to fight with my grandmother. My mother used to put the anger that she had on my grandmother. One day, they got into a huge pointless argument, and my mother had enough. My grandmother was crying, saying that we didn't need to go. But, my mother thought that this would be for the better. This way, my mother would try harder and not give up so easily. My grandmother gave us our grandfather's old car. She couldn't drive anymore, so she thought we would put it to good use. She gave us her car, food, clothes and some money. It was winter, and we had no idea where to go. I remember us driving with no destination. It was snowing so much. It was almost Christmas time. It should have been the most wonderful time of the year. But, not this time. We drove and drove. We didn't know where to go, and we hadn't much money with us. It was the middle of the night, and we got tired. We found a mountain not so far from the city, and we decided to park the car there and stay the night. We shouldn't even have parked there. We would have been arrested. But, we had no other choice. I remember I was so scared to sleep in the car. We were scared if someone would knock in our windows and try to kidnap us or something. I hadn't had much sleep on the first night, but then I got used. But, the car was a blessing. Without it, we would be sleeping on the streets in the cold. We lived in our car for almost 2 weeks. It was the most challenging time of our lives. At that time, I wasn't going to school anymore. So, we kind of just stayed and hoped that my mother could find a job. I missed my bed, and I missed having a hot shower. It had been days that I hadn't had a proper meal. We used to eat cheap fast food with the bit of money that our grandmother gave us. The nights were so cold, and we used to sleep hugging each other. I remember asking my mother to go back to our grandmother's house, but my mother just wanted to make it alone. Even though we lived in the car, she never lost a job interview. I remember how she used to play it off at times like everything was all right, and how she used to sing and dance, to not make me feel worried. But, I knew that deep inside, she was sad and anxious until one day, one perfect day, I was staying in the car, and I saw my mother by the window. She told me some good news. She said that she had got a job at a restaurant, and she will start working from tomorrow. My mother told the restaurant owner about our life, our situation, and he said that we could sleep there. At his restaurant. Our life was about to be changed forever, and we just didn't know it yet. We took our car and drove there. The restaurant was so beautiful and comfy. We met with the boss. My mother's boss was so generous and kind, and he was named Mitchell. He had asked me how school was going, but I told him that I couldn't afford school right now. I told him that I wanted to work and help my mother. He accepted that, and he had made me an assistant. I worked as my mother's assistant. Life was beautiful during that time. I could finally have some good sleep and eat some warm, good meal. I woke up early, worked, and had met some beautiful people. It felt good living and having a routine. It had been 2 years since my mother and I worked at the restaurant. I could tell that my mother was happy. I was happy too. During our time working at Mitchell's restaurant, something beautiful had happened. Love had happened. My mother fell in love with her boss, Mitchell. Who wouldn't love Mitchell? He was so kind and gentle, and he had helped us a lot. He became like my father in such a short time. He had never been married before because he had always been busy with his restaurant. But he loved my mother more than anyone before. He loved kids, and he treated me like I was his daughter. However, my mother's goal now is to be independent. She knew what she went through when she got divorced. She doesn't want to make that mistake again. For those 2 years that we had been working, my mother and I saved money. Since my mother always wanted to have something on her own, we decided to open a coffee shop. We thought it would be a great idea since I wasn't going to school during that time. I wanted to take a break and just kind of put our life together. Plus, my mother needed my help. We were excited about this, and we had decided to tell Mitchell. Even though we wouldn't be working at his restaurant, we loved the idea. He said that that's okay and that we should follow our dreams. And that's what we did. We followed our dreams. New York has the most beautiful places and views, so it was easy for us to find a place to open our coffee shop. Mitchell had helped us a lot. He had helped us with painting the walls of our store. We decided to give the store a vintage look, and it turned out so good. The coffee shop was so small, but it was so cute. The coffee shop had large windows, and you could see everything that was happening outside. It's a place where you could bring your favorite book and just read for hours while drinking your coffee. Our coffee shop is open 24/7. I work there as a waiter, and I love it. At first, it was just my mother and me, but now we have 4 employees. All of our 4 employees are females. Our employees are women that needed help, just like we did. It feels good helping people. I know how it feels to need help and not get any. Every day is a good day at our coffee shop. Every day we meet new beautiful people, and I have made a lot of friends. After some time, my mother and Mitchell decided not to waste time and have a wedding. It was one of the most beautiful weddings that I have ever seen. It felt good seeing my mother in a white dress and happy. Maybe it is time for me to have a brother or a sister. Who knows? My mother and I often visit the grandmother. They are on good terms now. We had given her car back, even though she insisted on not to. But we wanted to leave everything that reminded us of bad times. My grandmother comes to our coffee shop almost every day. She says that my coffee is her favorite coffee to drink. I am going to school now, after that big break. Every day after school, I come here to our coffee shop, and I help my mother. Are you curious about what happened with my father? Well, I don't know what happened with him. We hadn't heard from him since my mother filed the divorce. He hadn't even called to see if we were okay. But that doesn't matter. We are okay now. Better than never. I just wanted to share my story and say that life works in very unpredictable ways, and that you should never give up. Life has its ups and downs, and that's the beauty of it. We should embrace the good and the bad times. I am Rona, and I will tell you the story of my life, the story of what happened a couple of years ago. Where can I start? I was living with my family in a so-called third world country. It was me, my parents, and my little brother. Life was not easy. My mother had no job, and my father was taking less money than we needed to survive. Even though I was only 16-year-old during that time, I wanted to work. I wanted to work for myself and for what I needed. But, where I lived, there weren't many jobs to do for women. That's why my mother had never worked, and I couldn't find a job. All I used to do was go to school and come back. How was the school, you might ask? The school was great, but the people there not so much. I had realized that when you don't have as much money as your friends, you can never feel comfortable around them. They didn't feel comfortable around me either, so that's why I had distanced myself. The house where we lived was so far from my school. We never had a car, and we always used to walk to school. During summer, it was easy, but in the winter, we would freeze to death. During winter, there were hungry dogs that always followed us to school. It was dangerous. Sometimes we would take some food with ourselves so that they wouldn't bite us. But, thank God I had my little brother. Even though I was the big sibling, I felt safe with him. We used to walk to school together. We would discuss our friends, how much money they had, and how lucky they were. My brother and I were the only ones walking, and it was so embarrassing. All of my friends' family had cars. Our friends had new phones. They used to wear all the clothes that were trending during that time. One of the reasons nobody wanted to date me was that my clothes were not trendy. And nobody wanted to date a poor girl. There were times when my brother and I would get back from school, and I couldn't help but complain. The school had gotten me so tired mentally and physically. It was just too much. But, still, I tried to hide it because I knew that it was a hard time for my parents too. They were trying their best. My father was working non-stop, and still, the money was never enough. I knew that he was taking loans from our friends and family. But, he never admitted. But, we knew. People had started to come to our house and ask for their money back. My father was sick and tired of working and then having nothing. I remember it was winter one day, and my brother and I came back from school. When we got home, there were suitcases around our house. I remember asking about what happened. Then, they had told us. They had told us that they had decided to take a dangerous road straight to first world countries. I remember being so exciting and scared at the same time. We were finally going to a better place, to France. If we made it to France, our lives would get better, and my father could pay back the people he took the loan to. We took our clothes, all of our stuff, and some food. There was a big, old truck outside our house. My father had rented it for us. We got in and took a last look at our house and our village. There was a long road ahead of us, and we were just hoping for the better. The road trip was silent, and I knew that a million thoughts were running through my parents' minds. The road trip to the first world country would take us 3 days. We didn't know it, but they would be the most challenging 3 days of our lives. I remember the first day and how good it went. It made us think that this would be easy and that we would arrive there in a minute. We drove and drove, and then we stopped at a hill so we could sleep and take some rest so we could be ready for the next day. We were sleeping in the truck, and there was enough place for all of us. I remember how I couldn't sleep that day, thinking about how our lives would change forever. I was already thinking about the clothes that I was going to buy and the new iPhone that had just launched. That's how I slept that day. We woke up the following day and noticed that the snow had covered the whole place. It was cold. We ate some food and then hit the road without wasting our time. I remember the streets were so icy. We were driving so slow. We were stopped almost at every border by the military forces. They would ask us questions, and they would keep us for hours. Nobody liked refugees. But, we were going there with good intentions, for a good start and a good life. Being stopped at every border took us a lot of time. The next day arrived, and we were ready to have some good sleep. Apparently, that night it had been snowing all night. When we woke up, we noticed that the truck wasn't starting. My father tried to start it, but nothing. Our truck's engines had been frozen because of the weather. I remember how stressed my parents were. They didn't know what to do. It had been hours, and the truck was still not starting. We were just wasting time. We decided to ask for help and see if anybody could fix our truck. But, we had parked our truck somewhere in the mountains so that we could sleep, and there weren't any houses near. My father decided to walk some miles and ask for help as we were staying in the truck waiting. But, there was nothing near us, and it was so cold, my father couldn't walk anymore. We stayed some hours in the truck to see if any car drove near us, but nobody showed up. There was only a little road left ahead of us, and we decided to put our fate into our legs. So, we decided to walk. It was the middle of winter, and it was so cold. We put on all the clothes we had, and we took our food. Walking was so hard, and we didn't even know where we would be spending the night. At that point, we didn't know if we would make it alive. We couldn't walk on the streets, and we had to walk into the depths of the mountains so that the police wouldn't ask us questions. The most challenging part of this story was when we had to cross a river to get away from the police. I will never forget the feeling. The feeling of my clothes getting wet by the river's cold water. My body was shaking, and I couldn't feel my legs. But crossing the river was the only way we could get away from the police and arrive at our destination. France. Our clothes were soaking wet, but we didn't care at that point. We were almost there. Our last most challenging part was spending the night outside. Our clothes were still a little bit wet. We had found an abandoned cabin and slept there on the balcony. The door was locked, but we didn't care. At least we weren't sleeping on snow. I remember getting up every hour in the middle of the night because I was scared if there would be any wild animals near us. I remember seeing my father guarding us. He hadn't slept at all. His nose was all red, and he looked so worried. That night I slept crying, hoping for the best of what was coming next. That night's sleep wasn't the best sleep, but we knew that we would be in France the next day. So, that's what happened. The next day had come, and there wasn't much food left for everyone. There were only 2 sandwiches left, so we shared them and hit the road. Finally, we arrived in France. We weren't looking our best, but we made it. We were tired, and we just needed someone's help. But, I remember the first time that I saw the city of France. I was speechless. It was huge, nothing like my village. It looked like how we imagined and how we dreamed. The land of opportunities. It was snowing there too. There weren't many people around. I remember a policeman approached us. I remember my father's voice shaking, saying to the policeman that we were refugees and needed help. My father was begging for help. I will never forget that policeman's face and how much he had helped us. They took us to a place to stay. It wasn't a 5-star hotel, but we didn't care. We didn't need that. They gave us food and warm clothes. You should have seen my father's face and how happy he was. We all were happy. Our eyes were full of happy tears. I took a warm bath, and I fell asleep by the window while looking at the city. It has been months since we got here, in France. Our life has changed for the better. My father and my mother found a job. My father works as a taxi driver, and my mother works as a waiter. But they are getting paid very well. At least, my parents won't worry about the essential things to buy for us. My brother and I have started school. Thank God that our school is near the apartment where we live. It's only a 5-minute walk. The people at my new school are so kind, and I have made some good friends here. They respect us even though we are not from France. Everyone at my school works after school, so I decided to work too. Why not? I could have my own money, and I could buy whatever I wanted. Plus, I always wanted to work. We have a neighbor that has a 1-year baby, and she asked me if I could work as a nanny and take care of her child. I accepted. I love children, and it's a fun job that gets paid very well. However, not everything is promised here. We are still just refugees. We are still waiting for the government to give us the final decision. We still don't know if we can stay here forever or go back to our village. It would be a nightmare if we had to get back. I don't miss my village because there's nothing to do there. Plus, we have adopted here very fast. It would be so sad if I had to leave my new school friends here, my job, and this city. Everything is more accessible here. I just wanted to share my story and ask you to pray for me. To pray for my family and all the refugees out there. I don't wish for anyone to go through what we went through. Every refugee story is different, but I know that we all have the courage not only to survive but to preserve and rebuild our shattered lives. Our shattered lives. I am Madison, but everyone calls me Maddie. You can call me Maddie too. I wanted to share a piece of my life with you. At 16-year-old, life can be so dull and exciting at the same time. The most exciting part of my life is that I live in London. I love everything about London. Everyone thinks that people from London drink only tea, but that's not true. I love coffee. I have always loved coffee. My mom thinks that coffee might be the reason why I can't fall asleep at night. But I can't help it. The coffee wakes my soul up. There is so much to see and do in London. You can never get bored of it. I don't know if you know, but London has the most extensive library in the whole world. I love reading. Maybe that's why I drink so much coffee. It helps me not fall asleep and read more and more. I am obsessed with reading. My favorite book of all time is The 5 People You Meet in Heaven. Once, I have read a whole book in just 2 days. But, what can I do? I don't enjoy going on my social media anymore. Everything is so fake, and I am tired of it. Why would I enjoy watching someone posting their food? Okay, you ate a margarita pizza, now what? And, no, Jessica, you don't look like that in real life. We can see your Photoshop fails. I think I am an old soul, just like my beloved grandfather, which he had passed 3 years ago. He is the reason why I am so into reading books. My mother always says that my grandfather used to read me every night before bed when I was a baby. I wish I could turn back and hear my grandfather read to me just one more time. The love of my grandparents has always been an inspiration to me. But, what can I say about my parents? My parents have been divorced for 5 years now. It was a peaceful breakup. I remember their divorce and how much I suffered from it. It was very depressive. Plus, I was an only child. That made this whole situation even worse. I just couldn't deal with the fact that my parents weren't together anymore. But I don't care now. They both have their own lives now. I live with my mother, even though I love Dad so much. He is the most kind and has the most generous soul. But, sometimes life doesn't work how you want. I remember at first I felt so guilty that I chose to live with my mother. I used to cry for my dad and how lonely he was. But now he was a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is pregnant. I am happy for him. I really am. I go to my dad's place every week. I love his girlfriend, and she is very kind to me. She says that I will be the one who is going to name their baby. Even my mother is happy for Dad, even though sometimes I think she gets a little jealous because his girlfriend is so much younger than Mom. However, recently something had caught my attention. My mother had been happier than ever. She had been going out a lot. She had been shopping and wearing new clothes. You should have smelled her perfume, and it's very sexual. I think she might be seeing someone. But I don't want to be the one asking her. I want her to be the only one telling me the news if there is any. I remember one day, I didn't go to school because I was sick. My mother didn't know because she was working during that time. The bell rang, and I decided to see who it was. There was no one. But there was a big bouquet with red flowers and a note. Well, this clearly wasn't for me. I am single, unfortunately. I put the flowers in. I didn't want to read the note first, but the curiosity was killing me. The note said, "See you tonight, get ready by 8. So, yes, my mother was for real seeing someone. I put her flowers in her bed and decided to play it off like I didn't see anything. She came home and saw the flowers. She seemed very shy and embarrassed. But I wanted to make her feel good. I said to her that that was okay and that I wanted her to find her true love. Love has no age and no time. Then, she told me about everything. There was a man called Mitchell, and they had been dating for 1 year. Apparently, Mitchell's wife had died for 3 years now from cancer. They have one child, a son. It must be sad to lose your mother and know that you might not see it ever again. For a minute, I was glad my parents were divorced. At least, I could see and be with them. My mother got ready that night and went out. I was happy for her. She deserves someone to bring her flowers and love her in the best possible way. After some months, my mother told me some very good news. My mother and Mitchell had decided that it was time for us to meet as a whole family. I was excited. We got ready and decided to meet at a restaurant. And there it was, Mitchell and his son. Why didn't my mother tell me that Mitchell's son is the same age as me? I thought he was going to be younger or something. We sat and then started talking about random stuff. Mitchell was so kind and funny. I could tell that he was a good man. But on the other hand, Mitchell's son was so mysterious. Apparently, his name is Duor. He was 2 years older than me. He didn't talk much. He just kept staring. But generally, this date went very well. Days went by, and nothing exciting was happening. The school was almost over for this season. Summer was there. I was excited about summer. Life becomes better. Every summer, my mother and I always have some type of vacation. We go somewhere far, somewhere beaky, and spend some days there. My mother works, so she needs some time off. That's what we did that summer too. But that time, something was different. It wasn't just my mother and me anymore. My mother thought that it would be good if we called Mitchell and his son. I agreed, why not? So that's what we did. We got in the car. A long road was ahead of us. Duor and I were sitting in the back seat, and this way, we had more chances to get to know each other better. Just like Mitchell, Duor was funny too. But I'd always catch him staring at me in a way that I can't describe. He had a perfect style and had a lot of cool rings on his fingers. I couldn't help but look at them. He had beautiful hands. After some hours of driving, I had nothing to do. It was getting boring. I decided to read my books. I got so lost in my book and in what was happening there. Then all of a sudden, I felt that something had touched my shoulder. It was Duor. He had fallen asleep on my shoulder. I didn't want to wake and ruin his sleep. I felt bad. Plus, he smelled so good. The road trip was long, but we finally had made it to our destination, the beach. I spent the whole day napping, but it was beach day all day the next day. I put on my bikini, got myself an iced coffee, and got myself a good book. That's how I spend my beaky days. I love to tan while I am reading. But Duor had something else on his mind. He thought that it would be a great idea if we all took a boat. But my mother hates boats. She gets seasick. Then, he pushed on taking me with him. It was just Duor and me. As we were getting on the boat, I wanted to take my book with me. He said, "Come on, be fun for once." For once. How can he know how fun I am? The first minutes of the boat ride, I was moody about what he had said. But he kept talking and making funny jokes that were hard to stay mad at. Suddenly, he asked me to put sunscreen lotion on his back. Then, he put sunscreen on me, without me asking. I was shy and didn't know what to say. We got back, and I got back to my reading. The next day came. It was my mother's and Mitchell's second anniversary of their relationship. They decided that it would be great if we all went to a fancy dinner. But Duor said that they should go without us. Maybe he was right. They needed some alone time. That's what they did. I decided to stay in for the night. Suddenly, I get a text from Duor, saying that I should meet him in his hotel room. It was across my room. I decided to go since I had nothing to do. He said that we should go to a club near our hotel. We got dressed and decided to go. Even though we were not 21-year-old, they let us in. The vibes were so good, and we danced a lot. We had some drinks. A lot, I must say. We were dancing, and he would grab me by my waist. I was saying to myself, is it the alcohol, or do I really like this guy? Everything happened so fast. We kissed. I didn't mean to kiss him. He was the first to take me to move. I could have stopped him, but I didn't. What was happening with me? We both look at each other surprisingly. We didn't say a word about what happened. We got to our hotel and went into our separate rooms. The next day had come, and we pretended as nothing had happened. I know that the kiss was a bad thing to do. He is my stepbrother. But, last night I couldn't sleep without thinking of it. He is exactly my type. I'd date him if he weren't my stepbrother. Plus, he was older than me. I liked that fact. I decided to play it off like I don't remember what had happened yesterday. I was going by the beach, and there he was. He was waiting for me. We met and acted like we didn't kiss. We decided to take another boat ride together, hoping that we would discuss what happened yesterday. As long as we left the shore and that nothing could be seen, he came at me. And he kissed me. I still didn't hesitate and didn't say no. I felt guilty, and I didn't want this to happen. I felt like we were betraying our parents. I told him those exact words. He agreed, but he said that he was starting to have a feeling for me. I was starting to feel in a certain way too, but I didn't say anything. There was no need for us to say anything because this thing shouldn't have happened at all. We decided that the moment we were going to be on the shore from the boat ride, we would forget that we ever kissed. And that's what we did. We decided that this would be our little secret. The road trip home wasn't awkward at all. I felt happy that we still could talk and joke around, even after what had happened. For a second, I thought that I could be in love with my stepbrother. But that would be so selfish of me. We kissed because we felt vulnerable during that time. There was nothing else there. Maybe it could be. Who knows? But it is not our time to love. Our parents deserve love more than we do. We are still young, and we know that other souls out there are waiting to fall in love with us. I am just happy to share this here since no one knows about this.
Guys, I am Rona, and I just turned 16-year-old. I wanted to take a minute from my chaotic life and tell you this. A piece of my life. Everyone has their own story, and I do too. I come from the tiny city of Kosovo, Gjilin. I love Gjilin. I have spent all of my life here. But, Gjilin doesn't have a lot to offer. I always dreamt that I would do something big in my life. I have dreams that I can't do here. And that's where my story takes place. I have just graduated high school, and I am so ready to take the world. I have always shown a love for art since I was a kid. I could literally draw before I could talk. I love everything related to art. I love going to museums. I love losing myself in paintings. And that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. I want to go to an art school. But, there is a problem. There isn't any art school in Gjilin. But there is one big art school just an hour away, in Pristina. And that's where I want to go and pursue my dream. I live with my parents, grandparents, and 2 little sisters. At first, I was so afraid to tell my family that I wanted to go to Pristina. My parents work, but they don't earn as much as we need. My mother is a janitor at a bank, and my father is a taxi driver. If I decide to go to Pristina, I have to live there. I have to eat there. I have to pay for my school there. Plus, Pristina is way more expensive than my city. I know that my parents can't afford to send me there, even though they have always tried their best for us. But, I want to go there. I want to spend the rest of my life doing something I love and enjoy. One day, as I was scrolling on my phone, I came across some news. The art school applications had started, and there weren't so many places left. It is not easy to get into this school. You must be very talented, but I believe I am. I felt like I was just wasting my time, so I decided to tell my parents about my plan. They told me that we couldn't afford it with their eyes full of tears. I felt bad and angry at the same time. That day I spent the whole evening crying. It felt like I was going to lose my dream forever. Then, my grandparents came into my room and tried to talk to me, saying that everything would be just fine. And, they were right. Things took place. they gave me some very good news. They had saved money for years and wanted to give them to me to pay for my school. I didn't want to take their money, I felt bad. But they insisted. They said, "We are old. Our lives had already ended. You have a whole future ahead of you. Take our money and go follow your dreams." Why are grandparents the kindest people in the entire world? I couldn't refuse the money. I told my parents about it, and they were so happy. I decided that the next day I would apply to the school. The next day had come, and that's what I did. I took the bus to Pristina. I was nervous and shaking until I saw the test. It was easy. The results would take only 3 days. It was the most stressful 3 days of my life. A million questions ran through my mind, and I was overthinking everything. What would I do if I can't get in? I'd be in a complete depression. But one morning, I got an email. Guess what? I got in. I felt so happy and excited. My dream was only some steps away. But I didn't know that things would get more challenging and complicated. Now I had to find a place to live in Pristina and some part-time job to pay rent and my food. After some research, I had found a very cute little flat that was only some minutes away from the art school. But the rent was so expensive. It would take 2 people to pay for it. I couldn't find a roommate. My friends had already found their roommates. As I was searching for a job near my school, I had across an announcement that somebody had made. The announcement had said they needed a roommate near the place where I wanted to take the flat. So, I called that number. The person agreed to share the flat with me and pay the rent together. But there was only one problem. That person was a boy. At first, I didn't want to agree, but the school would start next week. I didn't have time to think. I decided not to tell my family about this because they would get the wrong ideas. Plus, I was sure that I would never see that guy. I'd be busy. I would be busy with school and studying. Plus, I had already applied for a part-time job at a coffee shop. That means that I will not have any contact with him whatsoever. The time had come for me to get out of my nest and become an adult. It was moving day. I packed as much as I could. I love to cook, so I brought a lot of stuff with me, some sauces that my mother made, and some other stuff. I decided to meet up with the guy and get the keys to our flat. I didn't even know his name and how he looked. It could be anyone. He could be a killer. A psychopath? All I know is that he is going to the same school as I am, art school. I arrived there, and at the door of our flat, a boy was waiting there. He had suitcases. It was him. I felt shy when I first saw him. He was so tall, and he looked so aesthetic. His style was out of this world. His name was Eddie. We got into the flat. There were only 2 rooms and a living room. Our rooms were small and very near to each other. There was an old, cute tiny kitchen. We spent that whole day cleaning the flat and getting to know each other. I really felt like I could be best friends with Eddie. Eddie, the flat, and everything had good vibes. My parents had called me 3 times in just some hours. I still hadn't told them that my roommate was a boy. Eddie was an artist too. I had the chance to see some of his works, and they were mind-blowing. We noticed that we had some classes together, and we were glad. It's hard to start school without a friend. I slept so well the first night, like I was in my own house. But I had to wake up. A big day was ahead of me. The first day of school. I was in my PJ, scrolling through my phone, going to the bathroom. I forgot I was sharing the flat with someone. I ran into Eddie. He was going to the bathroom too. I got ready and arrived on the first day. The school was so beautiful and big. There were a lot of talented students there, and I could tell there was going to be competition. I can't say much about the first day because we didn't do much. After school, I had to go to my job at the coffee shop. I noticed that the coffee shop didn't have much work for me. Good for me. But the boss was so respectful. It was such a long day. I got tired and just wanted to sleep. I saw that Eddie was cooking in the kitchen when I got in. He goes, "I hope you like spaghetti." I was so surprised that he had cooked for me too. Plus, I love spaghetti. We talked about how our day went. I couldn't help but think how Eddie is the sweetest person that I've ever come across. I thought that it would be weird living with a guy, but I loved it. Eddie was making it so easy. Weeks went by, and everything was just fine. I visited my parents every weekend, but every time I would come back to Jylland, I would actually miss Eddie so much. We were getting so close with each other. We would draw together and talk about stuff that I had never talked about before with anyone. We would watch TV all night on our crappy couch and our crappy television. One night we actually fell asleep on our couch together, and when we woke up, we felt so shy. There were moments when I felt like we could actually like each other. One day I came back from work, and I saw Ed was painting a drawing. The living room was a total mess, and he was shirtless. He was all covered in paint and was smiling. That smile got me feeling like I could actually be into him. I got back from work one day, and I noticed that Ed wasn't home. He usually was home. I decided to make noodles for the both of us, since all we had been eating was pasta and fast food, and decided to wait for him to watch a movie together. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and it was Eddie. Eddie wasn't alone this time, he was with a girl. They were holding hands and laughing. He introduced me to her. She was so beautiful. She had long, sexy legs and hair. They didn't sit to watch the movie. They went and got into his room. Then Ed texts me saying, "Can you go out for a little bit?" I don't know why I felt so jealous and angry. I went out and didn't come back for some hours. I didn't want to disturb them. Then, I got home, and Ed was sitting on the couch. I didn't want to talk. I went to my room. I couldn't sleep but think. I was thinking about how I left my dream behind. I was lost spending time with Eddie, and all this time he had a girlfriend, and he didn't tell me. So, I decided that I would focus more on school from that night. That's what I came for, after all. Weeks went by, and we were communicating so cold. I did my best to avoid him. I tried not to be home all the time just to not see him. One day my parents came to my place in Pristina. I didn't know, and I wasn't home. Plus, they didn't know that my roommate was actually a guy. Ed had texted me that day saying that I should come home. I thought something bad had happened. I went home, and there they were, my parents. They were talking with Eddie, and then Eddie went outside. My parents were angry that I didn't tell them, but then they understood that I had no other choice. They had come to visit me with some bad news. My grandmother had died, and my heart broke into pieces. I couldn't believe it. I decided to go home to Jylland for a week to stay with my family during these hard times. I didn't communicate with Ed that whole week. A week went by, and it was time for me to follow the dream. I remember saying to myself that I would work even harder now for my grandmother. She wanted me to finish school. I went back to Pristina, and there Ed was. Eddie was feeling so sad about my grandmother. He made me cry with his words. We started hugging. I didn't know how much I needed that hug until we hugged. He was holding my face telling me that everything was going to be fine, and then kissed me. I stood back, confused. I asked him about that mysterious girl that he was the other day. He said that that was nothing serious and that he liked me. I liked him too, but I didn't want to admit it. The following day I woke up to the noises of some suitcases. Eddie was leaving and saying that he got a job as an artist and would take a break from school for a year. Was it too late to confess my love for him? Was it too late to say to him that he shouldn't be going? I decided not to say a word, but I know for sure that I will miss him. He said that he would be back within a year. Till then, I will be working for my dream. And if Ed was meant—
My name is Hira, and I just wanted to share some pieces of my life. Because, why not? I have just turned 18-year-old. Everyone says that the teenage years are the best years of your life. It's the time when you grow while making mistakes, and I believe that. I come from the capital city of Kosovo, Pristina. My city has changed a lot in recent years. People are getting more open-minded, and I like that. People are dating whoever they want, doing whatever they want. My mother always says that women suffered a lot back in the old days and never raised their voices. But, now, it's different. Women don't tolerate anymore, and that's how it should be. Pristina is a great city to grow in. I wouldn't change my hometown for anything in the world. There is so much to do and see. So many little coffee shops where you can enjoy the day. The nightlife is crazy too. My house is in the center of the city. You can see the whole city from it. The views are breathtaking, especially during sunsets. We have this little balcony where I spent almost all my time there. I live with my parents, sister, and our chubby golden retriever puppy, Buna. My parents both work as teachers. They have the same personality, and sometimes we think that they are one person. I have never seen a love like theirs. My dad always wanted to have a son. But I am glad that we don't have a brother. All of my friends that have brothers complain. They say that they get very overprotective even when they shouldn't be. They can be jealous over what to wear and where to go to. I would hate it if someone controlled me and told me what to wear. I was raised not to be controlled by anyone. I love my freedom, and my parents have always respected it. This year is my last year of high school. I will graduate soon. My experience in high school has been very easy for me. I am saying this because I feel like it is not the same for everybody. There are times when I witness people getting bullied over simple things, and I always try to stand up for them. But I think that our school and our teachers are the ones to blame. They don't care about what happens. They just take their money and go, no matter how destroyed your mental health is. Like everyone else, I have been in a bad mental health state too. I have just ended a 2-year relationship. 2 years ago, I was a completely different person. I fell in love. I fell in love with a boy called Roan. He loved me too. We were so young and dumb, but somehow we managed to fall in love and make it last for whole 2 years. Those 2 years had their ups and downs. He was my first everything. My first relationship. My first breakup. We would see each other every day. My family knew about him, and his family knew about me. His mother loved me, and she still texts me to this day. What did go wrong? What could it happen? As time passed by, Roan was changing a lot. He would ask me to go out with him every day. You must think that that's alright, right? Yes. But we saw each other all the time, so I couldn't have time to see my family or even my friends. At first, I liked the fact that we would meet up every day, but then I realized that he wanted to have me all to himself. He wanted my life to be all about him. He would start telling me what to wear and where to go. There were times when I would go out with my sister, and I would see him in the same place where I was going. He was following me and not letting me go alone anywhere. At this point, I thought that he didn't even trust me. If you don't trust someone in a relationship, then that means that there is no love, right? I was too young to give everything to him, to change for him. I remember once I broke up with him because I had had enough. He kept saying that he would change, but he never did. I realized that he doesn't look at me as his girlfriend anymore. He looked at me as someone I must obey, like a slave. There wasn't love anymore, so I left. I remember how angry he was when I told him that I wanted to leave him. But I didn't care. I wanted my freedom. It has been months, and I am loving my life. I feel like no one is watching every step of what I do anymore. I feel free. Plus, something new has happened in my life. Let me start from the beginning. One day I was walking my dog at the park in our city. It was a beautiful day, very sunny. It was just me, and I had my headphones on. My dog, Buna, is usually timid. She is shy and always listens to what I say. She is a good girl until that day. As I was walking her, she ran away so fast, and I almost fell to the ground. I started chasing her. Then I saw her next to another dog, another golden retriever, a male. They were kissing and playing around. It looked like they were falling in love. Then, all of a sudden, someone says, "Is that your dog?" I looked up and saw a tall, blonde guy with ocean eyes. I said yes, and he told me that the other dog that Buna was playing with was his. We were trying to get them separated, but we couldn't. They kept running away together. I felt happy and sad at the same time. I was sad because I was so caught up in my life that I forgot that even animals feel lonely. Even animals need love and someone to fall asleep with. We decided not to separate them and let them play a little bit. He went and bought me a coffee, and we sat in the park, watching our dogs play. His name was Trim, which in English it means brave. What a beautiful name. Trim was a little bit shy, but I could tell that he was very respectful. He was 2 years older than me. He lived in the same neighborhood as me, but I had never seen him before. We stayed there for an hour, and we talked like we had known each other for years. He said that he walks his dog every day, so we decided to meet the next day and walk them together. As I walked home, I didn't have an internet connection, but I noticed someone had texted me when I went in. It was my ex, Roan. He had written a long text saying that he saw me with another guy, and he wanted to know who he was. How did he see me? Was he following me still? I didn't want to text him at all, but he kept calling me and saying that we should meet. I didn't want to meet with him because I no longer owe him any explanations. I ate dinner and decided to watch a movie. It was just my sister and me at home. My parents weren't there. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on the door and calling my name. It was Roan. I opened the door. He went in without us saying and went straight to my room. He looked like he was crying, but he acted like a psychopath, saying that I shouldn't be moving on so fast. He kept saying that we weren't done yet. I told him that that was the first time that I saw that guy and that we were not dating. He refused to trust me and kept yelling. I got afraid and told him that if he didn't get out of my house, I would call the police. He had no other choice but to leave. I fell asleep that night, getting worried about what would happen next. The next day, I decided to meet with Trimi to walk our dogs, as we said the other day. At first, I thought that it would be better if I didn't meet up with him, but why would I? We met up at the same place where we first saw each other. The dogs were so happy to see each other. I was happy to see Trimy too. We are so much alike. We talked, and it was a well-spent day. I couldn't help but think if my ex was there somewhere watching. There were a lot of people, and I couldn't tell if he was there. I was afraid I would run up to him, and he would say something to Trimy. Days had gone by, and there were no calls, no nothing from my ex. But I could see that he was still stalking me on my social media. I didn't care as long as I was not seeing him. But, on the other hand, Trimy and I were texting non-stop. I know that it hadn't been long since I broke up with my ex, but the way he treated me got me thinking that I might actually like him. One day, after we were done walking our dogs, Trimy called me to go to his place. He lived near the park and said that he would make me a Turkish coffee. He said that everyone was crazy about his coffee. I was curious, so I went, even though I am not a big fan of coffee. We went there and stayed on his balcony. His sisters and his mother were there. We all had a great time. They all loved Bunith too. After some hours of staying at Trimy's, I decided to go home. He walked me out of his house and said that we should have a date tomorrow, but without our dogs. Our dogs were the reason why we were going out in the first place. Was that an excuse? Does he like me more than friends? I didn't know, but I wanted to find out, so I said yes. Tomorrow had come, and I was getting ready for the date. Buna was barking all the time, begging to take her with me. But that day, I couldn't. It was time that Trimy and I got to know each other even better. I got ready even though we hadn't been texting that day at all. But we had already chosen the place and the time. We decided on going to a restaurant near us. We would meet there. I went some minutes late, just so I couldn't be the first one to arrive there. I would sound so depressive. But when I got there, he still wasn't there. I didn't want to order without him, so I just waited, staying on my phone awkwardly. I didn't want to text him immediately. I waited for an hour, thinking that maybe something had happened. Nobody had ever stood me up on a date. I was feeling so embarrassed. I tried to call him, but he wouldn't answer. Then he texted me that he couldn't come. I went home feeling confused. He didn't even tell me the reason why he couldn't come. The next day, I thought about walking my dog simultaneously as I usually do. I was hoping to see Trimy and find out what had happened last night. But he wasn't at the park. He never misses a day without walking his dog. I thought that something bad had happened, and I couldn't stay without figuring it out. I decided to go to his house. His mother opened the door, and she seemed happy to see me. She insisted on going in and having a coffee, but I said no. Then, Trimy came outside of the house, not looking in a good mood. We decided to sit on the balcony. He wasn't talking at all. Then, I asked him about what had happened. He responded angrily, "You should go. It would be bad if your boyfriend saw that you are here." "What boyfriend?" I asked, confused. Then it hit me. It was Roan, the crazy ex who apparently wouldn't leave me alone. I told him that I didn't have a boyfriend and that I would tell him if I had. He said that after I went home that day, Roan had come to his place and talked to him. He had said that he had told him that we were together. I couldn't believe my ears. Why would Roan do that? I explained to Trimy everything, and he believed me. I didn't know what to do with Roan. Should I talk to his parents? Should I call the police? I mean, he was stalking me and not leaving me alone. However, I thought that it would be better if I talked to him. I texted him and said that we should meet. I told him that we should meet somewhere in public, just in case he does something stupid. So, we did meet. He had bought me some flowers, and he seemed sad. I asked him why he said that to Trimi. His eyes were full of tears. He goes, "The idea of seeing you with someone else kills me." He said that he regrets everything he did to me and still loves me. But, if you love someone, you don't try to change them. The way they wear and the places they go. I explained to him that what he is feeling is not love. I think he understood that, and we agreed on staying friends. Will he stop leaving me alone? I don't know. Will Trimi and I get together? I don't know that either. All I know is that you should never try to change someone because that person will not change.
I am Flutura, and just like everyone else, I have imperfections too. Yesterday I turned 16-year-old, and someone special had gifted me this diary. So I decided to write. People say that the best years of your life are the teenage years. But, what they don't know is that life can be both beautiful and challenging at the same time. It's so hard to live your life when you aren't satisfied with yourself or when you don't feel comfortable in your skin. I've had a hard time with myself since I can even remember. My parents had named me Flutura for a reason. Flutura, in my language, means butterfly. The plan was not on naming me Flutura, but something had happened. I was born. My parents were so happy when I was born. I was the first child. I was healthy and chubby, just like every other perfect baby, except for one thing. I was born with a scar on my face, on the left side. When I was born, my parents were surprised and noticed that the scar looked just like a butterfly. And that's why they decided on naming me Flutura. My scar has always been my biggest insecurity. I remember how I always asked questions about how I was the only one with that scar. Even my parents hated this fact because there weren't many pictures of me when I was a baby. They don't show it, but that's what I think. After some years, something good had happened in our family. We had welcomed another baby, a baby girl. I was so young, but I remember I was so excited to have a baby sister. My parents were excited too. My baby sister turned out to be so perfect. No scars, no nothing. I remember I was so jealous. But I still am. The jealousy never faded away to this day. But still, our childhood was perfect. We lived in Pristina all of our lives. It was just me, my parents, and my little sister. However, I didn't know that my childhood would be the easy part of my life. I grew up, and the insecurity grew up with me. My friends would ask me about my scar. What had happened? What is that? Can you remove it? Why is it black? The question always made me feel bad about myself. It made me feel like I didn't belong there and that I was different. So, I tried to hide it. I never tied my hair up. When I was younger, I did a hairstyle to hide my scar, and it was embarrassing. I put all of my hair on my left side. My parents used to talk to me and make me feel better, but that wasn't enough. All of my friends are active on social media. They post pics of their face, their body, and outfits. But I just can't do that. All of my photos are only on my right side. My social media had become boring, so I had to close them. I started high school, and life has become even harder. I started doing makeup to hide my scar. I woke up extra early because my makeup took me 1 hour. But it's worth it. I feel normal, just like everyone else. All of my friends have had their first kiss, and they don't believe me when I say that I still didn't yet. I am not confident enough to let someone touch my face, put their hands on my hair, and kiss me. I am not confident because I have constantly been bullied and left behind. People would stare at me in public like I am an alien. Sometimes I just want to yell at them and say, "What are you looking at?" But, life is easier for me during winter. I love winter. I love wearing a hat and a scarf, and this way, my scar is not even noticeable. But, one day, something had happened. It was a snowy day, and I could barely see. I was walking home from school, and I was alone. The road was icy, and I didn't know. I fell on the ground so bad that I apparently fainted. I didn't even know what had happened that day until I woke up at the hospital. I didn't have my scarf on me, and my hair was up. There was a boy there. I didn't know who he was. I had never seen him before. He looked like he was the same age as me. Apparently, he was the one that saw me falling, and he helped me. The doctor had called my parents and said that they would be there in a minute. But I didn't care about that. I was just searching for my scarf so nobody would have seen my scar. But that was too late. He had seen my scar, but it didn't seem like he cared. He still was looking at me like I was a normal person. I thanked him for saving me, and then he left without even telling me his name. My parents came to get me, so we went home. The very next day, in the same place as I had fallen, the guy that helped me was there. I thought that maybe that's where he lived. I acted as if I was not seeing him, but he was looking at me. I was so glad that I had my scarf on and that he would not see my scar. He started walking towards me and said, "Hi, do you remember me?" I said yes. He said that he wanted to make sure that I wouldn't fall again. But that was just his excuse to see me again. But why would he want to see me again? He said that he wanted to meet up with me so we could get to know each other. We decided on a date for the next day. I was so excited and scared at the same time. I could barely sleep that night. The day of the date came so fast. I tried to look my best. I put on as much makeup as I could so my scar wouldn't be noticeable. And I would look beautiful. We met up, even though we still didn't know each other's names. His name is Leon. The first thing he said to me was, "Why did you put on so much makeup?" He said that he liked me more without makeup. And nobody has said this to me before. It felt good. I felt beautiful around him. But Leon doesn't live around here. He has been at his uncle's for some months. The date went very well, and I learned a lot about him. I got his number, and he had been texting me non-stop. At first, I didn't want to tell my sisters or my friends about this date. God knows what can happen next. I don't want to jinx it. But, after some days of our date, as I was walking out of school, Leon was waiting for me. He didn't tell me that he was going to come. He wanted it to be a surprise. It was a surprise indeed, a good one. But I felt terrible since my friends didn't know a thing. They were so confused. But I told them that I'd explain to them everything and went on the next date with Leon. We went to this sushi place. I had never tried sushi before, but I liked it. When I am around him, I forget that I have a scar. He didn't even ask about it like it didn't exist. I wanted to be the first one to talk about it and just get over it, but I couldn't. I have never had a boyfriend before. The scar was always getting in my way. It's not that boys didn't love me because of my scar. It is just that I am never confident enough to let anyone love me. The next day, I decided to tell my friends about Leon. They had already seen him the other day. I owe them an explanation, even though we are not dating or anything. We meet up, and I hug them and start talking like usual. But I immediately felt like a cold vibe, like something wasn't all right. I asked them, "What's wrong?" They were so rude to me all of a sudden, saying, "You weren't going to tell us that you have a boyfriend." But I told them that Leon is not my boyfriend, he is just a friend. They didn't believe me. They were saying that I was not good enough for Leon and that he would leave me and be all alone. "Did he even see your scar?" they said. "How could he love you like that?" I couldn't even say anything. My heart was broken into pieces. I went home that day, and I couldn't figure out why my two best friends were acting that way. Was it jealousy? Because they are dying to have a boyfriend right now. Plus, Leon is so handsome, tall, and funny. He is just perfect. I always was the one that heard their endless stories about their first kisses, their first dates, and so on. I never got to say those things. And I was never jealous. I was happy for them. But was it true? All of the words they were saying. Maybe it's the truth that Leon would never want to date me. Maybe he just wanted a friend since he doesn't have who to stay with at this uncle's house. There were a lot of thoughts running through my mind. I couldn't help but cry all night. I felt so low and ugly. How can your own best friend make you feel so ugly? I was stupid to think that Leon would be into me. Leon was texting me non-stop that night, but I decided to not reply. I didn't want to talk to him anymore, and maybe it was for the best. I didn't want my heart to be broken. It had been 2 days since I hadn't gone to school, and I didn't reply to any of Leon's messages. I didn't want to see anyone, and my parents understood me even though I didn't tell them any reasons. But I couldn't miss school all my life. I didn't want to walk to school because I was afraid that I would run onto Leon. So my mother drove me to school. When I arrived at school, Leon was there. He came there only to tell me so we could meet after school since I wasn't replying to his messages. So that's what we did. We had a date after school. But for then, I had to go to my classes. There were my best friends there. I didn't want to talk to them, but they insisted. They told me how bad they felt and that they didn't mean any of the words that they said. But I couldn't forgive them. They attacked me in my biggest insecurity. I told them that I needed time to decide if I wanted to talk to them or not. The school was over for that day, and it was time for me and Leon to meet. When we met, he hugged me so tight and so long. I was surprised. He told me how much he missed me and how he wondered why I wasn't replying to him back. My voice was shaking, but I told him exactly what had happened. I could tell that he felt sorry for me, but I didn't want that. I don't want people to feel sorry for me. He put my hair away and looked at me. He came closer to me and kissed my scar. and then he kissed my lips. He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I had never felt so beautiful. During this time with Leon, I had realized that imperfections are beautiful and that the right people can make you feel so loved. That's what Leon did. He made me feel beautiful as I should. He gave me this diary so I could write about the things that make me sad, and he said that after I write them down, they won't feel as important as I would think. This helped me a lot. I have been talking with my best friends too because now no one can make me feel not beautiful. I feel beautiful, and that's what matters.
My name is Mona, and I am only 15-year-old. I was born and raised in the capital of Greece, Athens. I have lived only with my two beautiful parents all of my life. I am an only child, and I love it. I feel special and spoiled all the time. The city where I live, Athens, really inspires me. Even though I am only 15-year-old, I am a very romantic person. I romanticize everything. So, it is effortless living in my city, Athens. My city is very interestingly beautiful and romantic. It is blessed with a rich cultural and historical past. But, I am not here to talk about my city. Unlike other kids, I love going to school. I enjoy reading books in my free time. My favorite subject at my school is creative writing, and our teacher gave us an exciting thing to do at home. He said that we should write the most beautiful love story that had happened to us. The problem is that I don't have a love story. I've had my first kiss and some little dates, but that doesn't count as a love story. It's hard to have a genuine relationship at 15-year-old. I don't think my teacher doesn't understand today's relationships. I spend hours and hours thinking about what to write. I want a good grade, so should I lie? But, I can't lie, all of my friends would know. Then it hit me, since I don't have a love story yet, I might just write about the most beautiful love story that I've ever heard. Which was my parents' story. My parents are my inspiration. They have been married for 15 years. How did they meet? What's the secret of a long, healthy marriage? Let's find out. The story takes place years ago in Athens, when life was nothing like today. Life was easier and simpler. People really loved each other. There was no social media, no apps where you could swipe into someone's profile and go on a date with them. No, back in the old days, you had to fight to find a partner. At least that's what my parents have told me. There was a girl who only at 19-year-old had become a cop. And there was a boy who worked at a jewelry store that his father had owned. These two had lived a completely different life. The girl had come from a rigorous family, and the only reason she became a cop was that her mother was a cop too. The girl had always lived by rules and tried her best to be an excellent daughter and woman. But, on the other hand, the boy was rebellious. He was a bad boy, and the girls seemed to like that. All the girls loved him. These two lived so near each other but never met. Until one day, one lucky day, these two would run into each other, not knowing that their lives would change forever. The boy was working in his jewelry store when the girl came in. She was tall and had long blonde hair. She had a beautiful, shy smile. The girl in her police uniform got the boy all speechless. She was looking to get something for herself. It was her birthday. The boy made the first move, saying that she needed to pay since it was her birthday. But, she insisted on paying, and she did. The boy wanted to know who she was. He saw her name on her uniform. Her name was Anna. But he didn't know where she lived. The boy wanted to know where this girl lived. The girl seemed like a very serious type of girl, nothing like the boy dealt with. She didn't give him a chance even to talk or ask anything. The girl didn't even look at his face. He asked around for the girl's name that he saw on her uniform. He found out that she lived so near his house. He was surprised how they didn't meet up until that day. But the boy got informed that Anna had very strict parents, and she rarely goes out. That would be a big problem for the boy. He would sometimes go by her house and spend hours in her neighborhood but never see her. The boy was used to all the girls being crazy about him, and he was used to getting any girl he wanted. A lot of girls come to his jewelry store just to see him. Anna was different. That's why the boy was curious about her. The boy couldn't stop talking about Anna to his friends. None of his friends knew her, but they always used to say that he shouldn't mess with her because her whole family worked in the police. They used to say that they were one crazy family. The boy decided to back up since he didn't find any solutions to meet her and talk to her. He talked to other girls during that time, but the curiosity never left. One day as he was walking home, he came across Anna. He was surprised. He went and talked to her and asked about how her birthday had gone. The first thing that she said was, "Who are you?" The boy was surprised, because everybody knew his name and who he was. The boy got humbled there. "My name is Sokol," he said surprisingly. As the boy was talking to her, Anna seemed very worried. She couldn't stop looking left and right. Sokol had asked her if there was anything wrong. "Anna has said that she is scared if her parents would see her with me. She said they don't like it if she hangs out with any boy." Sokol said, "Not even friends?" She said no, and started walking home, saying that he needed to leave her alone. Sokol felt bad for her. She was so young, and she was not enjoying life at all. Months went by, and Sokol had almost forgotten Anna's face. It was summertime, and everyone was out except her. One day as he was about to close the jewelry store, his father said, "Don't forget to put the alarm on." So, an idea came to his mind. He couldn't wait to get to work tomorrow and master his genius idea. Tomorrow came. The plan was that he should break the window of his jewelry store, and this way, the alarm would go on, and the police would come. And guess who works in the police? Anna. It was the only way that these two would meet. And that's what Sokol did. He closed the shop. He broke the window and started running home, acting like he had nothing to do with it. While he was staying home stressed, a phone call occurred. Sokol's father got the news and immediately went. Sokol went too. And there she was, Anna. She looked so beautiful and brave. Sokol was acting like he didn't know who did it and saying that he would beat up whoever did this. They stayed there for hours, trying to figure out who did it. This way they had the chance to talk with each other. Sokol could feel that Anna was starting to feel safe with him. But nothing more happened. They were back to their old ways, barely seeing each other anymore. After some weeks, Sokol had heard some bad news. People were talking and saying that Anna's family had found her a husband to marry. Sokol couldn't believe his ears. She was so young to get married, plus Sokol wanted to get to know her more. He felt like they could be together. So, Sokol tried to do his master plan once again. Maybe this time, it would work. It was night time, and he had finished his shift. This time he decided to take an expensive necklace, just so the story would be more believable. He took a stone and broke the window, and started running home as usual. He went home, and his father was already out. So he went with his father. After some minutes, the police arrived. And Anna was smiling, saying, "Again?" They still couldn't find who did that, but Sokol and Anna were talking non-stop with each other. Sokol tried to put his guard down and ask her straightforward about the rumors that she was going to get married. But she said that the rumors were fake. Sokol felt so happy, and he couldn't stop smiling. He went home feeling relieved. But Sokol didn't give up. He wanted to get to know her more and see her more. One day, he decided to go near her house and just see if she would come out or something. But Sokol saw something that he wished he didn't see. A guy was walking Anna home. Sokol hid somewhere so they wouldn't see him. That guy was a cop too, and they seemed to love each other's company. There were a million questions around his mind. Who was he? Anna said that her parents didn't let her hang out with a boy. Why was she? Is he the guy that people were rumoring about? At that moment, Sokol felt like he should give up and move on with his life. But he wanted to know why she lied to him about her not getting married. She was obviously with a guy, plus he was walking her home. Sokol felt like he had turned into a psychopath and a stalker. Because once again, he thought that his master plan should go on one more time. He did the usual thing. He broke the window and hoped for the better. His father got the news once again. But Sokol felt so bad when his father got the news. They were already spending a lot of money repairing the damages that Sokol was doing. Sokol decided that this would be the last time he would do that. The police came together with Anna. This time they were suspicious about this happening over and over again. They were finding it weird how every time this was happening when Sokol was working. But Sokol played it off like once again he didn't know what had happened. This time Sokol didn't have much time to ask Anna the questions he had. They barely talked. Sokol felt so down. He did all of this for nothing. Sokol's father had decided that he would be the one working all the time and that he would be working during the night too. Sokol felt hopeless. The following day, Sokol was sleeping when his mother had called him saying that someone was looking for him. He woke up and got dressed, whatever he could put on. It was Anna. He couldn't believe his eyes. She said that she wanted to talk with him. So that's what they did. The first thing she said was, "Why did you keep doing this?" She said that she knew that Sokol was the one breaking the windows. Sokol was speechless. She said that it was obvious that he did that, and she wanted to know the reason why. She said that she didn't want to tell Sokol's father because she believed that Sokol had a strong reason. Sokol knew that he had no other choice but just tell the truth. He said to her that she was the reason why he was doing all of this. She was surprised. Sokol said that he wanted to spend time and get to know her, but he couldn't. He told her that he liked her. He asked her if she liked him too and wanted to go out with him. What was her answer? What happened next? Well, they had me. So you might know how the rest of the story goes. They fell in love and spent the rest of their lives together. This is my favorite love story that I've ever heard because I admire how my father never gave up on my mother. Marriage and relationships can be hard, but you shouldn't give up on love. I envy my parents because nowadays nobody fights for love.
My name is Trisa, and I have just turned 18-year-old. I decided to tell a story, but it is not just any story. It is my story and what had happened to my family and me. I was born and raised in Skopje. I live with my two beautiful parents and my little brother Troji. Troji is only 1 year younger than me, but he still acts like a bit of a child and annoys me. I've always wanted a sister, and my parents tried for another baby, but I guess it is meant to be just Troji and me. But I don't complain because my mother is like a sister to me. Troji and I had an amazing childhood. It was so good growing up with our grandparents. They both had passed away this year from COVID. It doesn't go a day that I don't think about them. I miss them so much. But our lives have always been good. My parents worked so hard for the life that we have now. My father is an anesthesiologist, and he makes pretty good money from it. I heard that it is the highest paying job in the world. My mother, on the other hand, is a teacher. Everyone loves her. Well, who couldn't love her? She is the kindest and most loving. Even though my parents have completely different lives, they still manage to understand each other and love each other since day one. I have just graduated from high school, and I am very excited about what will happen next in my life. High school wasn't the best experience, and I am so glad that it is over. Life has become exactly like in the movies. I could hardly find a good friendship at my high school since everyone is so mean nowadays. But now, we had just welcomed my favorite season ever, summer. And life is just good. I love summer. The days get longer and warmer, and life generally becomes better. Since my parents work all the time, and my brother and I are at school. The only chance to go somewhere as a family is during summer. We always go with our cousins. It's always fun because they have 3 daughters. During vacations, you need to have someone that you have fun with. I can't have fun with my brother. He wants different things. He is a boy. But this summer our cousins couldn't come with us. I was so sad and angry when I heard about this. At first, I didn't want to go at all, but it was summer, and I had to make the most of it. So we decided to have a vacation. We decided on going to Italy, Amalfi Coast. Italy has always been a dream of all of us. We decided that we would go by car. And that's what we did. There was a long road ahead of us. Troji and I were sitting in the back seat of the car. I got my snacks and my headphones. My obsession right now is a rock band called Arctic Monkeys. Troji would always take my headphones and make my music stop, and this way. We would fight a bit. It was a long road trip with fights and laughs. We would make stops here and there until we arrived at our destination. And here it was, the famous Amalfi Coast. It looked better than the pictures. We decided to stay at a hotel that was near the beach and away from the city. There were a lot of tourists, and we needed some peaceful time. The hotel was very luxurious, and we all had a room to ourselves. But we shared a living room, and it was more like an apartment rather than a hotel. The view from my balcony was crazy. You could see the whole ocean. You could scream all you want, but no one would hear you. But that day we were so tired, we decided to sleep so we could be more energetic and enjoy the day the next day. The next day arrived, and we were so excited. I put on my favorite bikini and was ready to take a tan. We decided to stay by the beach. I love napping on the beach, it's just so peaceful. We didn't do much during the daytime. In the evening we decided to go and have some dinner. We wanted to go to places that weren't so near to our hotel, so we had to go by car. But it was only an 8-minute car ride or something. We arrived, and there were a lot of tourists. You could literally be lost in there. I was holding my mother's hand like I was only a 10-year-old. We ate dinner that night and then went back to our hotel and fell asleep. I wish we didn't get back to our hotel. I wish we didn't sleep. We did our thing, not knowing that something terrible was going to happen the next day. My alarm clock woke me up in the morning because we always wake up early during vacation. It was almost 7 a.m. I decided to sleep a little bit more, knowing well that my mother would wake me up. I slept and realized that nobody had come to my room to wake me up. I looked at the clock, and it was 8 a.m. There were no missed calls and no messages. I took my phone, just like I always do in the mornings. And I started scrolling. I noticed that the Wi-Fi wasn't working. I was surprised how this luxurious apartment had problems with Wi-Fi. I decided to go to the other rooms and wake my parents and my brother. Maybe they had missed the alarm, I thought. But I couldn't open the door. The door is locked. Some minutes went by, and I didn't panic at all until I heard someone begging the door. It was Mom, Dad, and my brother. Their rooms had been locked too. We could barely hear each other, but we were trying so hard to communicate. Their Wi-Fi and their phone weren't working. There was no signal. It had been 3 hours, and no one was coming to help us. Even our balcony door was blocked and couldn't get opened. Hours went by, and we were getting hungry and worried. My brother and I were in separate rooms. My parents were so worried that something terrible was going to happen. My dad couldn't stop a second without bagging the door. Then all of a sudden, we heard a noise. Someone came into the apartment and was walking around the living room. I could hear the steps. Then all of a sudden, a room got opened. It was my parents' room. Someone just went inside our parents' room, and our parents immediately started screaming. I was so scared something bad had happened to them. I could hear them talking, but I couldn't hear clearly. Then that person went out of the apartment. And I screamed, "Are you all right?" Luckily my parents answered, and they said that someone had just come to their room. They said that that person had a mask on, and they couldn't see who it was. That person had asked my parents for a big amount of money. Money was never an issue for my parents, so of course, they agreed to give the money. We noticed that my brother, Troji, was not talking at all as we were talking. We were screaming his name, but he was not answering. It had been hours, and we were so worried. I couldn't help but cry. Then that dangerous stranger came into the apartment again and told us loudly that they had taken Troji and would not bring him back unless they saw the amount of money they had asked for. They left us only one boiled egg, just so we could starve. That day was one of the most challenging days that I have ever experienced. I was so scared of Troji and where he was. My parents were crying non-stop. I wanted to hug them and tell them that everything is going to be all right. I fell asleep crying, and then I woke up by the noise of the door of the apartment. That guy had come back and gone to my parents' room and took my dad. They took my dad so he could withdraw money from the bank and give it to them. My dad tried to ask for help on the street, but the guy said to him that if he tried to do something stupid, they would kill him. My dad got even more worried now and said that he would not give the money unless he saw Troji. But they said to him that Troji was going to be waiting in the apartment and that we were good to go and free. But my dad came back, and Troji wasn't there. We were all so stressed, and I hadn't gotten out of the room for 2 days now. There was a lot of questions running through our mind. Who are they? How did they know that we were here and that my father was rich? Is it someone we know? I know that I said that Troji is annoying and that I hated him, but he is still my little brother. And I care about him. I missed his stupid voice and our stupid little fights. Another night had come, and we all fell asleep. I woke up in the morning and noticed that my room door was opened. I ran so fast like a kid on Christmas Day. I ran so fast to my parents' room to see if they were all right. They were sleeping. I woke up them hugging so hard. We were happy that we were together, at least. But our little Troji wasn't there yet. We ran to see if the door of the apartment had been opened. But, no. It was still closed. My dad tried to find ways so that we could escape. But, nothing was near us. No houses. No restaurants. Then it hit us that it would be better if we just stayed and waited. They could bring Troji anytime now. After some hours, a car pulled to the apartment. We took a look from the window and noticed that Troji was there. We were so happy. He came running into the apartment and had a key. He opened the door of our apartment. That was the first time that I hugged Troji. He explained to us everything that had happened to him. He said that the guys took him and held him in a house. He said that they didn't do anything bad to him. Then, we went to the person who owned the apartment and told them about everything that had happened to us. We decided to look at the cameras and see if we could find the suspects. We noticed that there were two guys, and one of them had no masks on. The police then had identified the suspect and then arrested him. Apparently, the guy was a tourist, and he just wanted to make some extra money. He didn't know who we were or where we were from. He had followed us that night that we went out. I am writing this while we are going on our way home. Our vacation had turned into a nightmare, and we couldn't get our money back. But we didn't care. We were glad that we were all right and together. We just wanted to get home safe. It's crazy what people do for money, and they are capable of putting lives in danger. This experience made me realize that anything can happen in a very unpredictable way. This experience didn't make me love Italy less. It was just bad timing. I can't wait to visit it again.
My name is Art and I have just turned 18-year-old. I wanted to share something that had happened and hopefully you don't make the same mistake that I did. I was born and raised in Pristina. I have always lived with my parents and my little brother. But now that I had turned 18-year-old, it was time for me to get out of the house. I was ready to live on my own and make my own rules. Plus, my parents don't understand that I need my space. My parents still treat me like I am a baby, but I am not. They are the sweetest parents and they care about me, but I just couldn't continue this way. My mother doesn't work, but my father owns the biggest shoe company. I love working there. I have been working with my father since I was 10 years old. Maybe I didn't do much back then, but I just loved being there with my father and seeing what he does. My father works very hard and we have always had a beautiful, easy life because of him. That's why I moved out. I work and I have my own money. But my place is very near my parents' house. They visit me almost every day. It has been months since I have been living alone and I love it. Everything is easier and I can do whatever I want to. At first, I only lived eating noodles and fast food. But I have been watching some cooking show videos and I have learned a lot. I am not going to school this year. I decided to take a gap year and make some money. My parents hate this fact, but I can't work if I go to school. My parents don't understand how the world works nowadays. Nowadays it's essential if you have money, especially being a boy. If you don't work and have money, it's hard to keep a girlfriend too. However, I never had a problem with girls. In my school, they used to call me Casanova. And that's what my story is about. Girls. Girls are trouble, and everybody knows this. They are the devil itself, but we're still crazy about them, right? In Pristina, there are a lot of beautiful and hot girls. Some of them are easy to catch, and some aren't. 3 months ago, I was scrolling through my Instagram feed and I came across a girl named Rita. Her photos were breathtaking and she looked so beautiful. I decided to follow her. I take care of my Instagram because girls will not follow you back if you don't have good pictures. She followed me back, so I decided to text her. She was from the city too, but I had never seen her before. I texted Rita a lot and she seemed such a fun person. After 1 week, I asked to see her live. At first, she kept saying that it was too early for us to meet. But what if you are photoshopping your pics and you don't turn out to be how I wanted? I don't judge girls on their looks, but I don't want someone to lie to my face. You can never trust social media nowadays. I'd rather see her live and see if we vibe and not waste time. So, that's what Rita and I did. We met. I went to her place and picked her up. I was driving my dad's car since I still didn't have my own. My dad has a fast and expensive car and girls love it. Rita loved it too. When we met, Rita seemed a little bit shy. I couldn't tell if that was her personality or it was because of the first time seeing each other. It's understandable to be shy and excited on the first date. But Rita looked even better than in the photos. She was blonde, tall, skinny, and had a beautiful smile with perfect teeth. She was my type. We went to a sushi place and we both enjoyed our little date. Days went by and I had already asked her for another date. We could go to my place or I don't know, whatever she would like. But Rita had very strict parents and they didn't let her go out as often as she wanted. Plus, she had brothers. She was afraid that her brothers would find out that she was going out with me. Brothers are very overprotective over their sisters. So, I didn't insist on going out. I tried to understand her. Plus, I didn't want to deal with her brothers. But, I am only 18-year-old and I am not looking for a serious relationship. I am still young to settle down. I have my whole life ahead of me. It's hard to enjoy life while being in a serious relationship. Rita couldn't go out with me, but I could go with other girls. I mean, why not? I have nothing to lose. This time, a girl followed me. Girls never follow first, and that was strange to me. I followed her back to see who she was. Her name was Tatiana. Just by reading her name, she sounded so hot and beautiful to me. She accepted my following request so fast. She had over 80 posts. She clearly enjoys her life. I stalked her, and it looked like she was some years older than me. I didn't want to text her immediately. She was the first one to follow me, and I was just curious if she would be the first one to text too. After some days, that's what she did. We texted, and I learned a lot about her. Apparently, she is from Germany, but she is on her winter vacation here in Pristina. She said she was here for some months only, staying at her family's place. I thought to myself, some months are enough for me to go out with this girl. I was still texting Rita, but that didn't mean that I was in a relationship. So, I decided to ask Tatiana out. It had been only some hours since I started texting with her, but we decided to meet. I told Rita that I went to sleep early that night since she was texting to me non-stop. She didn't have to know. I met up with Tatiana. She had black hair and was a little bit shorter than me. It was January, but she wore a very short dress and high boots. I could tell that she had been in a tan salon. Tatiana was completely a different type from Rita. Was it possible to like two types of girls at the same time? It was a little late and we had no idea where to go. She knew that I was living alone, so she said that we could go to my place. I am the one who usually tells girls to go to my place. But, we went to my place. We talked and talked for hours. Tatiana was a very open-minded girl and not shy at all. I loved that. She was the first one to kiss me. It is so hot when the girl makes the first move. But, we stopped at the kiss. It had been weeks since I was texting Rita and Tatiana. Rita and I had our first kiss too. It had been my first month anniversary of Rita and me and Tatiana. There were times that I felt guilty talking to both of them at the same time. But I liked them both. They were so different and I liked this fact. What Rita didn't have, Tatiana did. What Tatiana didn't have, Rita did. I was having a great time with both of them. I could make time for everything. But, there were times when Rita would ask to look through my phone. I'd tell her that we should just end it all if she didn't trust me. There were times when Tatiana would call me and I'd be with Rita. But thank God, none of them didn't find out about this. It had been 3 months and there was 1 week left until Valentine's Day. I was hoping that Rita couldn't go out that day or Tatiana. I can't go out with both of them. At first, I didn't talk to any of them about Valentine's Day. But they were the ones that kept talking and making plans. I couldn't say no. This is where everything goes wrong. A new restaurant just got opened in our city and both of them said that it would be a great idea to go there for Valentine's. What a coincidence. At first, I panicked and I didn't know what to do. But then I got an idea. I thought to myself that I could go during the daytime with Rita and then during the night with Tatiana. Or either way, it didn't matter. Luckily, they agreed. Rita said that she could go out for Valentine's Day during the daytime. So that's what I will do. First I will go with Rita and then Tatiana. Valentine's Day had come and I started getting ready. I bought flowers for both of them and I wrote a cute little note. I was just waiting for Rita to tell me to go and pick her up. I was waiting and wasting time. She wasn't texting me back. Then, she called me saying that she couldn't go out immediately. She said that her brothers were there. I decided to wait, thinking that it would be only some minutes or something. But, no. She made me wait for 2 hours. It was almost time for me to go and pick up Tatiana. She was texting me and telling me that she was getting ready. She was sending me pics of her outfits and making me choose. God, she looked like a goddess in every dress. But I was sweating. The clock was ticking and it was time to go and pick up Tatiana. All of a sudden, Rita said that she could go out now. I went to her house without wasting time and we went to the restaurant. She looked beautiful and happy to see me. I put my phone on silent just in case Tatiana calls me. Rita and I ordered some food and we were just talking and enjoying our time. Suddenly, I get a text from Tatiana saying, "Where are you?" I needed to go and take her. I told Rita I had to go to the bathroom and I drove so fast that I almost had an accident. I picked her up and now I had to make sure that we would be sitting somewhere far from our table with Rita. I said to the restaurant owner that we wanted a private place. Luckily he found us one. I felt safe there. It was just Tatiana and me. I told her that I needed to go to the bathroom. I went immediately to Rita's. She was waiting for me. So I planned to stay some minutes at Rita's and then some minutes at Tatiana's without getting caught. I was getting tired from going back and forth, but luckily they weren't noticing anything. I just wanted this night to be over. As I was staying with Rita, she said that she had to go to the bathroom. That was the perfect time for me to go and talk to Tatiana for a bit. But Tatiana wasn't there. Then, I saw both of them getting out of the bathroom. I panicked so hard and went outside for a cigarette. I was so scared. A million questions were running through my mind. Do they know each other? Was it just a coincidence that they were at the same time in the bathroom? I decided to think positively and go on with my night. I went to Tatiana's. And there she was. Rita was there too. I couldn't believe my eyes. I felt like I could faint, but I tried to play it cool. They were laughing with each other. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Do you guys know each other?" Tatiana spilled wine on my face and said yes. Both of them planned this whole Valentine's Day. They played me exactly how I played them. They said that they knew earlier that I was talking with both of them, but they were waiting on me to tell them the truth. Both of them seemed to be very heartbroken. It made me realize how wrong I was. I liked Rita and Tatiana, but now I had lost both of them. I didn't know what I was doing until I saw them together. That Valentine's Day made me a whole different person. Someone could have done the same thing to me. Someone could have done this to my mother, to my sister. I just wanted to share my story and tell everyone that you shouldn't be playing with people's feelings. Don't get into a relationship unless you're willing to commit. I am Lisi, and I am only 16-year-old. Months ago, something had happened to my family and me, so I decided to tell my story. Get ready to get goosebumps. I was born and raised in Jylland. We are one small family, but a happy one. I live with my parents, and I am the only child. My grandparents had passed away very early when I was a baby. But my mom says that I used to love them so much. I often think about them and how life would be if they were still alive. Even though I am big now, my mom still treats me like a baby. But I can't complain, though. I am a mama's boy. When I am home, most of the time I spend with my mother. My mom doesn't work, so she is always home. On the other hand, my father works in Switzerland and he is never home. But it doesn't go an hour that my mom and dad don't text each other. I try as much to stay home with her because I don't want her to feel alone. But it's hard, especially when you are a 16-year-old and your friends are going out and being rebellious. But my parents have sacrificed a lot for me. Staying home with my mother is the least that I can do. When my father isn't home, I feel like I become the father of the house. I think that I must be brave and I must do the most to make my mother feel safe. 5 years ago, we were in a very terrible economic situation. I was a kid, but I remember so much. I remember how stressed my parents were. My father worked different jobs, but he was not getting paid enough. My mother couldn't work because she had to stay home and look after me. We never had vacations, and we never went somewhere fancy. There were times when we could barely find food to eat. I was the only kid at school who would pack lunch, and all the others were going out and eating. There were times that I felt left out. I like to remember the past because I see how much our lives have changed now. A lot has changed in 5 years. Since there weren't many good jobs, my father decided to leave our country and go to Switzerland. The fact that he would be far from us broke his heart. But it was the only solution. I remember how scared my mother was and how she would lock all the doors of our houses all the time. But our city, Jylland, is very safe. We were always safe here. My dad comes to visit us every 3 months. My mom is the happiest when dad is here. We are all happier now. Life is good. We have a roof upon our heads, good food, and warm clothes. These are the most important things, says my mom. But, on the other hand, my dad is different. He is always looking for more. He never settles down. Now that we are in an ideal economic situation, he thinks we should enjoy it and not feel guilty. I am not the type of person who wants expensive stuff, but my dad is. One day, as we talked on FaceTime, he said that he had a surprise for us. Guess what? He had bought a Tesla, a white brand new Tesla. This car was very trendy, and everybody seemed to love it. I have heard about it, and there were times when we would talk with my friends about it. I couldn't believe that my dad had bought it. It is a car that can drive itself. It's insane how far technology has gone. After some weeks, my dad had come and it was time for me to see the new Tesla. I was speechless. You should be 18-year-old to get your driver's license in my country. I don't have one yet. But my dad still let me drive it. It felt so good driving the Tesla. My heart was racing and my legs were shaking. We even tried the option to let the car drive itself. My mother was scared of it. But I loved it. Every time that my dad comes back, we go on vacation. This way we can spend more time together. Plus, it was summer and I was out of school. This time we decided to go to Elsinge, Montenegro. We had never been there, but people always seemed to love and have a good time there. We didn't care that we didn't know the road, Tesla got our back. It was a very hot day, so we couldn't wait and arrive there and have a cold swim. We didn't waste time. We took some clothes, some food for the road and decided to start the journey. It was a long road ahead of us. There were times when our dad would put the Tesla on its self-driving mode. His hands would be out of the wheel, but we would still feel safe. We started our journey very late afternoon and it was beginning to get dark outside. I slept some hours and when I woke up, it was pitch dark. My mom was asleep too. We were driving and driving. There were no lights, no cars, no humans. We could barely see. There were a lot of mountains and the road was getting bumpy. At first, we thought we were going on the wrong way, but the GPS told us that that was the right road for our wanted destination. We were looking for a gas station to stop and rest a little, but we couldn't see any. It was summer, but the road was foggy. That was where we started getting worried. At that moment, we were just hoping that the sun would rise, and this way, we would feel safer. We couldn't find any gas station, so we decided to stop the car and just have a little bit of fresh air. We parked the car on the side of the road. My parents were smoking a cigarette and we were just having a conversation. It was so dark. The moon was the only light. The silence was loud. Suddenly, a wild deer comes running so fast towards me. He pushed me to the ground. I was so scared because the deer was so big and it caught me off guard. We couldn't stay outside anymore because we thought they might be other wild animals, which could be dangerous. We got in the car and decided to continue our journey. After some hours, my dad noticed that there weren't any street signs anymore. It had been hours since we had seen a car or a human. We didn't have an internet connection. But, since we had never been there, we thought that this would be the right road. We decided to trust the car, even though the road became harder and harder. We couldn't sleep anymore. We would just stare at the road and see where it would take us. My dad thought that it would be better if we would stop the car and ask for help. But the car wasn't stopping at all. We tried and tried, but the car just drove. We couldn't understand what was happening. We were so stressed. We were trapped inside of our car and we couldn't get out. The car took us inside some big mountains, then it stopped. It was even darker. There was nothing around us. We were left with so little food and we all needed to go to the bathroom, but the door was still locked. We fell asleep that way and then we woke up to the noise of the car starting up. My dad wasn't even touching the wheel anymore at this point. We were in the early minutes of sunrise and now we could see where we were. We were in a big field with nothing around us. The car started driving and driving. Then, it took us to a very strange place. There was a big, scary, abandoned building. The car got parked near there. Then, the doors of the car got opened. It was like the car was communicating with us, telling us to go outside of the car. At this point, we didn't care where we were. We just wanted to get out of the car and be safe. We got out, and I had never felt freer than at that moment. It was early morning. It was silent, and the only thing we could hear was the birds singing. We needed this fresh air. But there was nothing around us except that building. The car closed its doors, and now we were left outside. We didn't know if we would ever get back in our car or if we could ever return home. We thought it would be better if we walked around and asked for help. Maybe someone could be there. We walked around the building, but nothing was there. The building was old and musty. It had a massive door, and we couldn't see what was inside of it. We decided to open the door and find out. We walked in, and we noticed that it was someone's home. But maybe that someone had lived there over 50 years before. The furniture was untouched and full of dust. There was an old, fat television and an old piano. There were still some dirty dishes in the kitchen. The building had 3 floors. And we decided to go and see what was in there. There was a big room with over 20 beds. We thought that this might have been an orphanage. We wanted to see the 3rd floor too, but the stairs were so old and musty we were afraid that we would fall. We decided to go out and see if the doors of the cars got opened. We arrived at the living room and tried to open the door. We couldn't open the door. We were so scared and we didn't know what was going on. We felt like we were on the set of a horror film. As we were trying to figure out how to open the door, we heard the sound of the piano. It was playing itself. That was the moment we realized that this had to be with something abnormal, something out of this world. I don't believe in ghosts, either my parents, but what's the explanation for all the things happening to us? The piano play lasted for 3 good minutes. My body was shaking, not knowing what was going to happen next. Then the piano stopped and we just stayed here in complete silence. Suddenly, we heard some steps, like someone was coming to the living room. But no one was coming downstairs. We were stuck there for an hour, listening and looking around. Then we heard steps like some people were coming downstairs running to the living room. There were no people, no ghosts, just some dust flying around. That's when the door got opened and the dust went outside of the door. We were shocked because it looked like some spirit had just gone outside of the house. My mother was crying. We didn't know if we would be safer inside the house or outside. At that moment, we heard someone honking a car. And we thought that somebody had come to recuse us. But no. Our Tesla was honking at us like calling us to get in the car. We went outside and the car opened the doors. We got in and the car wasn't starting itself like it used to. My dad tried to start it and it did. It looked like we were in charge of the car now. We drove some miles and the GPA was back and we noticed that we were nowhere near our destination. We were back on the streets and we saw cars and people and millions of gas station stops. We didn't know if we should ask for help. What would we say to everyone? We decided to drive home because this whole road trip got too weird. I haven't told anyone this story until now. We still don't know if we will keep the Tesla. My dad's theory of all this happening was that somehow there were old spirits on that abandoned building that needed to be free. We were the chosen ones to do that. Why us, though?
Guys, my name is Don, and yesterday I turned 16-year-old. You know what they say about sweet 16, it should be sweet but crazy at the same time. But my birthday was crazier than sweet. It was an epic night, and I am going to tell you all about it. I was born and raised in Pristina, Kosovo. I am the only guy in our house. I live with my mother and my sisters. My dad had passed away from cancer when I was just a baby. I didn't get to stay much with him. But my mom says that he was exactly like me, rebellious, free and funny. I often wonder how my life would be if my dad would still be alive. But, my mom had become my dad too. She is the strongest woman that I've ever met. My mom is my hero. My 2 big sisters are married and have kids. Now it's just mom and me. Sometimes, she is home alone, and I feel bad, but I always say to her that she should move on with her life and find someone else. I know she loves dad, and they had a beautiful marriage and life together. But, I know that dad would want mom to be happy and not lonely. Everyone deserves to have someone they cuddle with during the cold nights. My mom often jokes around and says to me when I will bring the bride home. She was so young when she got married to dad. It was different back then. She doesn't get the fact that people don't want serious relationships nowadays. They would rather cheat than get married. She doesn't know that I text and go out with many different girls. I know that she wouldn't like this fact. She wouldn't like the fact that I smoke too. But I chose not to tell her, even though there were times that she found cigarettes on my clothes while she was doing laundry. But she never asks because she knows that the truth is ugly. I try to be a good boy just so she will not get worried. But I am a good boy. I don't mind going to school, and I don't mind waking up early in the morning. I don't even study, but I do well in school. Most of the time of my life I spend with my 3 best friends. We all go to the same school and live in the same neighborhood. We have been friends forever. My favorite part of my house is my basement. It's where my friends and I stay. We call it Don's basement. A day doesn't go without us hanging there. We play video games, we talk about girls. We drink some beers here and there. It is always a good time. But, my birthday was almost here, and this time we wanted to make something different. We didn't know what to do. We were a bunch of 15-year-old kids with no driver's license who couldn't buy even a pack of beers. We decided to call the brother of one of our friends. He was a 22-year-old. He had a car driver's license, and we would go anywhere we wanted with him. He agreed to drive us around, only if we paid his gas. We agreed. Why not? He said that a new club had just opened and that we needed to go there. He said that he could make us some fake IDs. We didn't care much about details. We just wanted to get drunk and have some fun. My mother was working that day, and I told her that we would be in our basement. So, the night had begun. We got ready and went to the club. The fake IDs worked perfect, and the security wasn't even suspicious about anything. The club was perfect, and there were a lot of people. I know that I started drinking and drinking. It was a good vibe. But my eyes were blurry, and I couldn't feel my legs anymore. The alcohol was getting into my head. Then we got in the car. And, from this moment, I don't remember anything else. Apparently, I fell asleep. But I couldn't sleep for long, my body was aching, and there were a lot of noises around. I tried to call my mom and ask her what was going on with these noises, but I couldn't even talk. Then, I decided to wake up. My head felt like it was going to explode. I woke up, and the strangest thing happened. I wasn't home. I wasn't at my friend's house. I wasn't in a car. I was at a parking lot near a restaurant, and I had slept there all night. I was shocked, and I didn't know what was going on. There were people around me, and they were looking at me. I woke up acting like everything was fine. At first, I thought that this might have been a joke, a prank, but I kept looking around, and I couldn't see my friends. It was just me. And, the strangest part of this whole experience was that I didn't even know in what city I was. It took me some minutes trying to figure out what had happened yesterday. But I couldn't think of anything. I searched in my pockets, and I couldn't find my phone, my wallet, or my fake ID. I was hoping that this would be a dream, but it wasn't. It was a very hot day, and my mouth was dry from drinking last night. I decided to wait on that same spot that I was when I woke up. Maybe my friends could be looking for me somewhere. I found a shadow, and I waited. I waited for an hour, but I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to go home. But I needed to call someone to get me. Nowadays everyone has a phone in their pocket, so I thought to ask someone to borrow their phone just for a call. There was an old woman there, and I asked her. She seemed scared of me. She said to me, "Go away," as she was holding her purse like I was going to steal it. She was so rude. Since I was near a restaurant, I decided to get there and maybe they could help me. There were a lot of people there eating and enjoying their time. The restaurant smelled so good, and I was getting hungry. But, as I was walking, everyone was looking at me strangely. As I was about to ask the waiter there, I came across my own reflection in the mirror. You should have seen me. I was scared of myself. I was looking like a crazy person. My hair was all messed up. My face and clothes were covered in dirt. My pants were ripped. Now I know why that woman was looking at me that way. I was looking homeless. I ran as fast as I could from the restaurant. That's when I started getting more scared because I felt like nobody was going to help me. I was walking and just thinking that was going to happen next. There were a lot of bakeries with the name of the city that I was. I was in Prizren. I didn't know how I got there. I came across a fountain. Nobody was around me, so I decided to wash my face and hair to look normal. After that, I was looking a little bit decent. Now I just needed to call someone and find the way to the bus station. As I was walking, I came across a group of boys of the same age as me. I asked if I could borrow their phone, and I explained to them what had happened to me. They started laughing, and they looked like some cool kids. They asked me if I ate, and I told them no. They said that we should go somewhere to eat, and that's what we did. The first person that I called was my mother. She must have been so worried for me. I called and told her that I was all right, but I didn't tell her where I was. She kept saying that she had been calling on my phone, but it wasn't working. She said that she had been planning something for my birthday and that I needed to be home at a certain time. But, I was so far from my home, and I didn't know if I could make it. Then I called my friends, and they were looking for me too, but they said that they couldn't come to get me. I ate the food that my new friends had just paid for. But now I felt sorry for asking them for money for the bus ticket. I would sound so selfish. So, I didn't. But they told me the road to the bus station. I arrived there, and I had to wait for some minutes until the bus driver started driving. I had some minutes to think about what I will do, but I couldn't think of anything. I got on the bus hoping that they would not ask for the ticket's money. There were a lot of people on the bus, and I could barely find a seat. This way, I thought that they would not notice me. But they did. They said that they felt sorry, but they couldn't accept me without a ticket. They had to get me out of the bus in the middle of the road. I got so embarrassed when they kicked me out. But I had to get home, and I only had some hours left. I decided to get out on the road and see if I was lucky enough for someone to give me a drive. I waited some minutes, and the day was almost over. It was getting darker, and I was so tired. I just needed to take a long nap in my warm bed. Then, when I was about to lose hope, a car pulled next to me, honking and saying to get in. I got in without even looking who the driver was. It could be a psychopath, a serial killer. But I didn't care at all. Luckily, I got in and saw a group of girls. There were 3 girls, and they were from Pristina. They were from the same city as me, but I had no idea who they were. They were on a road trip to Prizren. It felt so good just sitting in the car and looking from the window, knowing that I am going home. The road to home was long, but I slept half the way. I only had an hour left before I would arrive home, so my mom wouldn't notice where I was. Then, I had arrived at my city, finally. The girls couldn't drive me exactly to my neighborhood, but I ran so fast. I came in the house, and the lights were off, and I heard someone shouting, "Surprise!" The whole family had come to wish me a happy birthday, just like what I needed. They were surprised when they saw me. I looked like I was chased by some dogs. But, I couldn't tell what had happened to me because my mother would kill me. I blew the candles of my birthday cake. I stayed there for some good minutes and immediately went to sleep. My mom didn't suspect anything, and I was glad. The next day, I slept till afternoon. It was the best sleep that I've ever had. I decided to meet up with my friends and talk about what had happened the night before. They said that I've had found some friends in the club from Prizren and that I insisted on going with them. They thought that I wasn't that drunk. I still don't know who they were and what we did. Then, suddenly, I got a message from someone. Someone had sent me some pictures, saying, "We had so much fun." It was me, and I was with the guys from Prizren. We had made a lot of pictures together. I still haven't met with them and found out exactly what happened. But, I just wanted to tell my story and tell everyone that you should drink a very reasonable amount. It is important to have fun, but we
I am Riga, only 18 years old. I want to take you back in time and tell you what had happened to me when I was only 16 years old. But first, let me tell you about my life. I was born and lived all my life in a very tiny place in Kosovo, even though sometimes it gets lonely because almost everyone has left our village, going to the big cities. We are still grateful for the fresh air and beautiful views. I live with my mom, dad, and my 2 bigger brothers. I am the only daughter, and they have always treated me like a princess. However, my parents can be very strict, especially my dad. My dad can be a very old-fashioned man. I try to advise him for good and tell him how much life has changed throughout the years, but it's like he's stuck in old times. It's like he doesn't want to listen and learn. But that doesn't stop me from living my life and doing whatever I want. Home is very far from school. It takes an hour. I have to get up extra early just so I can be ready in time. But the walk to the city is very long, and my hair gets curly and destroyed from the morning air. Even my makeup gets ruined. It's so annoying. But I enjoy school. I have some very good friends here that I know will last a lifetime. All of my friends are from the city, and at first it was hard for me to adapt. I felt like I didn't belong there, but they made me feel so welcomed. When I'm at school, I realize how my family and I live and how others live in the city. We all live in the same country, but still, it's a huge difference. People in the city are more open minded. I see my friends do a new tattoo every week. They have piercings all over their body and face. They change their boyfriends and girlfriends like they are changing their clothes. At first, even I found it strange, but now I'm used to it. This year, I got my first boyfriend, and with that happened the first kiss. But this only lasted for some months. Thank God my brothers didn't find out about this, because if they did, they would tell my dad, and he would think that I should be marrying the boy or something. But I don't want a relationship. I'm young. My brothers are married, and they often complain about it. They say that the ideal age to marry these days is 30 years old. All of my friends think this way too because nobody wants to get married early. This was my plan until one day. One day, I came back home from school. I was only 16 years old. I noticed there were a lot of shoes outside our door. We had some guests over. My plan was to go upstairs to my room because I was so tired from school. I always take a nap after school. I got in slowly so nobody would hear as I walked. But it was so quiet inside. My mom noticed me and she called me into the living room. She said that we had some guests that were here to see me. To see me? Who could it be? I went into the living room and I saw an old couple. There was a man too, maybe some years older than me. He was looking at me deep in the eye and he knew my name. But I didn't know who they were. They stayed less than an hour and they went. My dad asked me if I liked that man. I didn't know what he meant by that. He said that they came here to arrange a marriage with me. I couldn't believe my ears. I was only 16 years old. I was in the best times of my life. It's when I can enjoy life and do crazy things. How could I be married? But Dad said that that family liked me so much. He said they are a very good and very wealthy family. They could be paying for my college, and this way I could find a great job in the future. I kept saying no, but I didn't know that the marriage was already settled, and there was nothing that I could do but cry. I couldn't believe that Dad would do this to me. Even my brothers were mad at Dad, but Dad had a reason. He didn't tell us before, but it had been months since my dad had lost his job. He said that the only solution for us not to start the family was marrying that man. I said to Dad that I could work and keep the family. I would do any job. I wouldn't care. He said, okay, but if I don't find a job within 2 weeks, I would have to get married to that man. I accepted, thinking it would be easy to find a job, but I didn't know how hard it was. I knew that I wouldn't find anything to work in my village, and I searched in the city, even though it would be very far. I searched and searched, but nothing. I was losing hope, and it had already been a week. At this point, I was begging people to hire me, but they either said that I was too young or couldn't hire someone to work part time. I was at school, and I couldn't work full time. I had no other choice but to tell my dad that I couldn't find a job. He seemed so happy. He was being so selfish. I asked him to give me more time, but he said no. Dad said that the man was waiting for me to get married, and that tomorrow I had to go by his house. He apparently lived in a way smaller village than we did. It was far from home. That night I could barely sleep, knowing that I would leave my home forever. I had to miss school, and I didn't tell my friends what was happening to me. It was so embarrassing. I thought about quitting school, just so they couldn't know what had happened. The next day came so fast, and Mom woke me up early to get ready. Mom didn't want me to get married. I could tell in her eyes. As she was getting me ready, her eyes were full of tears and her voice was shaking. She said that it would be better if I don't wear as usual. I shouldn't be wearing tight, ripped jeans or crop tops. Mom found an old dress of her and made me wear it. We had to walk there. It was me, Dad, and Mom. It was a very hot day. Then we arrived. They lived in a huge house. It was surrounded by big trees and had a very big, beautiful garden. In front door, there was a fountain. The sound of the water was so calming. We got in and I was so shy. The man was there and not talking at all, but he couldn't keep his eyes off of me. His parents seemed like very respectful people. They didn't have any other child. We didn't stay there much, but they decided on a date for a wedding. Maybe this family wasn't so bad after all. A month went by, and I didn't get the chance to meet up with that man. I didn't know what he was like. Was he funny? Was he respectful? The wedding day had come, and I was about to find out all of my questions. The family had given us a lot of money, so I could be ready. Dad was happy. We needed the money. The wedding was held in their garden. It was a big wedding. There were a lot of people. I didn't know anyone there. But this was the first time that I got the chance to talk to my soon-to-be husband. I couldn't find out much about him. The wedding was over. I had to say the wedding was over, and I had to say goodbye to Mom and Dad and my brothers. It was the saddest moment of my life. Then they showed us our room, where my husband and I would be sleeping. It seems so weird when I say husband. It was a big room, and it was all covered in roses. I could tell that we were both nervous and shy of knowing what would happen next. We should consume our marriage. I was scared because it was my first time. I had never done this before. He was shy too. He started getting me off my wedding dress. His hands were shaking. I was shaking too. He started to kiss me. What a weird feeling to kiss a stranger. What a weird feeling to get undressed in front of a stranger. But he was now my husband, and I had to get used to this. We were both in bed, and it was time for me to give him my virginity. Everything happened so fast. I had my eyes closed the whole time. Then he said, "Get up." He put the lights on, and he was searching for something in the sheets. I asked him about what he was searching for. He said, "I can't find the blood of your virginity." So apparently I hadn't bled at all, which was normal. I told him that every girl's body is different, and some of them bleed, some of them don't. He said, "Then how can I show to my parents the evidence that you were a virgin?" He said that they have a tradition to show the virginity blood to their parents. I was shocked, and I didn't know what to say. I could tell that he was not trusting me, that I had never been with a boy before. I was only 16 years old. He got out of bed, saying he couldn't continue this marriage because I wasn't a virgin. I didn't bleed, and that morning he will tell everyone and call off the marriage. I felt so lost. I fell asleep crying and questioning the future of my life. What will my family think of me? What will happen to me? The following day came, and his family had already picked my stuff and told me to go. They were rude to me, and they were treating me like I wasn't worth it at all. My walk home was long, and I was trying to figure out how to tell my parents. They must know that virginity is just a myth, and some girls are born without it. I was so young, and I knew so much. Why didn't they know about this? In our villages, the girls who get divorced get judged and get called terrible names. I didn't care for myself. I was thinking about my family. I arrived home, and Mom and Dad was there. They were curious about why was I home. I had no other choice but to tell them the truth. Dad, without any hesitation, hit me, and I fell to the ground. He wanted to beat me even more, but Mom stopped him. He could have beaten me to death if Mom didn't stop him. He told me that I was a disappointment for the family, and that no one would ever accept to marry me again. That night I slept outside of our house. Thank God it was summer. Until my brothers came and talked to my dad. Dad agreed to take me to the house, but he never talked to me. He acts like I'm not there, I'm used to that. But at least I am free, and I'm not married to someone who doesn't know how the female body works. I wanted to share my story, even though it happened a long time ago. I wanted to share it because I've heard a lot of women in the same situation as me. I want the world to know that virginity doesn't define us because it doesn't even exist for some. It's sad to see how uneducated we are, yet we are the first ones to judge.
Hi there, my name is Ari, and I have just turned 16 years old. Something strange had happened to me. Before I start telling my story and what had happened to me some months ago, I have to introduce myself first. My life was normal, just like others teenagers. I was born and raised in the beautiful city of Skopje. I am in love with my city. It is very inspirational to me. There is so much to see and do. There are a lot of cute little coffee shops where you can enjoy a cup of coffee on a rainy day. The people here are so kind, and it is very easy to make friends here. My family owns a penthouse in the city center, and the views are just breathtaking. I live together with my mom and dad. Unfortunately, I am an only child. My mother doesn't work because she couldn't leave me alone when I was little. But now we stay together most of the time. She is like a friend and a sister to me. On the other hand, my dad works a lot. He is a policeman, and sometimes he works overnight. My dad is a great man, but he takes everything close to his heart. He gets stressed about work and everything. At first, it didn't bother us. But it has been 2 years since his emotions are out of control. He has changed a lot as a person. Sometimes I feel like I don't know him anymore. He has become more aggressive, like he can't stand to be in the same room with mom and me. He had started drinking, and he would come home drunk almost every day. I could smell the alcohol. He was almost getting fired for coming to work drunk. He is a great father, but he is not a great husband. One day, I remember like it was today, my dad had come back from work and was so drunk. My mom was worried and tried to talk to him. His eyes were red and he was acting like crazy. The situation went out of control and he hit on my mom in front of me. He said that he was sorry and didn't mean it. But what about other times, Dad? What about the million other times that you hit Mom? My mom tried her best to understand him, thinking that it was only the stress of working and stuff like this. But he wouldn't stop being abusive. It was affecting me too. I grew up in a very toxic household. My mom would have had enough, and there were times when she would ask him for a divorce. Then, he would act good for a good month and go back to his old ways. We couldn't even call the police since my dad worked there. I felt useless, like I couldn't help my own mom. Then, something extraordinary happened to me. One day my mom and dad were arguing so hard and they were discussing who would take me if they broke up. I was angry at them because they used to love each other so much and everything had changed so fast. I didn't know what to do to make them stop, so I just yelled loudly, "Stop." I had my eyes closed, then all of a sudden, I heard absolute silence. I opened my eyes and everything had frozen. My mom and dad were not moving. I could move and talk, but they were not responding. I didn't know what was going on, and I was in complete shock. Had I stopped the time? Our window balcony was open, and I ran to see outside, but everything had stopped. The cars were not moving. It looked like it was the end of the world. I was so scared. I fainted. I don't remember anything else happening, but I remember waking up on my couch by my parents calling my name. I woke up, and everything was normal. I thought that it was a nightmare, and I was glad. But, at least my parents had stopped fighting for now. The next day I went to school without telling anyone what had happened to me. I have 2 friends that I spend my time with when I am at school. We have been friends for years now. We tell each other everything. But, I didn't want to tell them about what was happening to me. I wouldn't believe it either if someone told me this. I didn't sleep the night before and I was so sleepy I couldn't even lift my head. The class was getting boring. I didn't notice, but I had fallen asleep during class. I woke up and it was so silent. For a minute, I thought that I was in my bedroom. I looked around and no one was moving. It was happening again. That strange feeling. I had stopped time once again. This time it was easier and I didn't feel as stressed. I actually enjoyed it. But I didn't know what I had to say to start the time running as usual. I started saying a bunch of different words and nothing was changing. Then I yelled, "Start." And I was back on normality. I didn't know why I got this ability out of nowhere, but I was enjoying it. I decided not to tell anyone because I was sure that they would think that I was crazy or something. I decided to put this gift to good use. I love sleeping and I have always struggled to wake up for school. So during those times, I would always stop time and take my time to sleep for more minutes and get ready. Life was easier back home too. Whenever my parents would argue, I would just stop time and stay there in silence. Everything felt good and normal. One day, I was at school on our lunch break and my friends were arguing over pointless stuff. I heard enough drama at home, so I just yelled, "Stop." And just like that, the time stopped. I went by our school window and decided to eat my lunch in peace. As I was just looking around, I noticed something strange. Someone was moving. The boy. I didn't know who he was. He was looking around and he seemed very shocked. I was confused. Who he is and why he was able to move. I had stopped time. He was coming closer and closer to me. I tried not to move so he wouldn't notice me. I was afraid, so I yelled, "Start." Time started immediately and he got surprised. I decided to play it off like nothing had happened. Days went by and I still had this ability. I was often seeing that boy, but I didn't say anything to him. One day, we started a new class. A new teacher came and we would learn French. I came into the class and I saw that the boy was there too. We had the class together. He was so near to me. The class started and then after some minutes, I heard him saying, "Stop." He had stopped the time, but I still could move. He just kept looking around. I tried not to move so he wouldn't notice that we had the same ability. He had stopped time for some minutes and it was so hard for me to stay still. He got up and we just kept going around the class, walking. Then he stopped at my desk. I was very nervous. He came near me and said to my ear, "I know that you can see me right now." I looked at him and we just started laughing. The first thing that I said to him was, "Why can I stop time?" He said that he is dealing with the same thing and he doesn't know what to do with it. We talked for hours. His name was Roni and he said that he had been dealing with this for weeks. We were caught up in the moment and we almost forgot to start the time. We started time and continued with our day like nothing had happened. Days went by and Roni and I still could stop time. We spent a lot of time together. I felt like I liked him because I missed him when we wouldn't get the chance to see each other. We loved stopping time and spending time just the two of us. We felt like we were the only ones in the whole world. And that's how our story began. One day, we were bored staying in class. It was a beautiful, sunny day outside. So we decided to stop time and go out. We stayed in our school's garden. Both of us were lying on the grass, enjoying the day. Then, our hands touched and we looked at each other confused. We shared our first kiss there. But, things still weren't okay at home. My mom and dad were still fighting. One day, I came home from school and they were already fighting. My father had just come back from work. He was still in his uniform. My mom found out that he was cheating on her with another woman. He was so mad that she found it out. He had been drinking and he could barely stand on his feet. They were yelling at each other. At this point, they didn't even care about me or how I would feel anymore. One thing led to another and this way, my dad took his work gun and pointed it at my mom. This was the perfect time to use my ability to stop time. I yelled like never before, "Stop." And once again, the university got my back and time froze. My body was shaking and I was so scared. I took my dad's gun and put it away from our balcony. Then, I said start and we were back. My parents were confused about what had happened. But nobody needed an explanation at that time. My dad started crying and saying that he didn't mean to point the gun at her. But, on that moment of anger, if I couldn't stop time, my mom would have been dead by now. I felt like I saved my mom for once in my life. After this time, my mom had filed for divorce. I chose to go with mom and now there are just the two of us. Immediately after that, I had lost the ability to stop time. I decided to meet up with Roni and tell him the bad news. But he got something to tell me too. He said that he couldn't stop time either. He said that something strange and scary had happened. He said that his little sister tried to kill herself. His little sister was home alone and then Roni got home. He noticed that the living room's floor was full of water. The water was coming from the bathroom. He ran there and saw what was happening, but the door was locked. He sensed that something terrible was going to happen, so he stopped time. He found a key and opened the door. His sister was there. But luckily, he was there and could stop the time and save her. Roni and I just sat there and we were thinking how our lives would have turned if all of a sudden we wouldn't get the ability to stop time. We were feeling grateful. All those weeks, we were asking why we could do that. But now we know why. We were destined to save a life. Nobody knew about this until now, not even my mother. I decided to share my story, even though some might not believe me. But, at least I can tell you that one way or another, the universe will always have your back. Everything happens for a reason.
Hi guys, my name is Riri, and I have just turned 16-year-old. I just wanted to share some pieces of my life with you, how I found love at a very young age. I want to have my story written, so my future kids will know every detail of it. I was born and raised in Pristina, together with my big family. I live with my mom and dad, 2 sisters, and my little brother. My little brother's birthday was some months ago, and we decided to buy him a Labrador puppy, and we decided to name it Rico. I didn't know how much of a responsibility it was to raise a dog until now. But we love it. We are enjoying it every minute. This year hasn't been the greatest for us, because our grandparents have passed away from the COVID. Our home feels empty without them. But, no matter what, we should move on with our lives. And that's what we did. Days in my life are very chaotic. My parents are always working, so they aren't home all the time. My mother is a nurse, and sometimes she works during the night. My father is a waiter at a restaurant near our house. I am the second child. My bigger sister is married and has kids, but she often visits us. That means that my little sister and brother are kind of my responsibility. I love them, but sometimes they get on my nerves. They are crazy and annoying. I like having my life in control. I want my 8 hours of sleep and my healthy breakfast. I want to read my favorite book and watch my favorite series. I enjoy taking my usual evening walks with our dog. But recently I haven't had the chance to do the things that I love. It's impossible. When my grandma and grandpa were alive, it was easier for me. Because they were home all the time, and they would take care of us. I became in charge too soon. Even though I hate school and I hate waking up early, it is still my escape. My escape from everything, from my home. It's where I can be a typical 16-year-old for some hours. Because, at home, I usually cook or take care of my siblings. High school is easy for me. It is not what I accepted. I used to see all of those movies saying that it is a nightmare. But, no. It is the opposite. I have made some very great friends that I know are gonna last forever. I am a very outgoing person, so it has never been a problem for me to make friends. I have been in a very short relationship, only once. He was my first kiss, but I regret it all my life. It was so meaningless. From that moment, I promised myself that I would never get in a relationship unless I knew that it would last. Wanna know another good escape besides school? Months ago, just some blocks away from my house, a coffee shop had opened. It is the cutest coffee shop that I have ever seen. It gives me good vibes. At first, I only went there to wait while my siblings would come back from school. But, now, it had become my sweet little escape. I go there every day after school, on the same spot. I like to sit by the window and enjoy the view, especially when it is raining. I stay there for hours. Sometimes I lose track of time. But, it has become my second home. I would go there with friends, but most of the time, I am alone. I used to hate going places alone. It felt so weird. Once I read a quote saying that if you are brave enough to eat alone at a restaurant, you can do anything in life. And, that's the truth. Now I am used to it, and I love my own company. It is peaceful. But, here in Pristina, people are not used to seeing people who are alone at a coffee shop. I often catch people looking at me strangely. One day, I was staying there, minding my own business. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I noticed a note on the desk where I was staying. At first, I thought that that was the bill, but no. I opened it, and someone had written saying, "Hi." Hi. What does that mean? Was that for me? I looked around the bar, and nobody was there, just the workers that worked in the shop. I asked for the bill and asked the waiter if he had seen anything. He said no, but he said that we could look at the cameras. I didn't want that. It wasn't a big deal, just a little bit curious. I went home, but I tried not to think about this. The next day had come, and I had just finished school for the day. I didn't know if I wanted to go to my favorite coffee shop because I didn't know who could it be. But it could be someone just joking around, so why wouldn't I go? I went there, and that day, there were many people, and I barely found a seat. I ordered the usual, an iced frappe coffee. I read some chapters of the book that I was reading and went home. This time nobody had left me a note, and nobody had talked to me. So, for a while, I had forgotten all about that note. Some days had gone by, and no note. Until one day, someone had put a sticker on my laptop, saying, "Tell me your name, and put this note under the table so I can know." I didn't know if I should like this or be afraid of this. I started to not feel safe there anymore. It felt like I was being watched all the time. I went out of the shop, and I was looking left and right all the time, seeing if someone was following me. But no one was following me, luckily. I decided to not go there anymore, so maybe that person would have given up. I didn't go there for weeks. Then, I went there with one of my friends, but she couldn't stay very long. I decided to stay there and just see if someone would come. I didn't even go to the bathroom. I stayed there, and nothing happened. I asked for the bill, and guess what? On the bill, there was a note saying, "I was worried about you, where were you?" I was shocked and asked for the waiter who had written this. The waiter said that he couldn't tell me. But he said that a guy that always came here wanted to write to me. He said that he got paid to not tell names. I decided to finish this and write him back. I put a note under the desk where I was staying, saying, "Who are you?" I was curious more than ever. The next day I went to the coffee shop, and the only free spot left was where I usually sit. What a coincidence. I sat there, and the first thing that I did was put my hands under the table and see if I had a note. There was a note saying, "I can't tell you my name yet, but I want to know more about you." I replied, "What do you want to know about me, and why?" I put the note under the desk and continued with my day. Now I had another reason to go to the coffee shop. I don't know why, but I found this so interesting and exciting. My life felt like I was in a movie. The next day, that person had left another note saying that the reason why they wanted to get to know me was that I had looked mysterious. I had no idea who could it be. A girl? Alright, I can never have too many friends. A boy? An old man? I was dying from curiosity because that person had seen me before, but I had no idea how they looked. I decided to write and ask about whether it was a boy or a girl. He was a boy, but 2 years older than me. He said that his name was Ron. Days were going by, and we were passing notes every day. He seemed like a lovely person. I learned a lot about him. He was a lot like me. He said that that coffee shop was his favorite place too. It wasn't just little notes anymore. We would write 2 front and back pages about our life. But I couldn't tell why he didn't want to meet. I couldn't be the first one to say that, so I waited. I was living for what will tomorrow bring. But, one day, as I was in class, my teacher called me out because my mother had come to take me. I didn't know anything about this. I went out, and I saw my whole family outside. I knew that something bad had happened because my mother had a strange look on her face. My aunt had died, and we all needed to go there. We were so sad because she had a very beautiful soul. My aunt lived so far from my city. She lived in a village. My mother said that we had to go and stay there for 3 days. And that's what we did. But that meant that I would not hear from Roni. I didn't have time to go to the coffee shop and explain to him where I would be the next few days. We had to be there immediately. We arrived at my aunt's, and I couldn't stop thinking about him, which made me realize that I liked someone that I had never seen before. I couldn't stop thinking how worried he was. Those 3 days had gone very slowly, and I was finally back at my old life. The first thing that I did was go to the coffee shop. Roni had left me a lot of letters. He thought that I decided to not do this anymore, and he had written a lot saying how much he missed me. I wrote him back and told him exactly what happened to me and that I was hoping to hear from him again. The next day I saw that he had written to me immediately. Months went by, and we were having so much fun communicating this way. It was so romantic. I decided to tell my friends about what was happening to me. But I didn't get the reaction that I was hoping for. They said how dumb I am and that I shouldn't have believed a word that that guy had spoken. They said that it could be someone that was playing and messing with me. They found it weird how he didn't ask me to meet up with him. It was weird, but I didn't want to admit it. The words of my friends had gotten into my mind, and I decided to write and ask him to meet. I didn't want to sound desperate, but I was curious. I went into the coffee shop, and I was scared to see what he had said. Maybe he didn't want to meet with me at all. I got in and sat in my usual place, and there was a note there. I opened it, and guess what? A note said, "Look upon your left." I looked up, and a blonde guy was smiling and waving at me awkwardly. Then, he started walking towards my table. I was so nervous because that happened all of a sudden. I wasn't ready, and my body was shaking. I didn't even have my best outfit on. He came near me, hugged me tightly, and ordered my usual. He was smiling all the time. At first, we felt kind of shy, but then everything changed. We got the chance to talk about everything, and he said that the only reason why he didn't ask to meet was that he likes taking things slow. He lived not so far from my home, but I had never seen him before. We stayed and talked there for hours, and the only thing that stopped us was the waiter telling us that the coffee shop had to get closed. He walked me home that night and gave me his number. It was our time to leave the notes behind. Now it had been a year since we are together. I love how we met, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for us. Even though we are young, we have already talked about our future. The coffee shop where we met was named Embel, which means sweet in Albanian. We talked and decided that if he had a daughter in the future, we would name her that way. Hi guys, my name is Bora, and I have just turned 16-year-old. I wanted to tell my story about what had happened to me some months ago. But first, you need to know more about me. I was born and raised in Pristina. My name Bora means snow in my language because I was born during the coldest winter days. I live with my parents and my 2 little sisters. Everyone says that it is fun to have sisters, but mine are crazy. My parents are the sweetest parents in the whole world, and they did the most so we could have a great life. My parents work all the time, and we are at school. My mom is a nurse, and she often works at night too. My dad is a fireman. They both save a life for a living. We barely get to see each other, but that's why vacation exists. The only vacation that we can have together as a family is during the summer. Every summer has its own story, mine too. This summer, we decided to take a 1-week vacation to the beautiful beaches of Albania. Albania is a very amazing country, and we go there every summer. There is so much to see and do. You have a lot of beaches that you can choose to visit. This time we decided that we were going to Ksamil. We had never been there before, and we were excited. We decided that we would go by car, even though it would be a long road from Pristina to there. But we didn't care, as long as we knew we were going to take some cold swims on Albania's most clear waters. Another reason why we decided to go there was because of a friend that I have. It had been a year since I had been texting with my internet friend. Her name is Anna. Anna is from Albania, and we had actually met last summer. We clicked immediately, and we have been texting since that day. We would FaceTime non-stop. My whole family knows about her, and everybody knows how much we love each other. She is the same age as me. When I told her that I would be coming to her country this summer too, she was so excited and said I should meet her. So my plan was to stay 4 days with my family, and then the last day I would go to Anna. My parents agreed. We all got ready for the long road journey ahead of us. I was sitting in the back seat of our car with my 2 little sisters. As always, they were so annoying, so I put on my headphones and listened to my favorite albums the whole road. There were times when I would fall asleep. I love falling asleep while on a road trip. It is so relaxing. After some long hours, we arrived at our destination. The sun was so bright, and it was a very hot day. My father was so tired from driving all day, but we girls were ready to spend some hours by the pool. I put on my favorite bikini. The weather was perfect, and there were many people there. We had so much fun on those first days of our vacation. We all needed that. But then it was time for me to go with my friend. My friend was in a different city in Albania, only some hours away. We planned that she would come and get me, but she couldn't come. I didn't want to bother my dad and mom and take hours from their vacation, so I decided to take the bus. Plus, we all talked the same language, so it wouldn't be hard for me to communicate. I got ready. I got my sunglasses, and I wore a sundress. I got only one bag with me, and some food for the road. I was so excited because Anna said she would show me some secret beaches that Albania has, and no one knows. Some hidden gems. I went to the bus station on foot, and I already got so tired because it was so hot outside. I arrived there and saw a lot of buses. At first, I didn't know which one to get in. But then I heard some man yelling the city's name that I would be going and pointing to a bus. So I went there. I got on the bus and told Anna immediately, so then she could wait for me when I got off the bus. There was even hotter there. It was an old bus, and it smelled terrible. There was only one old couple there, and they were eating something. Something that smelled so bad, I almost puked. Anna told me that it would take me 2 hours to arrive at her city. I knew that it would be a very long, challenging road trip. The road was bumpy, and I would put my face outside the window to feel some fresh air. But the views were crazy. The mountains were huge, and the sky was so blue. I could see the ocean from the bus, and I couldn't wait to get in the water. After a 40-minute drive, the bus stopped, and the old couple got off the bus. Then after 20 minutes, the man that was driving the bus told me that I had arrived at my destination. But Anna had said that it would take me 2 hours, and it had only been 1 hour. I tried to tell the man that I thought I was in the wrong place, but he said no. He was so rude and said that he needed to go somewhere else and that I needed to get out of the bus. I didn't have much time to think, and I went out of the bus. There was no one around me, just some mountains. I took my phone, and I tried to call Anna and tell her that I was there. But my phone wasn't working. I didn't have a connection. I didn't want to panic. I decided to wait there for some time and see if another bus would come. I waited till I couldn't wait any longer. It was so hot, and I couldn't even find a shadow. Then, I started walking, hoping to find a restaurant to even call someone. As I was walking, I came across a little village. It looked like a tiny neighborhood. It had only like 3 houses. But it looked so beautiful. I decided to go there and see if someone would help me. The houses were made of mud, and they were so old. They must have been built years ago. It was so silent, and at first, I thought that nobody lived there. But then I saw that there was a little farm. There were chickens, pigs, and then suddenly, I saw a big white horse. Near the animals, there was a well. There was a bucket in which you could take the water. I took some because I got so thirsty. It made me feel like old times. The water was cold, and it got me feeling much better. Still, I couldn't hear any track of humans. I was walking around the houses, trying to see if there was someone there from the windows. I decided to knock on one of the house's doors, but no one replied. Then, I went to another one near there. I heard someone walking slowly. Then, the door got opened. There was a very, very old woman. She seemed kind because she opened the door and her face was smiling. I asked her where I was. She said that I was in a whole different place rather than where I wanted. She said that I must have taken the wrong bus. I could barely understand what she was saying because she had no teeth. I felt so bad. I asked her about the nearest bus station, and she said that the buses don't come to this area because the roads are bad and bumpy. She said that they won't walk by the horse. I was surprised that people still use horses as vehicles. She said that her husband rides the horse. But he wasn't home. She insisted on me going to her house and waiting for her husband so that he could give me a ride. I had no other choice. They obviously didn't have phones, and there wasn't any connection. I couldn't call my family and tell them what had happened. So, I went in. The house was so tiny but so cute at the same time. The furniture was so old, and the television was barely working. We decided to stay outside on the balcony. The air was so fresh, and the view was beautiful. She made me some fresh orange juice from her garden and gave me some fresh fruits. She told me that everyone had left this village and that she and her husband were the only ones living there. I asked her about her kids, but she said that everyone had left and gone to the city. I felt bad. They must have been feeling so lonely. But, no. She was happy and full of life. The clock was ticking, and her husband wasn't coming back. She said he works all day and takes care of the corn. She said that he would be late and needed to stay and wait. So that's what I did. I was so hungry. Luckily, the old woman started making the dinner. I decided to help her. She wanted to make a traditional Albanian pie. So, I went to her garden and picked up some fresh onions. She was so old, but she was so strong. As the pie was baking, we had the chance to get to know each other better. It was getting darker, and we ate dinner. Her husband still wasn't home. There weren't any lights in the room, only some candles. I was looking through the windows, but I couldn't see anything. It was so dark. Suddenly, we heard the noise of a horse near the house. It was her husband, and he had come back. He was happy to have someone over. He was very kind. He seemed very tired, but he didn't miss the chance to kiss his wife. They looked like they were so in love with each other. But there was some bad news. He said that he couldn't ride the horse at night because it was dangerous. He said that we had to wait till the sun rises. But that would have meant that it would be a whole day without my family contact me. I had no other choice but spent the night there. I felt safe there because the old couple seemed like the nicest people. They made me a place to sleep in their living room. They slept so early. So, I was all night up and scared. It was so dark. There was only one candle. I missed my family, and my phone battery had died. The old couple had woken up very early. They called me and said they were ready to give me a ride. I had slept on my sundress, and I hadn't brushed my teeth or hair. I didn't care, and I went out that way. I felt so sorry that I had to leave that old woman alone. She needed someone. She hugged me so tight and kissed my forehead. She said that she would like to see me again, anytime soon. I got in the horse, and that was the first time that I did that. At first I was scared, but then I loved it. It was a fun experience. He took me to my friend's place, and everyone was staring at us. I thanked him, and I hugged him. I met up with my friend, and I charged my phone without wasting time. I told my family that I was okay. They were so worried. Now, I was ready to continue with my vacations with Anna. I just wanted to tell my story because this experience had taught me a lot. It took me back to a time when life was simpler. It made me think about life differently and how simple it is, but we make it so complicated. I admired how grateful that old woman was about life. Even though they had no phones, no cars, they were happy. They were healthy, and that's what mattered.
Hi there, my name is Melissa, and I am only 17-year-old. Before I begin with my story, I want to give you a glimpse of my life. I come from the beautiful city of Jylland. I was born and raised here. Our house is upon a hill, and you can see the whole city from it. The views are crazy, and the sunsets are breathtaking. The sunrises are beautiful too, but I am not an early bird. I love to sleep a lot, especially in the mornings. I barely go in time for school. So yeah, I don't get to see a lot of sunrises. I live with my dad, mom, and my little brother. But, we recently welcomed a new family member. It's my favorite member, actually, our little puppy. It was my birthday gift from Dad. I've always wanted a dog. I like to believe that our dog is happy here. When I am at home, I feel like a baby, my mom and Dad kissing my forehead everywhere I go. Asking me what I want to eat, telling me to go to sleep. They still treat me like I am a child. My parents don't get it that I am a grown-up. When I go to my school, it is a whole different story. I am a teenager. I act how a 17-year-old should act. I am not the sweet daddy's little girl. I have just started my second year of high school, and my parents have no idea what goes on there. They don't know that there is not a single soul there that hasn't dated someone at least once, including their daughter. Me. Just like everyone else, I've liked someone too. But, this was years ago and I was very young. I gave my first kiss, not knowing what a kiss was. Since then, I haven't dated anyone. It's not that I am not wanted, but no one has caught my eye. Well, that's what I thought until one day. One morning, I heard my alarm ringing, and I looked at the clock. I decided to give myself some extra minutes and enjoy the sleep on my warm bed. I had stayed all night the other night, well, how couldn't I? The new episodes of my favorite show had been aired. Suddenly, I felt someone touching my shoulder and calling my name gently, and it was Dad. "Aren't you going to school?" he said. Well, yeah, Dad, I am, obviously. It was Monday, and I had to go to school. Why are Mondays always so hard? I hate it. I got up and tried to get ready, but I was already late. This wasn't the first time that I missed my early classes. My parents understand me when I can't wake up early, they don't say anything to me. But this will for sure affect my grades. I wore anything that I could find. Clothes that were lying on the ground of my room from the days before. Thinking about how I have to clean my room after school today. My mom will kill me if she sees how messed up my room was, but she is most of the time at work. Crossing my fingers that she would not go into my room today. At least I opened the window, so some fresh air would go in. Because I had eaten in my room the night before, it smelled terrible. I got out, and my parents had already left for work. I had to walk to school. It was windy and cold. Just what I needed. It was already a bad day, and I wouldn't be surprised if a group of stray dogs would follow me and try to eat me. This is a very serious problem in our city, there are a lot of stray dogs. I love dogs, but sometimes they can be dangerous. I arrived at my school and noticed that the door was closed. There were a lot of people there. I tried to open the door, and someone said, "They are not letting us in because we are late." I turned my back to see who was talking. And oh my God, he was the most handsome boy I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know who he was. He might be in his last year of high school. We stayed there, waiting, and he would look at me non-stop. But this wasn't my best day. I wasn't looking the best. It was so cold, and I could feel my nose had turned red. Have I even brushed my hair? I am the most unlucky person alive. I was surprised at how he was looking at me. I was a mess. But then, he started walking towards me. He looked like he wanted to say something to me. But the bell had rung at that moment, and the door was opened. I was curious about what he was going to say to me, but the curiosity didn't last very long. When I came home, I had a new follow request. It was him. How did he find me? Why did he follow me? I wanted to know, so I requested him back. He accepted it within seconds. I am not even kidding, I spent a whole good hour stalking at his profile, and he apparently posts a lot. I learned a lot about him. He goes to the gym every morning before school. You should have seen his pictures, his body. He had posted with his family, and he had a dog. But I couldn't help but notice all the girls commenting on his pictures. Then, I stalked at those girls' profiles too. They were from different cities, and they were so hot and beautiful, it made me jealous. I was jealous because I looked nothing like them. So, I deleted all of my posts. I was embarrassed. In that minute, the boy texted me. I felt sick from all of the butterflies flying in my stomach. I decided to go into my room and text in peace. I decided to not open his messages right away, I didn't want to look like I was interested. But I couldn't resist any longer. He had said, "Why did you delete your posts?" I was going to look at them. In my mind, I was saying, "It's fine, you can look at the photos of the hundreds of other girls that you follow." But I played cool, and that night we stayed until the morning texting non-stop. He was exactly my type, funny, sweet, and sarcastic. But, he had made my life complicated. Now I couldn't wake up late for school and go looking like a complete mess. I needed to look good. I started not staying up late at night, this way, I became an early bird. My mom and dad were curious about how I changed. But, I need to, because I see him every day at school. We saw each other, but we hadn't had the chance to talk to each other yet. I was stupid to think that a guy like him would be interested in me. Every girl drools after him. But, one day, as we were texting, he said that he wanted to go out on a date with me. I couldn't believe my eyes. But I didn't care, I said yes immediately. We have been texting for months now. It was time for us to meet. But, what was I going to wear? Will he like me? 100 questions were running through my mind. He was a year older than me, so he had a driver's license. He said that he would come by my house and pick me up. I was so stressed knowing that my mom and dad would see me. I spent hours trying to find the perfect outfit. My room once again had become a big mess. That moment Mom came in to call me to eat dinner and saw the mess. She said I couldn't go out unless I cleaned all of that. I was sweating, and I didn't have much time left. I didn't even fold my clothes, I just left them on my bed. I ran out of my house because he was already waiting outside. He was waiting for some streets away from my home, and the walk to his car was so awkward. I could see him looking at me while I was walking. I got in his car, and his perfume was everywhere, and it smelled so good. I have a weird obsession with men's perfume, and I always use my dad's. Anyways, he hugged me, and we decided to just have a ride around the city and listen to some music. I couldn't stop looking at his hands while he was driving. He was wearing a ring on his index finger. I could tell what we were vibing, and we were enjoying each other's company. He was laughing at everything I was saying. We bought some food, and we ate it in the car. We didn't realize that it had been hours since I had been out until my dad called me asking where I was. This was the end of our date. The only way to find out if the person you went on a date with likes you is if he texts you immediately that night. And that's what he did. He texted me, and the texting continued for days. I know that we weren't dating yet, but we were texting, telling him personal things I never discussed with anyone else. And there was something that I didn't like. He would always follow girls on his Instagram and like their posts, and there were times he would even comment. I didn't know how to feel. I wasn't doing what he was doing. I wasn't accepting it, but he called me on another date. But he called me on a very, very bad day. My period had just come, and my stomach was hurting so bad. My face was full of pimples. There was a big, disgusting pimple right around my lips. I didn't want him to see me that way, so I said I couldn't go out. I didn't tell him why not, obviously. But I tried to hide in school too, just so he didn't see me. I couldn't go out with him until this pimple would be gone. Seeing what kind of girls he follows, my confidence was so low. My period pimples only last some weeks, so that's alright. Just when I thought that nothing could go any wrong, I accidentally fell asleep while chewing gum one night. I didn't notice it until I woke up for school and tried to brush my hair. I tried to brush my hair, but I couldn't. Then, I saw it. The gum was on my hair. I screamed so bad, Mom came to check if I was alright. I wasn't alright. Mom said I should chop my hair. I couldn't go to school that day, and I had to go to a hairstyle and take care of it. The hairdresser laughed when she saw me, but she said some bad news. She said that the only solution for my hair was to get bangs. Bangs? But that was so 2000s, and nobody has bangs anymore. I was going crazy, but I had no other choice. I cut it, and I was looking so ugly. I cried till we arrived home, and I didn't have time to check on my phone, and I was in a crisis. But, a number called me. It was the boy that I was texting with. He said that he wanted to see me tonight since I missed school. He said that he missed me. But I couldn't go out like this. I was looking crazy. My plan was to not see him for some months, so my hair would grow a little. Weeks went by, and he called me once again. I wanted to see him because I missed him so much. But, Dad said that we will give him some money and buy some clothes when he gets paid. I needed new clothes, so I thought it would be better if I waited for more weeks. I wanted to look good. But, I noticed that he wasn't texting me as he usually did. He was cold. However, I decided to put my guard down for once in my lifetime and be the one to ask him on a date. Guess what? You will never guess this, so I will tell you myself. He said that he couldn't go out because he had got a new girlfriend. Maybe that's what I get for caring too much about how I looked.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I live in a small city where people are not too much because I love to live a low-key life, and I so much love keeping to myself. My parents complained several times about this type of attitude that I've cultivated, but that's just me. So as time goes on, they have to take me for who I am. So they already know the type of girl I am, so they always let me be at all time. I'm so much quiet and reserved. I'm not the type of person who likes games or do too much on the daily activities, but I like reading novels and watching a lot of movies, especially comedy movies, because since I already choose to keep to myself, I have to find a means of catching fun by myself. I attend a high school class where students have the choice to do what they like and want. Whenever I'm in class, I'm always reserved and quiet, always. But I do have friends who always love to force words out of my mouth whenever they are around me. I love going to school every day, if not for anything but for the sake of seeing my friends, because I will surely talk whenever I'm around them. On this beautiful morning when I got to class, I noticed a letter was dropped inside my locker, which was so unusual. I decided to open the letter after the class, but while the teacher was in class teaching, all my mind was on was the letter that was dropped inside my locker. Immediately when the teacher left the class, I opened it, and what I discovered was a love letter, which I did not know who dropped it there. I tried to pay so much attention to every guy I came in contact with in class so as to get who dropped the letter, but it was not too available. After a long period of staying in class during the break hour, my friends came to my seat to meet me, and then they all said we should go outside to get something. On our way out, some guys came our way, and trying to get our attention at first, I looked at all of them, thinking maybe it might be one of them that cultivated the habit of dropping the sticky note inside my locker. But with all their facial expressions, I don't think any of them can do such. They tried stopping us, not moving any step out of there, and all we just have to do is to comply. But all of a sudden, a teacher decided to come our way. Then immediately they noticed that the teacher was coming our way. They all left instantly, and we proceeded in getting what we wanted to go by. I told my friends about the sticky note I discovered inside my locker that morning, and they all laughed at me, saying maybe a guy has been stalking me all this while. They then said that one of us should try coming to school very early so that the guy can be caught. But that guy that dropped the sticky note is just too smart and expert. We tried for days, but we could not get the guy, so I told the ladies to forget the issue, that I'm very sure that one day he will surely reveal his identity. As time goes on, it became a regular routine. Every blessed morning when I get to my seat, I will surely find a sticky note with a love quote inside my locker. At some point, I got annoyed and frustrated, but there's no point yelling because I did not know who was doing such a thing. So I decided to stomach it, and I did not tell it to anyone. One day during school hour, a teacher at school was explaining to us a physics experiment, and he made it as a game because he wanted all the students to participate and be carried along. During this process, all students participating closed their eyes and tasted, perceived, and some liquids to tell what it is based on their taste. It was quite fun because all students were carried along for the first time at school, and we all laughed where someone guessed wrong because we all gave various answers, knowing fully well that our tasting boards are different. I really enjoyed the class that day because it was so much different. The following day in class was Friday, so a group of people in class came together and discussed that we should have a get-together party on Saturday, which is the following day. So they asked the whole class about their opinion concerning the party. To my surprise, everyone was happy to hear that they all turned in. Well, as for me, having a get-together party on Saturday, though the plan was a little bit awkward to me, because I don't really like associating myself with things like that, because I so much love keeping to myself. A venue was picked, and all planned was so fascinating and lovely. Actually, I love the plan because I want to see how it will look for the first time by the beach side, so I decided to hang out that day. When I got home that day, I told my mom about the plan of going to the beach the following day. She was so happy to hear that because she's never seen me going out before. So that night, my mom came into my room and went directly to my wardrobe to select the clothes I will be putting on the following day. When it comes to selecting clothes for an event, my mom is very good at it, and she so much loves me looking good and cute always. So the day finally came. I woke up so late, maybe because I slept late checking out the clothes my mom was picking for me to wear. I had to rush to the bathroom to have my bath so as to dress up to meet with the event, knowing fully well that I'm late already. After having my bath, I dressed up, looking cute and pretty for the event. After dressing up, I set out for the party immediately. So finally, I got to the venue a little bit late. And trust me, just as planned, all eyes were on me because I was so much looking gorgeous and pretty. After getting there, a guy named Sean in my class ran towards me to give me a long hug and a peck. After he did that, I was so shy to take a step away from where I was standing. But from the look of things, he's been a long-time crush. Throughout the party, Sean was all over me, because that will be the first time he will have the opportunity of talking to me and expressing himself. We both have a walk together, and he told me a lot of things about me which I was so surprised to hear. Then I knew he has been the guy stalking me. Actually, Sean has been the guy dropping all those sticky notes with love quotes under my locker. At first, when he told me he was the one, I was so mad with him. Then I told him that he's a coward. If not, he would have come to me himself and not by note. Then he said he did not know what I was going to say because he did not want to be too forward. Then we both smiled and laughed together. Then we moved on with the party. We hung out and made a walk through a beach and had fun, and then we all decided to go to a friend's apartment. So a small group of us went into the apartment, and here comes the idea to play a blind taste game, similarly with a game we once played at school. I was so anxious to play the game, but at the same time, I didn't want to join. I simply refused, but then I thought of it that I am the one who is really good in tasting things and smell very good, so I later decided to participate in the end. So, as usual, the game started and was getting more interesting and fun, but still yet throughout this period, Sean did not leave my side for once. Well, he might be thinking he might not have this type of opportunity again. So everyone's turn during the game came and went, and here it comes my turn. So a guy closed my eyes and pushed my head towards the object. So I tried to perceive the object. I was not getting it. Then I tried touching it with my nose. At first it was a strong object as I touched it with my nose a bit and said, "It's a pen," as it does not smell at all. They all smiled. And then I was wondering what could it be. I then gave another try, but the object this time was softer. I was then surprised, thinking within me, maybe the object has been changed. But then I asked if they changed the object, and changing the object is outside of game rules. They all said no, that it's still the same object, and I thought, what could it be? But I had no answer. After a little moment of thinking, I grabbed the object with my hand to know what the shape of the object looks like. Then I feel it was a tall object, similar to cylinder, and I immediately opened my eyes. I was so much afraid because it is something inappropriate. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was simply a banana, which was so different to what I felt when my eyes were closed and everyone was laughing at me. I was annoyed, and only Sean could notice it then. He came to walk me home. He explained to me that it was a banana, but still yet, I disagree. I just told him to close the discussion. When I got back home, I greeted my mom with a weird look on my face. Then I went straight to my room. She gave me some minutes to be by myself before she came to meet me. Then she asked me what happened at the party. Then I narrated everything to her, not leaving behind the aspect where Sean came to give me a long hug and a peck. She told me not to be annoyed about the game, though I have forgotten about how I felt during the game period because the thought of Sean is now all over me. So Mom asked me to gist her about Sean. So I did, and we all laughed and I was happy all through the night. When I got back to school, I discovered that I did not see the sticky note as usual. Then I looked straight down to Sean's seat, and then I saw him smiling. Then I laughed as Phil. So the class started and immediately the teacher came in. Then every other student told the teacher about everything that happened to me at the party, and they laughed. But then the teacher said to me, he will call me one day and tell me a secret behind this game. Then he left the class, but within me I am still not sure if the object was banana at first, or they changed the object during the game, as it softened and changed, and I am still confused, and I will never play that game again. This is the reason why I didn't want to participate in the game earlier. See what it all turns out to be? Please let me know in the comments if you think they've changed the object, or am I just thinking wrong?
My girlfriend is pregnant, and I'm only 15 years old. Hi, I'm Matt, and I want to talk to you about something that happened a couple years ago that changed my life forever. I remember I was in junior year, and we were all very stressed out because we didn't know who to invite to the prom. At that time, that was the most important thing. And since I was a basketball player, it was even harder because I had to pick the sexiest girl, and I was afraid of being rejected. One day during the internship, I saw a girl sitting there. She looked gorgeous and seemed not to fit in, and I knew that she was the one for me. I ended up as the worst player that day, and I thought I would die of shame. That's what brought us together. That's how she noticed me. Everything was very fast in our relationship, and we liked the same things, and we thought we were the perfect match. We kissed the first time that same afternoon, and 2 weeks later we were officially dating. I didn't know that much about sex, and I didn't really give any importance to contraceptives. This is why, more than once, we had unprotected sex. We did not believe that anything bad could happen to us, and we preferred not to think about the consequences. Of course, that was a terrible idea. 2 months after we were together for the first time, my girlfriend called me very worried, telling me that she had a pregnancy test and that was positive. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. At first, I was very annoyed. Then I got even more frightened. I wasn't prepared to be a dad. This wasn't how it should be one of the best years of my life. Things did not disappear on the next day, and I had to take care of this new situation. The hardest thing was to talk to my parents, who had a lot of plans for my life. And now all that was about to go in the garbage. Luckily, I plucked up courage and spoke to them because they immediately began to support me and no longer felt alone or lost. They explained to me all I had to do, so I finished my school year while working at night to get as much money as possible. And even though I didn't feel anything for my girlfriend, I never stopped supporting her, even when she didn't want to see me. The most troubling thing was the day she had to give birth, since this day came 2 weeks early, and I don't know if I was prepared for what was coming. All my doubts disappeared when I saw my daughter, but I realized that my life would never be the same. My classmates didn't understand my new worries, and I could no longer talk to them about the same things. I had to work and study at the same time so I could take care of my daughter. And although things did not go as expected with my girlfriend, we were good friends, with a daughter in common. Now she is my reason to become a better person every day. And although sometimes I wonder how everything would have been if this had not happened, I always think I would not change anything I have now. I grew up as a person, and now I am a good man, a good father. This was not easy for me, and I'm sure everything would have been easier if I had someone to talk to about it. That's why I invite you to subscribe to this channel and find out more stories like mine and many of us, so you won't have to feel alone.